Chapter 1051 Disguise. President, can a little bit of your consciousness go through? Linwa asked, and Molan shook his head when he heard it. How is it possible? My consciousness, no matter how tiny it is at the level of a god. The essence is at the level of a god. The essence is different. Ordinary space channels cannot pass through, and it has nothing to do with the number. If my consciousness can go through, it would be equivalent to letting a god level me in. That would be great fun. It can be said that, basically every world is a sieve, as long as you find it. You can put a lot of it in. But how is this possible? There is no such beautiful thing. Oh, then there is no way. Linwa nodded, and then continued. I want to divide a wisp of consciousness to take charge of the overall situation. This whole plan needs to be considered very comprehensively, and the slightest carelessness will lead to the exposure of the whole plan. There is no problem with the operation of the tower spirit under normal circumstances, but once an emergency occurs, especially an emergency that we have not expected. Since there is no response method, we set in advance in the database. It is too risky to let the tower spirit make decisions on its own and improvise on its own. The tower spirit has a certain amount of wisdom, but it is limited. Its operation is not completely dependent on wisdom. It is just programmed with this part of wisdom as the core to build its intelligence. This is the operation of a tower spirit. After all, the tower spirit was born very recently. Although it is spirit and is loaded with a lot of knowledge, it is just a newly born baby after all. It cannot be expected to be very intelligent. Of course, since the tower spirit itself has wisdom, it can also be regarded as a kind of life, so the tower spirit will also grow gradually with the passage of time, with the increase of its own experience and the increase of experience. It's like a baby, gradually learning, gradually changing from a baby who doesn't know life to a management talent who can preside over a place. When the tower spirit grows up, it may be possible to do this directly with a tower spirit sitting in a place. At that time, at that level, maybe only need to send a tower spirit to invade, occupy, develop a world. At that level, the entire civilization has reached a certain level of cause and effect. However, those are still far away. The current tower spirit is not mature enough to do these things. Linwa's worries are not unreasonable. It is okay for a short time. And it is okay if there is no emergency. But as long as there is an emergency that Molan and others do not have a preset solution, and the general solution cannot solve it, then the mechanical base will only be exposed. Molan pondered for a moment and said, Actually, I don't recommend you to go there. I was thinking that after the mechanical base reaches a certain scale, I will withdraw the original foundation of the mechanical base and replace it with materials from another world. Except for the tower spirit, which is difficult to copy, all other materials will be replaced with materials produced in another world, and then recycled. In the entire mechanical base, only the tower spirit will be in charge of everything related to our world. Then I will erase the cause and effect between the tower spirit and us, and try my best to disguise the tower spirit as a strange elemental life born in another world. As for earth spirits, they are not only born in our world, as long as the earth element is rich. They have a chance to be born. This thing is the basis of elemental life, that's all. In this way, it doesn't matter even if the mechanical base is exposed, after all. The disguise I left for the tower spirit may not deceive the gods, but legends and demigods should be difficult to see. And it's just an earth spirit compared to others, so it won't directly attract the attention of the gods. This is enough to ensure that we can try again even if the failure rate is high. This is what I am considering, Molan said after thinking for a moment. If you divide a strand of thought to take charge, then I can pretend to be a dying puppeteer and place a strand of soul on this earth spirit, and then use the earth spirit to create a mechanical base. Oh no, I should say to create a puppet base. Linwa said. This should be more reasonable after all. It is not normal for an earth spirit to create so many puppets, but a dying legendary puppeteer places his soul on the earth spirit, and then creates so many puppets. This is not worth being surprised. This is indeed more reasonable, and there is no problem. If you are in charge, it will be safer, less likely to be exposed, and easier to achieve our goal. But you have to pay attention to one thing. I can erase some of the cause and effect of the tower spirit, but I can't erase the cause and effect relationship between your thoughts and your body. Because this is all you, your soul, and your consciousness. And the cause and effect relationship is very strong. I can't shake it. I can't erase it. Which means that once you are discovered, and discovered by the power that has the ability of cause and effect, he is very likely to follow the cause and effect relationship to kill you. That is the legendary way of beating you to death along the network cable. President, didn't you say that these gods don't have the means of cause and effect? Linhua frowned and asked. I just said that the sun god didn't have it, and the other gods in his world didn't have it either. It's just my guess. It's very likely that the gods in his world don't have the means of cause and effect, but it wouldn't be surprising if a god who has mastered the means of cause and effect appeared. Not to mention that I'm being noticed by the gods, and it's a small chance that it happens to be a god who has mastered the means of cause and effect. I just want to know, if I am really caught by such a god, can he directly kill my real body in reality according to the cause and effect relationship? This should be impossible. Your game character and your real body have no cause and effect relationship at all. It's like this game character has nothing to do with your real body. I seriously suspect that this is a physical separation method, just like you invade through the network cable, but the network cable is disconnected and unplugged. Oh no, it should be said that this network cable does not exist at all. Any player who controls the cause and effect means will think that the game character is the real body. Linhua laughed when he heard this. Then what am I afraid of? I'm a player. The worst that can happen is that I can just register a new account, get some potions to recover, and be a brave man again in 10 minutes. Emolan nodded. Okay, then send a thought to him. But even if there are these coping methods, even if there are explanations, we still don't know what the puppet master is, although the possibility is not high. But what if the puppet master is a profession created by those rebels? Wouldn't it be a hornet's nest if it is exposed? Emolan said with a smile. Although it is unlikely, it is better to avoid exposure if possible. Chapter 1052, Heretical Occupation. But President, why do I feel something strange when you say that? Linhua suddenly said, and Emolan was stunned. Huh? What's weird? It's about this occupation. I didn't think there was anything wrong with it before, but now think about it. In this alien world controlled by gods, in this god-type civilization, the existence of any occupation is relatively reasonable. But the occupation of puppeteer should not exist. According to the rumors, although the puppeteer profession is called a puppet, it obviously has certain mechanical characteristics. This means that in order to create a puppet of the puppeteer profession, special research must be carried out, and then production must be carried out. This special research profession is still a profession that studies machinery. And there is also the energy problem that is necessary to drive the puppet. Research these. Linhua paused for a moment, and then spoke again. Researching these in this world. President, why do I feel that they are the people who desire freedom of thought that must exist in your description? Puppet master is a path they have researched, trying to use rationality and systematic science to fight against the gods. Perhaps this is the channel they found to involve the extraordinary without relying on the power of the gods? Using puppets, that is. Using the power of the extraordinary by machines? To be honest, based on my understanding of machines, if the profession of puppeteer is indeed as described in the legend, and is somewhat similar to machines, then even if the professionals in this professional system are not those who pursue freedom of thought, they will all be a group of traitors, traitors of the gods. As long as they are exposed, they will definitely become heretics. So it is only a matter of time before they become part of those who pursue freedom of thought. What I am thinking about now is which part they belong to now, whether they are already heretics now. Is this profession now a heresy that everyone wants to kill, and the church is highly hostile to? But I guess, since puppeteers have developed to this extent, since they already have certain mechanical characteristics, so they are probably already labeled heretics. Even if they are not yet, they will probably be soon. Whether it is the former or the latter, we are in trouble. If it is the former, once we are exposed, we will attract the church's encirclement. If it is the former, once we are exposed, we will definitely become a key target of the next attack. Emolan's mouth twitched slightly when he heard this, and he suddenly didn't know what to say for a moment. Are we so unlucky? Linhua shook his head after Emolan finished speaking. President, this is not our bad luck. It is inevitable. Our people can't go in. It will be easier to be exposed. We can only collect information through other means. And intelligent machines are the best medium. The best way. As long as the machine is systematically researched and developed, the series of effects it extends will directly make it stand on the opposite side of the gods. This thing can't escape. Okay. Emolan covered his face with one hand, not knowing what to say. Don't expose it. What if you were labeled as a heretic? Wait. It seems that being labeled as a heretic is nothing? We are originally standing on the opposite side. This just gives us a disguised identity. With this disguised identity, We are not only not easily identified as people from another world, but it seems that we are also more likely to contact and get in touch with real puppeteers and real heretics. Emolan suddenly discovered a key problem. In this case, it's okay. Emolan relaxed and stretched. Then Linhua, why don't you send a ray of mental power over now? Now that you have decided, you should do it quickly. This space channel should not be used too frequently in the future. It is better not to use it if you can. After all, there is a mature civilization in the form of gods in the other world, and the division of labor is relatively clear. In other words, there is probably a god who controls space in this other world, and there is also probably this church. If part of the responsibility of this church is to monitor the state of space and detect all spatial fluctuations, then our space channel may attract their attention. But it is not a big problem, after all. It is just an ordinary space channel, not the kind of cross-world space channel that can directly allow gods to pass through. The space fluctuation of the cross-world space channel is large. The rules fluctuate greatly, and it is extremely special. But this ordinary space channel is not much different from the space channel in the normal world. So as long as it is not open frequently, it should be fine. It is better to use it less. I will try to see if I can connect with the real body after this thought passes. If it can, then we don't need to open this space channel in the future. Any information can be transmitted directly through me. Linhua said as he opened the space channel and separated a trace of soul. A thought entered the space channel and appeared directly inside the tower spirit of the mechanical base. Well, I'll try my method to see if it works, Emolan said calmly. After Linhua put his thoughts into the tower spirit, he took out all the mechanical base components except the part that accommodated the tower spirit. Only the tower spirit's body was left there, and the rest were taken back. The current mechanical base has taken shape, and it can maintain normal operation without these parts. After taking all these things, Linhua directly closed the space channel, and then looked at Emolan. What method? Cause and effect? Isn't the cause and effect between you and your thoughts impossible to break? I want to try to follow the cause and effect to see what your thoughts are like, and try to interfere. This is also a way to transmit information. In addition, I also want to try to leave some means on this cause and effect connection. Well, okay, Emolan said. Just now Emolan had a simple attempt, and succeeded. Successful. Now if someone follows this cause and effect, I will be alerted immediately. Then there will be time to prepare, and I can react, and I can also lend a hand, and touch the other party. Emolan continued to use cause and effect perception while speaking. Yes, I can sense your thought through cause and effect, although it is more laborious, but I can still interfere, that is to say, I can directly connect with your thought through you. Linhua sensed it himself after hearing this. He sensed nothing. Well, even he himself could not sense his own thought. His, President. Your cause and effect method is really useful. Chapter 1053, Master of Occupations. President, your causal method is really useful, Linhua said with envy. And it looks really cool. Emolan glanced at Linhua when he heard this. If you are envious, then you can break through. As long as you become a god-level mage, we will know whether this causal method is possessed by a god-level mage. Maybe you will have it by then, and we can play with causal methods together. You yourself are not in a hurry to break through, and you are envious all the time. What are you envious of? Linhua smiled embarrassedly when he heard this. There are still some things that are not ready. I will break through when everything is ready. Linhua laughed. And Lu Bin beside him also laughed. Emolan rolled his eyes. Then don't talk next to me, Emolan said unhappily. Lu Bin and Linhua are both people with goals and abilities. They naturally attach great importance to this crucial transformation of a god-level mage. What they are pursuing now is not a simple breakthrough, but a stronger, better, and more perfect transformation. This will lay a solid foundation for them to break through to a higher level in the future. Neither of them thinks that becoming a divine mage is their final destination. On the contrary, they think that becoming a divine mage is just the foundation-laying stage, which is the real beginning. Linhua and Lu Bin not only think so, but they have always practiced this. Otherwise, they would not have failed to break through to the divine mage level for so long. This is not an external factor, but they are just suppressing their level. They have been preparing, and preparing again, but they are not in a hurry to break through. Two bastards who stepped on me to get promoted, Emolan said unhappily. I was just the one who rushed in front to explore the way for you. Every time I tried out the promotion method, after summarizing it, you two began to reap the fruits of your labor. Every time. Every stage was to find the most perfect way to break through and lay the most solid foundation. And I tried to be promoted. But every time I failed to achieve the most perfect way to be promoted. Alas, in the end, only my injured world was achieved. Perhaps this is what a pioneer is. I will use my corpse to pave the way for you. Linhua. Lu Bin. President. Yes. President. Yes. If I didn't know that the concept of mage was from you, and that all the achievements of mages could be automatically obtained by you using the concept of mage, I would have almost believed it. Yes? How did you know? Emolan was really shocked. He didn't expect Linhua to know this. When I was promoted to master, I found that your elemental body had changed a little bit. That little change happened to be something I had just developed. And no one had taught it to me. I just used it in my promotion to master level. I was going to talk to you after I was promoted, Lu Bin said, and then I realized that you, the president, had already used it. And you had used it a long time ago, directly acting on your foundation. At that moment, I understood that you, the president, are the source of mages, and all the achievements of mages will be reflected on you. Maybe at the beginning, your foundation, the breakthrough method of mages is not perfect, or even has loopholes. But when other mages are promoted, the advantages of his promotion will be absorbed by you, and then directly integrated into your foundation, the breakthrough method. It directly acts on the foundation, on the way of breakthrough. It's as if you, the president, had originally broken through in this way, without any trace of subsequent repairs. President, your professional level, elite level cause and effect has been optimized to perfection, consolidated to the extreme, consolidated to the point that it is harder than a piece of steel plate in the breakthrough of hundreds of thousands, millions, tens of millions of mages, right? Although the master level is a little worse, it is already very good in comparison, and the legendary level, the god level you should still be waiting for. Ahem, it's just average, just average. Emolan's old face flushed. Hey, I'm blazing a trail. Your feedback is just some royalties for me, as the master of this profession. How can this be called freeloading? Besides, I didn't have this ability before. It was only after I broke through to the level of a divine mage that I mastered this ability after I glimpsed some essential things. Then please don't say that we are laying the foundation on you, seeking a perfect breakthrough, making us feel sorry for you. And isn't this for your foundation, President? Our breakthroughs are more solid, more outstanding, and the feedback we give to you, President, is even better. This is not good enough to work for you, President. Hey, how can it be called working mutual benefit? Mutual benefit, Emolan said with a smile. But then again, how far have you two prepared? Why don't you break through? If you don't break through, you really won't be able to keep up with the pace of the future. The divine level magician and the legendary level magician have indeed undergone a qualitative change. You have already experienced this qualitative change. It is no longer something that can be easily crossed by making a few magic arrays and a few weapons. After breaking through to this realm, you will become much stronger. Emolan said seriously. Linhua pondered for a moment after hearing this and nodded. I'm almost there, Lu Bin next to him said after thinking for a moment. Linhua is indeed almost there. But I'm afraid there's still a gap here, and it will take some time to prepare. I guess that's when I'll finally break through. Okay. Just ask for any help you need, and we'll help you if we can. Yes. Don't worry, President. We won't hesitate to help you if you need us. Linhua went offline after saying that, but logged back in a moment later and spoke. With the help of the real body, I am now connected with the thought in the other world. This game system is pretty cool. It can still be connected like this. Emolan smiled when he heard it. It is probably also achieved with the help of cause and effect. After all, for me, cause and effect are regardless of spatial distance. Not to mention the game system. The cause and effect methods used in the game system are many levels higher than mine, which I can't even look up to. Probably. Well, anyway, since the connection can be achieved with the help of the body, I will collect information there first and find a way to contact a group of people. It is really troublesome to invade a world, Emolan said slowly when he heard it. It's not that invading a world is troublesome, but it is very troublesome to invade a world that has been controlled and managed by a mature civilization for a long time. We have no experience in invading the world, but we need to face an entire civilization. Chapter 1054 Civilization has no good or evil. In my opinion, it doesn't matter even if we fail this time, because even if we fail, We can accumulate valuable experience in invading the world. Emolan said lightly. Every step is difficult now, but when we have more experience in the future, maybe we don't need our mages to participate in invading the world. We can conquer a world by throwing a tower spirit with a legion of slaves. Invade the world. Lubin suddenly said. How come we're talking about invading the world? It makes us look like villains. Emolan was stunned when he heard this, and then he burst into laughter. Isn't the reason very simple? The world itself is an extremely valuable resource, not to mention the minerals and magic plants inside the world. The mage profession is very resource intensive. Although there are many mages in the game world now, it is still a small number compared to the number of civilizations. So the resource output of this world can still supply the consumption of mages. But once it becomes a true wizard civilization, if we want this wizard civilization to develop, it will float high above the peak of the universe, and stand at the top of the civilization pyramid. The resources of that world are definitely not enough. If this world is not enough, then we can only look outside. If we look outside, it would be fine if we can trade peacefully, but can we really trade peacefully? Emolan shook his head. It doesn't matter when we are stronger, we can trade peacefully, but when the other party is stronger, it's hard to say. At this time, doesn't it become natural to invade the world? Of course, this does conflict with our moral values. I was very entangled when I was thinking about the slave army before. At that time, I figured out the problem of the slave army, and later, I figured out this problem. The enemy is our hero. To them, we are indeed villains, extremely villains. But to our own civilization, we are heroes. Do you understand? There is no good or evil in front of the level of civilization, or in front of the entire civilization. No one is qualified to talk about good and evil. If the so-called good is based on damaging the interests of one's own civilization, then can it still be called good? From the perspective of civilization, good means using the lives of people within the civilization to satisfy your own sense of morality. Isn't this the greatest evil? No, it should be said that it is the greatest hypocrisy, which is worse than evil, and even more inferior. Emolan said lightly. Of course, this does not mean that we completely abandon our bottom line to the outside world. This is also not advisable, and I am not sure how to control it. This is left to civilization scholars to study. And we. Emolan thought about it, and laughed again. Actually, we have no choice at all. Just like now, our strength is weaker than the civilization where the sun god is, and they are now invading the abyss world we control. And the next step, if they have a chance, they will never give up our game world, or even our real world. Is the other world where the sun god is the strongest other world? Is it the only other world that will invade other worlds? No, neither. Why are we invaded? The reason is that we are weaker than their world. The strong invade the weak, the strong prey on the weak. This is the essence of this war. Invading other worlds is to strengthen our own civilization, so as to maintain the growth and expansion of civilization, so as to maintain the continuation of civilization. Strength is the fundamental reason for the continuation of civilization. As for why invading the world is a way to improve strength, it is actually very clear if you think about it. Under the same technology, one side uses the resources of two worlds, and the other side only has one world. The stronger side is more likely to win. We can't give up on technology research. But other civilizations will also research their own technology. They may even exist longer, and their technology is more advanced than ours. This is normal. What can we use to fight? Our resources are not as good as others. And our technology is not as good as others. Of course, if there is a better way than invading the world, or if there is only one way to achieve the same effect, I will choose another one. Invading the world is just a process, not my goal. As for other methods, we can only continue to explore and explore as we move forward. But before that, no one in our civilization has the position, no qualifications to reject this way of strengthening civilization. After Emolan finished speaking, Linhua and Lubin fell silent, then sighed slightly, and said nothing more. Indeed, just as Emolan said, they have no choice. Even if their morality tells them that this is wrong, they can only bear it themselves. And just as Emolan said just now, try to keep your own bottom line as much as possible and restrain yourself. Okay. I've said so much. Now we can't go to the other world where the sun god is for a while. And it's basically impossible to capture the slave army. I plan to go to the elemental world of the game world to capture a group of elemental creatures to form a slave army. And by the way, recruit some high-level, intelligent elemental life as followers. Are you going? Huh? Isn't the elemental world the territory of the elemental titans? Is it okay for us to go there like this? Oh, it's okay. I've beaten them up a long time ago. Otherwise, how do you think the elemental summoning contract type summoning spell was created? Ah, didn't you say before that you had a pleasant exchange and negotiation with the elemental titans, and finally reached a consensus, and then signed a contract to jointly create this elemental summoning spell? Did I say that at the beginning? Emolan frowned slightly, and nodded after recalling it. Oh, I did say that at the time. Is there any problem? I was indeed very happy at the time. You were very happy. Linwa covered his forehead with his hands. Okay, I roughly understand. Then the dragon hiring spell before. I was also very happy. Emolan shrugged and said, Then let's go, what are you afraid of? Elemental life is also very useful, and it fits well with us mages. It has strong vitality, strong combat power, and high elemental affinity, and can cooperate with us to do many experiments. The more Linwa thought about it, the more he felt that elemental life had many advantages, and Lubin came over. Let's not talk about anything else. If we only talk about combat power, I still think the devil is the boss. Let's go catch some elemental life first, and then catch some devils in the Abyss continent for fighting. Maybe we can cultivate them, combine the advantages of elemental life and devils to mass-produce elemental devils. Hey, this idea is good? Although there are elemental devils in the Abyss continent, they are very few. If so, during the communication between the three, the projection slowly formed in the fire elemental world. Chapter 1055. The Lava Monster with Outstanding Contribution. By the way, Lu Bin, is the space spell for storing the slave army ready? Emolan, who was standing in the fire elemental world with his projection body, turned his head and looked at Lu Bin and asked. No, Lu Bin said directly. I plan to use my inner space first, so I can use it first, and I'll think about the rest later. My inner space should be enough for me to use for a while. Okay. Emolan smacked his lips. Then I will transform my demiplane. I will see if I can transform it into 4 elemental realms plus a material realm. In theory, it should be possible after all. It already had these frameworks before it became a demiplane. With the framework as a foundation, I just need to adjust the rules. Although the demiplane is attached to the game world, Emolan still maintains its control. As for its internal rules, as long as they do not conflict with the overall rule framework of the game world, Molan can still adjust them as he wants. Emolan can adjust the rules and environment according to the needs of his servant army, and build various training grounds for training the army. Linwa. What about you? Linwa seemed to be thinking, and took a while to react after hearing Emolan's question. As for me, I'd probably just find a space, and use some magic arrays to build an environment for them to adapt to. It's not difficult. Oh, what were you thinking about just now? You were so absorbed in thinking? Emolan asked curiously, and Linwa said his idea after a moment of silence. I'm thinking about whether I can add my various weapons to these elemental lives. I'm thinking about whether this is feasible. I think the created armed elemental lives have value. I think it is feasible, but the value is not clear. So I want to do some experiments when I have time. Emolan and Lubin thought for a moment, then shook their heads and stopped thinking about this question. This idea sounds interesting, but it doesn't fit their main route. However, it reminds them they can use their own technology to strengthen elemental life, to enhance their combat effectiveness, and also use this method to make those elemental life with wisdom follow them spontaneously. However, the premise of all this is to capture a group of elemental life to form a servant army. Should we act separately or together? If we act separately, the elemental titan will not beat me and Lubin. Right? Linwa asked very sincerely. They can't beat the elemental titan, although they may be able to run, but it is better to avoid being beaten. No. I'll watch it. That's good. Let's split up. Okay. Emolan nodded after saying that, and then walked towards the north. With every step, Emolan's voice disappeared in a flash, and then appeared in the distance. The movement speed was very fast. So fast that it seemed as if Emolan erased the projection here and regenerated it in the distance, without any intermediate process of moving. Linwa behind. Lubin's mouth twitched slightly when he saw this. The president is getting more and more playful. He can clearly scan with mental power directly, and then condense the projection after arriving. But he has to cancel it directly when moving, and refresh the projection position by condensing. TSK. But to be honest, it's really cool. Lubin looked at Linwa suspiciously. It's cool. But then again, even if you arrive, you don't need to condense the projection, you can capture it with just a mental sweep. Why is it normal to condense the projection after arriving? Linhua, you have a problem. Linhua couldn't help but fall into deep thought after hearing this. Emolan walked on the land of the fire elemental realm with a projected body. One by one, elemental life appeared within the range of its mental perception. Their strength was between professional level, elite level, and master level. They were the most professional level, but elite level was everywhere, especially the 6th level earth and fire dual element lava beasts, which were everywhere. It seemed that this kind of lava beast could reach the 6th level naturally as long as it soaked in the magma pool, but it was difficult for it to reach the 7th level, so a large number of 6th level lava beasts were piled up. Emolan was very impressed by this lava beast, because the rock shell of this 6th level lava beast is a high quality elemental stone called redstone. This high quality elemental stone does not need to be mined. It only needs to be summoned, and then killed. This 6th level lava beast is not strong. As long as a magic tower is erected, this 6th level lava beast can be killed at will. So the Mage Association has long used this method to obtain the 6th level elemental stone redstone. Ahem, the establishment and development of the Mage Association, these 6th level lava beasts have made indelible and great contributions, which are worth remembering by all members of the Mage Association, and will never be forgotten. Well, I haven't forgotten it yet. Emolan turned his head and looked in one direction. Just now, a 6th level lava beast disappeared in this direction, and it was accompanied by a trace of space fluctuation, and Emolan sensed the breath of this lava beast in the Mage Association again. Ahem, it seems that the lava beasts are still using their own unique way to contribute to the construction and development of the Mage Association, and to help mages with family difficulties earn their first pot of gold. I don't know if it's an illusion. Emolan always feels that the density of the 6th level lava beasts he sensed is not as high as when he came in before. It shouldn't be that serious, right? How many level 6 lava beasts are there in the entire elemental world? It's only been a short time. How could the density be reduced? And if it has reached this level, wouldn't the fire element titan have any objection? Now the fire element titan has not reacted at all, so it must not have reached this level. Well, but it is also possible that it has no objection, and is willing to contribute to the development of the Mage Association. TSK. Emolan shook his head. In the future, just take redstone, and don't take the core. Throw the core back into the magma of the fire elemental world. And after a while, it will be covered with redstone again. It doesn't matter whether it is redstone or not, the main thing is that there is no need to create so much killing. After all, although this lava beast has no wisdom, it is also a life. Emolan thought, and then retracted his attention, and continued to scan these elemental lives. Above the 6th level elemental life, it is the master level elemental life. And there are not many elemental lives that reach the master level. There are, but not many, sparsely distributed within the range of Emolan's mental perception. As for the higher legendary elemental life, there is not a single one within Emolan's perception. Obviously, the 6th level to the master level is a hurdle, and countless 6th level elemental lives are stuck. And the master level to the legendary level is also a huge hurdle, and countless master level elemental lives are stuck. Chapter 1056 Positioning of the Slave Core. Elite level is too weak, legend level is too few, let's go with master level. Emolan thought. Elite level strength is almost useless to me, and although master level strength is not strong, it is somewhat useful to me, and as far as I can sense now, the number of master level is about the same, and with a little effort, we can form a certain scale by collecting them. It just so happens that although master level elemental life still has no wisdom, such strong strength can have some intelligence, and it won't be too difficult to command and use it. Emolan thought while walking. In the process of walking one by one, master level elemental life floated up from the magma lake, volcano, and was branded as a slave, and their souls and origins were directly controlled by Emolan. In front of the power of Emolan's divine magician, these master level elemental beings have no resistance at all. Especially when Emolan has a very high affinity for elements, and a strong control ability. When the elemental beings are targeted to death by Emolan, they can be manipulated by Emolan. After collecting enough master level elemental beings, I will find a way to recruit a few legendary elemental beings as followers. At that time, the followers can continue to recruit for me, expand the slave army, and manage the slave army for me, and assist in some of my experiments. Well, I don't need to spend too much time on capturing master level elemental life. Once I recruit legendary elemental life followers, I will just let them do it. By then, there will be batches of master-level elemental life coming to me. Emolan immediately stopped his actions, looked back. 33 master-level elemental life with different forms followed Emolan. Let's leave these already recruited ones as they are, just for me to try my hand. Emolan muttered. The trial hand that Emolan mentioned was not for experiments, or not for ordinary experiments, but Emolan's experiment of trying to enhance elemental life. Linma would think of using weapons to arm elemental life. And Emolan naturally could not directly drive the unarmed elemental life onto the battlefield. That would not only be a loss of face, but also a waste of the captured master-level elemental life. Emolan did not form a slave army to serve as cannon fodder. In other words, compared to the mage, the slave army is indeed a cannon fodder role. But what Emolan needs is not ordinary artillery fire, but cannon fodder that can fight hard battles, and can turn the opponent into ashes. Only in this way can Emolan achieve the effect he really wants. And only in this way can he help Emolan. If he just needs cannon fodder, then why does Emolan go to so much trouble to form a slave army? Can't Emolan develop a spell to summon elemental life in batches? How is it possible? The elemental titans have been defeated. And Emolan can do whatever he wants with the elemental world. As long as Emolan wants to develop. It's very simple. And he can easily develop an elemental army summoner, who can directly serve as cannon fodder and die if he rushes up. But is this what Emolan needs? Can the cannon fodder summoned in this way be better than the spells Emolan condensed himself? Such spells are useless. Emolan will not develop them, let alone form a slave army that is only at the spell level. To do so is simply to be idle. So since Emolan is preparing to form a slave army, he has already made up his mind to carefully build and cultivate them. After being cultivated, he doesn't say that they are stronger than himself, nor that they can help him resist strong enemies. Emolan doesn't need these. What does Emolan need? Emolan needs subordinates, who can prepare in advance for large-scale experiments and be available at any time. Emolan needs assistants, who can help in large-scale experiments. Emolan needs an army that can help him collect experimental resources. Emolan needs a guard that can fight against all enemies below the same level. Emolan can fight against enemies of the same level by himself, but he doesn't want to fight against people who are one or half a level lower, so he hopes that the slave army can directly sweep them over. Enemies below Emolan's level have no chance of contact at all, and the qualifications to challenge Emolan. Any slave army that dares to challenge can be directly suppressed. This way, Emolan can focus more on research, on what he wants to do, rather than having to do everything himself. It is not necessary to ask the association's mages to do everything. The association's mages are also independent researchers. Their value lies in research, rather than becoming Emolan's followers, subordinates, or thugs. If they are used as thugs, then it is simply the greatest contempt for Emolan's spreading the profession of mage, and his determination to develop the profession of mage. Emolan naturally cannot do this. These should be said to be the work of the slave army. At this moment, Emolan is trying to strengthen these master-level elemental lives, so that they can burst out with stronger strength. Elemental life itself is composed of elements, and its ability to control and withstand elements is simply beyond words. Under the original circumstances, the elemental life had a very rough grasp of the elements, and the spells they used were limited to a few. If I want to strengthen the elemental life, then I can work on increasing the diversity of spells, and make the elemental life a combat-side mage. Emolan thought for a moment, and shook his head. Legendary elemental life can develop in this direction, because legendary elemental life already has a certain degree of wisdom. Find a way to fix the elemental spells on them. Let them choose, and use them together. It should not be difficult. Maybe I can even teach them how to use spells, which might be great. It can be the intelligence of a master-level elemental life. Emolan looked back and shook his head. Forget it. With the intelligence of a master-level elemental life, it is impossible to teach it to cast spells. If the spell model is directly fixed on its body, it will probably end up being a little bit brighter in the end, and it will be useless. Perhaps a part of the passive type of spell can be fixed to strengthen defense, speed, recovery, and strength. These types of passive spells can all be stacked up. It won't be a problem anyway. But these are secondary. The main aspect still needs to consider other methods. Emolan pondered, and then an idea came to his mind. First, refer to the mode of the elemental body, and load the elemental body for each master-level elemental life. Elemental life may not be good at other things, but there is absolutely no problem in controlling the elements. As long as it is stabilized in advance, there is absolutely no problem in controlling a solidified elemental body. The elemental body can directly strengthen the master-level elemental life in all directions. Chapter 1057 Trapping Legendary Elemental Life. No matter how high the elemental affinity of a mage is, it cannot be as high as the elemental affinity of an elemental life. Elemental life itself is an element, and it is one with the element. There is no such concept as affinity at all, if there must be an affinity value. It is the maximum value or infinity. The elemental body of a mage is limited by the control of the elements. But if it is an elemental life, there is no problem in controlling the elements at all, and the strength of the elemental body that can be controlled is definitely several times that of the mage. In this way, the elemental body alone can make the combat power of the master-level elemental life surge. It is not impossible to directly transform from an ordinary master to a top master. Any one of them is the top one among the masters. What is more important is that the larger the elemental body, the larger the elements it is composed of. The extremely large elemental body means an extremely large number of elements, which itself means a huge reserve of elements, or a huge reserve of energy. This level of energy reserve is just right for me to prepare for the next work and lay the foundation. Emolan thought silently. The magic array. No. It should be said that the mobile magic array. That is, the military array. The military array. This is definitely the best way for low-level armies to challenge high-level ones so far. Use the power of the Legion itself as a fulcrum to pry the power of heaven and earth, and suppress the enemy with the power of heaven and earth. If it is a Legion with the lowest level of master level, and there are some legendary level as key nodes and central nodes in the Legion, then as long as the military array is a little better, then it should be no problem to sweep the strong below the god level and fight against ordinary gods. This level is almost enough. If they are stronger, I can just do it myself. In terms of combat, the slave army only needs to clean up the small fish. Emolan thought of this and glanced at Linhua and Lu Bin in the distance. Ordinary gods equals small fish. Below gods equals not small fish. Linhua. Lu Bin equals below gods equals not small fish. Yeah. No problem. Emolan nodded. Linhua and Lu Bin in the distance sneezed at the same time. They all looked around suspiciously. It was as if there was a malicious intent surrounding them. Well, let's follow this idea and find some legendary beings as followers. With my strength, this shouldn't be difficult. Right? Emolan thought. After all, I am a god. With the status of a god, looking for a legendary elemental life, with the character of respecting the strong elemental life, it shouldn't be a problem. After thinking for a moment, Emolan began to look for legendary elemental life. But I don't know if there are really no legendary elemental lives around, or if the legendary elemental lives are hidden deep. Emolan walked around and didn't even sense a legendary elemental life within the sensing range. Legendary elemental life should be able to completely transform its body into elements. Right? It should return to the pure fire element state like the fire spirit. Right? If this is the case, then as long as the mind is quiet, it seems that these legendary elemental life will be no different from ordinary fire elements. This time Emolan fell into silence. What is the most abundant in the fire element world? Fire elements? To find a dormant legendary elemental life that is no different from ordinary fire elements among the endless fire elements, isn't this equivalent to looking for a drop of fresh water in the ocean? This is simply nonsense. Even if Emolan is a god-level mage, he can't do anything about these dormant legendary elemental lives for a while. To find them, Emolan can only sense them if the legendary elemental life is active when Emolan casts his spiritual power over it. However, in the fire elemental world, the fire element is too dense, which has little effect on the spiritual power detection in the air and the surroundings. However, underground, deep in the magma pool, the concentration of fire elements in the material is too high, which can weaken Emolan's spiritual power. Therefore, when Emolan detects deep underground, in the magma pool, and in the depths of the volcanic cave, his spiritual power will be greatly limited, and his detectable range will be compressed a lot. It just so happens that most of the legendary elemental life should be in the depths of the magma lake, or in the depths of the volcanic cave. After all, the fire element below is more dense. In this case, Emolan feels that he has no luck to encounter an active legendary elemental life within the range of spiritual power. Emolan would never rely on illusory luck for anything. It's not that Emolan would not do things that he was not sure of, nor that Emolan had a reliable character. The main thing was that Emolan actually knew that. He was unlucky, had never won a lottery, and had never missed a class roll call. As long as he needed to rely on luck, he would probably not succeed. After encountering such things many times, Emolan gradually stopped believing in luck. Never rely on illusory luck for anything, because luck will not help you, but will only stab you in the back. Zinni. After thinking for a moment, Emolan chose to suppress his aura directly to the level of just being promoted to the legendary level. After suppressing it, he suddenly released the simulated legendary aura, the aura of the legendary mage soared into the sky. The aura spread out along with Emolan's mental power. All the lava beasts and elemental life within the range could not help but stop their movements, slowly sinking into the magma, as if they were afraid that their actions would bring disaster to themselves. Emolan walked on the land of the fire elemental world. Unlike the previous one where there was no movement, this time Emolan was always blooming with his legendary mage aura, and also used mental power to spread out a concept. This is my territory. This is my territory. While spreading this concept, Emolan also kept using his mental power to mark one mark after another, just like a brown bear rubbing its waist on a tree to leave a scent as a territory mark. It didn't take long for Emolan to sense the momentum of a legendary aura. Emolan felt the breath of this legendary elemental life and smiled. This is what Emolan thought of. Since he couldn't find the legendary elemental life, then let the legendary elemental life come to him. They are all trying to grab its territory. Emolan doesn't believe they will not come out. I don't believe they can hold back. Look, isn't this successful? A group of legendary elemental lives, momentum rose rapidly in the crater, quickly approached the ground, then rushed out of the crater, and rushed towards Emolan. Chapter 1058 Legendary Elemental Life. View? A legendary elemental life, like a wild horse, rushed out of the crater, and its dozens of meters long flaming body exuded a terrifying temperature. The fluctuations of the legendary elemental life froze the surrounding elemental life, and they dared not move. The legendary elemental life, like a horse, did not hesitate at all, and directly stepped into the air, releasing a violent momentum, and galloping towards Emolan. The terrifying momentum locked onto Emolan's body directly from the visual range, and Emolan's weak breath that had just been promoted to legend was in danger under the terrifying momentum of this legendary elemental life. This legendary elemental life, that looks like a wild horse, is very powerful. Its aura can easily suppress ordinary legendary masters. Although aura cannot fully explain combat effectiveness, it is also a manifestation of combat effectiveness. This legendary elemental life, that looks like a wild horse, is probably not weak among the legendary ones. Emolan can feel the anger of this elemental life. It is angry at being provoked. It is angry at having its territory invaded by others. Under the anger, the aura of the legendary elemental life becomes more violent and terrifying. In the blink of an eye, the wild horse-like elemental life rushed to Emolan. Emolan was insignificant in front of it. Like an ant, the fierce horse-like elemental life stood up, and the huge horse hoof fell directly towards Emolan. The terrifying sense of oppression was so suffocating that it was hard to breathe. However, Emolan removed his disguise and released his aura as a divine mage. The air suddenly became quiet, and the atmosphere gradually became awkward. The fierce horse-like elemental life was fixed in midair, and even the flames on its body were frozen. After a few breaths, the fierce horse-like elemental life fell from Emolan's side very smoothly, turned around, and trotted away gracefully, as if nothing had happened. Looking at the back of the fierce horse-like elemental life trotting away, Emolan smiled. Are you going to pretend that nothing happened after offending the gods? The fierce horse-like elemental life froze, and the flames on its body froze again and stopped beating. However, the previous freezing was because the fierce horse-like elemental life was too frightened and controlled itself. But now, it was completely because Emolan's power, as a god-level mage, was directly applied to it. At this moment, it could not even tremble except for thinking with its brain. Emolan walked towards the fierce horse-like elemental life step by step. The footsteps sounded one after another, each one was closer than the last. At this moment, each footstep sounded in the heart of the fierce horse-like elemental life. Each one seemed to make its heart shrink suddenly. Great fear lingered in its heart, shrouded its consciousness. Every footstep was getting closer. Each one was a stronger fear than the previous one. When the sound stopped behind the fierce horse-like elemental life, and no sound was made afterwards, at this moment, the fear in the heart of the fierce horse-like elemental life reached its peak. Emolan's hand gently stroked the flaming mountain of the fierce horse-like elemental life, but the scorching flames could not cause any harm to Emolan. in Emolan's hand. It was like the softest hair, allowing Emolan to fiddle with it. You offended the gods. What price should you pay? Emolan released the control over the fierce horse-like elemental life and asked. Although the control was released, the fierce horse-like elemental life still did not dare to move at all, for fear that Emolan's palm would fall directly and take away its life. Your Majesty, I am willing to become your believer and follow you. The fierce horse-like elemental life had a high level of intelligence. Seeing that Emolan did not kill it immediately reacted and quickly released a mental wave to express its attitude. And it also hid a little bit of thought in it. Following a god, this is a great honor, even for legendary life. After all, no matter how strong a legendary life is, it is no different in front of a god. It is still an ant. There is a gap like a punishment from heaven. In addition to the difference in strength, following the gods for a long time may also be influenced in some subtle ways. These influences may be a kind of rebirth for legendary life forms, or they may be tainted with a trace of the god's aura, which is a great help to the improvement of their strength and origin. Not to mention that following the gods can also get the gods' guidance or rewards. One guidance or one reward may directly make a legendary life form reborn. Following the gods, it's like being a servant beside the ancient emperor. It's a good job that countless people are fighting for but can't get. You are smart. Emolan looked at it with interest. The fierce horse-like elemental life put its head under it and directly shrunk its body, so that it could send its head to Emolan's palm at the best angle and size. But believers are unnecessary. I don't need faith, Emolan said softly. The fierce horse-like elemental life lowered its head and dared not look at Emolan, but at this moment, it suddenly felt that this god seemed a little different. At least it is not the same as a certain god who only requires them to believe. But I can accept your following. I do lack some followers at present. You can follow me. Sign this contract. Emolan thought. A ball of fire unfolded and turned into a piece of paper made of fire, on which the content of the contract was outlined by fire, and this kind of text is very special, even if you don't know it. It doesn't matter, you only need to use your mental power to perceive it a little to understand the meaning of the text. This is a text with meaning. However, the fierce horse-like elemental life did not hesitate at all, and signed the contract directly. For the fiery horse-like elemental life, even being a slave is acceptable. After the contract was signed, the flames turned into two balls. One flew in front of the fiery horse-like elemental life, and the other flew into Emolan's hand, and was collected by Emolan. And it was only at this time that the fiery horse-like elemental life perceived the content of the contract. At this moment of following the contract, the fiery horse-like elemental life once again felt that this god seemed to be really different. What's your name? Your Majesty, I don't have a name. Huh? No name? Emolan frowned slightly when he heard this, and then realized that if there was no social system, it seemed that there was really no need to give a name. As for the true names of gods, since they are all true names of gods, as the name implies, only those who have reached the level of gods are qualified to have true names. Emolan also raised his essence, origin, to the level of gods. The interaction between the origin and the heaven and earth formed a divine text that symbolizes Emolan and only points to Emolan, which is the true name. So it is very normal for this fierce horse-like elemental life to have no true name. What is the name? Emolan fell into deep thought. Chapter 1059, Conquering the Elemental Titan? Fierce horse. Emolan thought for a moment and nodded with satisfaction. Fierce fully describes its character, strength. Horse directly describes its shape in a vivid and specific way. Fierce horse, although the name is concise. It is not sloppy, although it is simple. It is not simple. It is just a follower. There will be many in the future. There is no need to give it a good, too complicated name. It will be a waste of effort. Emolan thought, and directly helped him to name it. Obviously, Emolan's naming ability is still very strong, and he is definitely not an ordinary name-giving waste. Just call yourself Fiery Horse, Emolan said to the fiery horse-like elemental life. At this moment, this legendary elemental life was a little confused. Thank you, Your Majesty, for the name. The fiery horse-like elemental life. No, now it should be called Fiery Horse. The pony exuded a spiritual force and said. Emolan looked at it and smiled. Work hard in the future. Although the current name is a little simple, you should have a long-term vision. When I bring you to the god level in the future, you will naturally have your own real name. At that time, I will allow you to cut out a part of your real name as your own name, and Lima will become a temporary transitional name. Why should a transitional name be so complicated? After you become a god and change your name, you may miss the time when you use this name. And your name may even spread and become a good story. God? Yes, is there anything wrong? You are already a legend. You are only one step away from becoming a god. Isn't it difficult? Isn't it just one step away? How difficult can it be? Is it calculated like this? Isn't it? Lima thought carefully. It seems that there is only one step away. Lima instantly became enthusiastic at this moment. Just now, he was quite disgusted with this name, but now he accepted the name instantly and looked at Mullen enthusiastically. Your Majesty, Lima will follow you till death and never betray you. At this moment, let alone the name Lima, even if there is a water horse, a dog egg, or a wonkai, it can accept it. Mullen smiled slightly at this. The skill was used successfully. The pie-in-the-sky technique, JPG effect, is outstanding. Talking about dreams and the future, JPG effect is excellent. However, how can this be called a pie in the sky? I am indeed prepared to train them to the level of gods. Maybe they can be cultivated in the future? Emolan thought. But then again, there seem to be 4 ready-made elemental beings now. If they can be subdued? The fire element titan, who was sleeping deep in the fire element realm, shuddered. And an ominous premonition lingered in his heart, which made him very uneasy. Forget it. Instead of spending time to subdue these 4 titan gods, it is better to find a few stronger legendary elemental beings, and cultivate demigod-level elemental beings into gods. At least the loyalty cultivated by oneself is more trustworthy. It will also be easier to subdue them, and there won't be much impact. If these 4 titans are subdued, it will cause a great disturbance among the gods. And if violence is used, it may even directly lead to the intervention of the God King. Even if the subjugation is successful, the loyalty cannot be guaranteed, and a large number of titan gods will be hostile. What will you get in the end? For false gods whose loyalty is not guaranteed and may backstab you at any time, who can only be used in the game world, and whose power will fall directly if they leave the game world. I don't want it even if you give it to me. Who wants it? Emolan curled his lips in disdain. And the fire element titan that came out of the deep fire element realm also returned to normal. And the ominous premonition from the dark disappeared directly. For some reason, the fire element titan felt a sense of shame. For no reason, which made him even more angry. He woke up completely from his deep sleep, without a single piece of pajamas, and was ready to walk around in the fire element world. As a fire element titan, he felt that the rules of the fire element world were connected. In fact, the fire element world should be under his control. The 4 elemental worlds of earth, fire, wind, and water are the foundation of the game world. The 4 elemental titans, who control the 4 elemental worlds, should not be ranked in the top 4 among all titans, but at least in the top 10. At least they should be the strongest among the titans. Even the God King would not dare to provoke the 4 elemental titans who unite. Because the 4 elemental titans control the 4 elemental realms, they can directly shake the foundation of the entire world when they unite. When they go crazy, even the God King has to wait by the side. But these are all theoretically speaking. In fact, for some reason, the 4 elemental realms are not controlled by the 4 elemental titans. They are just connected by some rules. So even if the elemental titans are in the elemental realm, they can only get some amplification, and cannot directly mobilize the world power of the entire elemental realm. Of course, even so, the strength and combat effectiveness of the elemental titans in the elemental realm of their own attributes will be greatly enhanced, and ordinary titans will not be their opponents. Therefore, the elemental titan was relatively comfortable in his own elemental world. It was only when he met Emolan that the fire elemental titan felt annoyed when thinking of Emolan. But he still couldn't help thinking. I didn't feel Emolan's breath. Is Emolan fine? He shouldn't come over. Right? Humph, what if he comes? Won't he just get beaten up at most? Can he be killed? The fire elemental titan shook his big head full of flames, thought viciously, and then stood up from an endless sea of magma, left the sea of magma, landed, and walked on the land of the fire elemental world. Are there mages over there catching lava beasts in large numbers? The fire element titan looked into the distance, feeling some enlightenment brought by the fire realm. Let's go and have a look. Although they are some lava beasts without intelligence, what if they can generate some worship and some faith? After all, those intelligent bastards are not obedient, and they play hide and seek with him every day. The fire element titan sensed those legendary elemental lives that were quietly hiding in elemental form, but were bright in his perception, and shook his head. I can't find it. I can't find it. Let's go see who is catching the lava beast. Immediately strode in the direction I sensed. And Emolan was also walking on the ground at this moment, said to Lima. Lima, are there other legendary elemental beings around, who are eager to follow a god? Your Majesty, there is a great being who wants to catch us. We are all hiding from a great being, so I can't find them either. But? Chapter 1060 I'm passing by, you continue. Your Majesty, as long as I pretend to have just broken through to seize the territory, they will come out to fight. Facing the competition for territory. We will never avoid it. Lima said. Emolan couldn't help but think of a question when he heard it, and asked aloud. Does every place have a legendary lord? Is every piece of land a territory? Emolan was a little curious about this question. If every territory has a legendary lord, then the number of legendary elemental life is probably quite large. But Lima shook his head. No. There are not many legendary elemental life forms. Most of the land is empty and ownerless, or it is occupied by master-level lava beasts. In short, it has nothing to do with legendary elemental life forms. Only a very small number of lands are occupied by legendary elemental life forms, and the proportion is very small. But I can sense the territory marks left by other legendary elemental life forms, so I can directly find the territory of other legendary elemental life forms, and then provoke them. When the time comes, as long as your Majesty shows a little strength, they will naturally follow directly. Emolan nodded silently after hearing this, and asked curiously, Lima, what's the point of occupying territories like you? What's the benefit? Why does every legendary elemental life occupy a territory? Your Majesty, the territory is mainly used to demonstrate strength. The larger the territory, the higher the concentration of fire elements, the better the environment means the stronger the strength. Then, after our elemental life reaches the legendary level, our existence, our cultivation itself will have an impact on the surrounding environment. The fluctuations of the rules that make us legendary will spread, directly affecting the environment of a surrounding area, infecting the surrounding rules, and transforming them into the most suitable environment for our own cultivation, combat, and life. Different legendary elemental lives have different rules, plus different individual wills and incompatibility, so the environment infected by each legendary elemental life is different, incompatible, and conflicting. Once they collide, it will affect the cultivation and life of both parties, and then they will fight. This kind of rules, the area infected by will, is the fundamental reason why each legendary elemental life occupies a territory. So that's it. Emolan reacted immediately after hearing this, suddenly realized, but then asked again. Have you infected the surrounding areas? Yes. Your Majesty, my strength is pretty good among legendary elemental beings. I have been infecting the territory for a long time. In my territory, even legendary elemental beings of the same level will be suppressed by me. Oh, did you? Emolan was slightly puzzled. Why don't I feel that your territory is different from other areas? The rules are not different at all. Infected? Lima fell silent after hearing this. Your Majesty, maybe you didn't notice, our infection rules are actually limited to the surface, not the real infection rules, changing rules. If you want to really change the rules subtly by your own influence, distort the rules, I'm afraid only the elemental life at the level of gods can do it. Oh, is that so? Emolan suddenly realized. Lima fell into deep silence, unable to speak. After a long time Lima spoke. And your Majesty, this is the fire element world. The fire element rules originally occupy an absolute dominant position. The rules for our fire element life, to advance to legend, must be based on the fire element rules. In this way, when infecting the surrounding environment, we adjust the proportion of surrounding elements, increase the proportion of fire elements, and affect the proportion of surrounding fire element rules. These are not very obvious in the fire element world, and even look no different from no infection. But this has indeed been infected, just not obvious. If it is placed in the main material world, then I can easily turn an area into a fire domain that can be maintained for a long time. Oh, is that so? Emolan nodded, and didn't say anything else, which made Lima silent, and an impulse surged in his heart, an impulse to prove his ability in front of Emolan. I have the strength, and I cannot be looked down upon. And now the only thing that can prove my strength and ability is the matter at hand. Find other legendary elemental beings, wake them up, and let them follow His Majesty sincerely. My fellows, I am sorry. No. It is an incomparable honor for legendary elemental beings to follow a god. This is to give them a chance. At this moment, the fierce horse was immediately full of fighting spirit, and it seemed as if fire had already spewed out of his eyes. No, I was really so anxious that I was spitting fire. I was spitting fire, JPG. Found it. As soon as Lima finished speaking, he galloped forward. His breath began to decrease as he galloped, and finally stabilized at the level where he had just broken through the legendary level, but his strength was not yet stable. Emolan stood behind and looked at Lima quietly, while slowly scoring him in his heart, assessing him. Lima's position was to help him manage the slave army, to help me deal with some things, and to help me preside over the battle. These were not things that could be solved by just talking, and they required real ability. So even if Lima follows him, how to place him in the end, whether to put him in an important management position in the Legion or to be a thug in the simplest and most brutal place, all depends on the ability of Lima. Of course, the examination room is not limited to now. Now it is just a process for Mullen to understand Lima. Mullen quietly watched a fist-sized fire magpie rushing out angrily. But Mullen did not reveal any breath, but looked at Lima, ready to see what it would do. But at this moment, Emolan looked into the distance, felt that breath, immediately raised his eyebrows slightly, took a step forward, and disappeared on the spot. Mage, why are you arresting my people here? Lin was suddenly felt an extremely powerful momentum crushing him. Looking up, a towering fire giant was looking down at him. Fire Element Titan. At this moment, Linwa was speechless. Just catching some master-level lava beasts actually led to the gods. This is too outrageous. Even if the younger one is beaten, and the older one is played, it should be the legendary level. How can it be so unethical to directly play the last ancestor? Linwa's mouth twitched slightly. But then he relaxed, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He stretched out his finger, and pointed behind the Fire Element Titan. Look behind. Chapter 1061 God, Fire Element Titan defeated. Little wizard, do you think this is funny? Or can I understand that you are irritating me? The Fire Element Titan himself maintains his perception of the surroundings. As a god, even in his home field, he can clearly see where a speck of dust falls, what is behind him, and what the situation is. For gods, the perception of the naked eye is becoming more and more acute, strange, but other perceptions such as instinct, mental power, and the perception of the soul are also their main ways of perception. For these ways of perception, there is no difference between the front and the back at all, and they are all clear. I really didn't lie to you. If you don't believe me, just look back. You? The Fire Element Titan was about to say something when he suddenly felt something was wrong. Someone poked him on the back a few times. At this moment, the Fire Element Titan's nerves were tense. Someone actually touched him silently behind him. The energy inside the Fire Element Titan's body was highly condensed. While doing a good job of defense, he was also preparing a thunderbolt. As long as there was a slight movement on his back, he would attack fiercely. At this time, the Fire Element Titan felt a hand poking him a few times again, but in his perception, there was still nothing behind him. The Fire Element Titan instantly turned into sparks and disappeared, condensed again in the distance, and then he looked back. At this moment, the Fire Element Titan discovered that Emolan was suspended in the air. The big hand that he had just condensed with his mental power slowly dissipated. That big hand was the culprit who had just poked him. Master Emolan, why are you coming to my territory again? The Fire Element Titan suddenly became nervous, and was secretly horrified. Since the last time he beat him, Emolan has become stronger again. This time, he didn't notice anything unusual when he stood behind him. But Emolan seemed a little strange. It's not the real body here, but just a projection? But there is no difference. It doesn't matter if it's a projection or the real body, or 1 or 3 or 5. It's all the same. The final result is the same. I can't beat him. Catch some master-level lava beasts that have not been enlightened as laborers, and recruit some enlightened elemental life as followers. Emolan said with a smile. You can catch lava beasts without intelligence, but you cannot catch intelligent elemental life. As long as they are intelligent, they are my people of the Fire Elemental world and are under my protection. The Fire Elemental Titan replied in a deep voice. Emolan raised his eyebrows. Your people? I heard that another great being has been catching legendary intelligent elemental life. Fire Titan? Don't tell me it's not you, but other gods. I'm just playing a little game with my people. This is a matter between us and has nothing to do with you. Emolan, it's fine if the elemental life with wisdom actively follows you, but if you dare to catch one, you will have to fight today. At this moment, Emolan instantly sensed the terrifying power within the fire element titan at this moment. Emolan truly sensed the hostility from the fire element world at this moment. Emolan understood the fire element titan was actually getting serious, more serious than ever before. Even when he was beaten before, he was not so serious. The power flowing through the fire element titan has reached a very terrifying level. Ordinary gods can never be the opponent of the fire element titan. If we use the territory mentioned by Lima before, the entire fire element realm has become the territory of fire element titan at this moment. This is the home of fire element titan. What if I say no? Emolan grinned. Fire element titan paused slightly, then said, "Then I can only leave, you continue?" Emolan was ready to take action, but he was stunned when he heard this, and he couldn't react for a while. After a while, Emolan shook his head helplessly after reacting, reached out, and grabbed the distant Lima. "Your Majesty?" Lima first addressed Emolan, then felt the breath of the fire element titan, turned around and said respectfully, "Your Majesty." Lima, "Show him the contract I signed with you." Emolan pointed at the fire element titan and said, "Yes." Lima took a few steps and brought up the content of the signed contract to the fire element titan. The written words of the contract contained meaning, and even strangers would naturally understand its meaning after seeing it. The fire element titan looked at the contract seriously, and Emolan looked at him quietly. Although the fire element titan was all flames, without facial features or eyes, Emolan could still sense an awkward atmosphere, and could feel that the fire element titan seemed to have an awkward expression, as if he was embarrassed by Emolan's stare. The flames on the fire element titan's head burned more vigorously, as if this could cover up his non-existent expression. "Oh, this kind of contract. This kind of contract is fine, but it still requires resources. You can't force these kids of mine. I have something else to do. I'll leave first." After the fire element titan finished speaking, the flames that made up his body were about to dissipate. When the flames that made up his body dissipated, it was time for the fire element titan to leave. Emolan saw this and smiled slightly. His voice echoed between heaven and earth. "Fire Titan, you have the final say on when it starts, but when it ends." Emolan lightly tapped. The fire titan's flaming body that was about to dissipate stopped, and then condensed again. "I have the final say." The moment the voice fell, Emolan's figure disappeared from the spot, and condensed again above the fire element titan. The fire element titan's body was several thousand meters tall and extremely huge. Emolan's body of less than 2 meters seemed extremely small, even negligible. But at this moment, the tiny Emolan seemed to be the center of the world. The whole world was eclipsed in front of Emolan. Everyone couldn't help but look at Emolan. And Emolan lightly tapped his finger. 4 colored light spots appeared in Emolan's hand, and rotated at high speed at Emolan's fingertips. "The fire element realm is your territory. The fire element realm is your home court?" No, I don't think so. I think all element realms are mine. My home court." Emolan's calm voice resounded between heaven and earth. The moment the words fell, the 4 light spots spinning at high speed on his fingertips turned into a beam of light and shot out, piercing through the fire titan's attack, resistance, and even the entire body. Even the flames that made up the fire titan's body were decomposed into the smallest particles under the penetration of the beam of light. As the beam of light spread, a storm formed, and in just a moment the fire titan's body was torn apart in the storm. After a while, the fire titan's body slowly condensed next to it, and at this moment it was already seriously injured. God, the fire titan is defeated. Chapter 1062. Just kidding. So strong. The fire element titan looked at Emolan in shock. Before, he just thought that Emolan had become stronger, but it was not until this moment that he could truly appreciate Emolan's strength. More importantly, in the fire element titan's view, it has not been long since the last battle, and Emolan was clearly not so strong last time. Although Emolan was stronger than him last time, although he could still defeat him, it would take a lot of effort and time, and it would not be so smooth. But now, how long has it been? Now he can actually crush him like this. Terrifying. This strength is terrifying. This speed of improvement is also terrifying. The key is that the fire element titan has not yet felt Emolan's growth and strength, has not felt the power of faith, nor has he felt the extraordinary power refined by the power of faith, and is still using the original power. But with the same power, it exploded with power that is unknown how many times greater than the original. Compared with the last time, oh no, the fire element titan, who has not changed at all. is jealous. He also wanted to learn this way of improving strength. And he also wanted this speed of getting stronger. Instead of being like now. Except for finding ways to gain some faith. There was no other way to improve strength. What's more important is that the fire element titan could clearly feel the moves that Emolan had just used. And the techniques used contained the power of earth, fire, wind, and water. It was simple and normal to contain these four powers. But when Emolan used them, the fire element titan seemed to see the path of his future progress, as if he saw the direction of his progress. And he didn't need the power of faith. Nor did he need to increase his strength. It was a completely different way from now. Emolan, don't fight anymore. It was my problem just now. There is no problem with your contract with this kid. Very good. I want to sign a contract with you after seeing this. Fire Element Titan said jokingly. Emolan laughed when he heard it. The follower contract he designated was relatively fair. Of course, it was not absolutely fair. Emolan was not getting married. Nor was he seeking punishment. How could it be absolutely fair? The fairness that Emolan mentioned was only a relative fairness between a strong and a weak person. This degree of fairness was enough. At least even Fire Element Titan would think it was fair. Very good. There was no problem. So Emolan believed the first half of what the Fire Element Titan said. Because it was the case. As for the second half, you come to follow me? I don't want to. I'd rather sign a legendary Titan who is bound by the rules and cultivate him into a god. It's much more cost-effective. Emolan also smiled and joked in a very casual tone. Emolan would not take the Fire Element Titan's words seriously. And the Fire Element Titan would not take Emolan's joke seriously. TSK. The flames that made up the Fire Element Titan's body turned slightly black when he heard the words. If I can beat you, I will definitely beat you to death. After saying this, the Fire Element Titan immediately disbanded the flames that made up his body. And ran away. As if he was afraid that Emolan would keep him and beat him up again. After the Fire Element Titan left, Linhua and Lu Bin, who were watching the battle nearby, also ran over. President, you are really strong. Emolan smiled when he heard this. It's the Fire Element Titan who is too weak, not that I'm too strong. I had already won before, so much time has passed, and the Fire Element Titan hasn't made any progress. How can he not win now? That's true. Linhua and Lu Bin nodded, and then spoke again. But President, is this the Titan God? Why do I feel that the personality of this Titan God is so similar to that of a human? Not to say similar, they are exactly the same, bullying the weak and fearing the strong, cowardly. Emolan burst into laughter when he heard this, and then spoke out after he finished laughing. That's right, this is the Titan. The personality of a believer's God depends on what the believers think he should be, then he has that personality. The personality of this kind of believer's God is really the same as that of the God, that is the personality of the God. But what about the Titan God? The Titan God was bred by the rules of heaven and earth. It can also be said that it was born of heaven and earth. The personality of the Titan God depends entirely on the influence of the rules, and the cultivation of the acquired. What is the difference between this? Isn't human personality cultivated the day after tomorrow? What are the differences between the personality and people cultivated by the day after tomorrow? This is the different personalities of the Titans. The reason is very different from the God of the Gods. Emolan said slowly. This also directly leads to what funny things in Titan there are any fools. Lin Ding and Lu Bin nodded their heads, overview, and the loud horse head next to it was low. The secret and discourse just heard made it feel that he might be destroyed at any time. Cowardly. Lima felt like he didn't know where to stand. Linhua nodded and said, So the Fire Element Titan is one of the funny things? That's not the case. I think the Fire Element Titan is still normal and easy to talk to. Just a little cowardly. Right? That's about right. Emolan said casually. You guys continue. I'm leaving too. There's a legendary elemental life waiting for me over there. Well, okay, we'll also get some master level elemental life, and then try to get 1 or 2 legendary elemental life commanders. Emolan saw that Linhua was about to leave, thought for a while and said, Oh, by the way, Linhua, be careful of the revenge of the Fire Element Titan. Huh? What revenge? I didn't provoke him. Linhua asked in confusion. And Emolan reminded him immediately. Didn't you just scold him? I heard it clearly when you scolded him for being a coward. But didn't you just say that? And he was right next to you. Talking to you. How could he hear it? Don't you turn on the shield? First, The fire element titan can't beat me. And he wouldn't dare to trouble me even if he heard it. After all, you said he was a coward. Second, under normal circumstances, I would indeed open the shield, but just now, I forgot. Emolan grinned, and looked at Linwa with a smile. Linwa stared at Emolan in amazement. President, you cheated me. Hey, how can you say you cheated me? There is no conflict between the two of us, even if we had some conflicts because of some things a long time ago. But I don't bear grudges, I have long forgotten. How could I possibly take revenge on you now? This is called training. Being chased by a Titan god should give you some pressure. Appropriate pressure promotes progress. Emolan disappeared on the spot after he finished speaking. Linwa couldn't help but look at Lu Bin next to him, and laughed dryly. Lu Bin, we are brothers. No thank you, goodbye. Linwa disappeared in a flash, leaving only Linwa in place. Suddenly, Linwa felt the flames around him jump up. Chapter 1063 Like Hay. Emolan and Lu Bin left, leaving Linwa alone to face the revenge of the Fire Element Titan. The Fire Element Titan was no match for Emolan, and had no power to fight back. This was not because the Fire Element Titan was weak, but in fact, it was just because Emolan was too strong. The Fire Element Titan was not weak at all. After all, the Fire Element Titan was a Titan god born of the rules, and it was standing inside the Fire Element realm, which was his home. The Fire Element Titan in this state could suppress ordinary gods. How could it be weak if it could suppress ordinary gods? So facing the revenge of the Fire Element Titan, Linwa was very uncomfortable. Although it was just a projection that came down, if it was hit by the mental power or soul attack of the god level, Linwa would be injured, and have a headache, and he would not be able to concentrate for 10 days or half a month. But this is also a good opportunity. Without any requirements, without any restrictions, without carrying anything, and without dying, it is also a very rare experience to fight with a god. Of course, the main reason is that this god will not hold back. When Linwa started the experience, Emolan had already returned to the original place, and the legendary fire magpie was still there. Of course, this legendary elemental life could not have been captured by Emolan because of the fierce horse, and it felt that it should not leave privately and wait for the fierce horse at the original place. There is no legendary life that is so stupid. It didn't leave because it didn't want to leave, but it couldn't leave at all. When Emolan took the fierce horse away, he used a spell to seal the fire magpie in place. And inside Emolan's seal, the fire magpie's fist-sized body was puffed up. It was really cute. And it was under this very cute appearance that it contained extremely terrifying elemental power. In Emolan's perception, although the fire magpie was small, it was indeed a real legendary elemental life. The fierce horse walked over to communicate with the fire magpie, and Emolan observed the body structure of the fire magpie from a distance. Unlike the fierce horse, the fist-sized fire magpie does not look like an elemental life, but more like an ordinary monster with flesh and blood. The fist-sized body is completely substantial, and every feather on the small body is crystal clear, warm and pleasing, like a flawless ruby hook. If the fire magpie stood still, I am afraid that someone would regard it as a fine work of art carved from gems. Of course, these are just appearances. Although Emolan likes the appearance, he is more concerned about its deep structure. The fist-sized body contains fire elements that are no less powerful than the fierce horse. As a legendary elemental life form, the structure of the fierce horse's body is definitely not bad, and the density of elements in its body is definitely not low. But even in this case, the energy in the fist-sized bird is no less than that of the fierce horse, a behemoth that is tens of meters long. What is the difference? What is the energy density? And it is very difficult to maintain the stability of energy in this high-density form. Moreover, this fire magpie has completed the materialization of energy on this basis, with a flesh and blood body that is only the size of a fist. It contains the terrifying elemental power that is no less powerful than the fierce horse. You know, even for Emolan now, it is very difficult to do this, or even impossible. The energy materialization technology that Emolan currently possesses cannot do this at all. In other words, this may be a more advanced, more powerful, and more superior architecture than the fire element architecture that Emolan has mastered. How could this not attract Emolan's attention? In Emolan's view, the value of the legendary elemental life of Lima is not as high as the value of this technology contained in the fire magpie. Lima, as expected, love will disappear. Right? Under the gaze of Molan, the god, Huike communicated with Lima under great pressure. After a pleasant communication, Huike was persuaded by Lima, and was willing to follow Mullen. In any case, the temptation to follow a god-level strongman is too great. Many people are willing to sell their bodies. Not to mention Mullen's relatively fair follower contract. With these conditions, it is not difficult to convince the legendary elemental life, especially when Mullen has just shown the power of the god. It's like a big horse. A little horse just spent 1 billion in front of you, and then asked you, a barely millionaire, if you want to hang out with them. They take you flying, and then ask if you are willing. Are you willing? That's about it. So the fire magpie flew in front of Mullen very happily, and a crisp cry came out of its mouth, and after a few calls, the fire magpie spoke directly. I am willing to follow your majesty, and become your majesty's follower. Please give me a name. Unlike the fiery horse that exists in the form of an element, the fire magpie exists in the form of flesh and blood, so the fire magpie can make a sound directly. Give me a name? Mullen immediately remembered that one of the reasons Lima had persuaded Huike was that he would personally give me a name, which seemed to make Huike very excited. It was a great honor for the gods to personally give me a name. Mullen immediately realized this. Well, I can't just give me a random name in the future. I will only give you a number. When you have made enough contributions, or become strong enough, you will be qualified to let me give you a name. This way, I only need to think of a name, and I don't need to give you any material rewards. Mullen thought silently, and decided happily, and then he regained his mind, and spoke after thinking for a while. Well, you will be called Lai Ke from now on. Lai Ke Chiu, thank you for the name. Your Majesty. Lai Ke said happily, and its plump body flew around Mullen joyfully. Mullen nodded, and then summoned a follower contract, and Lai Ke signed it. And another contract flew into Mullen's hand. Lai Ke, you two continue to search for legendary elemental life, but I will no longer show up, and you two will be in charge, and I will only come here regularly to sign contracts. This is the first thing, Mullen said slowly. The second thing is, use the method I passed on to you to help me control a group of master-level elemental beings. The number is tentatively set at 100,000. You are not only responsible for finding, controlling, but also training them. I need you to train these 100,000 master-level elemental beings into an elite army composed purely of master-level elemental beings. Yes. Lima, Lai Ke replied at the same time, and Mullen said after passing the control method to them, considering that it is not easy to convince legendary elemental beings, I will give you something. Lima, you come here first. Let go of the resistance. Chapter 1064 Blessing. Yes, Your Majesty. Lima came to Mullen immediately, letting go of all resistance. From this point, it can be seen that Lima really trusts Mullen now. Letting go of all resistance without any hesitation, not worrying that Mullen would attack him at all. Of course, it is also possible that Lima is very smart, understands Mullen's strength, knows that even if he prepares in advance, there is no difference between resisting Mullen with all his strength and not resisting at all. Instead of hesitating and procrastinating, it would be better to do it directly, which would at least make Mullen feel more comfortable. Mullen sat down directly. As he sat down, a vine on the ground grew rapidly, weaving automatically, and grew into a rattan chair the moment Mullen sat down. A living rattan chair. After sitting down, Mullen's mental power directly invaded the body of the unresisting fierce horse. The fierce horse had indeed let go of all its guard. Mullen's mental power did not encounter any resistance during the invasion, and it was extremely smooth. Even the crucial origin was the same. If Mullen needs to do something, then the fierce horse is completely defenseless against Mullen. Although if Mullen wants to do something, no matter how the fierce horse defends, it will not make much sense. But this at least fully demonstrates the wisdom and attitude of the fierce horse, which makes people feel comfortable. After Mullen mastered the body structure of the fierce horse, he immediately thought about it, and after a moment, he began to act. First, he built an overall framework in the body of the fierce horse, with a simple fire element micro-world as the framework, and then engraved the basic patterns and basic structure of the fire element based on this framework, and directly linked it to the periphery of the origin, and finally wrapped the framework of this constant full fire element basic structure with a code based on the elemental true body. After everything was completed, Mullen nodded with satisfaction. Try it? Lima felt the entire framework and structure in his body, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. In fact, he watched the entire process of building this framework and structure, because he did not lose consciousness, and Mullen's operation was not hidden from him at all, and the operation area was all in Lima's body, So how every detail of the framework was constructed, how every node of the spell model appeared, all these details were clearly seen by Lima. But it was precisely because of this that Lima felt even more shocked and incredible. Try, Emolan said again. Yes, Your Majesty. After Lima simply familiarized himself with the outermost elemental body of the framework, he immediately had an idea. Instantly, the terrifying fire element roared in. Lima's body frantically absorbed these scattered fire elements, and its body suddenly swelled. In the blink of an eye, 1,000-meter-tall Lima appeared in front of Emolan. The magpie next to him was stunned when he saw the whole bird. As for himself, Lima felt even more shocked at the unprecedented majestic power in his body at this moment. What was even more shocking was yet to come. The magic arrays that were originally fixed on the elemental body quickly unfolded and took shape. The elemental political review currently supported by Lima was not a blank elemental body, like a blank sheet of paper, but an improved version that had been modified many times by Emolan. As long as it was summoned, a series of pre-prepared magic arrays would be directly unfolded inside it. This set of magic arrays plus the huge elemental reserve of the elemental body could directly turn it into a terrifying artillery platform, and destroy the enemy with endless firepower. Generally speaking, to fight a non-magic enemy of the same level, you don't need to do anything, you just need to activate several preset attack modes inside the elemental body, and you can basically sweep. In addition to the huge size of the elemental body alone can support a permanent level magic circle. This means that the shield supported by the elemental political review can completely be a permanent level engineering shield, and the attack can completely be the power of a permanent level cannon. The defense of the permanent level fortification, the attack of the foundation level permanent level main gun, this level of configuration. Let alone one-on-one, as long as the elemental body is formed, if used to fight a warrior of the same level, let alone one, you can fight any of them. This is one of the reasons why the elemental body is so powerful. This is also why Emolan listed the elemental body as a compulsory subject for mages. It is one of the reasons why it must be practiced. Even if the mage's strength increases, the mage can still continuously strengthen the elemental body, and can continue to update the loading template in the elemental political review. It can be used all the time, and it is estimated that it will not be outdated for a long time. Of course, the threshold of the elemental body is also quite high. If you want to use one power to pry 1,000 powers, and control them stably, you can know the difficulty even if you don't think about it. Prying is one thing, control is another. This requires unparalleled elemental affinity and exquisite micromanipulation. This is something that Lima can achieve as a legendary elemental life. But it is useless if you only have energy but cannot use it. This is not something that elemental affinity and elemental micromanipulation can solve. This requires the pinnacle of magic attainments, which Lima has nothing to do with. But with Emolan, a god-level mage, directly opening the plugin next to him, this is no problem at all. Although the elemental avatar created in this way cannot be as flexible and adjustable as the mage's own, it can still be used, and its power is not small if it is used as a turret. Just an elemental avatar instantly guaranteed the combat power of the fiery horse, and it increased several times. However, this is just the beginning, and more drastic changes are beginning. After receiving enough energy, the WeChat flame world with the fiery horse's origin as the core directly unfolded from the folded state, and began to evolve according to the data input by Emolan. Since Lima didn't have enough computing power, Emolan just took a fragment from the microflame world he deduced and loaded it in. As long as Lima could unfold this fragment, then the blessing brought by the microflame world could even allow Lima to burst out several demigod-level spell attacks. However, this was just an attempt by Emolan. Emolan was not sure whether it would succeed. If it succeeded, then this would be another use of the microflame world, and Emolan could once again lower the threshold for using the microflame world technology. At this moment, Emolan focused on the development of the microflame world. This is as simple as converting data into information, and then structuring this information into microflame world fragments. The computing power requirement is very low. Otherwise, Emolan would not have loaded it onto the fiery horse. However, as the microflame world unfolded, an accident still happened. Chapter 1065, Master of Cakes. Crack. Emolan seemed to hear some crackling sound, and at this moment, the eyes of the fierce horse were dull, and the mental power it exuded was slow to react, and cracks appeared on the core of its body. As the compressed microflame world framework unfolded, and as the microflame world fragments evolved, The situation became more and more intense, and the essence of the fierce horse seemed to be shattered in the next moment. Molan sighed slightly when he saw this, and directly removed the microflame world framework and fragments engraved in the body of the fierce horse, and after erasing them, the fierce horse returned to normal, and asked in horror, "Your Majesty, what was that just now?" Although Lima's mental power and consciousness had problems, he still sensed the terrifying power that seemed to be able to destroy the world. "What is that?" Molan narrowed his eyes, and said lightly, "That is something that you can call a demigod fighting force with simple use. And you can be promoted to a demigod, as long as you understand it safely, and fully master it from the principle to the construction to the use. You can basically try to be promoted to a god. That is what the fire element titan would exchange for even if he was willing to go bankrupt. What do you think this is?" The more the fierce horse listened, the more horrified it became. The more it listened, the more regretful it felt. It suddenly realized something and asked hurriedly, "What about me just now? You are too weak. You can't even support a fragment. The computing power required for this fragment just now has completely drained your mental power and soul computing power. It even directly squeezed the basic computing power required for you to maintain consciousness, which caused your consciousness to freeze. Your thinking to be slow, or even blank. This is what you felt before. On the one hand, if you continue to force it to run, then your mental power, soul and other basic units that provide computing power will all collapse. On the other hand, in the process of the microflame world fragment unfolding, a simulated origin is generated. Although the simulated origin is only simulated and temporary, it is still not something your origin can bear. However, this fragment happens to be centered on your origin, so it directly crushes your origin, crushes it, and cracks have already appeared in your origin. If you continue, your origin will collapse, and your mental power, soul, and consciousness will all be shattered. In this situation, even the gods can't help." Molan said lightly, "It didn't work after all, so I just wiped it out, leaving only the elemental body and the rules and knowledge recorded on it." At this moment, Lima suddenly felt that he might have missed the biggest opportunity in his life. Molan glanced at it, and said lightly, "Okay, adjust your mentality, do your work well, the current elemental body and the knowledge recorded on it are enough for you to digest. As long as you can digest it, it will definitely be a qualitative leap for your current strength. And this knowledge is highly compatible with elemental life, if you digest it all thoroughly. In my opinion, it shouldn't be difficult for you to be promoted to a demigod. If you can independently find your own unique path in it, then you can completely rely on yourself to be promoted to a god. And if you still can't be promoted, at that point, as long as you are loyal enough and make enough contributions, it is not impossible for me to try to engrave a fragment of a miniature flame world for you again." Molan said lightly. The fierce horse was immediately excited when he heard it. It had just experienced that terrifying power firsthand. According to Molan, as long as it is loyal enough, as long as it has enough merits, as long as it follows Molan's words, it will definitely find a way to become a god, and have the opportunity to become a god or master the power of gods. It's okay if you haven't felt this kind of power. You know, just now, Lima, as the controller, felt a little bit of the power in the microflame world. It's completely different to have felt this power or not. If you have never felt this kind of power, then even if you know that this power is very powerful and terrifying, you don't have a specific concept, and you don't know how terrifying and powerful it is. But once you have felt it, it will be different. The fierce horse who just felt this terrifying power simply couldn't refuse it. What's more important is that in the legendary stage, Molan made the fierce horse feel a trace of this kind of power close to the level of gods, and it was still under its own control, which means that Molan has the ability to let it master the power of gods. At least, the fierce horse firmly believes in this. At this moment, the fierce horse firmly believes that as long as he becomes strong enough, as long as he has stronger computing power, as long as he has made enough contributions, as long as he offers enough loyalty, then one day Molan will let him master this level of power. The goal was achieved instantly. The fierce horse instantly became fanatical. The fierce horse instantly became extremely loyal. As the saying goes, there is no absolute loyalty, only insufficient chips for betrayal. When the chips for the fierce horse to betray become the promotion to the gods, and become higher than the promotion to the gods, it is almost impossible to lure the fierce horse to betray. Who can take out such a big chip? Who can take out such a big chip for a mere follower? You know, if you want to make him betray, it is useless to just take out the same chips. The same chips cannot be exchanged for betrayal. If you want to make him betray, you can only use a more precious level. But to make a legend promoted to a god, what chips can be higher than this? Let the god break through again. Go to the next level? Smile. The question is again, how do you make Lima firmly believe that you have this ability? Emolan let Lima use a defective version of the experience card. Let Lima really feel this huge power. Let Lima have hope. Did you let Lima try the secret of making the gods break through again? If that's the case, it would be a joke. And which prodigal son dares to play like this? Emolan. Let alone anything else, I will definitely visit him to thank him. But Emolan hasn't broken through the god level yet. What? Emolan may have broken through the god level. How is it possible? If Emolan has broken through the god level, then how can the bargaining chip of the god level be used to lure Emolan's followers? At least it must be another promotion to be used as a bargaining chip. Right? After all, as long as Emolan himself is promoted, then he will definitely find a way to strengthen his followers, and find a way to let his followers experience the strength of a higher level. Give them a little sweetness, and give them a higher goal. In this case, how can the bargaining chip of a mere breakthrough of the god level make them tempted again? What is a pie-in-the-sky master? Tactical retreat. Chapter 1066 Freeze. Hot. At this moment, the eyes of Lima and Like were extremely hot. It was obvious that the pie that Emolan had just drawn had already touched their hearts and had completely trapped them. At this moment, even if Emolan wanted to drive them away, they might not want to leave. What? Leave? Where to go? Where can I find clues to upgrade to demigod? Where can I find the possibility of upgrading to a god? Don't be funny, demigods are fine gods. Do you really think that gods are wholesale? The entire game world has Titan gods, and all the gods of faith added together barely exceed 100. And these gods are basically one by one. Want to become a god? Sure, just find a suitable slot. There are indeed a number of slots in the game world, a number of slots where you can become a god, but why do you look for them? Why do you fight for them? Why do you master them? The slot that is most suitable for the life of the fire element has been occupied by the fire element titan. Want to take this path? Sure, wait for the fire element titan to die naturally, or just crush the fire element titan. It's that simple bullshit. Want to crush a titan with the strength of a legend or a demigod? Do you really think you are the protagonist? You could easily win by jumping one level, and it is an extremely critical level of immortals and mortals. You can still fight against the level crosser after this qualitative change, and win? Don't do that. The difficulty of this kind of battle is greater than the difficulty of finding another way to be promoted to a god. Of course, these are the areas of promotion to pseudo-gods, and the way to be promoted to true gods? The prerequisite is to master the path of the real body level. Yes, there are. But how can you master a path of this level? And if you want to advance without such a path, you can. There is a way. After all, Emolan had not mastered the path of the true god before. But he still researched it, and was promoted to a true god-level mage. But wild elemental life, although it has wisdom, has not given birth to civilization. And there is no civilization that can research the path of the true god level by individuals, unless this elemental life is promoted to the true god by chance again and again, and then reversed. It is absolutely impossible to research the path of the true god level. And even such reverse requires the foundation of a civilization. If it is just a true god without any foundation, it will not succeed. You know, even Emolan's success is based on the entire civilization. It is standing on the shoulders of countless giants that Emolan's success can be achieved. Emolan's way of thinking is the influence of civilization, the cultivation of education. Emolan's knowledge is the accumulation of civilization, the transmission of civilization, and so on. This is the foundation of civilization. Therefore, Emolan is almost their only chance to be promoted to demigods. The only chance to be promoted to gods. Although they are already legendary elemental life. If there is no Emolan, they can only be legendary elemental life in this life. It's hard to have room for improvement. Emolan looked at the fanatical Lima, Like, and said, Like, come here, and let go of all resistance. Yes, your majesty. Like flew over impatiently, and hovered in front of Emolan, and gave up all resistance. In fact, Like's trust in Emolan was not as good as Lima's. Although Lima followed Emolan only a little earlier than Like, after Lima helped Emolan persuade Like, some subtle changes occurred in his mind. At this time, he had a stronger sense of belonging and trusted Emolan more. In the case of insufficient trust, it was difficult to overcome his instinctive reaction and let go of all resistance. Because some resistance is an instinctive reaction of the body, there is no need for subjective control. But after watching the experience of the fierce horse just now, Lai Kei's sense of identity with Imolan soared instantly. In addition, this has made it understand that giving up all resistance is not a bad thing, but an absolutely great thing. At the lowest level, it is invincible at the same level, which indicates the direction to the semi-god level, and at the highest level, it may even directly obtain the semi-god level combat power, obtain the way to be promoted to a god, and even reach the direction of continuing to be promoted above the god. This is no longer Imolan asking Lai Kei to let go of all resistance. This is Lai Kei letting go of all resistance, and asking Imolan to hurry up. The initiative of this fierce magpie came up instantly. Imolan looked at the fierce magpie floating in front of him, and his mental power directly covered the fierce magpie, in an undisguised way, and scanned the body structure of the fierce magpie bit by bit in the most detailed way, scanning the most curious and most wanted to explore body energy materialization, the way to condense the flesh and blood body structure, and looking for its origin bit by bit, and sensing the fluctuation of its origin. The body structure data of the fierce magpie that Imolan wanted to obtain, the way of energy conversion into matter directly fell into Imolan's hands. And the whole process did not arouse the slightest hostility from Lai Kei, and Lai Kei was even very excited. The thought flashed through Imolan's mind, and then he concentrated on thinking, preparing to build the elemental true body structure, preparing to engrave the miniature flame world and its intercepted fragments. This is also a serious matter. As a follower of Imolan, Imolan cannot help but strengthen it, otherwise. Not only will the use not be maximized, it will also be easy to embarrass himself. Wouldn't it be himself who was embarrassed when his subordinates were abused by the outside world? It is better to spend some time, while drawing a pie that seems to be ready to eat, and strengthening it. As for the microflame world framework and the intercepted fragments, although we know that they will definitely fail, we can still give it a try. What if it succeeds? Even if it doesn't succeed, it can also show that Imolan can treat everyone equally, and not favor anyone. In addition, this also allows Lai Kei to experience this power personally, making the pie drawn by Imolan more real, more specific, and more worthy of Lai Kei's life. Imolan carefully sensed the body structure of Lai Quebec. Lai Kei's body structure is very peculiar, and the elements that make up its body are different. To increase the density of an element, it is usually necessary to compress it violently. Some people with a little more technical skills, such as Imolan, will adjust the gap between the elemental basic reason and the elemental basic particles while using high-pressure compression, and try to narrow the gap between the basic particles. In this way, the density of the element will naturally increase. This is the conventional method of compressing elements. However, Lai Kei's body is different. Lai Kei seems to have completely wiped out the gap between the elemental basic particles and other elemental basic reason. If this is just a more advanced way of compressing elements, then energy storage, stability, the way of converting energy into matter is what Imolan really needs to find. After some research, Imolan suddenly thought of two words. Freeze? Chapter 1067 Absolute Zero? Frozen? Imolan's eyes showed a trace of doubt. He had just discovered some traces similar to those left by freezing when Lai Kei compressed the elements and transformed the material structure of the elements. What are the traces left by freezing? It means that everything seems to be solidified and cannot move. Freezing in general refers to the freezing of water, from the pervasive liquid water flow to hard solid ice. This is a change of water. But just now, Imolan actually found traces of freezing similar to water in the microscopic structure of Lai Kei's body. You know, Lai Kei is a legendary elemental life. To be precise, a legendary fire elemental life, existing in the fire elemental world. The temperature of Lai Kei's body is not extreme, but it is impossible. Melting steel and evaporating water vapor are just the most basic. However, in the microscopic structure of such a Lai Kei's body, Imolan actually found traces of freezing. And it also plays a very important role. It looks like all the microscopic particles are frozen. Imolan observed the microscopic structure of Lai Kei's body, and whispered to himself in shock. No, it's not completely frozen. It's just that the movement speed of these microscopic particles has slowed down to a very large extent, so that I seem to be frozen while observing, without any movement. But as long as it is left for a long time, the movement of the microscopic particles can still be observed. Fortunately, Imolan said softly, somewhat relieved and somewhat disappointed. If all basic rationality in an area is frozen and there is no movement, then this area can be called absolute zero. Theoretically, absolute zero should never appear. It is only possible to get infinitely close to absolute zero, but it is impossible to have true absolute zero. If absolute zero really appears, then it will really be. Emolan shook his head, and did not dare to think about it any further. The impact will be too great. But even this situation close to absolute zero has great research value, and has great scientific research value. Absolute zero, Emolan said softly. How is this possible? My education tells me that the higher the temperature, the more active the movement of microscopic particles, and the lower the temperature, the slower the movement of microscopic particles. In this case, the movement of microscopic particles is extremely slow, and its movement amplitude cannot even be observed in a short period of time. This means that Likay's body temperature is extremely low, and it stands to reason that the temperature of the fire element realm is high, and it should be the area where microscopic particles are most active. How could such a situation close to absolute zero be born, and a temperature close to absolute zero be born? It stands to reason that this situation should appear in the water element realm. One of the forms of water is the extreme of ice. Shouldn't this be the case to breed a low temperature close to absolute zero? How could it be the other way around? Emolan frowned and thought. Could it be the other way around? The extreme high temperature breeds the extreme low temperature? The extreme low temperature breeds the extreme high temperature? Isn't this just nonsense? But how could a strange creature like Likay be born in the world of fire elements? Emolan sensed the temperature of the surface and inside of Likay's body, but found that the temperature on the surface of the body was extremely hot. But this hot temperature was only limited to the surface of the body. The temperature inside the body matched the movement of microscopic particles. The temperature was extremely low. It was only a layer of skin, only a distance of about 1 millimeter. But there was a terrifying temperature difference between the magpies. This temperature difference is extremely terrifying. So terrifying that any material in reality cannot last long under this terrifying temperature. The terrifying temperature difference between the inside and outside will directly destroy all the materials in between. This is the same as the quarrying method without gunpowder. First burn with flames, then cool with water. Hard rocks will also collapse directly under the huge temperature difference in a short period of time. How much temperature is an ordinary flame? How much temperature is cold water? How much is the temperature difference? How much is the temperature change? In the face of the extremely high temperature and the low temperature close to absolute zero that legendary elemental life sees, this temperature and this temperature difference are inferior. Not at the same level at all, and cannot be compared at all. And Likay's thin skin can actually withstand such an extremely outrageous temperature difference. I don't know whether it is because of the magical structure of this layer of skin or because of Likay's rule power. But most of the time, both situations exist. The structure of the skin is also very special, and there is also the power of the rules. Otherwise, it is difficult for Emolan to imagine how it can be maintained. You know, in Emolan's understanding, all rules will probably stop in the real absolute zero. Because all the movement of matter has stopped, can the rules continue to operate? Although there is no specific experiment, Emolan feels that it is very uncertain, and it is probably impossible. Emolan shook his head, and returned to the topic, and said softly, because the high temperature in other areas directly drained the energy. When the temperature in other areas rose, the temperature here dropped to near absolute zero? Emolan shook his head violently. This is a little interesting. But after a closer look, I feel that it is completely nonsense. Outrageous. How did this breed a fierce magpie? Emolan was puzzled. And after a long while, he took the initiative to ask. Fierce magpie, why is your body temperature so low? This is abnormally low. And the surface temperature is so high? Did you concentrate all the temperature in your body on the surface? Likay was slightly stunned when he heard this, and then spoke out. Your Majesty, this is my innate instinct. I had it when I was born, before I was born with intelligence. I can transfer the temperature of one area to another area. In the past, I could only transfer part of it, and it was very limited, and there were many restrictions. But as my strength broke through, my innate ability became stronger and stronger. When I broke through the legendary level, my ability became stronger again. This allows me to transfer almost all the temperature of one area to another area. The upper and lower limits of temperature transfer are very high. And this is a continuous process, so for my own defense for fighting, I transfer all the temperature in my body to the area on the surface of my body close to the skin. In order to concentrate the temperature, in order to increase the temperature, I compress my body to the current size, which allows me to easily raise the surface temperature to the limit. In this way, the surface temperature alone can become a layer of defense, whether it is an elemental attack or a material attack. It is easy to melt, collapse, or even directly vaporize in the face of such a terrifying high temperature. The words of Lai Ke made Emolan fall into deep thought, and the situation it described was exactly the same as what he had imagined before. Chapter 1068 Time Pause? Although it's almost the same, it's just a coincidence. It doesn't mean anything, it's just a coincidence. Emolan shook his head, and continued to think about what Lai Ke said just now. Innate instinct? Emolan muttered to himself. This is really outrageous. Temperature transfer? Directly transfer the temperature of one area to another area. Isn't this forcibly extracting the energy of one area? Thinking from another perspective is to create a freezing temperature close to absolute zero, while creating a super high temperature. This innate instinct in combat is also amazing. First, extract the temperature to create a temperature close to absolute zero, then add the extracted temperature to it, directly get a super high temperature. With this level of temperature difference, what enemy can resist it? But if this innate instinct is only used for combat, it would be a waste of resources. Used for scientific research, used to study absolute zero, study the principle of extracting temperature, this is the real value. Emolan took a long breath. Extracting temperature? There is no such thing as extracting temperature. This is extracting the energy of the basic particles. If the temperature of the organism itself can be extracted, as long as it can be extracted, as long as it can be extracted to a temperature close to absolute zero, then any organism will lose all resistance. Emolan thought of it, and asked directly. Lai Ke, can your innate instinct directly act on other organisms, or directly on your enemies? Lai Ke answered directly after hearing this. Yes, Your Majesty, I can do it as long as the opponent's strength is not much different from mine. I usually use this temperature extraction method to deal with enemies, and use flames to cool and freeze the magma that makes up their bodies, so that their lives can be directly annihilated. Since Lai Ke lives in the world of fire elements, the enemies he encounters are basically fire elemental life, so temperature extraction poses a great threat to fire elemental life, and can even be directly fatal. Lai Ke continued. If the opponent's strength is much greater than mine, or the resistance is intense, the extent of my temperature extraction will be affected, or even completely resist my extraction. Emolan thought for a moment after hearing this, and then spoke directly to Lai Ke. So, you face me. Release your innate instincts with me as the target, and extract my temperature. Your Majesty. Lai Ke hesitated a little, and Emolan glanced at it, and said lightly, Don't worry. The essence is here. With your strength, no matter how much magic you use, it is impossible to cause fatal danger to me. What I am in front of you is just a projection formed by a thought. It's okay to break it up. I can easily condense another one. If you can break it up, I will not only not punish you, I will also reward you. After Emolan finished speaking, Lai Ke finally felt relieved. The next moment, accompanied by Lai Ke's signal, Emolan felt a force acting directly on the body in the middle. This force is not limited to the surface of the body, but directly penetrates into the body, acting on every part of the body, directly acting on every microscopic particle that constitutes the body. Emolan could feel the effect of this force, and he also let go of all resistance, preparing to try this process of extraction. But at this moment, Emolan suddenly realized that even if he gave up all resistance and completely relaxed, Lai Ke could not extract even a trace of warmth. Your Majesty, your strength is too strong. Even if you don't resist, my talent cannot extract a trace of warmth from you. Even if you let go of resistance, your greatness cannot be shaken. Emolan frowned and shook his head when he heard this. Even the projected body cannot extract temperature? But it is quite normal. After all, even if this is a projection, it is a projection condensed by me as a divine-level mage, which is equivalent to the spells I cast, or even more special. As a divine-level mage, if the spells I cast can be shaken by just the legendary level Lai Ke, it would be too outrageous. Emolan pondered, and as soon as he thought about it, a projected body slowly took shape next to him, and then he opened his eyes and spoke. Release your innate instincts towards me. This body is at the legendary level. I have removed all the parts above the legendary level. You should be able to do it. Lai Ke looked at Emolan's two projected bodies and answered, Yes, Your Majesty. As soon as the voice fell, Emolan felt a force acting on his projection. After letting go of the resistance, Emolan immediately felt that the power of this projected body was being drained away. Perhaps because it was a legendary level body, the speed of extraction was relatively slow, but Lai Ke had been extracting it without interruption. After a while, Emolan felt that this legendary projection body had been frozen. After all the energy was extracted, and the movement of microscopic particles stopped, everything seemed to be stagnant. Muscles stopped contracting. Pores stopped dilating. Mitochondria stopped reacting. Everything was stagnant. From the inside to the forehead. From the outside to the inside. Only Emolan's consciousness was still moving in this body. Resisting. At this moment, Emolan could feel that his consciousness was that of a god-level mage. So he could still think and operate normally. If it was just the consciousness of an ordinary legendary wizard, then the consciousness should have stopped functioning at this point. At this moment, Emolan suddenly felt that this was not absolute zero. Or felt that Lai Ke's talent was not just absolute zero. Compared to absolute zero, Emolan preferred to call this feeling time stop. Emolan muttered to himself. But at this moment, the horror in his eyes could not be concealed no matter what. At this moment, a statement he had heard before emerged in his mind. Time does not exist. What exists is only a human perception. Difference, recording method. Time is just a data used by organisms to record material changes. Time is just a process of material change. When all materials stop changing, can it be considered that time has stopped? When all materials return to normal, can it be considered that time has resumed flowing? And when all materials in the world return to the state of the last second, can it be considered that time has been successfully reversed? Countless thoughts poured out of his mind, one thought after another, one guess after another, making Emolan's heart unable to calm down for a long time. So does Lai Ke's innate instinct belong to the fire element spell, or the water element spell? Or is it classified as a time spell? Emolan thought, thinking, then shook his head. It cannot be defined now. Chapter 1069 Sealing God Level Spell? Time Spell? Emolan muttered to himself, shaking his head. We can't jump to conclusions, or else we'll be disappointed. It's better to temporarily classify it as an elemental spell, and study it slowly later. Now let's stabilize the elemental true body. Emolan pondered, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. If the temperature in Lai Ke's body is close to absolute zero, all the microscopic particles are almost stagnant, and no longer move, forming an effect similar to sealing. Then is there a possibility that the spell effect will be sealed after entering? Just like the bullet in the time stop. The bullet is solidified in the time stop. But when time resumes flowing again, the bullet is fired again, causing damage? In this way, I can throw away the gun itself to fire the bullet. In other words, Lai Ke will throw me away and directly release some spells I have stored in advance? Emolan thought. Ordinary spells are meaningless to Lai Ke and me. It's just a waste of effort to store them. They won't help much. But if it is a god-level spell, such as the microelement world, the four-element world strangle, and the world collapse, then this Lai Ke has a certain strategic significance. It can directly store a big move I prepared in advance in the body, and release it when I am not there, or when I run behind the enemy, and suddenly release it when I attract attention, or it can be suddenly released when performing any task alone. This level of attack reserve can even directly reverse the situation of the battle, and it can exist as a deterrent force. Is there a chance to achieve it? Emolan fell into deep thought, while Lima and Lai Ke did not dare to say a word beside him, especially Lai Ke, who quietly waited for Emolan, nervous and full of expectation. After a moment, Emolan came to a conclusion. Theoretically, this is feasible. I will release the spell directly, and all the preparations are done. This is already a completed spell. After Lai Ke extracts the energy of the microscopic particles, it will not destroy the trajectory of the microscopic particles. As long as the energy is regiven, these microscopic particles will continue to move according to the original trajectory. This is certain. If the process of extracting energy and then giving it back directly destroys the trajectory of microscopic particles, then all matter will collapse directly after being frozen by Lai Ke at a temperature close to absolute zero. From the most basic, fundamental microscopic particle level, it will collapse directly. As long as the temperature can be extracted, it will be destroyed. After all, the original trajectory of microscopic particles has changed. So what else can remain original? Various elemental basic particles will collapse due to the change in the trajectory of basic particles, not to mention other larger structures. The object that was taken away from the temperature and given temperature again is still intact, which means that the trajectory has not been destroyed. In other words, it is the same when the energy is taken away, and it will be the same when it is given energy again. In this way, the structure of the spell will not be destroyed in the process, and it will remain the same, and it will remain the same as it was just released. In other words, as long as the energy is restored, the spell will still work. This means that my Divine Magician seal has a theoretical basis for being released again, and it is theoretically feasible. But Like K is too weak. With Like K's strength, it can't extract my spells at all. That is to say, the spells can be sealed, but Like K's strength is not enough to support it to seal my spells. Too weak. Emolan glanced at Like K's eyes, and that look made Like K puzzled. Then Emolan shook his head. There is no way. Emolan has no good solution for the problem of weak strength. If you want to seal his spells, even if he doesn't resist, even if he actively cooperates with Like K, he can't seal it. If you want to seal it, you must at least reach the god level. Although Like K is already a legend in the literal sense, he is only one step away from the god level, but this step can block thousands of legends. The gap in strength between gods and legends is like a chasm, and the threshold between gods and legends is like a chasm. It is not said in vain. There are not many legends who can be promoted to gods among 1,000, 10,000, or even 100,000 legends. Those who can take half a step to become demigods are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. So don't think that Emolan easily advanced to the god level mage. There are various ways, and he is still choosing among different methods. Don't think that it is easy to break through the god level just because Linhua and Lu Bin are deliberately suppressing their realms and looking for better and more perfect breakthrough methods. Emolan is Emolan. Linhua is Linhua. And Lu Bin is Lu Bin. They are strong men who have risen among countless mages. They are the top in the entire mage group and the entire player group in terms of talent and hard work. They are at the top of the pyramid. They have also been in the front line of research and development for a long time, receiving the top knowledge, secrets, exchanging with each other, enjoying the top environment, and enjoying the top material resources. All of this creates the illusion that it is easy to break through the god level. But what is the reality? The threshold of the god level is enough to block countless legendary players. Even the legendary players who can stand on the shoulders of giants will be blocked, not to mention fighting alone, without any experience reference, without any knowledge to learn, without any gods to ask for advice. Even if Emolan wants to forcibly cultivate a legendary elemental life to the god level, it is extremely difficult. It's not that it's impossible. Emolan is not the kind of warrior who rushes into the god level by his own strength, nor is he the kind of son of destiny who breaks through the god level by chance. Emolan relies on his own research to become a god. At the juncture of Emolan's breakthrough to the god level, Emolan has several methods to choose from. Emolan has a clear grasp of the essence of breaking through the god level, and knows a lot of methods. So if Emolan wants to forcibly cultivate a legendary life to break through the god level, it is also possible. It's just that this would consume a huge amount of resources and part of his energy. So Emolan would not do this under normal circumstances. It would be better to use these resources to cultivate those talents who have the opportunity to break through the seeds of gods. It would be better to use this part of energy to study higher level knowledge and continue to raise the ceiling of the mage profession. But Like K is a special case after all. If he could cultivate a god. Emolan fell into deep thought. Chapter 1070 Decision. Is it worth it? Many times in life actually come down to these 4 words, and so does this moment, just thinking about these 4 words. Is it worth spending a huge price to cultivate Like K to the level of a god? Can the benefits brought by Like K's promotion to a god allow Emolan to recover the cost invested in this process? Now there is a ready-made template here. Even if Like K does not become a god, its talent and instinct are also placed here. It is also a legendary talent and instinct. Like K is still my follower. I can still conduct various research directly, so as to find a way to master the spell and master this technology. But there are some problems. The spells developed in this way will only be limited to the legendary level. The template is legendary. I will definitely develop legendary technology at most. This is the most ideal situation. If it is not ideal, I may not even be able to develop a legendary spell with just a legendary template, and even if I manage to do it, it may only be a defective product that cannot be used. Scientific research is not a panacea. Success is not the norm in research. On the contrary, failure accounts for the majority. Among the research, The research of unique products is extremely difficult. Without a reference, it is just a unique product. Even gods can't do anything about it. With reference and comparison, it is not certain to succeed. But at least there is a chance to get started. There is a way in. And I won't be helpless. Even if I can barely research it. It may be difficult for me to derive this innate spell to the level of gods. Even if I derive this innate spell to the level of gods, it may take a lot of time and energy in the process. If Like is cultivated to the level of a god, as a natural spell, this spell will naturally evolve into a spell of the god level during Like's breakthrough. And then I will have two versions, the legendary and the god level, for comparative research. And they are the simple and advanced versions of the same spell. This comparison will definitely help me study and master this spell. Maybe I can witness the whole process of this spell evolving from the legendary level to the god level during Like's breakthrough. If I have the opportunity to see the scene, it will definitely be worth it. This way, my research on this spell will definitely be much easier. My mastery of this spell, and even its improvement, will be much stronger. I can even ask for more. Besides, Like's promotion to a god not only means that I can directly study the god level innate spells, but also means that I have a god level follower. This brings not only research value, but also has a high practical significance. A god level follower, who also has this innate spell. Like will definitely not be a weakling among the gods once he is promoted to a god. If this innate spell can reach absolute zero after being deduced to the god level, it may even derive a real-time spell. Emolan analyzed one by one, and the answer had already emerged in his mind when he analyzed to this point. The specialness of Like is worth a try, and it is worth my investment. If Like is talented enough, the resources needed may not be as large or as terrifying as I imagined. After all, I only assumed the worst-case scenario. Emolan stretched out his hand, and a wave of ripples appeared. Then Emolan created an elemental body, according to the universal elemental body template based on Like's own situation, and directly fixed it in Like's body. Well, it's done. Emolan nodded, and was very satisfied with his decision and the elemental body that had just been fixed. That is to say, elemental life can be played like this, directly strengthened with elemental true body, and the strength of elemental life can be greatly enhanced at once. Elemental life after constant elemental true body can definitely beat and kill elemental life before constant elemental true body in seconds. Like excitedly sensed the complexity, mystery, and the ability it brought to the elemental true body, but when he heard Emolan's words, Like was stunned, a little surprised. But he didn't say anything, just flew around Emolan, and then said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." As soon as the words fell, the magpie flapped its wings and flew away. The bulging body flew far away in the blink of an eye. Then, accompanied by a storm of fire elements, a bird with a wingspan of more than 1,000 meters appeared between heaven and earth. It chirped softly, and the crisp bird song echoed between heaven and earth. Then the huge magpie flapped its wings and flew. The wings with a wingspan of up to 1,000 meters raised a gust of wind. During the flight, magic arrays bloomed one after another, terrifying spells fell, and flattened one mountain after another. Each array of this level and power consumes a lot of elements. But at this moment, it is thrown away as if it is free. At the same time, the constant basic array on the elemental body is also directly unfolded, madly absorbing the elemental power in the environment with a swallowing force, imprinting it into the elemental body, maintaining the consumption of continuously releasing powerful spells. After easily flattening dozens of mountains, Like flew back to Emolan. When approaching Emolan, the elemental body dissipated, and only a fist-sized Like was suspended in front of Emolan. "Your Majesty, do we still need to look for other legendary elemental life forms now?" Emolan narrowed his eyes and shook his head. "Didn't I just say that? You should recruit a group of master-level elemental life forms as the basic combat power of the Legion. As for the legendary elemental life forms, you just need to do your best, and don't force it. Then, Your Majesty, can we use the elemental true body to fight other legendary elemental life forms?" Emolan narrowed his eyes and smiled. "It is unnecessary to force them to follow. We adopt the principle of voluntariness. But as long as we don't force the other party to follow, then there is no problem in having appropriate exchanges. I give you a constant element. I can use it for you. I also hope that you can understand more in use. Don't simply regard it as a combat tool. In fact, I give you a constant element true body learning effect. Learning value is far greater than the combat role. it is definitely not difficult to make breakthroughs after understanding. You can use it for fighting, but only for fighting is the greatest waste of it. I hope you don't indulge in the power it brings, but calm down, careful research. If you don't understand, you can ask me, I have time to answer you. Hope you can go further. Yes, Crown. Horses, the two of the Lai Mang said in unison, and Mo Lan nodded. Go. Chapter 1071 The Great Value of the Demiplane. Yes, Your Majesty. Lai Ke and Lima left separately, obviously preparing to split up and search for master-level elemental life together. Indeed, it was no difficulty for them to recruit master-level elemental life. As legendary, they could surprise countless master-level elemental life with their strength. As elemental life with wisdom, having reached the legendary level, they had an innate command effect on the master-level lava beasts that did not have wisdom. Master-level lava beasts would easily obey the command of their own strongmen. As legendary elemental beings that stand out from the master-level elemental beings, Lima and Lai Ke know very well how to communicate with master-level elemental beings, and also know very well which elemental beings are suitable as Legion members, which elemental beings are stronger, which elemental beings have special talents, etc. Therefore, the efficiency of the two parties acting separately will be much higher than that of the two parties acting together. After they left, Mo Lan calmed down to contact his own demiplane. Lai Ke, Lima needed a place to stay after leading the master-level elemental beings back. Of course, the fire elemental world is not impossible, but considering the confidentiality and the convenience of creating a targeted training environment and arranging training arrays, Mo Lan still has to find a place to serve as the base of the Legion. After thinking for a long time, Mo Lan still thinks that the demiplane is still a very good choice. It has good privacy, is unique to Mo Lan, and even the rules in it can be changed by Mo Lan according to his needs. This is the most important point. The rules are still under the control of Mo Lan, and we can still change them. This means that when Mo Lan arranges the magic array, he can also directly obtain the support of the demiplane rules. With the support of the demiplane rules, Mo Lan can easily arrange a god-level magic array with devastating power. In other words, Mo Lan can directly arrange a god-level magic array to train the Legion or assist the Legion members in their cultivation. Well, from this perspective, the demiplane is quite useful. It is far more than just helping me transform. It is as simple as providing power within the game world. So I wasted it before, and only used its basic functions? This thought suddenly popped up in Mo Lan's mind. At this moment, he suddenly felt like he had bought a super high-performance computer, but only played Minesweeper and Spider Solitaire every day, and suddenly found that all the big games except a certain 3-game series could be played with top-level graphics. This, Mo Lan thought, if you directly use the rules of heaven and earth in the half-plane as a support, you can directly arrange the god-level magic array, without spending a lot of money to find the god-level rule object as the core of the magic array. This means that not only training arrays, cultivation arrays, but also some god-level arrays designed for production or experimentation, detection, amplification, and testing, or experimental equipment containing god-level array components can be placed in Mo Lan's own demiplane, without having to consider how to find so many god-level array cores. This means that in the demiplane, Mo Lan can truly achieve low-cost, large-scale constant god-level arrays, and push many industries to a new peak again. The creation of a series of god-level experimental equipment and observation equipment may bring about a huge breakthrough in theory or practical application. This is an accelerator for the progress of the entire civilization, or an opportunity to break through the ceiling of civilization. Such a thing was completely ignored by Mo Lan before. At this moment, Mo Lan fell into deep thought. At this moment, Mo Lan couldn't say anything. This is simply too fucking. This is simply a waste of natural resources. Mo Lan suddenly felt fortunate that he was going to use the half-plane as the Legion plane. If he hadn't thought about it this time, Mo Lan didn't know when he would remember the situation of the half-plane, didn't know when he would remember the advantage of the half-plane, and didn't know when he would be able to use this advantage. In silence, Mo Lan closed his eyes, and his consciousness sank directly into the demiplane along the connection of consciousness. Mo Lan quietly sensed the situation of the demiplane. There were no creatures in Mo Lan's demiplane, only a wasteland. The structure of the world that Mo Lan comprehended was based on the 4 elements of earth, fire, wind, and water, taking root in the depths of the void to absorb power, crush, and destroy to generate elemental power, and release the elemental power into a small world built on the basis of the 4 elements. Therefore, the virtual world constructed by Emolan is roughly this structure, this model, and the final materialized demiplane is naturally this model, as the demiplane of the game world. Attached to the outer wall of the game world, the 4 elemental realms are rooted in the depths of the void, and continuously draw energy from the depths of the void and inject it into the demiplane after crushing it, providing the growth of the demiplane. Finally, these energies continue to flow into the game world through the connection between the demiplane and the game world, contributing to the growth of the game world. So there are actually 4 elemental realms in the demiplane. But there is a big gap between the elemental realm of Emolan's structure and the natural elemental realm. In addition to size and magnitude, its operating mode has also changed due to some modifications made by Emolan at that time, coupled with some accumulated problems. There are still big differences between the elemental realm of the demiplane and the elemental realm of the game world. The most intuitive point is that there is more or less land in the elemental world of the game world. The earth elemental world is naturally composed of continents and mountains. The fire elemental world is also composed of continents, volcanoes, and magma oceans. Even the water elemental world and the wind elemental world have scattered islands. The water elemental world floats in the water, and the wind elemental world floats in the minutes. These are caused by some special features of the game world. This situation does not exist in Emolan's demiplane elemental world. No matter which elemental realm is earth, fire, wind or water, it is pure element. Even the earth elemental realm is pure elemental power. Not to mention the 3 elemental realms of fire, wind and water. And because the elements in the 4 elemental realms are just decomposed after the violent power in the depths of the void is crushed, they have not been sorted out and stabilized. They are still as violent as the power in the depths of the void. These violent elemental forces gather in the elemental realm, which is highly concentrated, and directly leads to endless elemental storms in each of the 4 elemental realms. Even if a legendary strongman enters the most violent place of the storm, he may be torn to pieces. Elemental life is useless. Chapter 1072 Island. Legendary elemental life must die. This level of violent elemental storm is almost catastrophic. It can only be said that the energy in the depths of the void is too violent. Even if it is ground, decomposed and refined, and only a little violent elemental storm is left, it can directly tear apart legendary elemental life. If the original violent energy is large enough, even the gods can't bear it. Only the 4 elemental realms can absorb and refine it into elemental power, replenishing the power of the world. This is why even gods cannot cross the world. And even gods dare not be exiled to the depths of the void. Once exiled to the depths of the void, it would be fine if they did not encounter void storms, and they might be able to survive in the violent energy. But once they encounter void storms, it would be over. Therefore, gods will not easily go to the depths of the void. In the same way, if the 4 elemental realms of the demiplane are to be used to station slave armies, then the elemental storms and violent elemental forces everywhere in them must be sorted out, suppressed, and sorted out to create a relatively stable area. At this moment, Emolan thought carefully, and suddenly found that the stable earth element, which would not collide with any element, was the best combination to suppress energy. And if the thick continent formed by pure earth element power seemed to be able to suppress the elemental storm very well, it would sort out the violent elemental power. Emolan fell into thought. No wonder there are land and continents in almost every elemental world in the game world. It turns out that the thickness of the earth is used to filter the violent elemental power and make it stable. Then I can also use this mode, and most areas of the elemental world will continue to be left to the violent elements. There is no need to completely erase the violent elemental storm, and it is impossible to completely erase it. As long as the power of the earth element is introduced to form large islands, combined, filter out a piece of pure land where the army can be stationed. There is no need to create a continent for the time being, just some large islands are enough. In the abyss of the earth element world, the anti-gravity rule crystal ball was very good at purifying the violent earth element. With several floating islands, it can directly purify one pure area after another in the air. If you take it, it should be usable. Although it was used to stabilize the violent earth element at the beginning, but the end result is the same. After all, it is the power of the violent element. It should only need a simple modification to be used directly. Emolan thought at this time. It basically showed the background that Emolan had. Emolan studied, learned, created countless kinds of arrays, structures, and his vision and experience have reached a very high level. Of course, we would not let go of the magical anti-gravity rules and floating island Emolan. When we were building the floating city, we studied the structure of the floating island and the structure of the anti-gravity rule crystal ball clearly. We had a clear grasp of it. But at that time, there was no need to use it. And the anti-gravity rule crystal ball has been helping to build the floating city and suppressing the violent earth elements from the abyss. At the same time, it is the core of the floating city and the core of the stone wall magic array. A lot of learning, the accumulated knowledge may seem useless, but in fact, you don't know when it will be useful. Just like this moment, when Emolan needs a structure to purify the violent elemental power, these knowledge naturally emerge in Emolan's mind. It is naturally easy for Emolan to improve a structure, and it is done easily. After a while, a projection emerges in his hand. This is the improved structure. There are 4 types of structures, each targeting the 4 elemental realms. After the best preparation, Emolan thought directly, and the half-plane far outside the world slowly changed under Emolan's control. The 4 elemental realms deep in the void slowly rotated, and the 4 elemental realms slowly approached each other during the rotation. When the 4 elemental realms were basically running together, the collision began. Bang! A loud noise echoed in the depths of the void. But the endless void energy absorbed all energy fluctuations, and the thick space wall membrane isolated all sounds. Only the half-plane itself trembled slightly. The collision of the 4 elemental realms caused a huge wave in the depths of the void. But there were no problems with the 4 elemental realms themselves. As if the thunder was loud, but the rain was small. Amid the roar, the walls of the 4 elemental realms slowly merged and overlapped. And then small areas belonging to multiple elemental realms appeared. Some areas belonged to 2 elemental realms. Some areas belonged to 3 elemental realms. And some areas belonged to 4 elemental realms. In these areas, elements surged, and different elements intertwined and reacted in various ways, forming one after another of the same, but different small areas. In the core overlapping area of the 4 elemental realms, 4 kinds of violent elemental forces collided in it, causing some wonderful reactions. This caught Emolan's attention. Emolan took a curious look. However, since he had no time, he just noted the abnormality in this area and prepared to go back and study it carefully. Now Emolan directly extracted the earth element power from the earth element world through these overlapping areas. When the element worlds overlap, Emolan can easily extract the elements from this element world to another overlapping element world. It is very easy. This is why Emolan put the 4 element worlds together. However, the elemental worlds seem to have undergone some wonderful changes, which Emolan had not expected. It was a pure accident. After extracting the earth elements in the earth elemental world with the help of the overlapping area, Emolan first had to stabilize and purify these violent earth elements. Although Emolan could do it, it also took him a lot of effort. After completing the preliminary processing of the earth elements, Emolan constructed a huge spell model in the other 3 elemental worlds, and then infused the processed earth elements into it. With the input of earth element, the spell model gradually became more substantial, and then a vague island shadow was summoned. Then, with the injection of massive earth element power, the island was completely condensed and formed, and turned into islands suspended in the air. Under the island, violent elemental forces sank into the bottom of the island. But when they rose from the island again, they had already turned into relatively stable elemental forces. A huge spell structure emerged, and waves of elemental forces poured into it. Chapter 1073 The Foundation brought by the Divine Level Mage. Islands are formed one after another, supported by the special rules of the demiplane elemental world. These islands are suspended in the elemental world at different heights, supporting a piece of pure land in the terrifying elemental storm. The intensity of the elemental storm varies according to the height of each floating island, and at the top of the weakest elemental storm, the floating islands combine to form a small flat land. The violent elemental storm itself is also a test. The more violent the elemental storm, the higher the concentration of the element, and the higher the level of the element. You know, the energy level of the chaotic energy in the depths of the void is extremely high. Otherwise the void storm caused by it would not be a threat to the gods. Can ordinary elemental storms pose a threat to gods? No matter how many ordinary elements make up an elemental storm, it is impossible for gods to pose any threat to the gods. No matter how violent the elemental storm composed of ordinary elements is, the gods can walk on flat ground in it. Of course, Inside the extremely violent elemental storm, the core elements are also prone to qualitative changes. When it reaches that level, it is another matter, and it cannot be generalized. But the general principle is this: if the energy level does not reach the corresponding level, it is impossible to pose a threat to higher level life. The essence is different. If there is no qualitative change, no matter how much it is, it will be useless. At the same time, while the low-level elemental power cannot pose a threat to higher-level life, these low-level energies are also difficult to play a big role in helping higher-level life. In short, the low-level power is no longer enough to help higher-level life continue to improve its own power and continue to improve its life level. Just like Emolan at this moment. Even if Emolan wants to improve his mental strength, he can't meditate in an ordinary element pool. Instead, he will look for higher-level energy and rules. Only the resonance of higher-level energy, or even rules, can continue to improve the essence of Emolan's mental strength, and effectively improve Emolan's mental strength. The chaotic energy in the depths of the void is an extremely high-level energy. One energy can be decomposed into thousands, or tens of thousands of lower-level energies. But the level of chaotic energy is too high. Not only is it very destructive, it is also very difficult to refine, it is inconvenient to use, and inconvenient to absorb. The work of the four elemental realms is to crush the chaotic energy, reduce its energy level, reduce its violent degree, reduce its threat, and thus nourish the world. And in the elemental realm, these violent elements in the main material realm are filtered again, and finally the energy level of the elemental power that permeates the environment is reduced, and it also becomes extremely gentle, no longer has any lethality, and the pure elements can no longer pose a threat to any substance. It is precisely because of this that the colorful main material world can be nurtured, and all living things can reproduce freely and thrive. Of course, these are all off-topic. The key point is that the deep-level elements in the elemental world are basically the first-hand elemental power released after the chaotic energy is just crushed. This first-hand elemental power is extremely violent and lethal. Its elemental storm can even threaten the life of legendary elements. It also has very high value, and can effectively promote the growth of high-level strong people. In this environment, high-level strong people do not need to work hard to temper or find such high-level energy in the outside world. It is everywhere here, and high-level energy is enriched. As for the danger brought by violent energy, can't it also help them grow effectively? So for the weak, this is a place of destruction. But for the strong, this is a treasure land for cultivation, belonging to the level of a paradise. After having a safe area like the floating island deep in the elemental world, the training value and cultivation value here has soared. There is no danger. When you are exhausted, you only need to return to the safe area of the floating island, and you will not die. In addition, Emolan's floating islands were specially created by Emolan using magic, and they are supported by the rules of the elemental world, and can even be maintained in the highest level of elemental storms. During the period from the time Emolan built the floating city to now, Emolan saw several elemental storms that included the floating island in the range of Shiwan. During this period, the element concentration around the floating island increased exponentially. At this time, if you dare to risk leaving the floating island to practice outside, you only need to come back alive to get 10 times or 100 times the usual practice results. You know, leaving the island by 1 meter is also leaving. And at this time, the floating island is even more precious. Without the floating island, who would dare to enter such a large elemental storm? It is no problem to enter, but whether you can get out is a problem. In this way, Emolan suddenly found that his elemental world has become a holy place for cultivation just by adding a few floating islands that can absolutely guarantee safety. This is even more true for those warriors who need to temper their bodies. The violent elements can effectively destroy the body, and absorbing the power of high-level elements, such as violent elements, can strengthen the body and continue to become stronger. It is even more of a holy place for spellcasters, like mages. Mages don't need to go out at all. They just need to release their mental power or soul to temper it. When they encounter danger, they can take it back. It's so comfortable. The 4 elemental realms in the lower half plane can not only be used for the stationing of slave corps, but also for the mages of the association. Well, you can also use some god-level magic arrays to build a number of meditation rooms, laboratories, observation rooms for use, and try to use the advantages of the half-plane as much as possible. Emolan thought about it, and at this moment he found out. The influence of a god-level mage is far more than what we have realized before. A god-level mage will directly affect the entire force, and even all aspects of the entire civilization. It may directly or indirectly lead to the usurpation of the entire civilization level, just like the god-level observation array and experimental array. If it is in the outside world, it may be possible to set it up, but it must use precious god-level regular materials as the core support array. So even if it can be set up in the outside world, it will cost a huge price, and it is destined to be impossible to popularize. In the demiplane, Emolon can directly use the demiplane rules as the core of the array to support the entire divine array. This means that compared to the outside world, it is almost cost-free for Emolon to arrange a divine array in his own demiplane. Emolon can arrange it in batches, and he can arrange as many as there is space. The difference between them is incomparable. This is the precious heritage brought by the divine magician. Chapter 1074 Overall Relocation. The difference between having gods and not having gods. Emolon said softly. This god does not refer to gods, but to the god-level professionals who are created after birth. For a civilization, there is a huge difference between having god-level professionals and not having god-level professionals. Even if this god-level professional has died, the god-level professional will still leave precious heritage for the civilization. The experience, methods, and inheritance of god-level professionals are naturally not much. They all have them, and other professionals. Just like me, I am now a god-level magician. Even if I die one day, I can at least leave behind a demi-plane that can control the rules. This is a kind of heritage created by me. The training places, resource points, and even the god-level magic arrays I set up in the demi-plane will become precious heritage. Even if I find a way to deprive myself of the control over the demi-plane and pass it on, this is a strong heritage of civilization. Even if I die, civilization can still continue to develop, progress, and grow with the help of the heritage I left behind. Emolon thought quietly. If the rule power in the demi-plane is a bullet, then the god-level magic arrays are guns. Bullets alone have no lethality. If there is a bullet, it can only explode with the gunpowder or hit people with bullets. The lethality is small and low. But if there is a matching gun, then each bullet becomes a weapon that can kill people. Without the god-level magic array, these rules can only play a small role. But with the god-level magic array, it is like a magnification, greatly amplifying its power, and then releasing it. If I use the power of the rules of the demi-plane to spread the god-level magic array in the demi-plane, the demi-plane can directly become a forbidden area for gods. Ordinary gods will die if they enter, and they cannot pose any threat to the people or things in the demi-plane. Although the size of the demi-plane is not as large as the game world, and although the upper limit of its power is only at the god level, it also exists as a world. And as a world, it naturally has its size. In the face of the world-level size, the gods are powerless. After all, gods can become the strongest in a world. But this does not mean that gods can destroy the world. Emolon thought calmly. If we arrange it in the material world of the demi-plane, then this demi-plane will be very suitable for the headquarters of the Mage Association. It just so happens that I felt that the current Mirror Lake Island was too small, and it was a bit crowded to accommodate the current Mage Association. And it is located in the main material world. It was fine before, no matter what. But now the main material world does not allow gods to exist, and does not allow god-level magic arrays to exist. If it is sneaky and not discovered, it will be fine. But once it is discovered, it will be a call for the thunder of heaven, which can hit the gods half to death. Once you become a god, you have to leave. To set up a god-level magic array, you have to find another place outside the main material world. This directly splits the Mage Association into two parts, which is very inconvenient. It is better to just move the Mage Association headquarters to the Association demi-plane. Emolon thought for a moment, and felt that it was more appropriate. Anyway, there is a space channel for travel. No matter where you want to go in the game world in the demi-plane, it is just a matter of space spells. You can reach the end of the world by crossing a short distance, and there will be no inconvenience. Emolon immediately tagged Lu Bin and Linwa in the group, and told them about this matter. This matter is so important that Emolon cannot make the decision directly by himself. Or Emolon has the right to make the decision directly, but Emolon will not do so. Instead, he chooses to discuss with Linwa and Lu Bin. One person has limited skills, but 3 people have strong skills. Emolon still respects their opinions. Of course, the more important thing is the overall relocation of the association. Such a complicated matter must have a lot of work that needs to be presided over by the president. If Emolan does not discuss with Linhua and Lu Bin, does not communicate his ideas with Lu Bin and Linhua, and then make a decision directly, how can he have the nerve to ask Linhua and Lu Bin to work with a clear conscience? The vice president is also the president. After all, if it's just a matter of saying it, why not discuss it with Linhua and Lu Bin? If you can discuss it to show your respect, you can throw all the things to them with a clear conscience. So why refuse? Wisdom.jpg. As expected, the two of them had no objection to the overall relocation of the Mage Association to the demiplane, and they agreed with both hands and feet. Whether it is the development of the association or their own development, it has come to this point, and it is all beneficial without any harm. However, one thing was beyond Emolan's expectation. Overall relocation is fine, but I don't think I will have time by then. I have a very important experiment to do, which is related to my promotion to a god and my future potential, and there can be no delay. So, President, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you and Lu Bin to be more busy by then. I'm really sorry. This was said by Linhua, followed by Lu Bin. President, I'm really sorry. Linhua and I are at about the same progress. I will also have an experiment by then, which is also related to whether I can perfectly break through the god and my upper limit, and I may not have time by then. As for the relocation, alas. Lu Bin sighed and didn't finish. Emolan was silent, then said lightly, I haven't said when to move. Linhua. Lu Bin. I have to do this experiment during this period of time. After Linhua finished speaking, Lu Bin said the same thing. Me too. It's okay, my half-plane's material world hasn't been renovated yet, so there's no rush for relocation. Coincidentally, you haven't reached the level of gods yet, and you won't be affected by the fact that gods are not allowed to enter the main material world. We're not in a hurry, and we can wait until you all have a perfect breakthrough before moving. Emolan emphasized the word perfect. I'm sorry. It's a pity. I'm afraid I have to wait until the relocation is completed before I can complete this experiment. The real purpose is revealed. And Lu Bin. Me too. At this moment, even Emolan was silent. After pondering for a long time, his tone changed and he spoke softly. Linhua. Lu Bin. We loved each other. But we didn't have time. Me too. Emolan's mouth twitched slightly. He closed his eyes, and then opened his hands and grabbed Linhua and Lu Bin by their heads and pulled them in front of him. Before Emolan could ask them anything, they both spoke up. I have time. Me too. Chapter 1075 Renovation? Hey, President, when will we move? I do have an experiment recently, which is quite important. Linhua smiled and removed Emolan's hand from his crown, and said seriously, although Linhua had said something a bit ridiculous before, he was not lying in general. Linhua was indeed about to break through to the level of a god. He had made breakthroughs in some mechanical technologies, and achieved a huge result, which was enough to support him to become a god. Me too. Lu Bin also spoke up. It was obvious that after a long period of accumulation, Linhua and Lu Bin had both reached the threshold of breaking through the divine level. This was normal and reasonable. But Emolan looked at Linhua and Lu Bin suspiciously. At this moment, Linhua and Lu Bin looked very serious, without any joking intention. However, did you two make an appointment? How did you break through together? I don't know. Lu Bin. Why did you break through with me? Bullshit. Why didn't you say you were with me? It's just that you said it first. Lu Bin rolled his eyes and retorted. Emolan stared at the two of them, and didn't find any flaws. But Emolan felt something was wrong. Two people broke through at the same time? Bah! How can it be such a coincidence? It is likely that these two bastards are really going to break through. This should be the truth. But they should have informed each other, and agreed to break through at the same time. As long as they are really going to break through and can't spare time, then Molan must be in charge of the work in the Mage Association. Molan knows that these two bastards have been deliberately planning to make him work overtime in the association for a few days. But there is no way the two of them should really break through. Forget it, write it down in the notebook, and find it back later when there is a chance. After all, the two of them are indeed going to break through, and it will affect their future development and potential, so we can't delay it, so let's make an exception for them. Remember the grudge? Emolan sighed helplessly. Ah. Hearing Emolan's sudden sigh, Linhua and Lu Bin looked at each other, and the pride in their eyes could hardly be concealed. Just for some reason, they always felt a chill on their backs. Is the president holding a grudge? Lu Bin gave Linhua a look. Linhua gave Lu Bin a look of reassurance. Don't worry, the president never holds a grudge. He always takes revenge on the spot, if it's okay on the spot. It's okay. Oh, okay, then it's okay. Just now I just felt a chill on my back. Hey, President, you haven't answered me yet. How long will it take? Oh, it'll take some time. The half-plane still needs to be renovated. Emolan said casually. Linhua was stunned when he heard it. Decoration? Decoration of what? The Mage Association is moving and you, the President, are actually going to do the decoration yourself? Yes, President. Lu Bin also said in surprise. Just leave the decoration to those bastards in the association. Why do we help them with the decoration? They might even think that we are ugly and question our aesthetics. Lu Bin said angrily, as if his aesthetics were questioned by some young man. You were questioned? No, it's impossible, absolutely impossible. Lu Bin said immediately. Off topic, President, we don't need to help these bastards with the decoration. Each of them is at least a master-level wizard, the real thing. Building a house, a wizard tower, a wizard castle, a wizard town, etc. is easy. Let them play by themselves and build it by themselves. Anyway, the space in the demiplane is large enough. They can build it however they want. Emolan pondered for a moment, then spoke out. You may have some misunderstandings about the decoration I mentioned. Emolan slowly opened a space channel. The other side of the space channel was a dark void, empty. The deep darkness seemed to swallow even the light. What is this? Linhua, Lu Bin asked in confusion after taking a few glances. The material world of my half-plane. Linhua, Lu Bin was stunned. There is nothing here. Yes, so it needs to be decorated. What do you mean by decoration? Oh, building a continent. Emolan said calmly. Linhua, Lu Bin's mouth twitched slightly when he heard it, pointing at the space channel and trembling. You call this decoration? Isn't it? The main framework of the half-plane is the world itself, and the things inside are just functional decorations. The world itself has already been built. I just need to build a continent and some air. This is not decoration. As for whether they want to build houses or floating islands, let them do it by themselves. It doesn't matter. Okay, President. You make sense. You are right. Emolan curled his lips. Okay. You all go and prepare. If there is no problem, we will start moving next week, Emolan said after a moment of silence. The association is now large in scale and volume, with a lot of materials, laboratories, and automatic factories. It is unrealistic to move them all at once. Let's move them in batches. Next Monday, we will move the easier ones first. And starting from next Monday, all new laboratories and training rooms should be built in the half-plane as much as possible, not in the Mirror Lake. In addition, except for some experiments with a very long time span, we will try to complete the overall relocation of the Mage Association within 2 months, and gradually carry out the construction plan in the half-plane during this period. No problem on my side. The main pressure is on you, President, Linhua said. President, can you complete the construction of the continent before next Monday? This workload is too much. Who said I want to complete the entire continent? Considering the size of a world-class continent, let alone before next Monday. It may not be completed even before this Monday next year. Emolan rolled his eyes and said, What are you going to do? Just build a village-sized area and throw it there. Can't we expand the rest slowly later? Besides, we are mages, the Mage Association, and the members are all very powerful. Awesome mages. Why should we build a continent? Don't they know to build their own place by pulling elements from the elemental world? They want to build their own labs and factories. Don't they know to build a piece of land? Anyway, they can fly, or just teleport directly. It doesn't really matter whether the land is connected or not. Wouldn't it be fine to let them float in the sky or below? How beautiful it would be, Emolan said casually. I built this village-sized site because I considered that the various departments of the association still need a place to stay. Otherwise, I wouldn't have built this site and would have just moved. Chapter 1076 River in the Sky. Linhua fell silent. Okay, this is very mage-like. No problem, President. Your idea is really good. I have already begun to imagine what the Mage Association will look like in the future. Just thinking about it makes me feel like a dream, very mage-like. Linhua took a deep breath, said slowly, and Lu Bin beside him nodded in agreement. This idea is really good. Is it good? Emolan said with a smile, at this moment. He felt that he had thought so from the beginning. Why did I think so at that time? At that time. I seemed to be thinking about building a magical wizard association. Right? Yes, that's right. Emolan smiled and immersed his mind in his own demiplane. Although he had chosen the Syrian style of decoration, just like a house needs a bed, table and chairs, no matter how it is decorated, some things are also necessary in the demiplane. I don't need the ground, but I still have to solve the most basic sun and air. If there is no sun, this demiplane will always be in cold and darkness. And if there is no air, then it will be a vacuum. After the people from the association come in, they have to support the shield barrier to prevent air leakage, and then make air by themselves. This is too cumbersome and wasteful. These are the most basic things. I will solve them all at once. After solving these most basic things, the rest will be left to them to play freely. Emolan is preparing this drawing board at this moment, waiting for the Mage Association to write freely. First, let's have a sun. The sun god is not a good thing, but the sun is. Emolan's voice echoed in the demiplane, and an invisible hand pointed in the sky of the demiplane. A passage leading to the fire elemental world of the demiplane emerged, and endless violent fire elements gushed out, gathering at the top of the sky under the constraint and compression of an invisible force, and slowly formed a sphere. Becoming a demiplane, it is quite useful to have the game world as your back. Emolan happily introduced the concept and rules of the sun and directly gave it to this sphere, making it the sun in the demiplane. If this is an independent world, then all these need to be created and prepared by Emolan himself, which is very troublesome. But when it is backed by a game world, it is simple, just copy and paste the game world anyway. The rules of the game world and the demiplane are interconnected, they are originally one. After being given concepts and rules, the fireball turned into a round sun, adding a ray of light and warmth to the cold and dark demiplane. The moon. Emolan stretched out his hand and pointed, and the space channel of the water element world opened up. Endless water elements gushed out and were turned into a spherical ice by Emolan. With the addition of rules and concepts, it directly turned into a white full moon, absorbing the light from the sun and then transforming into soft moonlight after a circle. At the same time, the rules of the rising and setting of the sun and the setting of the moon have been loaded into the demiplane, and the operation of the sun is regulated under Emolan's adjustment. Then, Emolan's voice sounded again. Wind. As soon as the voice fell, a divine-level magic array was formed directly in the demiplane. The moment the divine-level magic array was formed, it was blessed by rules, and a space channel at the core of the magic array was directly opened, revealing the demiplane wind element behind it. Endless wind elements gushed out, and turned into gaseous gusts in the magic array and whistled out. After the gusts blew into the demiplane material world, they spread rapidly without restraint. However, with the magic array continuously inputting gas gusts, the material density of the entire material world and the gas concentration were slowly rising at a slow speed. Then Emolan's voice sounded again. Water. A divine-level magic array was completed, and the space channel of the water elemental world of the half-plane was opened. Endless water elements entered the magic array and turned into water resources and gushed out, directly suspended in the air, and turned into a ball. At this moment, gravity did not exist in the material world, and the water was just suspended in the air and would not fall, in a state of zero gravity. Earth. The moment the voice fell, endless earth elements gushed out from the earth elemental world of the half-plane, and with the completion of gravity rules and concepts, a force of gravity acted on all the matter inside the half-plane, dividing the upper and lower parts. The water originally suspended in the air fell directly downward. Boom! A large amount of water fell directly on the world wall membrane at the bottom, splashing water all over the sky. The water flowing out of the magic circle gradually gathered at the bottom of the half-plane material world. Emolan looked at the gradually expanding water area below, and suddenly an idea emerged in his mind. As soon as the thought came to him, a space at the bottom of the water area in the material world was distorted, directly turning the space at the bottom into a space channel connected to the 9 heavens. The surrounding water was affected by gravity and flowed into the space channel, and then flowed down from the 9 heavens. Emolan's thoughts moved, and he stretched out his hand to operate in the material world of the half-plane. The space of the material world was like plasticine in front of Emolan, and he could knead it at will. The sphere in the space channel above the 9 heavens was drastically deformed under Emolan's kneading, and the space was directly distorted. With the distortion of space, The water that originally fell in the sky in free fall directly flowed slowly in the sky, one after another. The space was distorted, and an invisible river was formed in the sky. Bends, slopes, pools, lakes, waterfalls, and the water falling from the space channel directly formed a huge river that ran from top to bottom across the entire material world. Under the sunlight, this river is like a silver ribbon that surrounds the world. Magnificent and beautiful. And the distorted river channel means that as long as there is a boat, even an ordinary person can sail around the world on this river. Although the current river is still a little thin, it is conceivable that when this world is full of floating islands, when floating islands fly around the giant river, when fish and strange beasts swim in the river, and when boating on the giant river, it should become more spectacular and more shocking. This is the Mage Association in Imoland's conception. Not just creating a continent, and then the association mages build some mage towers step by step to form a forest of mage towers. That is also the Mage Association. That is what the Mage Association looks like now. But that is not the Mage Association in Imoland's conception. In short, Imoland is not satisfied with it. But in the past, due to the limitation of ability, there was no way to modify it even if he was not satisfied. But now that he has the ability and opportunity, Imoland will build the Mage Association that he has conceived, which is like a dream. So what Imoland said is actually right. He is indeed here to decorate the Mage Association as he imagined it to be. This is the Mage Association. Chapter 1077 Titan's Gaze. What are you looking at? Well, all we need is a continent. Imoland looked up and down, nodded with satisfaction, and then looked at a place around the Sky River, which is roughly at the headquarters of the material world. This is the reserved space left by Imoland to create the continent. After the continent is created, it will float in the middle of the Sky River, which means that the continent is surrounded by rivers. Imoland's thoughts moved. A space channel leading to the demiplane Earth elemental world opened. The Earth element gushed out and turned into a boulder under the effect of a magic circle, and the edge of the boulder quickly spread and expanded. After the area was sufficient, the magic circle changed slightly, and the material derived from the magic circle had turned into soil, which was evenly distributed on the basis of the boulder. Imoland also pulled out a stream from the Sky River to flow on this land. This piece of land is roughly the size of an ordinary village. Not big, but it is enough for some of the main organizations of the association to settle down. But it's still a little short. Imoland stretched out his hand and grabbed the space lotus growing outside the mirror lake, together with the soil and lotus roots, and then threw it into the Sky River and the bottom ocean, which were sparsely distributed in it. As for the land suspended in the Sky River, Imoland thought for a moment and stretched out his hand to press it, instantly compressing the entire land plane to be as smooth as a mirror, exuding the luster of glass under the sunlight. And only the grass, trees, and garden areas that were left deliberately still retained the loose soil. Well, it's almost done. The rest will be left to those who are learning gardening to complete. I am definitely not as good as them in this aspect, so I won't be embarrassed. Imoland took a long breath and stretched. The most basic things are basically arranged. The next thing is the water. It will take some time for the air to accumulate. When the air density in the material world reaches the standard, when the water accumulates into the ocean, and when the water of the Sky River fills the river channel, then we can officially move. By then, we can plant flowers, trees, and fish and animals in the ocean and river. And it will be almost done. As for the magic circle, there is no rush. We can slowly build it after we move in. There is no rush. Imoland immediately withdrew. But the idea came back as soon as he withdrew. There is one more thing. I almost forgot. Imoland turned around and tapped his finger lightly. Load the rules of wind, rain, thunder, spot, evaporation, rainfall, weathering, and corrosion. Imoland's voice fell, and a thunder suddenly sounded in the demiplane. Only matter is space. And only when a cycle is formed is it a world. Cycle is the most essential difference between the world and space. Before loading the cycle, although Imoland used various materials to decorate the material world, each part was just an isolated existence, not connected into a whole, and was constantly consumed, and always needed external forces to maintain. Only after loading the cycle, it is a world. Of course, if the space of the demiplane is large enough, the materials are sufficient, and it can continuously absorb the power from the depths of the void to maintain itself. It will naturally form a cycle over time. thus forming a world. Without outsiders, without external interference, the natural world cycle is formed in this way. But the time required may be thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of millions of years. Emolan will definitely not wait for it to form naturally. A problem that can be solved by copying and pasting from the game world has to wait for thousands or tens of thousands of years. Isn't this a brain problem? As for whether directly copying and pasting the rules of the game world will leave any hidden dangers, why is the demiplane called the demiplane? It is because the demiplane itself is already a part of the world. Copying and pasting the rules is not a big deal at all. As for whether the introduction of rules will bring the demiplane into the scope of Titan's power, the demiplane belongs to Emolan. Although it has been completely integrated with the game world, and is part of the game world, Emolan still controls the authority of the demiplane. In addition, he is also a god-level magician. It is naturally not a problem to directly and forcibly cut off Titan's control over the rules in the demiplane. It is very difficult to cut off the rules that have been controlled by Titan. But if you prepare in advance when the rules have not yet appeared and have not been brought under Titan's control, there will naturally be no problem in cutting off in advance. Although the Titans can be directly controlled, it will take time and a process. If you grasp this process and seize this time, it will not be difficult. You just need hands. Of course, this will also directly attract the attention and concern of the Titans, which will bring extremely serious consequences. Therefore, dangerous actions, please do not imitate. Emolan curled his lips in disdain when he thought of this. What is his status? In the past, Emolan was afraid of the Titans in the game world. Even if he had this ability, he would not dare to do it or use it. But now, Emolan is one of the 10 gods in the Hall of the Gods. His strength is second only to the God King. What? He is afraid of other Titans? No. No. No, now it is the other Titans who are afraid of Emolan, just like the Fire Element Titan wanted to avoid Emolan before, so... Emolan felt the gaze of the Titan gods one after another. His expression did not change at all, and he looked back directly. When they found out that it was Emolan, they were angry, and they shrank back one by one when Emolan's eyes swept over them. It is Emolan. That's fine. After a while, all the gazes disappeared, and Emolan withdrew his perception from his own half-plane. If the relationship between the rules and the Titans is cut on a large scale, it may lead to an irreversible death battle, because that has already touched the foundation of the Titan gods. But if the gods just create a world of their own, then it's fine. This is very reasonable and acceptable. After all, no god would want to have other Titans' rules in his own small world and be watched by other Titans. This is also something that the Titan gods tacitly agree on, and the tacit unspoken rules. Of course, all this is based on the fact that you are a god. Only when the strength is equal can you consider other things. If the strength is not equal, then you are blaspheming the gods by doing this. Titan will not mind directly mobilizing power to kill you from a distance. So dangerous behavior. Please do not imitate. Emolan's consciousness returned to the projection in the fire elemental world, stretched his waist, and then lightly tapped his fingers, and a space channel slowly formed in front of him. And the opposite side of the space channel was the fire elemental world of Emolan's half-plane. Chapter 1078 Water Elemental Realm. Your Majesty, Lai Ke and Lima returned to Emolan with a group of master-level elemental life forms. They were originally outside, but Emolan just called them back. Behind this space channel is my world, Emolan said lightly, and took Lai Ke and Lima directly into it. After passing through the space channel, they came directly to a wide, flat boulder. Around the boulder was a violent fire element storm that penetrated the sky and the earth, madly invading the area above the boulder, but the mild fire element that could not break through the range of the boulder could not affect the inside of the boulder at all. Lai Ke and Lima looked around in awe, looking at Emolan in awe. Emolan walked on the surface of the boulder, directly led Lai Ke and Lima out of the boulder range, and entered the storm. The terrifying storm was like a docile cat in front of Emolan, and turned into gusts of breeze when it came to Emolan. Lai Ke and Lima followed Emolan in awe. Only after leaving the boulder did they find that the bottom of the boulder was empty, and this boulder was suspended in the air. This was a suspended boulder, and looking from afar, in this world of fire element, pieces of boulder were suspended, and they were scattered high and low, forming one shelter after another. That's not all. What shocked them even more was the fire elements they came into contact with, that is, the fire elements inside the storm. Your Majesty, these fire elements. Should they be helpful for your growth? Emolan looked around and said casually. Yes, the deep ones should be of great help to our growth. Lai Ke said in shock. The bulging body flapped its wings in the storm, and its small wings cut the storm again and again. While experiencing it, it looked deeper below. Well, it's good that it helps. You will stay on this stone in the future. If you want to practice, you can go down by yourself. Each stone is a safe zone, where you can settle down. As for the space channel to come here, I still imprinted it on your elemental body. You can just use it directly. Yes, Your Majesty. Lai Ke, Lima said excitedly. They can feel the benefits brought to them by the violent fire elements around them. This is the fire element that can help them grow. This sounds nothing, but you have to know that they are legends. Legendary fire element life. What is above legend? It is a god. Every step of legend growth can be regarded as a step towards the god level. It can be said that at the legendary level, every progress is extremely difficult. And every progress requires a very long time of accumulation. How long have they not felt such clear progress? Even the growth in the depths of the fire elemental world is not so large, so obvious. This is incredible. In addition, you should not only focus on your own cultivation, you must remember that you are still the commander of this legion. In addition to your own cultivation, you must also pay attention to the cultivation progress of the master level elemental life in the legion. Do you understand? Understood, Your Majesty. Well, go ahead, don't let me down. Emolan's figure disappeared in front of Lai Ke and Lima, and then appeared in the water elemental world of the game world. The reason for coming here is very simple. Find 2 more legendary water elemental beings as followers. After all, legendary fire elemental beings have been found, so why not go to the water elemental beings as well? Not only the water elemental realm, but also the earth elemental realm, and the wind elemental realm, earth, fire, wind, water. Emolan plans to gather all 4 elements, gradually forming an elemental army. In addition to having all 4 elements, Emolan also has some other ideas. That is earth, fire, wind and water. When Emolan thought of forming an elemental army, he had thought of a kind of military formation. The 4 elements of earth, fire, wind, and water can combine to produce all things and evolve the world. Theoretically, the elemental army composed of the 4 elements of earth, fire, wind, and water can perform Emolan's 4 elements strangulation in the form of a military formation. And the world will collapse and destroy 2 kinds of god-level mages. If it is really done, then Emolan's goal of forming a slave army can basically be successfully completed. Except for powerful enemies of the general level or higher, including but not limited to ordinary gods. The small fish can be dealt with by the slave army, without Emolan having to take action at all. And it will not distract Emolan's attention at all. Emolan was thinking about how to interpret his magic with the magic circle while walking in this world of water, looking around and looking into the distance. It was all a blue world. In the vast sea, small animals made of water were playing and frolicking on the water. From time to time, small animals were broken up and dissolved into the water. And then, they recondensed from the water. From time to time, giant whales surfaced from the water, and the water columns from the huge breathing holes pushed the small animals up into the sky. The water animals chirped and danced happily in the sky. After falling into the water, they were directly smashed into water splashes. But then, they condensed again and ran to the back of the giant whale and jumped excitedly. The water elemental world seemed to be the most harmonious elemental world that Emolan had ever seen, gentle and tolerant. This should be caused by the characteristics of the water element. The character of the elemental life of different elements will also be affected by the nature of the element itself. Emolan watched this scene with great interest. Several small water beasts found him, and were not afraid of strangers. They jumped excitedly beside Emolan. One of the water beasts that looked like a kitten even grabbed Emolan's trouser leg and tried to climb up. But as a god-level mage, Emolan did not deliberately guard against it, but his instinctive protection was not something that this little nurse could break through. Emolan looked down at it, smiled, and reached out to grab the kitten by the scruff of its neck and lifted it up. The kitten is made entirely of water, but there is a layer of water film on the surface, so even if you grab it directly, it won't get wet, and because of this layer of water film, the kitten feels particularly good, especially when it is still struggling. Emolan ignored the kitten's protest, and stroked the cat with a smile, and finally put it on the water surface. As soon as the kitten stood on the water, it dissolved directly into the water. and then resurfaced a few dozen meters away. Then it stood there and cursed at Emolan. Emolan smiled and suddenly walked forward. The kitten instantly got angry and sank into the water. It did not resurface until it was a few dozen meters away. It was relieved when it saw that Emolan did not approach. When it was about to leave, it turned around and cursed, as if it was asking Emolan not to leave. And it went to call people. Emolan was quite surprised to see this. What a high spirituality. Chapter 1079, The Descendants of Legendary Elemental Life. Logically speaking, such a low-level elemental life should not have such a high spirituality. It feels like it already has wisdom. Emolan looked at the direction where the kitten disappeared in confusion. Could it be that because of the nature of water elements, water elemental life is more peaceful, easier to survive, and the threshold for the birth of wisdom will be lowered? But no matter how much it is lowered, it can't be lowered to this extent. Right? This little kitten's strength is not even that of a professional. Any warrior apprentice can catch it and need it. Can this kind of strength also give birth to wisdom? But then again, this little kitten, no, this group of little water beasts are all a little wrong. Although their strength is very, very weak, almost non-existent, they seem to have a hidden power. And the elemental power that makes up their bodies is quite pure. Emolan narrowed his eyes slightly, lost in thought. But when Emolan sensed a familiar breath approaching quickly with another breath, he immediately reacted. So that's how it is. Emolan showed a hint of understanding on his face, but then showed a bit of curiosity. I have never encountered this before, and I have never imagined this situation. This time I am very lucky. I'm really lucky. Emolan felt two breaths approaching quickly, stopped behind him, and then quietly floated up, without any sound. But it seemed that there was no malice. Emolan recalled the kitten's appearance when it left before. Emolan also felt playful, didn't turn around, pretended not to notice, and continued to move forward. Two figures, one big and one small, appeared behind Emolan. The big one raised its front paw and poked Emolan's back with the tip of its claw. It was obvious that it was very careful. The sharpness of its claws was retracted, and it used very little strength, as if it was afraid of hurting Emolan. Emolan smiled when he noticed this, turned around, but did not show any panic, just looked at the little kitten and the big cat with a faint smile, or should I say the legendary water element life. At this moment, the little kitten stood in front of the big cat, jumping actively on tiptoe. The proud taste could be seen directly from the constantly shaking tail. In addition, it kept meowing at Emolan, and occasionally turned back to say something to the big cat. Emolan understood the cat language for a while, and felt that the little kitten should say something like asking the big cat to squeeze him hard. Emolan smiled, and pointed behind the kitten. The kitten was stunned, and raised its head proudly, as if to say that it could not be deceived. But the next moment, the kitten suddenly felt a shadow covering its head. The kitten subconsciously looked up, but saw a person under the dome, and looked at the big cat and the small cat with interest. But even the big cat seemed insignificant in front of this huge figure. The kitten froze, and looked up at the big cat. It realized that it seemed to be in trouble. At this moment, Emolan did not hide the aura that naturally emanated from him as a divine-level mage. The big cat crawled to the ground when it sensed this aura. Your Majesty, please forgive our offense. Emolan waved his hand with a smile, reached out, and grabbed the back of the kitten's neck, kneaded it for a while, and then put it on the ground and said, It's okay, it's a very interesting little guy. This should be your offspring. Right? It has spirituality and wisdom that should not belong to this strength. Yes, Your Majesty, it's my offspring. Emolan was immediately interested when he heard this, and asked, Can elemental life also reproduce? How do you reproduce? In my impression, elemental life should have no gender difference. Right? Did you reproduce your offspring alone, or with other elemental life? Your Majesty, I reproduced with my spouse. My spouse and I each extracted a trace of our origin and removed our own marks, and then merged them together to produce our own offspring. The big cat explained. Spouse, well, there is no gender difference, but you can still form a spouse, I understand. So elemental life also has the concept of mates, and also has the instinct to reproduce? Emolan's question made the big cat at a loss for a moment. Fortunately, Emolan did not dwell on this question, or Emolan did not think that the elemental life in front of him could answer his question. And then, he spoke out. It's like this. I came to the water elemental world this time, and I want to recruit a few followers. The requirement is that they are intelligent elemental life, and their strength must be at least legendary level. I see that your strength has reached the legendary level. Based on my understanding of the water element just now, the water elemental world should be considered a relatively gentle elemental world. Right? You should have intersections with other legendary elemental life. Right? Help me pass this message to other legendary elemental life. And spread this message at the legendary level, so that I won't care about the offense of this little guy, Emolan said jokingly. But Emolan was joking. But the big cat obviously didn't dare to take this as a joke, and quickly replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." The big cat crawled on the ground, and as soon as it finished speaking, it picked up the little cat and retreated step by step. It retreated while sinking into the water. It had completely sunk into the water and disappeared. The little kitten did not move at all from beginning to end. It was obvious that it knew that this was not the time to joke. Even it knew that the gods could not be offended. Emolan watched the big cat leave and rolled his eyes. You didn't even ask to follow. Emolan thought that the big cat would directly ask to follow him. After all, Emolan knew very well how honorable it was to become a follower of the gods for these non-gods. If this kind of thing was released, the competition for qualifications alone would break their heads. So it was normal for Emolan to think that the big cat had directly proposed to follow him. But it didn't happen. Emolan still had a good impression of the little kitten. Just now, he was thinking that if the big cat followed him, he could just keep the little kitten. He could pet it and rub it when he had nothing to do, and then watch the little kitten get angry. It was not unacceptable to have two legendary followers for a little kitten. But unfortunately, the big cat didn't take the initiative to propose, and Emolan was too lazy to speak up. And if the big cat didn't follow him, he would take the little kitten away. Emolan had no interest in doing such things. It would be fine if it was a creature without intelligence, but after all, the big cat and the little kitten were already intelligent creatures. There was no need. Chapter 1080 God's Blessing. Forget it. Emolan shook his head. The big cat didn't care. As long as the news spread, there would be legendary elemental beings willing to follow him. So it was mainly a pity for the little kitten. It was not easy to meet a little kitten that caught your eye. But it was a pity. It was nothing. It was just a little kitten. Although with his strength, he could have used other methods. The simplest one, no need to force anything, just ask the big cat if he wanted to follow him. Emolan was sure that the big cat would not refuse, and would not dare to refuse. Not everyone has the courage to refuse the invitation of the gods. But Emolan didn't want to do that. The little kitten was also an intelligent life. While Emolan had great power, he also had the principle of restraining himself and restraining his own power. Emolan smiled. At this time, Emolan sensed the approach of the big cat's breath. And there was another legendary elemental life beside him. Like the big cat, its breath was the same as that of the little kitten. It was obviously the big cat's spouse. Another legendary elemental life. No wonder the little kitten is so nervous. If it jumps like this, with two legendary beings behind it, anyone would jump too. While Emolan was thinking, two big cats and the little kitten appeared in front of him. The other legendary elemental being was also a big cat, and its size and strength were similar to the previous big cat. Greetings, Your Majesty. The two big cats saluted at the same time, and the little kitten meowed a few times in a baby voice. Meow meow. Your Majesty, my spouse and I have informed other legendary beings of your recruitment of followers. Now 5 legendary beings have received the news, and there will be many more in a while. Yes, okay. Emolan nodded when he heard it. These legendary water elemental beings should have some means of quick communication. After all, it is easy to understand. From the current situation of the water element world, there is no conflict between water element life and water element life. Different individuals are quite harmonious. In a mild temper and harmonious environment, a group of intelligent life communicates with each other. It is very normal for friendship and love to be born. Just like the couple in front of me. And once friendship is born, after different legendary element life become familiar with each other, then the emergence of communication spells is a very normal thing. It is normal. There was another thing that made Emolan quite curious. That is, the form of the two big cats and the form of the little kitten. They are all cats. Emolan pondered for a moment and couldn't help asking. I want to ask. You all show the image of a cat. Is this a change you made, or are you originally in this form? I actually want to know. Do you have any relationship with the cats in the main material world? Your Majesty, we were born in the form of cats. And our offspring are also born in the form of cats. As for whether it has anything to do with the cats in the main material world, we don't know. After the big cat finished speaking, it crawled on the ground again, not daring to look directly at Emolan. The gap between gods and those below gods is simply too big. The dignity of gods cannot be violated. Obviously, these two big cats have seen the world. At least they have come into contact with gods. At least they know the main material world, and they also know cats. And Emolan pondered what they said in his heart, born in the form of cats. If so, these two legendary big cats must have a certain relationship with the cats in the main material world. Otherwise, it's hard to explain these things. Emolan pondered for a moment, and did not continue to think about this question. It doesn't matter when to think about this question. At this time, the two big cats were still crawling in front. Well done. You can get up. Emolan nodded and continued. In addition, don't worry about the offense of this little guy. Emolan could clearly feel that the two big cats were relieved, which made Emolan smile. And then he thought of a few more points. Cat's appearance, spouse concept, reproduction concept, family affection. Emolan smiled, turned his head to look at the little kitten, and then grabbed its neck, kneaded it, and smiled at it. I just came to the water element world, and you brought me the legendary life of the water element, which saved me some time. In this way, I won't give you a chance for nothing. Emolan's mouth curled up slightly, and a magic staff immediately appeared in his hand. At this moment, the divine power on Emolan's body burst out directly, which was extremely terrifying. The sea surface in the surrounding area was still instantly as calm as a mirror, and the two big cats couldn't help but crawl on the ground. The power of the gods alone is not something that ordinary legends can resist. The power and dignity of the gods are definitely reflected in all aspects, not just strength. The majestic Emolan held a magic wand in his hand. At this moment, Emolan seemed to have become the center of heaven and earth. Or it could be said that it was not just Emolan standing between heaven and earth at this moment, but the god of magicians present in the hall of gods. Little guy, I wish you good luck. Emolan rubbed the kitten and said, the moment the voice fell, a force between heaven and earth gathered and blessed the kitten. In addition, Emolan could directly sense that there was a very close connection between himself and the kitten. The power condensed and bestowed on the little kitten can be called blessing. Blessing from the gods. The connection between the little kitten and Emolan can be called the favor of the gods. The favor of the god of mages. It can be said that, from today on, the little kitten can basically walk sideways in the game world, go out to pick up treasures, cultivate without bottlenecks, understand spells at a glance, learn magic arrays as soon as they are learned. These are just the most basic. In the game world, anyone who wants to murder the little kitten will encounter bad luck, and anyone who even has malice towards the little kitten will directly fall into endless bad luck. It can be said that at this moment, as long as the little kitten does not touch other gods, it is basically a complete child of heaven and earth. The darling of heaven and earth, and the protagonist of heaven and earth. This is the effect of the blessing of gods, the effect of the god of magic, and the ability brought by the authority of the god of magic. It must be said that compared with other professionals, it still has many unique features in the use of the authority of heaven and earth, which cannot be imitated or replicated by other professionals. The blessing of gods is one of them. The little kitten still didn't know what happened, but felt that Emolan looked much more friendly. Meow meow meow. The little kitten called a few times in a baby voice, and couldn't help but let Emolan rub it again. Well, it seems that Emolan is not friendly anymore. Chapter 1081 Is karma such an inconvenient thing? Go. Emolan said softly after putting the kitten on the water, knowing what Emolan had done and what it meant. The two big cats with the kitten crawled in front of Emolan. Thank you, Your Majesty. After the words fell, the two big cats took the kitten back step by step, and finally sank into the water. And Emolan just waited quietly in the same place. God's blessing, Emolan can give it, but not to too many people, but just now I saw that the kitten was quite attractive, so I gave it. Once the blessing of the gods is given, it basically means that the little cat will at least be a legend, a demigod, and a very powerful person below the realm of gods. As for making another breakthrough to become a god, this is no longer something that Emolan can do with the blessing of the god of mages. Even the blessing of the god king cannot do it, unless the gods bless. The authority is interwoven into a form similar to the blessing of heaven and earth, which can make the little cat directly step into the realm of gods. Other gods. Gods. No god alone can do it. So whether the little kitten can break through to the level of a god depends on his own luck. Surely become a legend, demigod, maybe we will meet again in the future. Emolan said lightly, suddenly turned his head to look north, sensing that breath. Hey, is it coming? Over there is the breath of a legendary water elemental life. A legendary water elemental life is approaching quickly. Obviously, this speed, this time point, this direction of advance can basically confirm that it is coming to Emolan. Emolan sensed the cause and effect relationship slightly, and immediately confirmed the identity. Yes, that's right. It was indeed Big Cat who notified him. Emolan knew all the legendary elemental beings that Big Cat had notified. In other words, when Big Cat notified other legendary elemental beings, how many legendary elemental beings it notified, and which one it notified? Emolan knew it clearly, because Big Cat basically mentioned Emolan every time he notified someone. Although the brain didn't know Emolan's name, nor did it know Emolan's god name. Every time it mentioned a god, that god. But as long as it was mentioned, whether it was a metaphor or a specific reference, it would directly form a cause and effect relationship with Emolan, and thus be captured by the mental power program designed by Emolan himself. And Emolan could check it at any time. So Emolan knew everything it notified. What? Only by clicking on Emolan's name can a causal relationship be formed. And Emolan can sense it? How is it possible? Is causality such an inconvenient thing? Be it a name or a title, it's just a title, it's not important. Emolan's name is Emolan, but is Emolan the only one in the world named Emolan? Well, maybe there is only one person named Emolan. This is not the point. The point is if there is someone with the same name as Emolan, then when others call Emolan, will they reach a causal relationship with another Emolan with the same name? How is this possible? In fact, the name and title are just a nickname. As long as you want, you can call him Wonkai or Gooden. It doesn't affect anything. What really forms the causal connection is the subjective direction of the other party when calling out the name. Whether it is the name, or the name of the deity, as long as Emolan is mentioned, then the mind will naturally think of Emolan, thus completing the designation and locking of this person. So no matter what method, what name, as long as Emolan is mentioned, then it will definitely form a causal connection with Emolan, then Emolan will definitely feel it. At this moment, Emolan can still perceive that the Big Cat is still continuously informing other legendary elemental lives, trying to spread this news at the legendary level as Emolan said before. Obviously, the more legendary elemental beings one knows, the easier it is for this news to spread at this legendary level. Emolan was thinking while waiting for the arrival of the first legendary elemental being. At this time, a thought suddenly popped up in his mind. I have been releasing the divine aura here for so long. Why hasn't the water elemental titan come to me yet? Is it also hiding like these water elemental beings? Emolan felt a little strange. You know, the four elemental beings have always regarded the four elemental realms as their territory, as their own private land, and other gods will generally come out if they enter. Could it be that after finding out that it was me, he didn't want to come out anymore? Emolan immediately thought of this and felt helpless. He had already created the spell of elemental summoning, which could create the four elements of earth, fire, wind and water. He had naturally sparred with the water elemental titan. They had sparred before. But Emolan didn't expect that the water elemental titan was so rude. He had been releasing his aura for such a long time, and still didn't come out to say hello. Could it be that he was afraid that I would eat him? If he dared not to give me face, and not come out today, would I have to prepare to surround and kill him next time? Emolan muttered in his heart, I disliked the water element titan for not coming out, but Emolan didn't realize that, once the water element titan came out, then what he thought might be different. What dared to come out? If he dared to come out today, wouldn't he be prepared to surround and kill him next time? While Emolan was thinking, a water element life, with a human-shaped upper body slowly surfaced. Emolan did not hide his breath, and it was bright and clear from just now until now. So this legendary water element life, with a human-shaped upper body, and a water tornado-shaped lower body, directly saluted Emolan. Meet the respected god? I am willing to follow the god. Until death. Emolan looked up and down at the legendary elemental life in front of him. It was not weak. Although it was a little weaker than the two big cats before, it was not weak among the legendary elemental life. You know, the two big cats before were not weak. In Emolan's opinion, these two big cats were among the top legendary elemental life. This is actually very simple. The little kitten is so fearless and still jumping around. Isn't this enough to explain the problem? And the reason why they are so humble in front of Emolan is because Emolan is a god. A god-level magician. No matter how strong a legendary creature is, it is nothing but an ant in front of a god. They are not on the same level at all. That is why the two big cats were so humble in front of Emolan, not because they were weak. They are very strong, very strong. So Emolan was thinking about it for a while before, but he just didn't plan to use force. These thoughts flashed through Emolan's mind, and then he looked up and down at this humanoid legendary water element life, which is also quite good. Chapter 1082 Mechanical Spirit. Faction Identification Spell. Emolan directly cast a faction identification spell at the elemental life. Faction Identification Spell is a spell that uses Emolan as the server. Emolan can use it at will. And whenever Emolan uses it, he will not use the reduced youth version that only produces results. He will definitely use the original version that checks the whole. After casting a spell, with Emolan's ability to directly observe cause and effect, the contents represented by the cause and effect connections immediately appeared in Emolan's mind. Emolan finished the interpretation in just a moment. Browsed, and after a moment of silence, he had the answer in his mind. Okay. Thank you, Your Majesty. Emolan lightly tapped his finger, and a contract appeared in front of the legendary water elemental life. After it was signed, the contract was directly divided into two. One was immersed in the core of the elemental life, and the other fell into Emolan's hand. Then Emolan stored it. There were already two contracts in the storage area. When this one was added, there were already three contracts slowly floating in it. After signing the contract, the legendary elemental life immediately prostrated on the ground excitedly and said. Emolan nodded. Well, come here. Give up resistance. Emolan waved his hand to let the legendary water elemental life come closer. When he let down his guard and gave up resistance, Emolan directly scanned the internal structure of his body, while studying and fixing the structure of the elemental body for the elemental army under his command. The elemental body is definitely a standard basic skill. After all, although it sounds a bit strange to install the elemental body on the elemental life, as if the elemental life's own body is fake, this little twist does not affect the power of the elemental life after being equipped with the elemental body. In addition, it must be said that choosing elemental life to form an elemental army is a very wise decision. Apart from anything else, at least every legendary elemental life recruited will have one more sample to study, which is simply amazing. Unlike the monotonous flesh and blood body, the body structure of almost every elemental life is different. And Emolan is a mage who specializes in elements. This is simply amazing for a mage like Emolan. Each legendary elemental life has its own unique characteristics and unique features. In other words, Emolan has gained more or less from studying almost every legendary elemental life, which makes people feel very comfortable. While Emolan continued his research, Linwa also started his own experiments. Linwa's main focus is on machinery. Linwa's goal is not to obtain a huge amount of power through machinery. Linwa's goal is far from that small. Linwa's goal is very big. Linwa is not pursuing a breakthrough and transcendence of individual power, but a kind of replicable power. Individual power can be pursued, but Linwa hopes to pursue it himself. And the individual power obtained in the end is replicable, and even directly mass-producible. It is because of these considerations that Linwa has not made a breakthrough, but has been looking for ways, and has been working hard to find a more perfect breakthrough method that is more in line with his goals. After so long, after a lot of hard work and unremitting research, Linwa finally found a way that belongs to him and to countless ordinary people. No, it cannot be said that it belongs to countless ordinary people. It should be said that Linwa found a model derived from scientific and technological civilization. The gods of this model are very difficult to achieve individually. The gods of this model will not depend on individuals, but on civilization. Linwa thought quietly and adjusted. There were drawings floating in front of him. Each drawing was drawn with dense lines and logos. There were countless notes and annotations on each drawing. These drawings that would give ordinary people a headache were piled up on the entire level in front of Lubin. It filled up an entire floor of the Mage Tower. You can imagine how many there are? And these drawings are divided into many sets. Often, the array model mechanism depicted on a set of drawings is just a part. There are countless parts drawn in all these drawings. These parts are very small. The length and width of the smallest part are directly described by the number of basic particles. And even the largest part is only about 1 millimeter long. It is extremely small, like fine sand. But being tiny does not mean being simple. On the contrary, what is hidden behind this tininess is incomparable complexity. Almost every one of these tiny parts has a simple or complex array. Each individual tiny part means an independent magic weapon, because it means that it can operate independently. And these directly lead to the highest difficulty in processing parts. To manufacture such parts, the requirements for processing accuracy, microprocessing capabilities, material strength, and observation capabilities are extremely high. Simply put, if you want to manufacture these parts, you need a very developed and complete industrial system. And a developed and complete industrial system needs a civilization to support it. In other words, parts of this level and their creations can be directly called the crystallization of civilization. In order to manufacture these parts, Linwo did not hesitate to use a large number of points to exchange for the help of a large number of association members, and asked Mo Lan to personally arrange several god-level magic arrays, and called on a large amount of god-level refined gold, and worked overtime day and night, and struggled to manufacture the most basic part of the entire blueprint. The parts currently manufactured only occupy a small part of the total blueprint, but it is enough for Linwo to complete today's experiment. As soon as Linwo thought, parts floated in the air one after another. Densely packed tiny parts surrounded him like fine yarn. Layer after layer. Layer after layer. Feeling the surrounding parts, Linwo took a deep breath and whispered, "Start." The moment the voice fell, mechanical sounds rang out one by one. Spiritual power identification. Soul identification. Consciousness wave identification. Identification completed. Identity confirmed. Mental power binding. Soul binding. Consciousness wave binding. Armor. The moment the mechanical sound fell, the parts suspended around were quickly selected. And in high-speed rotation, one by one parts fell on Linwo. And one by one parts were combined on Linwo. Breastplate. Hand armor. Leg armor. Head armor. In a blink of an eye, a very perfect armor. As if there was no flaw in the armor appeared on Linwo. This armor was completely different from Mo Lan's previous armor. A trace of the breath of the gods was revealed on this armor. Chapter 1083 God Level Reaction Acceleration Module. Begin testing the Neural Reaction Acceleration Module. 10%, 20%, 30%, 100%, 200%, 300%, 300%, 300%. Linwo stood quietly in the laboratory in a close-fitting armor. The mechanical electronic sound echoed in his mind. With the test of the God Level Reaction Acceleration Module and the power increase, Linwo could clearly sense that his thinking speed was constantly increasing. Linwo could very clearly sense that his body was responding to him faster and faster. As soon as a thought came to mind, the thought was transmitted to the limbs. If Linwo was using a network with a delay of 300 to think and control this body before, then after the acceleration module, Linwo's delay has reached about 150. The sudden increase in God-level reaction speed makes Linwo look at things in the outside world as if they are in slow motion. Full load operation. With a slight sound, Linwo felt that his reaction speed had increased sharply again in an instant. And the whole world seemed to become frame by frame. One by one. Of course, the same is true for Linwo's own movement at this moment. His own movement also seems to be frame by frame. However, due to the accelerated nerve reaction speed, Linwo can often think for a long time before deciding how to do a certain action, or how to respond to an enemy's action. This is actually equivalent to the legendary bullet time, which is very helpful for combat or high-precision experiments, and for experiments with high-level time research. However, the function of bullet time is not used on this armor. It can even be said that it is at least an auxiliary system. But it is also very important. And it is also an absolute core and indispensable. In Linwo's opinion, if a god-level armor is to be made, then it must have at least god-level combat power in battle. Combat power is a comprehensive term, and it can be divided into three parts: attack, defense and speed. But Linwo knew that even if the god-level armor was manufactured, it would still require a person to control it. This person could be a tower spirit, a computer program, or a real person. Since computer programs cannot generate intelligence at present, it would only be a nightmare for a program without intelligence to control a god-level armor. Therefore, the only options are tower spirits and humans. However, tower spirits and humans are the same kind of creatures, and most of those who can control god-level armor have not reached the god level. And not reaching the god level means that his thinking speed His God-level reaction speed is not God-level. What does this mean? It means that other gods react faster than you. This means that your movements are slowed down in the eyes of other gods, frame by frame, which means that you are always in bullet time when facing gods. In this case, no matter whether it is a God-level attack or a God-level speed, it is useless. The attack of the God-level level will never hit the opponent because you cannot keep up with the God-level reaction speed. No matter how strong the attack power is, it is just literal data. Having God-level speed but not being able to react to God-level is even more of a nightmare. It's like a drunk driver with slow thinking driving a tank on the road at 260 miles per hour. Is this going to the battlefield to face the enemy? No, this is going to hit teammates. In the case of insufficient God-level reaction speed, God-level attack and God-level speed are useless. And God-level defense, if it is just passively beaten, if any attack from the opponent cannot be resisted because of the slow nerve reaction speed, then no matter how strong the defense is, it is just a turtle shell that is passively beaten and can only wait for death. Therefore, in Lin Wu's opinion, if you want to make God-level armor, besides God-level attack and God-level speed, the most important thing is God-level reaction speed, and God-level defense is secondary. And the God-level reaction speed acceleration module is the first difficulty for Lin Wu to overcome the God-level armor. Maintaining the highest load operation of the God-level reaction speed acceleration module puts a great pressure on Lin Wu's consciousness. Lin Wu knocked on the head of the armor and adjusted the operation status of the acceleration module to normal. Continuing to operate at overload may not be a problem for the acceleration module itself, but Lin Wu can't hold on any longer. Obviously, even with this module, there is still a certain threshold to control the God-level armor. However, this threshold limit is not other external strengths, not the soul, not the mental power, and not the physical body, but only the illusory but real consciousness. Only when the consciousness is strong enough can it support strong enough thinking acceleration, God-level reaction acceleration, so that this God-level armor can be used. As for the others, mental power is generally used to provide computing power, detection methods, and as a medium for consciousness to affect matter. As a God-level armor, it will naturally be equipped with the top-level tower spirit cluster unit to provide body computing power resources. The detection method is an essential module for combat-side armor. Psychic force detection is just one of the detection modules. Finally, the medium array for consciousness to affect matter is a substitute for spiritual force. It is a creation for consciousness to indirectly affect matter. The array allows ordinary people to use consciousness to affect matter and touch the extraordinary as long as they master the relevant knowledge. When there are enough arrays, when all the spells needed have arrays, mental force becomes a non-essential item. Therefore, controlling this divine armor does not require much mental strength, and the physical body does not need it even more. Not to mention that a normal mage will not affect the physical body. The flesh and blood body will generally not join the mage's battle. On the contrary, the flesh and blood body will only become a burden to the mage, so controlling the divine armor in battle certainly does not require any physical strength. The divine armor is not as simple as it looks on the surface. The shock absorption and defense modules installed on it make the flesh and blood body not worry about being harmed by energy attacks or material wages. Even if the worst happens, the body is really broken, the body is really dead, the God-level armor is blessed with modules to preserve, maintain the soul, and consciousness. Even if the body is destroyed, it can still control the God-level armor to fight or escape. As for the body, you just need to create another one afterwards, and then load the soul and consciousness into it. Simple. Chapter 1084, a new profession related to the strength of consciousness. Simple. So the control threshold of this God-level armor is only the strength of consciousness. As long as the strength of consciousness is sufficient, no matter what level of strength you are, you can control this God-level armor, and have the strength comparable to the God level in one fell swoop. This is extremely terrifying. Don't pay attention to any strength. You only need the strength of consciousness and a set of God-level armor to have the strength of the God level. You can directly cross the 4 major levels of professional level, elite level, master level, and legendary level in one step. You can ascend to the God level in one step. It is simply unimaginable. However, if you think from another angle, consider the strength of consciousness as a kind of cultivation realm, then it becomes that only when the level of consciousness reaches the level that can control the God level armor, after equipping the God level armor, you will have the combat power of the God level. If you think from this angle, it is not a one-step ascension, it is not jumping several levels to become a god directly, but it is hard training consciousness, cultivating consciousness, year after year, day after day to improve the strength of consciousness. Only then you have the ability to control the god-level armor, and then spend a huge price to obtain a god-level armor. Only then you have the combat power comparable to the god level. In addition, due to the illusory nature of consciousness, only after reaching the master level can one come into contact with the mysterious consciousness by chance. Only the legendary level after the virtual world condenses can truly sense the real existence of consciousness. And even if one can sense consciousness, it is useless. So far, except for relying on the sound of rules, when the virtual world is manifested to temper consciousness. There is no way to strengthen consciousness and cultivate consciousness. In comparison, becoming a mage, cultivating this thing can be said to be something that everyone can do. It just means that if you want to become a powerful mage, you need to look at your learning ability. But at least everyone can cultivate and become stronger. From this perspective, the threshold requirement for consciousness strength seems to be more demanding and more difficult. Perhaps this situation can only be improved after the development of a cultivation method to strengthen consciousness. Once it reaches that level, it can basically be said that there is another new career system in the world. No, it should not be said that way. To be precise, as long as Linwa can prove that the armor can indeed be controlled, can be used in combat, and confirm that the god-level reaction acceleration module can be used in actual combat, then it can be determined that Linwa has indeed successfully created a new career system. A professional physique that is completely different from existing professions. Existing professions, whether it is a mage or a warrior, are both based on strengthening themselves. To be precise, they strengthen their ability to interfere with external energy by strengthening themselves. Mages strengthen their mental power, and warriors strengthen their bodies. Perhaps the methods are different, but the essential differences are not great. But once this new profession is created, it will be different. This new profession will not pursue strengthening its other abilities. Everything is for the purpose of improving the intensity of consciousness. All other means will be achieved through powerful consciousness to control armor or other machines. One thing that can be expected is that this profession is highly dependent on civilization, but as long as there is a civilization with a complete high-end industrial system behind it, then this kind of professional will be very strong. The endurance is full, and the changes are full. As long as the person is not dead, no matter what the armor is beaten into, you can directly change a set and continue to fight. And according to different situations, you only need to prepare armor or machinery in advance, then this kind of professional can complete the transformation from an extreme attacking professional to an extreme meat shield defense professional in an instant, and there will be no interval when changing armor, which is extremely terrifying. Of course, while this profession is powerful, it also has great limitations. However, the limitations can be avoided or compensated by other means. Most of the disadvantages can be corrected on the battlefield. It can be used as a profession with very few disadvantages on the battlefield, and its combat effectiveness will be very strong. So as long as this profession is successfully created, it will definitely affect the entire world and the structure among all professionals. At this moment, Lin was sensed the operation of the God-level reaction acceleration module. After confirming that there was no problem, he thought about it, and a space channel opened. Passing through the space channel, he came to an extremely wide and huge cave. It is still very convenient for gods to move through space channels in the same world. It will not be affected. At least it is very convenient for Linwa. It will not be affected. It will not cause huge space shocks like building a cross-world space channel. It may even directly vibrate the entire rule network. Linwa, wearing dark silver armor, slightly adjusted his state and said softly, "Link status self-check. Self-check completed. Consciousness link is normal. Body module self-check. Self-check completed. God-level reaction acceleration module is normal. Attack module is normal. Drive module is normal. Shield generator module is normal." One mechanical sound after another echoed in Mo Lan's mind. After a while, the self-check of all modules was completed. After confirming that all modules are normal, and that all the preliminary preparations are complete, Linwa took a deep breath and said softly, "Enter combat mode. Has entered combat mode. The attack module is unlocked. The restriction module has ended. The energy output limit is lifted. And the speed limit is lifted." With Linwa's order, various restrictions are lifted. The energy furnace inside the armor begins to boil, and the energy power has been raised to an extremely high level. This armor has made all combat preparations. The first test item is speed. Linwa turned on the voice note function of the armor and said. The moment the voice fell, Molan's consciousness transmitted a message of moving forward. The moment the message was transmitted, the armor suddenly disappeared from its original place and appeared directly 1,000 meters away. The moment it stopped, it staggered a few steps and almost fell to the ground. Linwa stood there motionless, like a metal sculpture. Only Molan's voice sounded. Sure enough, relying on conscious thinking to control the armor is still a little uncomfortable. It still needs a period of familiarity and training. If you can really use this method proficiently, then the speed of this reaction is definitely good. Generally speaking, the information transmitted by consciousness will be transmitted to various parts of the body through nerves, and then the body will respond. Generally speaking, the shorter the response time, the faster the reaction speed. This process may not take much time, but compared with the gods, this time consumed is not a small number. I am afraid it will directly become a flaw. Chapter 1085 3 Major Attack Categories. Swish. 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 Linwa, wearing dark silver armor, appeared in one area after another in the underground space. The fast movement speed made it look like teleportation, but teleportation is a space spell, and this is real speed. The value it represents in actual combat is very different. Teleportation gene-level mages can do it, and the difference between moving at a speed like teleportation is naturally needless to say. Linwa continued to move quickly, changing direction, and also mixed in the training of catching the electromagnetic railgun shells fired by hand, avoiding the fire network blockade, etc. With Linwa's ability, he quickly mastered this new way of consciousness control. The essence of this control method is to forget your original body directly, regard yourself as the soul of the armor, regard the armor as your body. And when the armor becomes your body, when you regard the various abilities of the armor as your instincts, then it is not difficult to just control your body. Just use your heartbeat, breathing, and walking as usual. Of course, forgetting your own body. Treating the armor as your own body. Treating the armor's ability as your own instinct is a very difficult thing in itself. After all, this means the integration of man and machine. In various stories and novels, this is the peak state of controlling armor. It is hard to come by, but once you enter it, you will often defeat everything. This is indeed difficult. But what can Linwa do? He is a mage. A powerful mage who has completed the division of mental power and loaded it with computing power. And a mage who has the ability to edit mental power programs? Linwa smiled. What kind of body instinct can bypass the body and directly act on the mental power? What instinct has a higher priority than the mental power? Isn't the so-called instinct the control of the body by the subconscious? And when it comes to Linwa, the subconscious itself is still a part that can influence and control. As long as Linwa is willing, Molan can completely modify his subconscious and modify his body's operating habits. For example, let the heart beat to the rhythm of nervous music, let him get used to walking with his hands, etc. Linwa can do all these, and can edit them, using mental power to edit a set of instinctive programs to operate the armor. It is not difficult to control the armor. So after a simple exploration and design, Linwa has been able to play with this big toy very well, and can use the speed of the armor at the level of a god very freely. After speed, it is attack. Linwa took a deep breath. The attack system of this armor is roughly divided into 3 categories. The first category is melee, with the hardness of the armor, the strength of the equipped weapons, and the combat experience data package obtained from the melee mage Zhang Guangma. No matter whether the person in the armor is a human or a dog, he can instantly become a weapon master who is proficient in 18 kinds of weapons. A weaponless fighting master. The second category is the weapon system. This armor is equipped with almost all the large weapons developed and built by Linwa. The God Killer Cannon, the Eternal Electromagnetic Railgun, the Directional Shock Cannon, the Tesla Coil Tower, and so on. After Linwa's careful design and matching, the weapon system has weapons matching for close range, medium range, long range, beyond visual range, dealing with individual strongmen, dealing with swarm-like enemies, dealing with magic immune enemies, dealing with physical immune enemies, and so on. This series of situations can be dealt with in the weapon system. As a mechanical mage, Linwa said that the weapons he created inside the god-level armor were absolutely crazy. There are 3 types of weapons that can cause damage to the god level: the god-killing cannon, the god-killing bullet, and the basic particle-level shock annihilation cannon. Among them, the basic particle-level shock annihilation cannon is a weapon developed based on the directional sound wave weapon. It has not been used in actual combat, nor has it been equipped. It has only been tested with Emolan as the target. Emolan commented that this is a weapon that can annihilate rules within a certain range, and it has great potential. With the support of these 3 weapons, and a series of powerful weapons that work together, this weapon system can definitely support the appearance of armor god-level attacks. And this is only the second category. God-level armor also has a third category, which is spells, or magic arrays. Linwa once had an ambition, which was to create a method similar to movable type printing, to use a set of structures and components that can be changed and assembled able to evolve any known and existing spells. It must be said that Linwa is also a genius. After a long period of research, Linwa has been able to initially realize this technology. The machines made by Linwa can even simulate the rules of the master level. If Linwa is in charge, it can even simulate the effects of the legendary rules. This means that under the auspices of Linwa, this god-level armor can use a fixed template to evolve all the magic arrays below the legendary level. The power of the magic array is generally greater than the power of the spell. This is in exchange for sacrificing some advantages of the spell. The magic array cannot be moved. The magic array needs to be postponed and arranged in advance. No matter how fast it is, it will take a certain amount of time. This means that spells can be used on the spot, but the magic array cannot be used. The realization of Linwa's technology means that as long as this function is used, he can change the casting of spells into casting of magic arrays in actual combat. This means a surge in power and effect, depending on the size of the magic array. Different investments can increase the power and effect by 50%, 100%, or even 200%. This means that the combat power of the mage will be further improved. This means that the mage can also create a staff. As long as you carry a staff created with this technology, the spells it releases can be replaced with the release of magic arrays, depending on the quality of the technology in the staff. The spell amplification can even increase the mage's spell effect and power by 200%. This is extremely terrifying. Of course, this technology is not mature enough. Linwa is just trying it out. This technology can only be applied to legendary magic arrays. And the smaller the power of the spell, the greater the amplification effect. The more powerful the spell, the smaller the amplification effect. It is also ineffective for divine spells. Further research is needed. And this is only a conventional way to deal with the enemy in the third type of magic array. It can be used as one of the 3 major types of attack methods. As a mage with Emolan as his back, who combines spells, magic arrays, and elements. How could the magic array part of the divine armor be so simple? There is no means to deal with gods? How is it possible? Chapter 1086, Magic Array, Micro-Flame Elemental World. How could there not be one? With Mo-Lan by his side, with Mo-Lan's full support, Linwa would be promoted even if he copied homework. Or it could be said that Linwa did copy homework. As Mo-Lan's top level, most destructive spells, Micro-Elemental World, for Elemental World Strangling World Collapse. Linwa was naturally very envious of these 3, even though he was a mechanical mage. But a mechanical mage is also a mage, and the essence of a mage lies in explosion, in flame. Micro-Flame Elemental World is simply a top-grade spell that combines flame and explosion, and world collapse. A super spell that abandons everything to pursue pure destruction, pure power, will naturally make all mages dream about it. If there are no conditions for release, we have to find a way to release it. Now that there is a way to release it, how can we let it go? Under the development personally led by Emolan, combined with Linwa's basic situation, the basic situation of the divine armor, a magic circle was developed for Linwa based on the micro-flame world. Not only did it not increase the power of the spell, the effect, it even cut off some functions in order to allow Linwa to release it. The magic circle that maintained the power unchanged was created in this way. Linwa himself also condensed the illusory world, and he was also a legendary magician, naturally. He had crossed some basic thresholds for releasing this spell. Then, the god-level armor makes up for another part of the threshold. The 2 are combined with each other, cooperating with each other, that is. When Linwa wears this god-level armor, he can release this god-level spell, and can release the spell of Micro-Flame World. Don't think that Emolan is basically using the Micro-Flame World as a general attack now. And think that this spell is not powerful. Thinking from another perspective, the fact that it can be chosen by Emolan as his general attack spell already explains the problem. Emolan's enemies are all gods. All of them are very powerful gods. The spell that can be chosen by Emolan as a general attack means that it can cause effective damage to some relatively strong gods. After all, if the spell cannot cause effective damage, it does not even qualify as a general attack. It can cause effective damage to relatively powerful gods. This sentence is enough to explain its powerful power. It can definitely be used as the bottom of the box among the attack methods of God-level armor array. Of course, this is a magic array developed by Emolan and Linhua together. It is a magic array customized according to Linhua's actual situation. So Linhua can release this god-level spell when wearing this god-level armor. But at the same time, only Linhua can release this divine-level spell when wearing this divine-level armor. If you change to a legendary wizard, even if Lu Bin wears this divine-level armor, he cannot release this spell. And these are the 3 attack methods of the divine-level armor. Generally, in normal battles, Linhua will not distinguish them. Cooperation with each other, choosing different attack methods according to the actual situation and cooperating with each other is the correct answer. Linhua experimented with various attack methods and modes in this underground space. Except for the divine-level attack method that he planned to experiment with Emolan in a battle, the other attack methods were basically tried. A variety of terrifying weapons. Terrifying magic arrays fell into the hollows deep in the earth, causing the entire cave to collapse countless times. But the collapse could not pose any threat to Linhua, nor to this divine armor. Often, as soon as it collapsed, it was bombed out by Linhua's terrifying weapons, and then destroyed again with powerful attacks, dissolving a huge underground cavity. As for how much impact this would have on the ground, how much damage and vibration it would cause to the ground, it was beyond Linhua's consideration. Linhua was in the deep underground of an uninhabited area of the Abyss continent. The ground was an uninhabited area. Although there were many demons, there were no people. Linhua definitely didn't care. Are demons human? Obviously, they are not. After some experiments, Linhua had a specific understanding of the attack mode of this god-level armor. He was basically familiar with it, and could try to conduct actual combat at the same level. However, before conducting actual combat, there was another very important test to be done. This test was extremely important, and must be done. This test is the upper limit test, or the high-load operation mode. In simple terms, it tests whether the god-level armor can operate normally under various extreme conditions, how long it can operate normally, and what problems will occur if it continues to operate beyond the normal operating time. These things must be made clear by Linhua, so that he can have a clear idea in his mind. After all, only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you win every battle. If you can't even accurately grasp your own strength, if you don't know yourself, then how can you know the enemy? If you don't even know your own situation and your own limits, wouldn't it be a realistic version of overestimating your own abilities? Fighting is no joke. It's fine to bully weaklings. It doesn't matter what kind of faults occur. But since it is a god-level armor for the combat side, it means that once this god-level armor is used, it is the time to face a god-level strong enemy. When facing such a strong enemy, problems will occur because of overestimating one's own ability. Linhua doesn't want to joke with his own life, and even less with the lives of his companions, so this kind of limit test must be done. One module after another is turned on, one module after another is fully powered, full load operation, overload operation, energy module, shield module, defense module, attack module, god-level reaction speed acceleration module, movement module, instantaneous burst power upper limit test, maximum speed duration test. One module after another is tested. Each test is done with all efforts. The test of each module does not stop when the module reaches its limit, but continues until the module is damaged. Only when you see it damaged can you know where its true limit is. And if it is damaged, the worst that can happen is to repair it. Since Linhua can make it, he can repair it again. In addition, this itself is also a kind of load test. What will happen to the overall ability and combat effectiveness of the armor when there is damage to the module of the body? To what extent will the body be damaged to affect the combat effectiveness? Which modules are the vital points of the armor, and once damaged, will the combat effectiveness of the armor be greatly reduced? Which modules will have a cascading effect, causing damage to other modules? These are all part of the load test. But having said that, when actually operating, Linhua watched the brand new god-level armor being damaged bit by bit, and worn out bit by bit, which was really a bit bad. It was uncomfortable, and I wanted to cry. Chapter 1087 Title/Clergy, Pilot. Bang! Linwa clearly heard the sound of an important part breaking inside the machine body, which seemed to announce the complete end of the test. At this moment, the damage of this divine armor has reached 90%, almost all modules have been damaged, and the self-repair module has also crashed, and the self-repair speed is extremely slow, and it is no longer possible to repair itself quickly. At this moment, the power that this divine armor can exert is no longer as good as that of a professional warrior. All offensive weapons, all offensive arrays, long-range and short-range weapons have been damaged, none of them is intact, and the remaining combat power can only rely on the characteristics of the armor's own materials for defense or attack. The inactivation property of the weapon alloy still exists even if it loses its power, just like the sharpness of refined gold, and the solid property still exists no matter how damaged it is, and relying on these, and the passive combat instinct loaded on the armor, it can still have the close combat strength of a professional warrior. As for the others, all damaged, nothing is left. It must be said that this god-level armor designed by Lin was very excellent, not in terms of technology, but in terms of its concept. The concept is very excellent. Why do I say that? Because even if the armor is damaged by more than 90%, it still maintains a barely functioning state, and still has not stopped working. What does this mean? This design concept is very advanced, and it has strong practical significance. It doesn't matter if a module is damaged, it doesn't matter if a system crashes, there is always a way to operate it, even if the combat power is weakened a lot, even if there is no god-level combat power. It can still operate normally, it can still beat legends, and it can also rely on the self-repair system for repair, as long as it is not devastating damage. The self-repair system inside the god-level armor can repair the damaged module, and the time required for repair fluctuates according to the severity of the damage. I suddenly realized that my armor can be used as a golden finger for the protagonist to rise? Linwa looked at this broken, but still full of metal beauty, and the god-level armor with evil spirit. Just like what is written in those novels, the protagonist found a broken armor on a garbage planet, and after tidying it up, he found that it can still work. By chance, it provided a little energy, and activated the sleeping tower spirit of the god-level armor, or the armor spirit. According to the program setting, Kaling will train a successor to inherit my legacy. First, he will use the protagonist to continuously collect energy, materials, and metals to continuously repair the armor. He plans to leave certain benefits to the protagonist after the armor is repaired to a certain extent, and then leave to find a successor. Then, he will find that the protagonist is excellent in this process, and he will be conquered by the protagonist and train the protagonist as a successor. At this time, Kaling found that my enemy still has a very large force, and he is ready to train the protagonist to avenge me, and then train step by step. Collecting materials and energy to repair armor can become a rhythm point, which can promote the development of the plot. The powerful strength of the armor after repair can become a point of excitement when the protagonist is being hunted down. After the explosion, the energy is exhausted or damaged again and cannot be used. This suppresses the strength of the protagonist and prevents the protagonist's strength from expanding too much. Step by step, the protagonist finally completely repairs this god-level armor, becomes comparable to a god, and sets foot on the final battlefield. Well, the book is finished. It's perfect, Linwa thought happily, but a system prompt interrupted his thoughts. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the player for successfully creating a profession. Please name the profession. Linwa was stunned when he heard it, looking at the broken, but still powerful god-level armor, and then looked at the attribute panel, and said softly, "A new profession?" Linwa pondered for a long time, and finally raised his mouth slightly, and said softly, "Then call it Pilot." Linwa's voice fell, and the system prompt sounded again in Linwa's ears. Ding! System prompt. Naming successful. Congratulations to the player for creating a new profession. Pilot. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the player for creating a new profession. Pilot. Congratulations to the player for obtaining a unique title that can be developed. Pilot Pioneer, Bronze level. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the player for expanding and strengthening the profession. Pilot Pioneer, Bronze level, title promotion. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the title. Pilot Pioneer, Silver level. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the player for expanding. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations. Congratulations to the player for expanding the. Ding! System prompt. Congratulations to the player for successfully expanding the pilot profession to the God level. Pilot Pioneer, Gold level, title promotion. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the title, Pilot, Colorful. For system prompts in a row, after Linwa obtained the title, he directly rose from the bronze level equivalent to the professional to the colorful level equivalent to the god level. Linwa stared at the title quietly. In Linwa's perception, the god level title is no longer just a title, it is no longer just a few words. Although the word pilot still exists on the attribute panel, it is already a real framework in perception, a real core, and a real symbol. Linwa understood that this was no longer a title, but a priesthood, a prototype of a godly position. As long as he spread the profession of pilot, spread it, and carry it forward, then with the accumulation of time, the word pilot will directly become a real priesthood, a real godly position. And he can rely on this priesthood and godly position to become a professional god or create a divine weapon, thereby mastering the power of the god level. Although this has been confirmed for a long time, Linwa still couldn't help but sigh. This game system is really amazing. And it's too generous. The convenience brought by this title system is simply too strong. The title of any professional pioneer may evolve into a priesthood, the prototype of a god's position. I don't know how much effort and detours it saves, as long as you create a profession, and then develop it to the level of a god, or develop it to the legendary level and then spread it out. As long as it is employed on a large scale, and used on a large scale, then it will almost inevitably evolve into a priesthood and a god's position. Which means that professional pioneers can definitely become gods or master the power of gods. Linwa felt the essence of the word pilot while thinking hard, and said softly, "It must be possible." Chapter 1088 God Level Pilot. It must be possible. Linwa pondered the word must be possible. No need to build a statue, no need to collect faith, no need to preserve the power of faith, no need to store the power of faith, no need to refine it into a concept, no need to work hard to shape it into a priesthood, no need to work hard to build it into a godly position. Each step may be extremely difficult, maybe each step will take countless efforts to study, to try, each step may fail, each step may block your path to becoming a god. But for players who have the system panel, there is nothing needed, just create a profession, then spread it, carefully study the profession, and then it is almost certain to become a god or master the power of a god. This is really against the sky. Doubling the chance of becoming a god is low-key, 10-folding, 100-fold the chance of becoming a god. And this is just a title function on the system attribute panel. Linwa smacked his lips, didn't want to say anything, there is only one sentence. The game system is awesome. As he spoke, Linwa opened the attribute panel and looked at his personal information page. In the personal information page, the occupation column originally only had the mage occupation, but now there is a new occupation behind the mage. Pilot! And the level of this pilot is surprisingly higher than the legendary level of the mage occupation, which is a god. Pilot, Linwa God level. Linwa smiled sincerely when he saw this, not because he had broken through to the god level, this was inevitable, it was not worth mentioning, well, it's enough to have hands. What really made Linwa happy was the recognition of the game system, the recognition of the pilot, and the recognition of the strength after controlling the armor. This means that in the game system strength recognition, as long as the pilot has the qualifications to control the god-level armor, and can control it skillfully, he is a god-level professional, regardless of the pilot's own strength. This means that this god-level armor has been regarded as part of the professional strength, and has become a component, rather than just an external object. This joy is not only because his ability has been recognized, nor because of the confirmation of his god-level strength, but the feeling of his concept being recognized and recognized. This is the best reward that the seeker of truth desires. At this moment, Linwa no longer feels distressed when he looks at this broken god-level armor. What? Broken? Oh, it's just broken. It's okay. It can be fixed. Linwa happily took off the god-level armor and tapped a few times inside and on the surface. These are physical buttons set up in case all automated programs are frozen. By tapping the right positions in the right order, the god-level armor can be unfolded and put into maintenance mode. After a few taps, the sound of mechanical surging was heard. Cracks appeared on the surface of the divine armor, which was only 1 or 2 centimeters thick. Parts kept surging out of the cracks. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a huge humanoid machine several thousand meters high. It was completely different from the divine armor that was less than 2 meters high at the beginning. If it weren't for the overall appearance, the damage position on it, and the broken gaps that were the same as the original divine armor. No one would believe that this was the same armor. Expand to maintenance state. Why is entering maintenance state called expansion? This is called expansion. This god-level armor itself is several thousand meters high, but Lin Wu used the exquisite shadow space technology to fold it up. This huge size is the fundamental reason why this god-level armor can accommodate such a large number of functional modules, can accommodate 3 types of attacks, several types of attacks that can effectively cause damage to gods. It is worth mentioning that, due to the use of a new shadow space folding technology on the god-level armor, this technology is Lin Wu's latest research masterpiece, and the god-level armor is also the first practical application of this technology. Thanks to this new shadow space technology, although the god-level armor looks only 1 or 2 centimeters thick in the folded state, its actual thickness remains unchanged, still the thickness of several thousand meters high. This means that any attack that wants to hit Lin Wu's body needs to penetrate not just 1 or 2 centimeters of elemental metal armor, but hundreds of meters of elemental metal layers, and the densely packed various powerful shields and draining, suction structures. And in this case, space magic is not needed. Even if you use attacks or spells that can break space magic, it will be useless. If you want to hurt Lin Wu, who is wearing a 1 or 2 centimeter thick god-level armor, you must penetrate the defense layer that is hundreds of meters thick, the force-dissipating layer. This can't be called awesome, it can only be called shameless. You can only use 1 or 2 centimeters thick, but if others want to attack, they have to use a god-level defense layer that is hundreds of meters thick. Smile. When needed. It is 1 or 2 centimeters thick when needed. It is thousands of meters high. Old double standard person. Lin Wu muttered, and plunged directly into the huge god-level armor, bit by bit, and checked this huge god-level armor inch by inch. Although all the damage was caused during the test, and all the damage was known, Lin Wu still decided to do a comprehensive inspection. After all, what was known before was what was known before, and what was obtained from the previous inspection. However, in the test, it is usually to check the damage module when a single module is damaged, and at most to check the several modules directly connected to it, and it is impossible to do a comprehensive and thorough inspection. So Lin Wu decided to conduct a comprehensive investigation. After all, who knows where a problem might be hidden, who knows when a hidden mine might be hidden, which might explode at a critical moment and blow people to pieces. After all, the next time this divine armor is used may be on a real battlefield of life and death, which cannot tolerate any problems, nor any deviations. As for repairing this divine armor, it is not very difficult, after all. This divine armor was also made by Lin Wu. How can it not be repaired if it can be made? The main body is not damaged, that is. The defense layer is broken and torn, all modules are broken, cracked, or torn, that is. All coordination systems, the central control system are all collapsed, that is. The degree of damage is as high as 93%, that is. The combat power of the divine level is only left at the level of professional warriors. That it may be easier to make a new armor? Chapter 1089. Money is not important. Let's just build a new one. Lin Wu looked at the broken and tattered divine armor. He really didn't want to repair it. Although the main frame was still there, it was already broken to the point where it could not be used. More importantly, the original structure and modules still remained. This would affect the repair and require more effort to repair. It was like painting on a blank piece of paper and continuing with the half-painted one, even if the original half of the painting was Lin Wu's. I feel more like, this is not half a painting, nor is it half a complete painting, but 7% of the painting scattered on the paper in the form of pixels. Oh my god! Lin Wu despaired just thinking about the effort it would take to repair it. The materials needed are not bad, there are the original main body and modules, although they are broken, but they can still be used after repairs. Especially Lin Wu's original repair and recast, the performance will not only not decline, but it may also be optimized and improved to a certain extent. Lin Wu can optimize some of its modules based on the data of this experiment. And if he recasts a god-level armor? Lin Wu looked up at the god-level armor that was thousands of meters high, like a towering mountain. Although this god-level armor looks less than 2 meters high in normal state, it is indeed thousands of meters high. Thousands of meters high, not to mention what kind of excellent elemental metal is needed to exert the power of the god level. Just to support its weight, maintaining its shape requires an elemental alloy with very excellent properties. After all, the god-level armor is a movable armor. Every move it makes has a terrifying force due to its huge mass and size. Ordinary metals cannot withstand such force at all. So this kind of armor is not just big enough to be used. If it were placed on Earth, there was no extraordinary Earth. With the technology at that time, even the shell of this god-level armor could not be made. And the extremely excellent elemental metal, huge volume, which means that both extremely high quality and extremely high quantity are required. Although the Mage Association has completed the modularization and assembly line production of the Tower Spirit automated mining system, although the Mage Association has installed quality, the Tower Spirit automated mining system in various elemental realms, and in the Abyss continent, although the Mage Association has suppressed the price of elemental metals to less than 10% of the original price, and even partially suppressed it to less than 5%. But elemental metals are still elemental metals, and they still cannot beat ordinary metals, and they still cannot beat the price of scrap iron. When the elemental metals consumed in the manufacture of this god-level armor were a small mountain consumed, that is not a small mountain of elemental metals, that is a small mountain of gold. Just thinking about it, Linwa's heart is still twitching slightly, and it hurts. Although the cost of the first test model is often dozens or even hundreds of times that of subsequent mass production, this second model is not mass-produced on the assembly line. On the one hand, reusing various high-grade elemental metals to manufacture this god-level armor can save a lot of effort. On the other hand, it takes a little more effort, but it will cost a huge amount of high-grade elemental metals. Forget it. I'd better spend some time to repair the original one. Maybe it can improve the performance a little. As for whether it's money or not, it doesn't matter whether it's elemental metal or not. The main thing is to improve my ability. It's not easy to improve my ability now, so I have to seize the opportunity. Besides, this is also a way to accumulate valuable experience for future maintenance of god-level armor. Linwa said after a long pause. Well, improving ability is the most important thing. Linwa was just about to start, and suddenly found a message on the chat page, and clicked it to see. Linwa, you have been promoted? This is Imolan. Linwa. You so fast? This is Lu Bin. How do you know? Linwa wondered. President, I don't emit any fluctuations. Hee. I can tell the difference. Linwa didn't want to say anything after hearing this. This is really not Imolan bragging. Imolan has mastered the means of cause and effect. And it is not an exaggeration to say that he can tell the difference. And it is even simpler to calculate his promotion to a god. Linwa even seriously doubts that he doesn't need to calculate at all. The causal connection between him and Imolan is too strong. So strong that Imolan would feel the change in power. Otherwise, why would Imolan keep paying attention to him? That's nonsense. That's nonsense. Didn't you know it when you saw Linwa's profile picture frame changed? Linwa was stunned. He looked carefully. When he put his, Imolan's, and Lu Bin's profile pictures together, his and Imolan's were very gorgeous, with a circle of gorgeous gold decorations, and colorful lights flowing on them. In comparison, Lu Bin's was just a light gold color. Although there were some decorations, it was much smaller. Is this just updated? It wasn't there before. Yes, it was just updated a day ago. It's a small update that didn't even have a system announcement. It just posted an update post on the forum. In addition, you can choose to turn on or off the avatar display, and you can set the avatar frame of which level to use. If you don't set it, it will default to the current level avatar frame, but you can also set it to use the legendary avatar frame, and I don't have a god level avatar frame, so I can only use the legendary avatar frame or avatar frames below the legendary level. Lu Bin explained. Lin was suddenly realized. Oh, the colorful ones are at the god level, the gold ones are at the legend level, which is the same as the title level. I understand. Linwa nodded. This game is so fancy now, the avatar frames are out. I'm afraid the next step is to spend money to buy skins. Buy avatar frames. Right? But then again, Lu Bin, your avatar frame is so ugly, a bit boring. Lu Bin, ? Lu Bin looked at this legendary avatar frame that was wildly popular when he spoke on the forum, causing a lot of shock and exclamation, and then looked at Imolan. Lin was two colorful titles that were a whole circle bigger, and extremely gorgeous, and immediately fell into deep thought. You may not believe me if I tell you this, but I'm a legendary avatar. I'm also extremely rare in the entire game. There are only 2 digits of them. At most, 3 digits of golden legendary avatar frames have been taken away. Who dares to be so arrogant? Throw a legendary avatar frame in his face. By the way, what avatar frame does the person who said you have? Oh, The only two god-level colorful avatar frames in the game world. Lu Bin fell silent just thinking about it. And was speechless. Okay. You look down on me. Right? Well, Linhua. You wait. 30 years in the east. 30 years in the west. Don't bully the poor young. And don't bully the poor middle-aged. When Lu Bin saw this message, his fists hardened. Chapter 1090 The Essence of Professionals. Ha ha, hey Linhua, how did you break through? Why did your avatar frame become divine level? But I sense that your original aura is still only legendary level. I just sense the divine armor you made before. The divine level strength recognized by the game system is not the strength after you wear the divine armor. Right? Emolan asked aloud. It is obvious that Emolan has seen a lot of things through cause and effect, and has figured out a lot of things, and roughly knows what Linhua wants to do. But there are still some things he wants to ask Linhua to confirm. If he only made a set of divine armor, Linhua would not say that he had broken through the divine level. He couldn't afford to lose face. I walked out of a new path among mechanical mages. And along this path, I developed a new profession dedicated to combat. Pilot, although my mage level is still only legendary, but the pilot profession is already a real divine level. A pilot who can control divine armor and exert divine combat power can be called a divine pilot. Although the mage is my main profession, and the pilot is only my secondary profession. One of my professions has been promoted to the god level. So I have broken through to the god level. Linhua told Linhua and Lu Bin in the group about the whole process of his breakthrough to the god level, and the creation of a new profession. During this period, Emolan asked some questions from time to time. But Lu Bin did not say a word. As if he had disappeared. Breakthrough to the god level? Stimulated? Well, people who have not broken through to the god level have no dignity. No human rights. And will be despised. Doghead, after all. He has not even broken through to the god level. So he is much more troublesome. Lu Bin, hack, a kind of plant. The problem is that your personal origin level has not been improved. Strictly speaking, can this be considered a breakthrough? Why not? It's not like I won't improve. After I have the strength of a god, I will find a way to improve my origin to the god level. Isn't this simpler? In addition, I don't care about the combat power brought by the transformation of the origin. I only need the transformation of the origin level. As for before my origin transformation, there is no difference between me and a god-level professional. There is no difference. I have the fighting power of a god-level professional. I also have the ability to survive. I even have the ability to research. As long as my thinking can keep up with my strength, then I am a professional of this level. So in my opinion, everything is external, whether it is a mage or a pilot. It all depends on the core consciousness, the strength of the first consciousness, the thinking ability and knowledge brought by the second consciousness. Isn't this what we said before, that the strength corresponds to knowledge? The level of knowledge you have is equivalent to the level of professional. This is the core. From this perspective, is there any essential difference between your god-level magician and my god-level pilot? There is no difference. Whether it is occupation or origin, they are all external things. They just have different external manifestations. More. Emolan agreed. But you just said that your god-level armor was scrapped due to load testing, and it is still being repaired. So doesn't that mean you don't have the combat power of god level now? Hey, isn't this equivalent to your soul being injured, and your mental power being injured, and your combat power will still drop if you are injured, but as long as it is repaired, won't it recover again? And as long as I prepare enough spare parts and continuously upgrade the automatic repair speed, then my healing speed will be much faster than yours. President. And I can also spare a god level armor. I can be a brave man again after putting it on. President. You can't back up your soul and mental power. Right? Linhua said with a smile. That's true, there's no difference. Emolan had just finished speaking. Lu Bin, who had just disappeared for a long time, suddenly appeared. What? The god-level armor is completely damaged? Linhua was a little puzzled. Yeah, why is your focus so strange? So we talked so much above, and you only saw the sentence. In other words, there is no god-level combat power now? For some reason, Emolan always felt that there was a hidden excitement in this sentence. What's wrong? Linhua suddenly had a bad feeling. After that, neither Linhua nor Lu Bin spoke in the group anymore. They were probably chatting offline. Emolan just saw Lu Bin running to find Linhua with enthusiasm. Lu Bin and Linhua are still close. Linhua broke through the divine spirit, and he was so excited to help him celebrate. He rushed over when he heard that the divine-level armor was damaged and not repaired. He was probably afraid that Linhua was too tired to help. If he waited until it was repaired before going, it would be too late. Emolan muttered, squinting his eyes and looking in the direction of Linhua. Boom! 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 One roar after another, one after another. Flame flowers soared into the sky. So enthusiastic, firecrackers, fireworks have been arranged. Forget it, I won't join in the fun, I'll just focus on my own things. Emolan muttered softly, at this moment. Most of his energy is concentrated in the starry sky outside the game world. It's not that he is studying the real rules, but he just found something interesting some time ago, and is now verifying it. Didn't it verify before that the technology in the real world is extremely close to the real rules, even because there is no extraordinary in this world? The real rules are what are researched. Then didn't Emolan invite a lot of university teachers to the Mage Association to teach? Emolan usually goes to these classes, although there is only one projection. Oh no, there is a projection in every classroom, but with Emolan's computing power and consciousness strength, it is not a problem to divide dozens of threads to listen to the class. After all, it doesn't take up too much computing power. A point of knowledge that Emolan had heard in class before attracted Emolan's attention and interest. That is about some principles and applications of gravitational wave detectors. In this kind of class, the teacher usually talks about principles and common, uncommon application methods, and will not go too deep. Because going too deep will waste time, and there will not be many people who can understand, or for some reason, there will not be many people who listen. So after a series of attempts, the teacher chose to talk about various scientific theories and technologies in a shallow way, so that the mages know that such a thing exists, and know the general principle of this technology, and in what aspects it can be used. After talking about these, if the mages are still interested, they can directly discuss with the teacher and ask for advice. The teacher will recommend more professional books for them to study in depth. In this way, the class will become more efficient, and the large-scale exposure to these theories and technical principles can also inspire the mage's inspiration. After all, it is a good idea to learn by analogy and learn from others' experience. Chapter 1091, Differences in the Universe. Compared to explaining each theory, each conjecture, and each technology in detail, let's not talk about feasibility first. Even if it is really feasible, it is not suitable for mages. It is far less suitable for mages than this superficial approach. And Emolan heard some theories about gravitational waves in a class. In terms of practical application, he heard the concept of gravitational wave detectors, which immediately aroused Emolan's great interest. For now, the optical telescope has the longest detection distance in the world. Where there is light, there is a way to detect it. Although it is limited by the speed of light, the optical detector detects things from many years ago, but it already has great scientific research value and application value. So the optical telescope still plays a very important role in the breakthrough of astronomy, and it has also made a huge contribution to the process of human cognition of the universe and the world. When Emolan was in the Abyss continent, he once tried to use ice to build an optical telescope to detect distant information. Later, he also tried to build a super large optical telescope to detect the universe and search for other worlds. However, the starry sky outside the game world is completely different from the starry sky in reality. Although the starry sky in reality is also extremely empty. It is a vacuum with little matter. But there are stars dotted in the starry sky. You can see stars everywhere if you look in all directions. In addition to stars, there are many celestial bodies in the universe. According to these celestial bodies, humans can not only complete the coordinate system that can be used in the universe, but also study them with the light they emit and grasp their positions. Therefore, although the starry sky in reality is also extremely large and sparse in matter, the human vision is not limited. Without using any equipment, anyone can look up and see the shining starry sky and the sun far away. But the universe in the game world is just like the starry sky. The starry sky in the game world is not worthy of being called the starry sky. It is a vacuum. The vacuum of the universe has no stars. Not only is there no matter, there is no light. The degree of vacuum is more thorough than the real world. Although the human vision in the universe of the game world is not affected, there is no matter, even no light, it is just pitch black. The pure black seems to be able to swallow everything. Sometimes Emolan even doubts whether there are no other planets in the universe outside the game world, no other worlds. But the problem is that Emolan has already encountered 2 worlds, and they are two worlds where life was born, and these two worlds also have the sun, that is, the light of stars. As long as the stars exist in this universe, they cannot be hidden. The light of stars can illuminate the universe. The light emitted by stars can be seen in a large range of the universe, so as to obtain the information of stars, and thus know the coordinates of stars. As for the probability of life being born, only a very small number of planets can give birth to life, and most of them are just barren. Excluding some barren planets without stars, there will definitely be a group of barren planets with stars, and the stars on these planets will also shine with their own light. Just like the scene in the real universe is a normal scene, and the dark scene in the game world, where there is nothing, is really problematic. In this case, optical telescopes or other optical detectors are useless. There is no light at all. What can optical detectors do? Nothing. Lon had studied it for a few days before, and finally concluded that the game world might not follow the heliocentric theory, but the geocentric theory. There are no planets in the universe here. Only one world after another. Even if there is a sun in these worlds, it is not outside, but exists inside the world. Just like in the game world, the sun is also inside the world, and it also has to revolve around the earth, in front of the sky and the earth. Even the sun is just a little brother, and can only turn around obediently, and spread light, and heat honestly, and at the outermost edge of the world. There is a circle of world membrane that prevents all matter and energy from leaving and entering. Light is also energy, and naturally it is also within the scope of the world membrane. Therefore, a world wrapped in the world membrane cannot penetrate any light, breath, or energy fluctuations from the outside world, without emitting any matter or energy. The world wrapped by the world membrane is in the dark universe. At this level, unless you are close to the world, have included the world in your mental detection method, or a beam of light crosses countless distances and shines on a world, you will never be able to find a world, even if it is very close to you. The density of the planetary distribution in the real universe can be installed. Light years are basically just basic units. Without knowing the specific coordinates, you want to send a beam of light across countless distances and shine on a world. This is nonsense. And it is also dangerous. When you release a beam of light, you are often exposed when you find the other party. This is not safe. And it is even more nonsense to use mental power to detect it when you are in the face of other worlds. Therefore, in the game world universe where there are no planets but only worlds, optical detectors are useless. Therefore, the universe outside the game world is pitch black, as if it can swallow even light. There may be a world within a few light seconds of you, and there may be no world within dozens of light years around you. Before, because there was not much demand for other worlds, and he did not dare to expand outward without authorization, Lon did not continue his research. But now it is different. Now not only has the strength reached the level of two true God-level professionals, but also has a demand for other worlds in terms of management, especially those small worlds that are not as powerful as them, or barren worlds where life has never been born. Every world contains amazing value, whether it is for individuals, for forces, or even for the entire civilization. So when Lon heard the concept of gravitational waves and its application in detectors, he couldn't help but think of this aspect, and thought of detecting other worlds. There is no light in the starry sky outside the game world, so optical detectors cannot be used. But what about gravitational wave detectors? Indoor wall membranes can block energy, block light, and block matter. But can they also block mass and make mass disappear? Chapter 1092 Gravitational Wave Detector. Can it make mass disappear? Obviously, it can't. The world membrane does not have this function. As long as the mass does not disappear, then in terms of world-level mass, the mere existence on the spacetime plane will distort it, and will generate gravity. This is inevitable. Huge mass will inevitably distort spacetime. As long as this can be confirmed, it means that the cosmic vacuum gravitational wave detector that optical detection cannot detect can effectively detect. Optical detectors are the longest-range cosmic detection method, but they are not the only one. Although gravitational wave detectors are far inferior to light detectors in detection distance, they can also complete gravitational wave detection within a certain astronomical range. What is the astronomical range? The astronomical range is a huge range measured in astronomical units. For example, light seconds, light minutes, light hours, and light years. As long as there are other worlds within this range, it means that Lon can grasp its left side and get close. As long as these worlds are not strong or have no life at all, the barren world of intelligent life, then after the discovery, it will be a carnival for mages, a carnival for civilization. And if we talk about probability, among many worlds, the proportion of no life, no intelligent life, and no civilization is even greater, or it should occupy the vast majority. So as long as there is a world, it is very likely to be a carnival. Of course, there is one thing worth mentioning, that is, the probability of other worlds existing within a few light years is probably also very small. After all, why is the vacuum of the universe called a vacuum? Because it is really empty. There is no matter, no planets, not even dust, even atoms and molecules are counted. The answer will have to wait until Emolan transforms the concept of gravitational waves into a detection spell. The spell will slowly emerge after completing the detection of the surrounding environment. Perhaps, the mysterious starry sky will soon reveal a corner to Emolan. Emolan is doing experiments and adjustments bit by bit. It must be said that as a god-level wizard, the extraordinary controllability and perspective are the most precious abilities for Emolan. Computing power is also important. But Lin seems to have found a way to connect the tower spirit computing power to the brain and merge it with his own computing power. As for the other abilities of the mage, they are just derivatives of these two abilities. All spells are derived from the construction model of computing power, and then manipulate the microscopic element particles to form spells and release spells. From this perspective, both are indispensable. But Emolan is speaking from the perspective of scientific research. The extraordinary observation angle and manipulation ability allow Emolan to directly contact the microscopic world, allowing Emolan to directly manipulate basic particles and weave basic particles. This means that Emolan can conduct experiments and direct observations in the microscopic field without any observation means and experimental equipment. Some instruments observe some corner signals and then transmit them to Emolan in digital form. Then Emolan relies on mathematics to restore them again, and then infers through some corners. Emolan's method is much more direct and much more convenient. It is definitely the ability that countless scientific researchers envy the most. With the help of this ability, with Emolan's usual knowledge accumulation, compared with the drawings and confidential documents of the gravitational wave detector that Emolan wanted, the design of each part of the gravitational wave detector was replaced by Emolan into an equivalent spell model, spell structure, or rule structure. Using magic little by little, the power of modern technology is demonstrated. At the beginning, there were still some bumps and conflicts, but as Emolan gradually mastered the structure of the gravitational wave detector, the deep-level role of each component, the concept and design ideas of the gravitational wave detector, and gradually deepened his understanding of this subject, slowly, the magic version of the gravitational wave detector gradually took shape. As time passed, the war on the Abyss continent still maintained enough intensity, but it was no longer all players who pressed on as a whole. The high-intensity war for such a long time has made players quite complain. They are tired of war. Especially this oppressive war that they can't win no matter what. Of course, the treasures that are constantly updated in the War Merit Exchange treasury still attract them to join the battlefield. Fighting is tiring. But making money by doing camp activities is not tiring. However, the general command does not ignore the opinions of the players below. Everyone in the command can be called a commander. They all know very well how much morale can play a role in a war. Especially a war that mobilizes countless players. The more intelligent individuals participate in a war, the greater the impact of morale on combat effectiveness. With high morale, there is a possibility of bursting out twice, 3 times, or even 10 times. But if the morale is low, or even no morale at all, then it is not impossible to be overwhelmed by a team with only 1/10 of its strength, and to be slaughtered. So considering this problem, and considering that the Sun God will always suppress the player's army, then the army began to withdraw after informing Emolan. The way of withdrawing is very interesting. It is not to directly tell the players to withdraw, but to directly reduce the number of places to participate in the camp activities. Where do the quotas come from? After meeting certain strength requirements, grab them. Some of them are sold to the outside world to obtain war funds. Some of them are placed in the War Merit Exchange for players to exchange. Some of them are used to build a ring, and win a certain number of games in the ring or participate in the regular ring competitions. The last part is randomly snatched on the camp activity page. All depends on hand speed, internet speed and luck. These places to participate in the event are not transferable, and each place provides 10 free resurrections, and the place will be invalid after 10 deaths. Those without quota can still join the battlefield, and can still obtain military merits. But the difficulty of obtaining military merits has increased tenfold. Or the same behavior can only obtain 1/10 of the original military merits. After this mechanism starts to run, players without quotas will be given a chance to revive after death. That is, they will be resurrected to their bound resurrection point. In this way, with the high intensity of the war, with the death of players, the number of troops deployed on the battlefield will gradually decrease. The war weariness that just emerged on the forum disappeared without a trace in an instant. Oh no! There is more. But it is like this. Hey. It's so annoying. I really don't want to play after playing for so long. But how did I get a quota? I just drew it casually. Chapter 1093 Shameless and Molan. Oh, it's so annoying. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere instantly became anxious. From this moment on, the faction mission is no longer open to everyone. This activity has a quota limit, and only those who grab a quota can participate. Of course, you can force yourself to participate if you don't grab a quota. Just go to the battlefield directly. The treasure house in the faction activity will still provide exchange services for it, and the price will not change at all. However, the amount of war merit gained has only become 1/10 of the original amount. And because you don't participate in the camp activities, you can't accept the camp missions, let alone the Legion missions issued by the headquarters. So if you want to gain war merit, you can only use the most direct and simple way. Kill! And this is not like before. Just rushing forward with your mind. It was relatively easy to gain the war merit of resurrection by killing enemies before, but it's different now. Now the war merit gained is only 1/10 of the original amount. That means you have to work 10 times harder to get a chance to revive. In this case, unless you are strong and can always win in battle, it is very easy to lose money. Angels are at the lowest level of elites, there are many masters, there are also legends, and even a few demigods. In this case, if you rush headfirst, you will die no matter how strong you are. Therefore, only a small number of professionals with strong strength and strong survivability dare to return to the battlefield in this way. In addition, more people can only leave the battlefield, and they will all receive 20% additional merits that they have already obtained. The merits that have been obtained refer to all the merits from the start of the faction activities to the present, and the ones that have been consumed will also be counted. Therefore, 20% is also a considerable amount, which can be exchanged for a lot of things. And it is also a great fortune when converted. This can also appease the emotions of this group of players, and make their opinions less serious. There are still some complaints, but they are still not so serious. As for not participating in the battlefield, not continuing to fight, no, only a fool would not go. The wind direction has changed, but this also directly brings a very serious consequence. That is, the players on the front line will never come back after they die, the scale is halved, and the players on many positions become sparse in an instant. Although the command center has a grasp of the number of players on the battlefield, there are more places released at the beginning, but the players are already in a suppressed situation, and they would draw people under the suppression. The situation will be unbearable in an instant. At that moment, all the commanders in the headquarters were tense, but they had informed Molan in advance and had discussed it. So when the Angel Legion gained the upper hand and prepared to advance, a terrifying force erupted on the Abyss continent. Hideous cracks appeared in the sky and on the ground, as if the Abyss continent would be destroyed in the next moment. The destruction process continued to advance, and it would soon enter an irreversible state. The players in the headquarters could not help but feel their hearts in their throats. Until the last moment, some of the Angel army began to retreat, and at the same time, a mighty voice sounded between heaven and earth. Shameless. Molan laughed, and his voice also echoed between heaven and earth like a huge bell. It seems you are not ready yet. As Molan finished speaking, the world that was about to be destroyed gradually returned to normal. The battlefield between the angels and the players returned to balance. The angels continued to suppress the players. The battle was very fierce, but they just couldn't win. At this moment, the players in the headquarters looked at each other, and then burst into laughter. The whole headquarters was laughing. The method was old, but it was effective. The Sun God would buy it. And as the resources and energy invested by the Sun God in this Abyss continent increased, the less likely the Sun God would give up, and the more he would buy it. There was no way. The sunk cost was too high. So high that the Sun God would feel distressed. And it was so high that the Sun God could not turn back. Molan seized this point. and then used it to provoke and exploit it. However, although this set is effective, it won't last long. Emolan smiled and looked in the direction of Linhua. At this moment, Linhua was wearing a god-level armor, although it was still not repaired and was in tatters. It was obvious that he had recovered a certain degree of combat effectiveness. However, the sun god was not ready to fight, and was directly scared. Linhua had no chance to appear. Emolan thought that Linhua was about to take off his armor to continue repairing it, but suddenly found that Linhua was wearing armor, and walking towards Lu Bin. At this moment, Emolan instantly understood Linhua's idea. At first, he must have wanted to wear this armor to join the battle with the sun god, to see the performance of the divine armor in the real battle of gods and to test it. Although the sun god retreated, he had already worn the divine armor, and the people had already come, so he might as well go find Lu Bin, not wasting time, and not being shabby. This was not looking for trouble, this was to let Lu Bin experience the divine power, to help him break through the divine level as soon as possible. If he went too late, then Lu Bin would break through, and he would not be able to break through. What should he do? Emolan shook his head, glancing at his own demiplane, and found that it would take some time for the demiplane to complete the cycle, mainly because too many materials were needed to complete the cycle of a world, even if several magic arrays were running at full power. They had not yet completed it. But it will be soon, and it won't be long. Emolan once again focused on the spell construction of the gravitational wave detector, and continued to use the magic array to explain one component after another. At the same time, on the ground of the Abyss continent, next to a blood pool, Emolan looked at the two brainworms controlling the Zerg fighting in front of him with a satisfied smile on his face. Obviously, when Emolan was busy with other things, he never gave up the research and work here. Multithreading. Always a god. Beside the blood pool, two brain worms were trying to actively adjust the genes of two demon worms. Looking at the direction of evolution of the two demon worms, it seemed that they were going to become two mantises with knife arms. In addition, on the opposite side of the blood pool, a pile of flesh and blood as high as a small mountain was wriggling. There was a hole at the bottom of it. A worm covered with wet blood came out little by little, but it died after walking a few steps. It was another failed experiment, but it was obvious that, for such a long time, Emolan had achieved considerable results here, and he took another very suicidal step towards his goal. Chapter 1094 Relocation. Well, it's almost done now. A projection of Emolan slowly took shape in the demiplane, looking around, sensing the air composition, moisture, and airflow in the surrounding environment, and found that this place has reached the level of normal life for ordinary people. Ordinary people do not need any masks, protective clothing to live normally here. This is enough. As for the follow-up matters, they can be left to the magician, who moved in to slowly adjust. The people who come here to live are either mages, or people of other professions. This group of people, especially mages, have very strong survival and environmental adaptability. They can survive well in any environment, and then gradually improve the living environment, and grow crops bit by bit, turning survival into life. They can survive anywhere, even in the most extreme environment. So as long as they complete the most basic things, the rest will be left to them. Linhua. Lu Bin. Prepare to migrate the association. Oh. Okay. I'm here. Linhua responded. And then Linhua came. I'm here too. Instantly, the projections of the two people were formed in Emolan's demiplane at the same time, appearing next to Emolan. The mage traveled so quickly, within the range of their mental power, the projection appeared wherever they wanted. The association has basically formed such a habit now. Looking for someone is too lazy to look for. You never know where a mage's real body is. If you want to find someone, just call out the name, as long as the voice reaches the other party's mental power perception range. The other party will immediately appear in front of you. Very cool. The people in the Mage Association have begun to apply magic in their daily lives little by little, and integrate it into every aspect of life. The projection of Linhua appeared in the demiplane. Lu Bin looked around, and said in surprise, President, how is your demiplane? How is it, not bad? Emolan looked at the surprised expressions on Linhua and Lu Bin's faces, and raised his mouth slightly, and said aloud, This is not good at all, it looks like a dreamland. But now it is just a pure natural landscape. Yet there are floating islands around this river, mechanical castles, and countless mages turning into arcs of light, and shuttling through it. Linhua muttered to himself. Just thinking about that picture is shocking. Isn't this what we need to do now? Move the main body of the Mage Association into the demi-plane. When people come in, they will naturally build this demi-plane together. There will be floating islands and mechanical castles, but people turning into rainbow lights and flying around. I guess there may be no more. Molan's face was a little strange. Linhua was stunned and asked subconsciously, "Why?" Molan pointed at Linhua and then at himself. "What are we? Projections?" Linhua understood immediately after hearing this, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Molan continued, "We are all projections. We don't want our real bodies to run around. We won't move if we can use projections. The kids in the association are all the same as us. Are you sure they will be happy for the real bodies to run around? Let alone the real bodies, the projections won't fly around in the air anymore. By then, the real bodies will definitely all hide in their own magic towers or magic castles, and then when someone calls outside, they will form projections in front of them. Isn't it? As long as it is within the range of spiritual power perception, they will definitely play it this way. Even if the spiritual power cannot reach the place, it can be covered with the help of space channels, and once it is covered, it means that the projection can also be directly descended. Isn't it how we have always played it?" Molan said with a smile. "I know that some mages are studying the use of the Tower Spirit Network to transmit spiritual power, transmit consciousness, so as to be able to surf the internet at one end, but be able to descend consciousness at another end. Before this method was not available, they were still limited by the coverage of mental power and space channels. After all, not all places can open space channels, and not all places can spread mental power. So they had to go out in person if they really had no choice. But once this technology was developed, once the association mastered this technology, hey, who would go out? You can use mental power to get food and drink directly. And you can project your work directly with mental power. Who would go out? Anyway, I won't go out." Linhua's mouth twitched slightly when he heard this, because he found that there was nothing wrong with what Molan said. If it were him, he would not go out either. But would the style of the Mage Association change in this way? Linhua thought about it carefully, and he felt bad immediately. Forget it. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's move. Open a space channel? Yes. I'll do it. Molan nodded, and lightly tapped his finger. 10 5-meter wide and 3-meter wide space gates were formed on the land surrounded by the river. Through the 10 space gates, you can see the teleportation square on the opposite side. This is used for people to pass through. People come and go, Molan said lightly, and then he pointed down again. The ocean that Molan pointed to froze instantly, turning into a flat, huge rectangular ice surface. In the middle of the ice, a space door that is 100 meters long and 10 meters high slowly opens. This is used for cargo distribution. In the future, bulk cargo will come in from below, and production factories and the like will be placed at the bottom as much as possible, either under the sea, on the sea surface, or in the air above. But be careful not to exceed the position of the bay of the river below. From there, upwards is the space I reserved for the laboratory, the Mage Tower, the floating island, and the floating castle. Try to distinguish the two as much as possible, and make reasonable divisions. As for experiments, the distance to get things, or the commuting distance, you don't need to consider it. Anyone who can come here will open up a space channel. They can just open a door and get through. No matter how long the distance is, it is equal to no distance. As for the rest, there is no problem. The only thing left to pay attention to is, tell those kids, I will give them a magic circle for floating in the demi-plane. This magic circle directly leads to the floating authority of the demi-plane. No matter what they build, they can float in the air and stay where they should be. But, I let them build the floating islands by themselves. This is because I trust their aesthetics. I don't want to see grid houses everywhere. But please pay attention when they build their own floating islands and houses. At least they should build them to look like people live in them. Don't build some hellish buildings for me. Linhua's mouth twitched slightly when he heard this. I don't know why he felt guilty. Should be, should not be? Chapter 1095 Residence. No. Molan opened his eyes. You said no? Fortunately, we are now calling each other by real names in reality, which is a real name system. But if you collect the names of their game names, wow, you know what? They have all kinds of names. Don't they feel embarrassed? When the natives asked them to report their own names, did they dare to report their own names? I feel embarrassed to read out some of the names when I see them. Linhua smiled. At first, They must have thought that it was just a game, and it wouldn't involve reality. And what does it matter what name they choose in the game? And you don't know? They have such a feeling. The weirder the name, the better the effect will be when it is used in CG. Ahem. Some people like to see serious NPCs saying weird things. But who knew that this game was of this nature? Who knew that they joined the Mage Association and then made it a real name system? No one expected that it would develop to this point before. I guess they will regret it when they see their own names one by one. That's not necessarily true. Mo pondered for a moment, and then spoke out. How about this? Linhua, you take some paper forms, and ask all members of the association to fill them out. They can't be handed in later, but can only be filled out in front of you or the person who collects the forms. There must be a column for the game name in the form. Of course, if they don't want to fill it out themselves, then let them read out the name, and we can fill it out for them. Fuck. President, are you a devil? Linhua was shocked instantly, staring at Mo with wide eyes. This is murderous and heartbreaking. Lu Bin next to him couldn't stand it. Then they should choose the names carefully. Mo sneered. And this is just the beginning. This time, I let them fill it out by themselves. It's just a warning. If they come up with any weird buildings, I will let them fill out the form in front of all the members of the association. What if they get even more excited? Lin was suddenly asked a question that made Mo confused for a moment. Will this make people excited? Theoretically speaking. Generally speaking. It won't, Lin was said lightly, and Mo understood what he meant. Mo's face turned green when he thought of this. The Mage Association is really full of hidden talents. Mo thought about it carefully, but still shook his head. Forget it, we'll design a form for them to apply for the construction of the floating island. It can't be called an application. The main thing is to let them summarize who wants to go in, what materials are available, what needs to be built, and collect this information. We will allocate the first batch in a unified manner, and get the first batch done at once, so that this demi-plane will take shape this morning, otherwise it will be empty and not look good. As for the underworld buildings, you just need to pay attention to them. Well, okay, but do you want me to pay attention to any standards for underworld buildings? I'll follow the standards. The standard is to kill all the proposals that come to ask about the standards. Don't you know whether it's the underworld or not? 80% of those who come to ask have problems. If we kill them all, there may be some innocent people, but if we kill every other one, there will definitely be many fish that slip through the net. Just kill them all. 8 have problems, and the remaining 2 will be buried with them. TSK, okay. Linhua nodded, and then disappeared on the spot. Lu Bin turned his head and looked at Mo. President, why don't you build a mage tower first? Mo was stunned when he heard this, and then nodded. He immediately realized that he had prepared everything and built everything, except for a place for himself to live and do experiments. As a god-level mage, he certainly couldn't take the main material world with him. He couldn't leave the Abyss continent now, but he certainly couldn't stay there for long. After all, judging from the current situation, it was only a matter of time before the Abyss continent fell without the intervention of a second force. As far as Mo was concerned, the second force did not seem to have any intention of intervening, so Mo could only delay the time as much as possible, prolonging the time when the Sun God completely controlled the world of the Abyss continent, in order to increase the training effect for the players. Besides, it would be even more pleasant to sneak into the world where the Sun God was, and give him a good beating. However, Mo was no longer planning to do the latter. Mo was now planning to practice in the world of the Sun God, accumulate experience, and did not expect to gain anything. Apart from this, Mo didn't have any better solution. The main reason was that the gap in strength with the Sun God of the other world was too big. So big that the Sun God of the other world could compete with Mo by transmitting a force through the air. So big that the power he controlled could directly flow into the Abyss continent, bring in funds, and forcibly seize control of the world. What this meant, Mo might not have known before, but Mo knew it clearly. This meant that the power controlled by this sun umbrella of the other world was comparable to the overall size of the Abyss continent. Even if it was not as good, it was at least of the same order of magnitude. At least it had reached more than half the size of the Abyss continent. Otherwise, how could it be possible to directly seize control? The power was not enough. Even if its rules and concepts had penetrated into the origin of the Abyss continent, it would be useless. Mo's power was still in it, and Mo was still burying things in it. What's the use? This is just a fulcrum to seize the control of the continent. Only with enough power can the world be moved through this fulcrum. Without enough power, even with a perfect fulcrum, you can only stare blankly. As I said before, this is the crushing brought by the power level. Emolan can use the destruction of the world to achieve a certain balance, which is the limit. This is the current situation, so the Abyss continent is obviously not suitable for settlement and long-term operation. After excluding the Abyss continent, it is the elemental world. However, the single elements of the elemental world, such as earth, fire, wind, and water, account for too large a proportion, and the environment is too harsh, which is not suitable for long-term living of flesh and blood life. There is no problem in living, and you can improve a small environment by yourself. But it is too costly, and the area cannot be too large. After a comparison, no matter from which angle you think about it, the demiplane is the most suitable, most comfortable, safest, and most complete place to live and work. More importantly, the Mage Association is here, which means that Emolan can take care of the Mage Association, while mobilizing a large amount of resources of the Mage Association. Materials can be moved and used at will, but human resources are different. The real valuable wealth and resources of the Mage Association are actually these extremely excellent mages. Mobilizing them to help can be of great help to Emolan. Chapter 1096 Individual Powerful Civilization and Technological Civilization. Ordinary members of the Mage Association are never ordinary. You know, every member of the association has his or her own research direction, and has achieved certain results in his or her own research direction. As long as they are among the top 1,000 members of the association, they can surpass Emolan, Linhua, Lu Bin and others in their respective areas of expertise, and stand at the forefront of the entire mage industry, creating and mastering cutting-edge theories, knowledge and technology in the mage world. They may not be inferior to Emolan and others in terms of overall ability and depth, but in their areas of expertise, Emolan and others are definitely not as good as them. Of course, a considerable part of the reason is that Emolan and others did not go to this research. After all, Emolan and others' time and energy were all occupied by various specialized directions. Emolan could not create time out of nothing. Even if he discovered the structure of the suspected time spell, Emolan's day is also 24 hours. Not even 1 minute more than others. In the case that it is impossible to make time, there will be no progress in other specialized directions. However, the more rules, spells, and structures are developed, the more comprehensive they become. This is not just the patent of technological civilization. A technological product of late technological civilization requires all industries of the entire civilization, a complete industrial system, and a powerful civilization that supports a complete industrial system to produce it. Although the mage civilization is somewhat similar to an individual strongman, at its core, the mage is still a collective civilization. The power of the mage lies in knowledge, and knowledge lies in the research of an entire civilization. The knowledge of mages can be realized with the power of a civilization. Mages can be said to be a combination of individual strong civilization and technological civilization. There are both individual strong people and technological civilization. Unlike pure individual strong people, everything belongs to themselves. So when Emolan is carrying out some super large projects, when he needs help from other mages, when he needs to cross over to other fields, everyone in the Mage Association can really help Emolan. This is a precious asset. To put it simply, Emolan needs materials to make any item or any magic array. Such materials can be metals, plants, or ores. However, according to Emolan's requirements for materials, it is often difficult for nature to directly produce materials that perfectly meet Emolan's various requirements. Where do Emolan's materials come from? Emolan personally studies the properties of metals, and studies excellent element alloys with different performances. Then, he develops and smelts them according to the requirements every time he needs to use them. The same is true for ores and plants. Emolan spends time to cultivate and plant them when he needs them. This is unrealistic and impossible. However, if Emolan fights alone, if he is an individual strong man, he can only do as described in fantasy novels. Dig mines by himself, take ores by himself, spend money, or learn by himself, and then create his own magic weapon. One can be used for a lifetime, or one can be used for a lifetime, and then an excellent one can be passed down from generation to generation, and several generations can use one. And then they can smile. Nowadays, the Mage Association has a team of mages who specialize in material science. When Emolan needs it, he often sends an order, and it will be delivered to Emolan after it is customized. The customized materials are absolutely the best, and the most suitable for Emolan's needs. Of course, Emolan will also collect excellent materials and put them into the treasure house. They will also use this resource to study, so as to continue to deepen their research direction. There are many such examples: the manufacture of experimental equipment, the analysis of material properties, etc. These are all. And this is the huge difference between individual strong civilization and technological civilization. Emolan thought for a long time, and nodded. That's it. Emolan's thoughts moved. A space distortion. The river channel at the top of the Tianhe River expanded rapidly, directly from the river channel to the river bay, from the river bay to the lake. In the blink of an eye, a huge lake was directly formed, located under the sky of this half-plane. And with the opening of the space gate of the Earth element world, a stream of Earth elements appeared and turned into mud, and turned into a floating island in the lake. The island was suspended in the middle of the lake, and its area had reached the standard for building a villa in a blink of an eye. However, Emolan continued to expand it, until it was large enough to build a manor. Emolan planned to build his residence bigger. It was not that Emolan was extravagant, but for a mage, the space he needed was already very large. A series of functional buildings such as laboratories, storage rooms, libraries, meditation rooms, etc. would occupy a very large area, and a smaller site would not be able to accommodate them. Although the space stretching spell is just a very basic spell nowadays, various versions have been developed, and it is also a common daily spell for mages. But mages do not use the space stretching spell to stretch various spaces when building their own residences and laboratories, because the stretched space is destined to be less stable, uniform, solid than the original space. The greater the stretching, the greater the problem, which is very likely to cause more influences and variables in the mage's experiment. Mages hate variables, and even more so when experiments are affected by variables. So unless they have to, mages will not use space stretching to stretch space. In the eyes of mages, a residence stretched by space stretching will only be a temporary residence for mages, not a long-term home. If a residence built by space stretching is regarded as a home, then the mage will be regarded as poor. Ah, this mage is so poor. Mages are professionals who can easily convert knowledge into money. If you are a mage and still have no money, it not only means poverty, but also incompetence. Incompetent and poor. Once this inherent thinking is formed among mages, no one will ever use space stretching to build a residence, let alone to build a mage tower, mage castle, or floating city, or something like that. At least it is impossible in the experimental area and residence. It has to be said that mages have appeared for so long, and have gradually become a part of life. This inherent thinking is a good manifestation. It is reflected in the fact that Emolan can't use space stretching to build his own residence and laboratory. Smile. When Emolan was shaping his own island in the lake, Lu Bin also ran to the river downstream of Emolan, and also grabbed the space and pulled it. The river channel composed of distorted space began to change again. The space in Lu Bin's hands was like plasticine. TSK Space. Chapter 1097 Top Experimental Equipment. Space is like a ball of plasticine. Anyone can knead it. Emolan. That's right. Emolan can knead it at will. Lu Bin can knead it at will. Doesn't this mean that space can be kneaded at will? In short, Lu Bin also kneaded a lake groove caused by distorted space. After a short interruption of flow, the groove was filled with lake water. The overflowing lake water flowed down the river again. Lu Bin also tidied his own island. This is not difficult. After Emolan leveled the island, he ordered a set of top-level experimental equipment from the project team that specializes in customizing experimental equipment within the association. Emolan actually has more than one set of this level of experimental equipment, but they are all in other places, and this thing cannot be moved. Cannot be moved, literally, cannot be moved. Because each top-level, high-precision experimental equipment is specially customized according to the distribution of various elements at the installation address, spatial fluctuations, air pressure, speed and other information. This project team can ensure that the customized equipment can ensure that the error is limited to a very small range. The premise is that it cannot be moved. If it is moved, it may still be used, but there is no guarantee of accuracy. So even if Emolan bought it before, he could not move it here directly. Emolan would not reduce the accuracy of his experimental equipment for a few dollars. That would be completely crazy. He is not without money. Such key things are naturally capped. He only seeks the best. Of course, Emolan uses the internal price of the association. Although this project team will make a little money, it will not make too much. The price they offer to the outside world is really ruthless. Several times the price calculated from the points within the association. Inside the association, it is considered as supporting the research of fellow mages. Making money outside is the real blood money, carrying money in a snakeskin bag. But they have to buy it. So far, the experimental equipment of the Mage Association is the best in terms of materials and technology. If a laboratory is not equipped with experimental equipment produced by the Mage Association, it dare not say that the experimental equipment is top-notch. So I had to buy them one by one. There was no other way. After all, although the experimental equipment produced by the Mage Association was a little expensive, the quality, functions, and after-sales service were all excellent. There were no disadvantages. If you had to say it, the only disadvantage was that it was expensive. Is expensiveness a disadvantage of the product? Obviously not. After Emolan placed the order, he left a projection here waiting for the leader of the experimental equipment project team to come. The leader would come in person to meet with Emolan on Emolan's needs, collect various data here, and will personally organize the manufacture of this batch of equipment. The mage who can serve as the leader of the mage project team must be the best mage in this team. So this is also a small benefit for Emolan as the president, and he can get a batch of better experimental equipment. After leaving a projection, most of his consciousness was withdrawn, leaving only a small part to wait. What? What about the overall relocation of the association? Who will be responsible? Linhua, isn't Lu Bin here? He needs to worry about these things. So why do we need two vice presidents? With the ability of Linhua and Lu Bin, Emolan can rest assured to be a hands-off boss. This is true both in terms of ability and trust. Of course, more importantly, what if Linhua and Lu Bin intend to sideline Emolan? Is there such a good thing? Emolan couldn't help laughing as he thought about it. It's a pity that Linhua and Lu Bin didn't do it. Otherwise, Emolan would be very happy to be a mascot in the Mage Association. No one restrains himself, then he can call on the resources of the Mage Association at will. Isn't this freeloading? Only enjoying rights without assuming obligations. Such a good thing is hard for ordinary people to find. Of course, Emolan didn't realize that he was not currently, and he had always been in this state. Emolan's consciousness was focused on the projection outside the world wall membrane of the game world, and he continued to calm down and try to test the gravitational wave detection spell. Perceive gravitational waves, analyze the state of gravitational waves, interpret the information contained in gravitational waves, redraw the picture detected by gravitational waves. The workflow of the gravitational wave detection spell is so simple. And the most difficult part is to perceive gravitational waves and interpret the information hidden in gravitational waves. The former is a subject, and the latter is also a subject. What is a subject? A subject can form a department on its own, and it contains many majors. There are many professional books from the shallow to the deep, which can be piled up in several warehouses. Even if a country with average strength wants to study it, it is not qualified to do so. For Emolan, the former has its own innate advantages. He can directly perceive the spiritual power in the microscopic field and try to capture the state of gravitational waves. The latter already has a ready-made reference answer in reality. Emolan only needs to find it, then learn, understand, digest, and finally apply it to interpret the gravitational wave information he senses. So creating a gravitational wave detection spell is not as difficult as Emolan imagined, and of course, not as simple as imagined. Because the way Emolan perceives gravitational waves is different from the way in reality, the information obtained is also different, and the way of interpretation is also different. For this point, it is useless to copy and paste. Only when Emolan has a deep understanding of the knowledge of interpreting gravitational waves, and can he understand it thoroughly, can he try to adapt it to the information he perceives. This is the test of Emolan's learning ability. Learn it! So chew the book. Emolan is still chewing the book at this moment. Emolan is deepening his understanding of the book through experiments again, and directly applying what he has learned to practice, so as to continuously learn and summarize. Time passes little by little, and the Mage Association also moves into the demi-plane like an ant-moving house. Around the Tianhe River that winds and flows from the sky into the ocean, mages are flying like ants, building magic arrays bit by bit, distorting space bit by bit. Obviously, the space that was extremely obedient in the hands of Emolan and Lu Bin, and that could be manipulated by others, is contrary to its normal state, and seems to have hardened up. It seems that this is the normal state. They are so honest in front of Emolan, and Lu Bin mainly because they are Emolan and Lu Bin. But although it is difficult, it only takes a little more effort, and it is not difficult for them. After all, they are also excellent mages of the Mage Association, arranging layers of magic arrays, relying on the power of magic arrays to shape the space into the shape they want, building their own residences and settlements next to the Tianhe River, or on the lakes formed by the Tianhe River. Chapter 1098 A Small World. Hey, what is this? Emolan suddenly exclaimed in surprise. While the Mage Association was moving little by little, while the members of the Mage Association were building their own floating islands or lakes little by little, Emolan was always learning and researching the knowledge related to gravitational waves. Recently, Emolan had used his brain, which was comparable to a supercomputer, to memorize all the professional books and journals on gravitational wave detection and interpretation, and also read the manuscripts of more than a dozen top scientific researchers in related fields, and had face-to-face exchanges with many of them several times. It can be said that Emolan's attainments in the field of gravitational waves have reached a certain level. Of course, it may be a little bit lacking to continue to advance this subject, but if we only use the current knowledge, it is enough. Insufficient exploration. More than enough application. After reaching this state, Emolan has actually begun to construct gravitational wave detection spells and experiment with them. However, just now, the gravitational wave detection spell that Emolan experimented with gave Emolan a very strange signal. This signal is a little special. Emolan's spirits were immediately lifted. I'm not afraid of special signals, but I'm afraid of no signals. A signal means there is something, and if there is something, the gravitational fluctuations caused by it are to the point where Emolan can sense it, which means that its volume must be very large. And large objects, no matter what they are, even if they are not the world, have very high exploration value. Well, as long as it is not a planetary fortress built by aliens. Smile. Emolan continued to analyze this special gravitational fluctuation. After several detections, Emolan found that this gravitational fluctuation was roughly stable, there was no movement, at least its relative position with the game world was unchanged. It is very likely that it is a world. Emolan's eyes lit up immediately. I didn't expect to detect a wave suspected to be from another world at the beginning of the experiment. This is a surprise. A huge surprise. It should be roughly in this direction. We can try to conduct targeted detection here. No, there are still many problems with my gravitational wave detection spell regarding information interpretation. I need to make some adjustments. The interpretation program running inside needs to be recompiled. Emolan thought. Emolan judged that the gravitational wave detection spell was a spell at the god level, regardless of its complexity, difficulty in casting, or spell effects. The architecture of the god-level spells was extremely complex, and the operation mode was just like a large software in reality. Saying that it was like a large software did not mean that it was complex. The complexity and specificity of large software were far less than the architecture of the god-level spells. It was just because god-level spells were often like large software, with loopholes everywhere. You never knew how the loophole was caused, and you never knew whether the loophole could be deleted. Deleting one vulnerability may lead to 10 new ones. Or the program may simply stop working, because the program may be running normally based on this vulnerability. Smile. Emolan is now perfecting the spell architecture, and eliminating the vulnerabilities to a certain extent, solving the vulnerabilities, and replacing one of the modules at the same time, and recoding the operation mode. However, this is not easy for Emolan. The entire spell model is a system, and each node may be related to 6 or 7 spell structures. When replacing the entire coding method, it must not affect the functions of other spell structures. Emolan's scalp tingles when he sees it. This is not even much easier than recreating this spell. Too responsible. Even Emolan can only use huge computing power to fit it after calculating the relevant structure. Evolve the relevant structure with knowledge, and adapt the structure with infinite computing power. Knowledge and computing power are indispensable. After a long time, when Emolan felt that his head was about to buzz, he came to a conclusion. Well, it's finally done. Emolan took a long breath, and immediately deployed the complete spell structure, and tested it again. It really works. The signal is much clearer, and the feedback is much more. Emolan smiled slightly. But he found another problem during the spell test. Wait. This problem, and this structure also need to be changed. After discovering this, the smile on Emoland's face gradually disappeared, and another round of Emoland's face turned black. But there was no way. No matter how difficult it was, it had to be done. If the god-level magician was so easy to study, wouldn't there be god-level magicians everywhere? How is this possible? Emoland sighed and devoted himself to research again. Modifying the operation mode within a framework and docking with the original structure is simply too troublesome and complicated. If there is a choice, Emoland would rather create another gravitational wave detection spell. But Emoland has no choice. Because with the complexity of the divine level spell here, Emoland creates another one. No matter how careful or cautious he is, there will definitely be loopholes and conflicts. When that time comes, Emoland will have to change it again, and the result will not be any different. So, he can only modify it again and again. Optimize it again and again. After optimizing it for the second time, Emoland optimized it for the fourth and fifth times. The fifth time was still caused by loopholes in the second and third times. Errors again and again. Optimizations again and again. Gradually, the information fed back to Emoland by the spell became more and more detailed, and the loopholes and conflicts in the gravitational wave detection spell became fewer and fewer, and it became more and more perfect. Finally, with the completion of the 11th optimization, Emoland's eyes showed a hint of expectation. At this moment, Emoland felt that the spell model of the gravitational wave detection spell was integrated, and the power flow was extremely smooth and round. At this moment, Emoland had a feeling in his heart. Success? Sure enough, Emoland tried to release this spell, and suddenly, a signal slowly emerged in Emoland's mind at the moment the spell fell. Perceiving the information fed back by the spell, perceiving the gravitational wave interpretation of that signal, Emoland's projection stood in the void of the universe outside the game world, thinking while looking at the direction where the gravitational waves came from. The data provided by the gravitational wave detection spell is very large. Even Emoland's computing power needs a while. It takes a while to convert the data bit by bit, until all the conversions are completed, until Emoland's eyes suddenly widened. Is that a small world? Chapter 1099 World Size. Small world? Emoland couldn't help but widen his eyes at this moment, showing a look of shock, and then came the surprise, a huge surprise. Although he kept talking about finding a world to explore. But Emoland's reason always told him that, in a normal universe, there are very few celestial bodies. If each celestial body is evenly distributed, then in the end, it will be found that there will be an infinite distance between each celestial body. This is because the universe is too vast, and the celestial bodies are too rare. Of course, the distribution of celestial bodies is not uniform. There may be more here, and less there. But in any case, it is definitely a low probability event to find a second celestial body in a small area. And it is very, very difficult. Emoland thought it would take a long time to find a world, but he didn't expect it to be so smooth. Of course, if it was just one world, Emoland would not be so happy, so surprised. What really made Emoland happy and surprised was the size of this world. How big can a world be that Emoland can describe as small? It is precisely because Emoland interpreted the feedback information from the gravitational wave detection spell, and found that the mass of this world is not large that Emoland was so surprised to say that this is a small world. The power of the world depends on its volume, or in other words, the power of the world depends on everything in the world. Every substance, energy, creature that exists in the world will eventually become the power of the world. All the power merged together is the power of the world. The place where the power of the world is stored and generated is called the origin of the world. The stronger the origin of the world is, the stronger the generated world power is. The more matter, energy, and creatures there are in the world, the stronger the origin of the world will be. The larger the world is, the stronger its ability to crush the power deep in the void is, and the more energy it can provide for the matter and creatures inside the world, making them stronger. And the larger the world is, the more matter, life, and energy it can accommodate. This is what Emoland discovered after he found that the matter inside the demiplane was gradually increasing. The number of mages was gradually increasing, and the number of high-level elemental alloys was gradually increasing. And he found that the power of the demiplane was gradually increasing. The mass of the world is most likely proportional to the power of the world. So generally speaking, the area of the world can be used as an indicator to evaluate the world level. This is true for the demiplane, the game world, and the abyss continent. So when the information obtained shows that the mass of this world is not large, Emolan is happy, because small mass means weak power. Of course, generally speaking, as a world, no matter how weak it is, it can crush the legend. The god level is the bottom line of the world's power. No matter how weak it is, it can't be weaker than the god level. As long as it is a world, it must be a god level or above. But what about the god level? The true god level mage Emolan smiled but said nothing. The true god level pilot Lin was smiled but said nothing. The legendary mage Lu Bin couldn't smile anymore. Let me see where you are. The corners of Emolan's mouth slightly raised, curling a little arc, and immediately calculated the distance and direction he detected, and then tried to deduce the 5-dimensional coordinates of his world based on Lu Bin's spatial origin. As long as the 5-dimensional coordinates of the world are deduced, Emolan can directly build a space channel to that small world. Once Emolan has mastered the coordinates of the small world at the level of gods, and opened up the space channel, it is basically at Emolan's disposal. Even if Emolan opened up only an ordinary gate to another world that could not pass gods, it would still be the same. It's out. A light spot slowly emerged in Emolan's hand. This light spot was the embodiment of the 5-dimensional coordinates of that small world. However, Emolan did not directly build the gate to another world. He closed his palms, and the space coordinates sank into his hands again. Emolan's body flashed and disappeared on the spot, and Emolan's main consciousness has returned to the Abyss continent. Of course, it is impossible for Emolan to open a world channel in the game world. What a joke. Although the small world is small, what if this small world is a planetary fortress built by aliens? Using mass to calculate power is limited to small worlds that are naturally untransformed. This is not applicable to small worlds that have been transformed into war fortresses. Although the size of the world and the power of the world are related, they have two completely different meanings. The power that the world can exert may only be at the level of gods, and Emolan can manipulate it at will. But if the potential contained in the world's volume is fully stimulated, Emolan will hide as far away as possible. Emolan has studied this situation before. The volume of the world is so large that it can crush the gods. The destructive power of normal gods is not enough to destroy the world. At most, it can give the world a facelift and repair the cuticle. Destruction? Impossible. Of course, this is just the use of destructive power. If the power of the world itself is used to pry the world's rules and world structure, it will be another matter. The simplest way to use the world's volume is to push the world to collide. Once a world moves, even the gods dare not stand in front of it to block it. Even if the power that this world can exert is only at the level of gods, it is still the same. As long as the huge volume moves, it will be an extremely terrifying force. And once it is a planetary fortress in the form of a war fortress, it must be movable, and this alone is enough to exert its terrifying power. And this is just the simplest way of use. In addition, as a war fortress, with a world as a war platform, it must be equipped with countless powerful weapons that are capable of driving the world's technological level, and its weapon power naturally needs no further explanation. So Emolan admitted that he could not defeat the enemy with a planetary fortress. So even if the possibility of this coordinate being a planetary fortress is very small, even if it is only 1 in 10,000, 1 in 100,000, Emolan will not take this risk. Opening this space channel in the main material world, isn't this leading the enemy to the main material world? If you want to lead, you have to lead it to the Abyss continent. Anyway, the Abyss continent will belong to the sun god of the other world sooner or later. It doesn't matter if Emolan leads another force here. The worst case scenario is to let go of the world of the Abyss continent in advance, take back the players, and then watch and eat melons on the side, watching the sun god and the planetary fortress fight happily. It would be best if the planetary fortress could find the home of the sun god. That would be a lot of fun. Of course, the possibility that the coordinates are the planetary fortress is still very small. The greater possibility is that it is a small world. Emolan opened it in the Abyss continent just for the sake of caution. In the Abyss continent, anyway. Just create an area to isolate the sun god from another world. At this moment, the control of the Abyss continent is still in Emolan's hands. This is not difficult for Emolan. Chapter 1100 Death World. Let me see what you are, Emolan said with a smile. At this moment, Emolan was at the bottom of the abyss in the core of the Abyss continent. The Abyss atmosphere here is extremely strong. It is pitch black here. You can never see the sun. The sun's light can never penetrate the thick darkness and can never shine in. So this is a natural place that can isolate the realization of the sun god from another world. As long as the sun god does not completely control this abyss continent, even if the concept of the sun god has been deeply rooted in the origin of the abyss continent, it will be useless. If you can't see this place, you can't see this place. The site is directly blocked. So Emolan chose this place as the place to open the gate to another world. If there's a problem with the target pointed by the coordinates, Emolan can easily lead it to the sun god of another world above the sky. If the coordinates are correct, and there is really a small world behind the coordinates, then Emolan can perfectly isolate the induction of the sun god of another world and digest this small world by himself without being interfered by the sun god. In short, the benefits can be kept by oneself, and the disadvantages can be thrown to the sun god of another world. As soon as Emolan's thoughts moved, a spell model of the gate to another world emerged slowly. Emolan directly brought the detected coordinates into it. After a moment, the gate to another world slowly opened. But when the door to the other world was opened, the scene revealed was a little different from what Emolan had imagined. As a world, let alone the singing of birds and the fragrance of flowers, at least there should be sunrise and sunset, wind, rain, thunder and lightning. But behind the door to the other world was darkness, an extremely deep darkness, as if it could swallow all the light. In the endless darkness, Emolan heard the whistling of the wind, and from time to time, sand particles with power comparable to rifle bullets flew out, some of which shot directly at Emolan, and were blocked by the shield that Emolan automatically popped out. Emolan frowned, and directly used his mental power to scan the situation of the other world through the gate of the other world. Generally speaking, even a spiritual power of a god-level mage is of the god level. Just such a spiritual power can sweep away ordinary non-god professionals, because its essence is also of the god level. This will also directly lead to the fact that even Emolan's mental power cannot pass through the gate of the other world below the god level. And the gate of the other world cannot bear it at all, because it is different from the space channel inside the world. The gate of the other world has a distance, and this distance is the distance between the worlds. The channel of this distance has an upper limit on its strength. If the power passing through it exceeds its upper limit, it will cause the collapse of the gate to another world. Generally speaking, the limit of the gate to another world spell is the divine level, below the divine level, and above the divine level, regardless of the number. Even a trace of mental power, as long as it is at the divine level, cannot pass through, and will directly cause the collapse of the gate to another world. This is something that Emolan determined a long time ago, which directly limits the spread of Emolan's mental power across the world. But later, Emolan thought of a way which successfully solved the problem that ordinary gates to other worlds could not pass through his spiritual power. Since ordinary gates to other worlds could not pass through the spiritual power of the gods, then the spiritual power below the divine level could always pass through. Right? So, Emolan created a way to reduce his own spiritual power, or to say, a way to strip away part of his spiritual power's divine essence. Strictly speaking, this is a way of weakening Emolan's own combat power. Because when Emolan is in his prime, his spiritual power is naturally at the divine level. For a mage, mental power is an important component of his strength, and it accounts for a large proportion of his strength. Each mental power can crush ordinary professionals below the level of gods. Losing a spiritual power of the level of gods means that Emolan has lost a force that can crush professionals below the level of gods. Although this may not seem like much, it will greatly weaken Emolan's strength when accumulated. However, if Emolan wants to pass through the ordinary gate to another world with mental power, he must forcibly erase the divine essence of his mental power. Fortunately, mental power is only the original mental power, a force derived from the soul, after the divine essence of a mental power is erased. As long as this part of the mental power is consumed or abandoned, Emolan will replenish the divine mental power again after a period of cultivation or meditation, and it will not cause permanent damage. This is why Emolan often uses this method to make his spiritual power pass through the gates of other worlds below the level of gods. Emolan's spiritual power, comparable to that of a top demigod, probed into the darkness. After sensing for a moment, Emolan made a discovery. This is indeed a world, not very big, a spherical world. It should be at most the same size as the moon. My initial assessment is correct. It is a small world, but it is different, this world. Emolan frowned and said softly after pondering for a long time, "Is this world dead?" Emolan sensed for a long time, but he never found any signs of life, not only anything, There was no sign of rules at all. Although Mo-Lan's mental power was not at the level of gods, but the mental power of demigods was enough to peek into the rules. But Mo-Lan's mental power had been exploring for a long time and found no trace of rules, or in other words, no trace of the unique rules of this world, only the real rules in the universe. Besides that, there was no life in this world. This life refers to all living creatures or cells. There are no animals, no plants, and even no magic arrays for active cells. Even elemental life has not been born in this world, because Mo-Lan has not found any elemental power in this world. Without elemental power, elemental life will not be born here, and without the ability to draw power from the depths of the void to give birth to elemental power, Mo-Lan feels that this is not even worthy of being called a world. If you must say it, then this is also a dead world. A world that has never become a world, or a dead world. Mo-Lan was looking for traces of life. If he could find traces of life, then perhaps this was a dead world. However, Mo-Lan did not find any. He did not find any signs of life within the range of his spiritual power detection. Nor did he find any traces of civilization. However, Mo-Lan did find some debris left by the collapse of the rule structure. And those rules and structures seemed a little immature and incomplete. Sensing this information and watching these scenes, Mo-Lan suddenly had an idea in his mind. This may be a world that is being born but failed to be born, and all the elements have escaped or turned into matter. Chapter 1101 Satellite Detection. This looks like a planetary world without a world membrane, or it once existed, but it was torn and destroyed. There is a residual framework of the 4 elements inside, but it is seriously damaged, and from the appearance, the damaged position, it doesn't seem to be destroyed by human or accident. Mo-Lan directly observed the rule framework of the small world. Although it is a bit troublesome to observe the rules, with the mental power of the demigod level, the range is a bit smaller, it can still be done after all. It's not the incompleteness caused by damage. This roundness, integrity, if nothing unexpected happens. This incomplete frame is not caused by the damage of the intact frame, but it has never been complete. When this world was born, the elemental world structure was not fully evolved, which resulted in this small world not being able to refine the power in the depths of the void into elemental power. Without elemental power, this directly led to the death of the world. This is a dead world. Even the original world membrane collapsed due to the lack of power, leaving only a few debris. Mo-Lan was very surprised. He had never imagined that such a situation would occur. Does the world also have congenital disabilities? How did the interior come into being? How did the structure of the 4 elements evolve? Why did the 4 elements of this world fail to evolve? Is it caused by external forces or other reasons? Mo-Lan fell into thought. How did the world come into being in the beginning? Mo-Lan thought for a long time. Finally, he shook his head. Without getting an answer, Mo-Lan focused his attention on the small world again. No, this can no longer be called a small world. There is no world membrane, no 4 elements, no cycle, the ability to grow. This is just a planet. Looking at this little planet, Mo-Lan began to think about a problem. I don't know if this world has been born of the power of elements, if the world structure in this world has not evolved from the beginning of the element world when it is born. It is incomplete. Then, there should not be excessive force in this small world. On the contrary, if the 4-element architecture of this world is the incompleteness that happened later, then this elemental world has the power of element. Although there is no elemental power on the planet now, but as long as there have been, if you exist, you will inevitably leave traces. Other objects may not be able to directly prove whether an element has ever existed. But if there is a kind of thing that exists, then the planet must have had elemental power. Mo-Lan directly took out one small satellite after another, one spider-shaped small machine after another, and after checking the horrible sandstorm on the planet, he added several modules to the satellite and the spider-shaped small machine, and then threw the satellite and the spider-shaped robot into the gate of the alien world and came to the planet. After arriving on the planet, the satellite flew high, and a layer of wind shield was propped up on the surface, and the surrounding strong winds would bypass the satellite very smoothly when blowing next to it, and could not cause any damage to the satellite, and could not even affect the satellite's flight trajectory. The satellite quickly took off in Shiwan sandstorm. However, the maximum height of this terrifying sandstorm can even reach tens of kilometers. Even the satellite took a while to break through the sandstorm and reach the predetermined height. After reaching the height, it immediately changed direction and formed an orbit around the planet. One satellite after another took off, and in the blink of an eye, They spread out and were evenly distributed on the surface of this small planet. Soon, a satellite network covering the entire planet was completed. After the satellite was launched, even the crazy sandstorm could not resist the satellite's detection. The formation of the satellite network directly included the entire planet in Mo Lan's field of vision. Just a moment later, a three-dimensional projection of a planet was suspended in front of Mo Lan. The projection was very detailed, and a small mountain and a huge rock were all reflected on it. And the projection of this planet was real-time projection. And Mo Lan could directly see the terrifying sandstorm sweeping above. As the satellite continued to detect, not only the surface, but also the shallow structure of the ground gradually emerged in front of Mo Lan. In addition to the satellite, the surface of those spider-like robots emerged with a yellowish-brown light. Under the light, the soil seemed to have turned into liquid, and the earth seemed to have turned into an ocean. These spider-like robots sank directly into it, and headed deep into the earth. After going deep into the earth, these robots used themselves as a medium, and spread out extremely slight vibration waves. The vibration waves that you would not feel on the ground were extremely penetrating, and directly penetrated the soil, rocks, and spread to the surface and deep underground. The satellites orbiting in the sky directly received the information carried in the vibration waves, analyzed and re-encoded it, and transmitted it to Mo Lan. When it arrived in front of Mo Lan, the information had already turned into structural diagrams and mineral vein distribution diagrams. These are the two types of machines in Linwo's mechanical base. Or rather, they were originally intended to be equipped for the mechanical base. However, it was later discovered that although the functions were powerful, they were not concealed enough. So Linwo replaced them with machines with stronger concealment but less powerful functions. However, the more powerful satellite and the matching vibration wave robot were not abandoned. They made a batch of them themselves, and used them in situations where they did not need to be hidden. Mo Lan thought it was interesting and might be useful. So Mo Lan took a lot of them at the beginning, and kept them in his storage space. Mo Lan has a lot of similar things like this, all thrown into the storage space, and can be taken out whenever needed. Anyway, the storage space is large enough, and anything can be put in, and it will not cause any impact on Mo Lan. This also directly led to the worsening of Mo Lan's hamster party's condition. Seeing everything, I want to save a little, saving a little, what if I can use it? Fortunately, Mo Lan has a huge storage space, and can have a larger storage space at any time, and he also has a little money, so it doesn't matter. Mo Lan directly clicked on the mineral vein distribution map that he was most concerned about. Or in other words, Mo Lan released the satellite and the corresponding vibration robot just for this mineral vein distribution map. Different minerals have different densities and properties, and the changes produced when the vibration wave passes through are also different. As long as the reaction of the minerals under the vibration wave is collected, then the vibration wave generator can very efficiently explore the mineral veins hidden deep in the earth, and distinguish and identify their meanings, so as to directly form a mineral vein distribution map. Generally, common minerals can be distinguished, and once a mineral that cannot be distinguished appears, just go and check it out. Chapter 1102 Rare Earth Ore. Unknown or veins. Since the basic common or vein information is recorded, and can be directly identified, so once an unknown or vein appears, it is very exciting. Because unknown or veins are generally elemental or veins, maybe elemental metal or veins, or elemental stone or veins. Because elemental metals, elemental stones depend on the local elemental environment and material environment to a certain extent, and even depend on the rule environment. There are no two leaves in the world that are exactly the same. And naturally there cannot be two regions with the same elemental environment, material environment, and rule environment. Although this may also give rise to the same elemental metal, it is more likely to give rise to a completely new elemental metal. Even if the same elemental metal is born under the influence of various factors, the properties of the same elemental metal born in different regions will be different. The quality of this elemental metal in some origins is better, and the quality of this elemental metal in some origins may be slightly worse. But generally speaking, the elemental metal veins found are those that have never been encountered before at most. They are similar in nature, so the elemental metal veins are shown as unknown veins during detection. Of course, in addition to elemental veins, there is another possibility for unknown veins. That is, ordinary veins that have never been seen before. Generally speaking, the information of the vast majority of ordinary, known veins will be available, will be recorded in the satellite, and will be directly marked when encountered, and unfamiliar ordinary veins, this may mean a new non-elemental metal, elemental stone mineral. A brand new ore. One that has never been seen before, a brand new ore. The possibility of this is extremely small, so small that even if an elemental vein appears, this probability may not appear. But as long as one appears, it is a great surprise. So even if you see an unknown vein on the vein map, it can be regarded as a big blind box, a big surprise. It is guaranteed to produce an elemental vein, which is still quite good, and if you are lucky enough to get a product, there will be many surprises. But Emolan looked at the mineral vein map. There were coal mines, iron mines, copper mines, gold mines, oil mines, and many mineral veins were mixed with other mineral veins. But there was not even one elemental metal vein, nor any unknown mineral vein. The mineral veins that Emolan had detected and marked were all ordinary, known mineral veins, except for some rare earth ores, and the overall value was extremely low, so a few rare earth ores could only comfort him. After all, the positioning of rare earth ore is extremely special. It is used as an auxiliary mineral. Adding certain rare earth minerals in the smelting of metals can greatly increase the various properties of metals. This can also play an important role in the smelting of elemental metals and elemental alloys. It can even greatly improve the performance of elemental metals or elemental alloys. The preciousness of its veins is not inferior to that of elemental metal veins, and even slightly exceeds it. After all, elemental metal veins are easy to find. But rare earth veins are rare. Rare means rare, which is enough to explain the rarity of rare earth veins. However, although rare earth veins are precious, they are just ordinary veins, not elemental metal veins. At this depth, there is no sign of elemental veins in such a large area. Although it cannot be confirmed that there are no elemental metal veins in all areas, it is enough to explain the problem to a certain extent. It is very likely that there are no elemental veins on this planet. The absence of elemental veins means that there is no long-term elemental power in this planet. As long as there are 4 elemental realms in the world, there must be elemental power for a long time, because the most basic function of the 4 elemental realms is like the roots of a tree, taking root in the depths of the void, crushing, erasing the violent energy in the depths of the void, and converting it into elemental power. So as long as there are 4 complete elemental realms, there must be elemental power in the world. And vice versa, if there is no elemental power in this world, then there must be something wrong with the 4 elemental realms of earth, fire, wind and water. This directly proves that there were problems with the 4 elemental realms of this planet from the beginning of its birth, and it was impossible to generate elemental power. This may have directly led to the original small world becoming the current planet, and the original sky collapsed. The solid barrier world membrane that protected the world also broke and collapsed, leaving only a few debris, which directly exposed the entire planet to the outside world and faced the universe. Fortunately, after the collapse of the world membrane of this planet, a circle of atmosphere was generated, which was protected and restrained by the atmosphere. Although I don't know why a planet only the size of the moon has an atmosphere. It was born after all, adding a bit of protection to the surface. There is shelter, but not much. And it is obviously not of much help to this planet. The impact of the death world is more than that. After the death of the world, the network of rules will also collapse. The role of the rules is to control power and manage power. But after the rules collapse, all power loses control, sweeping across the entire planet. The terrifying sandstorm with a maximum height of tens of kilometers is a very prominent feature. In short, the death of the world will bring a series of great changes, and the whole world will become unrecognizable. But Emolan didn't care about these, he was just a little disappointed. Without the power of elements, this means that the most precious harvest that can be obtained on this planet is just some rare earth minerals. Although it's not bad, this is very different from the harvest brought by the original world in the imagination. There is a psychological gap. But in addition to being disappointed, Emolan is also thinking about a question, a somewhat strange question, a question that makes Emolan serious. Is the planet the corpse left after the world dies? Emolan muttered to himself. But why are the various conditions on this planet so similar to those on the real planet? This is more than just similar. This is extremely similar. It is simply too similar. This is why Emolan fell into contemplation. The hidden meaning behind this question is simply too shocking. This made Emolan think deeply. Is there any connection between the real planet and the universe outside the game world? If there is a connection, then what is the connection? The real universe is the graveyard of the game world universe? Once the world dies, it will belong to the real universe? Emolan thought, then shook his head. It shouldn't be. Chapter 1103 Developing Planets. It shouldn't be. The birth of planets in reality can be checked and traced. The birth and evolution of celestial bodies are not a big secret. And obviously, none of the ways of creating planets in reality is from other worlds. This week should be a world that failed to be born, falling from a world to a planet. As for how the world was born, and how it failed to be born is another question. Emolan stared at the planet quietly, his heart lost in thought. In that case, how can I make the best use of this planet? Just mining? Mining rare earth ores? Mining iron ores? Mining various metal ores? Emolan frowned, obviously not satisfied with this way of use. This is indeed the simplest and most direct way of use, but a planet, although it is only a small planet, it also has the size of a planet, and is also a real planet, the foundation of the world. If you only dig some rare earth ores, or other ordinary minerals, it would be a waste of resources. And if you really want to mine, wouldn't it be better to use powerful spells, weapons to peel the planet, remove the soil and rocks on the surface, and directly mine the heavy metals that have sunk into the Earth's core? Although it's a bit troublesome, although it may take the entire Mage Association a long time, but as long as it is mined, it will definitely be enough for a long time. This is called mining after all. We are the Mage Association, it's reasonable to peel a planet and mine it. Right? Molan thought, even though it would take a lot of time and resources even if the entire Mage Association worked together to peel the planet, but in general, it could solve the Mage Association's mining problem for a long time. If it really doesn't work, leaving it to robots to mine for years is also a way. But Emolan thinks, it's a pity to tear down such a good planet. This is a planet. A complete planet. Although only the size of the moon. But its mass and volume are extremely huge. Although there is no good way to deal with it for the time being. For a planet, stripping it for mining is definitely a waste of resources. After all, this is the first planet Emolan found. And it is also the only planet he has found so far. It can be used as a base outside the world, or a springboard or dock for members of the Mage Association to explore the universe. But without elemental power, mages need to bring their own elemental power. If they need elemental power, they have to carry it themselves and transport it there. It is too inconvenient. Even the various magic arrays cannot be drawn from the environment by themselves, and mages have to add elemental power as energy. From this perspective, this is a complete waste. And it only has a certain research value and mining value. After all, even the framework of the elemental world is incomplete. Emolan was suddenly stunned, looking intently at the incomplete structure of the 4 elemental worlds on the planet. An idea suddenly popped up in Emolan's mind. This elemental world structure is only incomplete. Not wrong. Theoretically, as long as the incomplete parts are supplemented, we can try to revive the 4 elemental worlds again. Right? After the 4 elemental worlds are revived, they will have the ability to refine the violent power in the depths of the void and transform it into elemental power. And this elemental power is the source of all power in the world. If the 4 elemental families continuously put a terrifying amount of elemental power into this planet, letting this planet be full of elemental power again, then is there a chance to reignite the origin of this planet? Rebirth of the world membrane, retransforming it into a world? Emolan was frightened by his own idea. Ignite a world, how bold, how confident, how arrogant a person can come up with such a terrifying idea. This is a world, not a torch. Ignite it means ignite it. And ignite the source of annihilation? Is this called ignition? This is called reviving the source. Reviving the world? Is this called revival? This is called reviving a world. Reviving a dead world again. But this bold idea gradually lingered in Emolan's mind, because after thinking about it, Emolan suddenly felt that this might be feasible, and there might be a chance of success. Missouriland's eyes narrowed. The elemental world architecture is the architecture that I am most familiar with and best at, and this planet still has the original elemental world architecture, and the completeness is about 80%, which is relatively complete overall. With this 80% residual structure, I can completely deduce the remaining 20% structure. After deducing it, I can repair the structure. I can use magic to support the temporary structure, but the permanent structure still needs to be stabilized by materials. And considering the huge pressure brought by the operation of the elemental world of a world, and considering the long-term operation, elemental metal should be the most suitable material. Considering the property problem earth, fire, wind and water, it must also withstand the strength of the violent force that shatters the depths of the void, which requires the properties and levels of elemental metals. But during this period of time, The association has also discovered many elemental metal veins in various elemental realms, and mined a lot of elemental metals. There are elemental metals with these properties, and in large quantities. The only problem is that the top elemental metals of the 4 elements are only legendary. Using legendary elemental metals to bear the pressure of the 4 real elemental realms, bear the pressure of the violent force that shattered the depths of the void. Emolan rubbed his eyebrows, and thought with a headache. Although there are still several divine metals, there is none of the 4 elements of earth, fire, wind and water. The highest of these 4 is legendary, which is too low. It's not that Emolan looks down on the legendary level. It's mainly because in the face of the size of the world, the legendary level is really a bit weak. If there is really no other way, if the material properties are indeed too weak, then I'm afraid we can only rely on technology to make up for the defects of the material. Emolan said softly. The real top-level materials can push the technology aside and directly derive the upper-level creations. Technology has the same effect. The pinnacle of technology can make up for the lack of materials, and use ordinary materials to create terrifying upper-level creations. This is theoretically feasible, but it is only theoretical. In actual operation, it is too difficult and very difficult to complete. Because metal is an ordinary object, since it is an ordinary object, it has its upper limit. Using technology to break through its upper limit, using technology to show higher effects. But can this withstand the terrifying pressure? Emolan whispered. You can try. Chapter 1104 Failure? Some spell structures can achieve a passive state. That is, normal maintenance. Some of the spell structures can be invisible, but only silently add spell effects to the inside and outside of objects. Only adding strength to objects, and not adding any other effects. This kind of spell structure can be selected and added to legendary elemental metals. In this way, while the strength of legendary elemental metals is improved, no other interference will be generated, which will eventually cause problems in the operation of the entire structure and adaptation problems. Emolan thought about it, and said again after a moment of silence, if it's still not enough, you can work on the framework structure of the elemental world. Not completely based on the original remaining framework. I can optimize it to a certain extent. No, I shouldn't use the word optimization. My optimization will definitely lead to a decline in the performance of the framework and a reduction in the effect. I can call it specialization at best. After specialization, at the cost of sacrificing some of the capabilities, effects, and stress resistance of the 4 elemental worlds, I will transfer the pressure that the 4 elemental worlds need to bear to the original framework as much as possible, thereby reducing the pressure of the supplementary framework. This should be enough. Right? Emolan frowned, thinking. Although this repair seems rough, Emolan doesn't care much. It doesn't matter whether it is rough or not, as long as it is useful. If it can still succeed as expected, then this will be a huge project to revive the world. What is rough? This is called drastic. However, Emolan knows a way to complete the repair without being rough, and even with better results. This method is actually very simple. The structure of the elemental world is like the bones in a person's body. If the bones have not grown, then the person will naturally be unable to move. This is like the bones in this person's hands and feet have not grown out, cannot move, cannot grab food with his hands to eat, even though the food is right next to him, close at hand, but he just can't eat it, can only watch the food and then starve to death. Assuming that as long as this person can regain his mobility, he can find something to eat and survive. Emolan's choice is to use some elemental metals to recreate the missing bones for this person. No matter what, this person can have mobility and survive. But elemental metal is elemental metal after all, not flesh and blood, so this kind of repair can only be used, and it cannot achieve the level of integration. And what is the best repair method? The best repair method is to guide the bones to grow again. The bones that grow by themselves must be the most suitable for themselves, and have the greatest growth potential. If it is changed to the elemental world structure, it is to find a way to stimulate, guide the structure to grow again, let the structure grow completely on its own. If this is successful, not only can the normal use of the 4 elemental worlds be repaired, but even the future growth of the entire world, the potential for the 4 elemental worlds to continue to grow may be restored. You know, if Emolan uses elemental metal as the structural material for repair, then the 4 elemental realms will completely lose hope of continued growth, because the precision of the elemental realm structure is too high. Once the original structure grows stronger, but the structure made of elemental metal remains unchanged, it will immediately cause the frame to deform, leak, or even fail. As for the manufacturing of the metal frame for repair, it is possible to calculate the growth rate and speed of the 4 elemental realms in advance, and to preset the change trajectory of the metal frame in advance, and to reserve space for enhancement. To be honest, it is indeed possible to achieve it, but it is only in theory, and the difficulty is too high. Besides, Mo Lan is very familiar with the 4 elemental world architecture, but the growth of the elemental world happens to be a blind spot in Mo Lan's research. Mo Lan has not studied this issue, so Mo Lan can't do it. As for directly stimulating the growth of the elemental world framework, let alone the fact that the framework is dead, even if it is not dead, Mo Lan estimates that he has no better way. Therefore, considering various factors, the best, most suitable and most practical way is to directly use elemental metal as the framework to repair the elemental world architecture and use it reluctantly. But to be honest, after calming down, Mo Lan realized that the framework of the 4 elements world was dead, and repairing it would not necessarily activate it. However, Mo Lan had another idea, a rather bold idea, but whether it could succeed depended on the operation. If this idea could be realized, it would not matter if the world could not be revived. The world could be found again, but this kind of experiment was not easy to find. Mo Lan did not hesitate, and as soon as he thought of it, a magic circle evolved, perfected, and was born in front of him, and was directly imprinted on the earth. Normally, Mo Lan would not cast the gate to another world as soon as he thought of it. However, this spell took Mo Lan dozens of minutes to prepare and set up, and it was completely imprinted on the ground. The Divine Level Interworld Space Channel. The space channel it opened can allow Divine Level creatures to pass directly. This is a Divine Level spell. Very complicated. If ordinary people want to set it up steadily, it may take several hours or even days to complete. Even Mo Lan needs more than 10 minutes to prepare. Oh! This ordinary people refers to real mages above the legendary level. What's next? Sorry. No one below the legendary level is qualified to set up this array. And no one is qualified to understand this array. After the array was set up, Mo Lan took out a mobile element pool of space elements and installed it on the fixed array. For this level of array, it is not enough to mobilize the elemental power in the environment to activate it. If you must use the space elements in the environment, then Mo Lan will have to prepare for a long time. It will take a long time to drain the space elements of a large area nearby to activate the array and maintain it for a period of time. It is too troublesome. It is better to use the space elements you bring with you. Anyway, Mo Lan brought a lot of them. As for using his own magic power to activate the magic circle, he could, but the consumption was not small. Mo Lan did not want to spend time to restore his magic power. The space elements in the mobile space element pool flowed out like water, and the nodes of the magic circle and the lines on the road bloomed with silver-white brilliance. With the interweaving and collision of rules, a silver-white space road extended into the depths of the void, and finally opened up inside the planet. Mo Lan was slightly surprised. The consumption of this space element was much less than he expected, and the difficulty of this space channel was also much smaller, because the planet is not a world. It does not have its own independent network of rules, so the reaction to this kind of space channel is not so great. Chapter 1105 The Long Civilization War. It is very likely. Mo Lan pondered. The fluctuations caused by the interworld space channel can be roughly divided into 2 sources. One is the space fluctuations emitted when the space channel is opened. The interworld space channel requires too many space elements, and the space fluctuations when it is formed are not small. The second is the vibration of the rule network. The interworld space channel has already involved the rules. Only the space channel supported by the rules can be sufficient to carry objects or creatures of the essence of the gods. If a space channel supported by rules wants to penetrate another world, it will first face the independent rule network of that world. Rules collide directly with each other. Violent rule collisions will cause the entire rule network to vibrate. The rule network covers the entire world. Every god is connected to the rule network. Even true gods, who are not connected to the rule network in the world, can easily feel the vibration of the rule network. After all, even gods, as long as they are in this world, will exist within the coverage of the rule network. These 2 sources of fluctuations will really alarm the gods of the entire world, will really create difficulties for the cross-world space channel, and increase consumption. So this planet has no regular network, so the cross-world space channel is easier to penetrate, consumes less, and it is very easy to understand that the space fluctuation is smaller. Emolan thought there was no comparative experiment before, so even if Emolan had some guesses, he was not sure. There was no relevant data, unexpectedly. Today's opening of a cross-world space channel almost completed a similar control experiment, and let Emolan get a lot of data, which made Emolan think about it. What Emolan was thinking about was very simple. It was nothing more than thinking about whether there was a way to bypass the rule network and directly form a cross-world space channel. Or is there a way to directly block the vibration propagation of the rule network and limit the impact of its vibration to a very small area? As long as the fluctuation of the rule network is solved, then the first type of space fluctuation is very easy to solve. It's just about isolating the space fluctuation. Emolan can't count the methods he knows on his hands, isolating the fluctuation, mainly the fluctuation of the rule network. If we can find a way to isolate the fluctuations of the rule network, it will be a lot of fun. Then we can send a legendary advanced team into the other world, and then quietly build a magic array for the interworld space channel. Quietly build a magic array to isolate space fluctuations. Quietly build a magic array to isolate the rule network or arrange related equipment, so that true God-level professionals can directly enter other worlds quietly. A God-level strongman quietly enters another world, and when the God-level strongman in that world is unprepared, there are many things that can be done. If the powerful gods can continuously enter other worlds through the interworld space channel, the initiative will be completely in your hands. In the past, if you wanted to attack a different world, you could only send a legendary advanced team there. Let them find a way to become gods, and use a series of conspiracies and tricks. And finally open the interworld space channel, with difficulty, to let the powerful gods of your world in. Or you can go to the outside of the target world through the space channel. Patiently wait for the gods inside to open a door on the world wall membrane. And then take the opportunity to break in and start the attack. Or spread your own rules and concepts quietly. Through your own concepts, rules infect the target world, so that your own concepts are added to the rule network of the target world. After becoming a spy inside the rule network, open the cross-world space channel to introduce the god-level strongmen of this world to enter, when the fluctuations of the rule network are suppressed. The first two methods are extremely difficult. The probability of success is not very small. It can only be said that there is no chance. And the third method, although there is a successful case of the sun god from another world here, but who knows what method the sun god from another world used, and how long it took to integrate his own sun concept into the abyss world. I have been working on the concept of wizards for so long. Hundreds of millions of wizards have cast spells, fought, and died on the abyss continent. But the concept of wizards has not been integrated into it. Could it be that the sun god from another world spent thousands, or tens of thousands of years, using the sun projection to illuminate the abyss continent, and nourish the abyss continent before successfully integrating the concept of the sun into the abyss continent? If so, the third method is also a pitfall. A war to attack another world can easily span thousands, or even tens of thousands of years. Emolan's face turned ugly as he thought about it. It was too outrageous. But if you think about it carefully, a world basically represents a civilization. A war between civilizations, or a war between high-level extraordinary civilizations with god-level warriors, doesn't seem strange to last for 10,000 years. It's not very long. After all, even gods can't survive 10,000 years, let alone gods. Even legends may not survive several generations. The lifespan of high-level professionals has been extended, and the evaluation time of a generation has also been extended. Add to that the huge blood-making ability of a civilization, and the ability to defend the world, it is understandable that it can span 10,000 years. Emolan sighed deeply. It is simply too difficult to attack a different world. Not only do pseudogods have the advantage of being able to exert god-level combat power in this world, but there are also protections such as the world membrane, the network of rules, and basically there are undead armies that can be resurrected. But think about it from another angle. Your own world is actually quite safe, even if you are not as strong as others. As long as you patiently defend this world, the opponent will not be able to break in even if they are much stronger, unless you have the ability to forcibly break through the world membrane. It will be useless even if your strength reaches the crushing level. You can't break in anyway, and you can only stare blankly. The world membrane is a very special existence. It is the first line of defense of the world, used to isolate internal and external energy, material flow, and directly distinguish the network of rules outside the world from the network of rules inside the world. This can be directly regarded as the world membrane constraining the independent network of rules of the world. and also protecting the independent network of rules of the world, while isolating internal and external energy and matter. The world membrane also has extremely high strength and defense. If you attack from the inside, the world membrane of the game world cannot be penetrated by ordinary gods. Only the best gods with god-level weapons can tear the world membrane. Its defense strength is extremely terrifying. Ordinary gods cannot penetrate it. This strength is terrifying. But relatively speaking, this defense strength is still weak. Chapter 1106 Continuation? The defense that even the gods can't break is still relatively weak? Then what is strong? Initially, Emolan also thought that the world membrane would only stop here. After all, the world membrane that ordinary gods can't break is already strong enough. It is worthy of the name of the world membrane, worthy of this status. But later, an accidental discovery made Emolan understand that he was still too naive. What? The defense that even gods can't break is its strength? Sorry, this level of strength is only the strength of breaking the world inside. This strength is weak, not the real strength of the world membrane. What is the real strength of the world membrane? The real strength is on the outside. If you want to break the world membrane by attacking from the outside to the inside, if you want to tear a hole in it, the mere attack power of the god level is not even qualified to shake it. As for how high the strength is, Emolan doesn't know. Emolan only knows that he once prepared with all his strength and arranged a terrifying array group with chain amplification. Needless to say, the power of this array group is that Emolan sacrificed a lot of attributes and put all the attribute points on the attack. It was almost the most powerful array that Emolan could arrange at that time. It was an attack that Emolan controlled with all his strength. The intensity of that attack was such that even if a god walked into it, he would be instantly evaporated, with no chance of survival. Of course, under normal circumstances, it is impossible for a god to walk into its attack range, because the elemental fluctuations of this array are extremely strong. The size of the array is extremely large, and it cannot be hidden at all. And this array has no aiming ability, no locking ability, and the range is only a few hundred meters, while this array spreads for dozens of miles. So this is an extremely biased offensive array. An array designed by Emolan specifically to test the hardness of the world wall membrane. An array where everything is concentrated on absolute attack, and the intensity of its attack power can be imagined. However, it was this formation that Emolan had poured a lot of effort into that gave him an extremely shocking result. The terrifying attack that could instantly evaporate a god level being hit the world membrane. But there was no reaction at all. Oh no, there was still a little reaction. Circles and circles of friendship appeared on the membrane of the birth world, circles and circles. But other than that, there was no trace on the membrane of the world membrane, not even a crack. This is very outrageous. What level of attack power has this reached? What level of defense power has this reached? I don't know. Emolan only felt that the rule net was vibrating slightly during that attack. And at that moment, Emolan understood it immediately. If nothing unexpected happened, the world membrane and the entire world were connected. The world membrane was originally a part of the world, and was originally connected. But Emolan did not mean that. Rather, in terms of structure, the world membrane should evenly distribute the force it received to the entire rule net, and then to every bit of matter, and every basic particle in this world along the rule net. And considering the huge size of the world, Emolan estimated that in order to break the terrifying world membrane from the outside, he would at least have to have the terrifying power to destroy the entire world directly with brute force from the outside. If you can't destroy the whole world directly, you can't defeat the world membrane. And forcibly defeating the world membrane from the outside actually means that the world has been completely destroyed. And being able to destroy a world directly, you must know that. Here, destruction means directly destroying all the materials in the world, and not just cleaning the surface, killing all humans. What level of civilization can do this? The world membrane deserves to protect the world, and its terrifying defense makes it indestructible. Even if the civilization has been destroyed, the world membrane will always exist to protect the world. However, the world membrane also has some characteristics. Although the world membrane has unparalleled defense, it can block all kinds of forces and substances, but it will not block the penetration of the space channel. Even the world membrane that cannot be broken by the gods. The master-level magician can use the gate of the other world to shuttle and enter and exit at will. It is precisely because of the terrifying defense of the world membrane that there are only 3 conventional ways to invade a different world. And each of them takes a long world. And as long as there is a little bit of defense awareness, As long as there is a little preparation, this kind of invasion can be easily destroyed, even if there are gods everywhere in the other world, and even many powerful people above the god level. They can only send legendary and demigod level people to invade the world. No matter how strong the demigod or legend is, they are just ants in front of the real gods. They have no ability to resist and can be killed easily, due to the characteristics of false gods. As long as they stay in this world, they are no different from real gods. And because they will lose their original god level strength if they leave the world. False gods generally do not leave their own world. This directly leads to the fact that every world is basically guarded by gods, and can easily kill the legends or demigods sent in. This means that as long as you are prepared, as long as you are always vigilant, every world can easily block this invasion. So theoretically speaking, as long as you are prepared, a weak civilization can also resist the invasion of a strong civilization. This is the disadvantage of the three conventional methods. But once the fluctuations of the rule network caused by the cross-world space channel can be blocked, it basically means that a fourth invasion method has been developed. And the fourth invasion method is different from the first three. The fourth invasion method allows the gods to enter the inner wall of the other world from the beginning. Once it starts, it will be the most brutal war. And it will not last long. It will basically end quickly. After all, the gods of one side have entered the other world, which will inevitably usher in the crazy counterattack of the other side. If you can hold on at this time, you are not far from victory. If you can't hold on, you will be beaten out. Emolan thought for a long time and shook his head. To develop the fourth invasion method, at least several worlds and several different rule networks are needed for experiments. You can try to develop it in the future. Emolan remembered this matter in his heart and returned his mind to the planet in front of him. A large number of space boxes were suspended next to Emolan, and the elemental metals inside poured in and melted into liquid form and suspended next to Emolan. One microscopic structure after another was engraved by Emolan in the liquid elemental metal. And the state of the elemental metal was adjusted bit by bit. Using elemental metal to connect the elemental world structure is not a direct paste. And there is still a lot of preparation work. Chapter 1107 Smelting. It will take some time. Emolan pondered. He had already comprehended the structure of the four elemental worlds, and developed a series of powerful divine-level spells such as the micro-elemental world, for elemental world strangling, world collapse, etc. In addition, Emolan personally participated in and presided over the materialization of two worlds, and even destroyed one world, so Emolan's attainments in the structure of the elemental world are unimaginable. However, temporary elemental spells are not mentioned, which have no reference value. One of the two energy to permanently materialize the elemental world uses the origin of heaven and earth, and directly uses the filling of the origin of heaven and earth to materialize the structure of the four elemental worlds out of nothing. The other time is to use the power of faith to materialize, and then fill it with the rules, structure, and origin of the game world. In other words, both times are basically formed by filling with the origin. Even the power of faith used the second time only condensed a seed, and finally watered it with the power of the origin of heaven and earth, rules, and structure to grow it. So two worlds were created. Although Emolan is sure about how to build and supplement the broken elemental world structure, it is still the first time to do it specifically. So Emolan is also exploring bit by bit, finding the state bit by bit, and completing the refining of these elemental metals in his hands bit by bit. The structure of the elemental world is ultimately a kind of rule, a structure formed by chains of rules, and a structure of rules that make up the entire elemental world. And if you want to supplement the incomplete rules and structures, you can just use the rules to supplement them, or find a way to activate the activity of the remaining rules, and use the rules to water them to make them continue to grow. But it's not that Emolan doesn't want to tweak the rules, nor is it that Emolan is unwilling to use this better method. It's mainly because Emolan can't do it now. As a god-level mage, Emolan is still at the level of applying rules at this moment. A mage is, after all, a profession that uses leverage. A mage's power can leverage 10 or 100 times the power in nature. And this is magic. This is why the power of a mage's magic is far greater than that of other professionals of the same level. Because other professionals use their own power, even if they can amplify and multiply it through some techniques. It is difficult to compare with a mage's power of leveraging the power of heaven and earth by dozens or hundreds of times. In this way, the power of the spells of the same level wizards will naturally be far greater than that of the professionals of the same level. This is one of the reasons why the wizard's attack is unparalleled. even at the divine level. This does not change, because this can be said to be the core concept of the wizard profession. Use one power to leverage 100, 1,000, or 10,000 powers, and mobilize the power of nature for your own use. When a wizard reaches the divine level, it means that the wizard's essence is high enough to control the rules and use the rules. When a wizard at the divine level releases a spell, it is to use the rules he has mastered to leverage the 100-fold or 1,000-fold rules of nature. Therefore, Emolan only stayed at this stage, and could not reach the level of arbitrary manipulation of rules. If he wanted to repair the structure of the elemental world, he still had to borrow some medium. It needs to be cleaned up. There are still many impurities. A miniature flame world was formed in Emolan's hand. The liquid element metal looked like a small lake in the miniature flame world. It was only a fist-sized dot. Although it was a miniature flame world, its actual size was not miniature at all. In the flame world, endless flames licked a few balls of liquid element metal, refining it to be pure. In fact, except for some elemental metals that cannot or are difficult to be smelted again after smelting, which will be preserved in the form of ore, the rest of the elemental metal association will be smelted uniformly, using the association's large smelting furnace for smelting, and reducing losses while increasing the purity of the elemental metal as much as possible. According to research, only 100% pure elemental metals can fully exert their properties. This is just like the refined gold that Emolan got at the beginning. Because of the purity, the divine level refined gold was underestimated as an ordinary elemental metal. It was not until Emolan gradually grew up, smelted again and again, and the purity was improved little by little, that its true face of the divine level was revealed. Generally speaking, the elemental metal stored in the association's treasury will be refined to 100% purity. The elemental metals used by Emolan are no exception, and are also 100% pure. The impurities that Emolan mentioned do not refer to impurities at the metal level, but to impurities at the rule level. In addition to the rules contained and closely interwoven within the elemental metal, there are also some complex external rules contained in it. As the elemental metal that carries the rules, and is connected to the rule framework as the framework of the elemental world, it is natural that there cannot be other rules inside it. Otherwise, even if the rules are constant, they will be disturbed or even polluted when input into the liquid elemental metal, causing the structure to be unbalanced, and it is very likely to cause the structure to fail to continue. This is no joke. Even if it succeeds by chance by that time, the elemental metals have become part of the structure of the elemental world. The structure carried by the elemental metals maintains the operation of the elemental world. However, as time goes by, these complex rules will still affect the integrity and purity of the rules and the elemental metals. If there is another problem with the rules of the elemental alloy part, which is not as resistant to pressure as the original residual structure, it will directly become a loophole. At that time, the huge pressure will be poured into this position, and the elemental world will collapse into its original state, which is the best outcome. And what is the biggest possibility? The elemental world will burst from a hole under huge pressure, and it will shatter like a balloon. At the least, it will directly tear the elemental world apart, and there will be no possibility of repair. At the worst, the elemental world will be involved in the planet, causing a series of collapses on the planet, directly causing everything to collapse under some complicated rules. So this must be cleaned up. Emolan controls the interweaving of rules inside the microflame world, burning the complicated rules remaining inside the elemental metal. The elemental metal was originally interwoven, and there was no problem with the rules of fusion. The rules were interwoven with the elemental metal, and were extremely stable, and would not cause any impact. Emolan only needed to clean up the scattered fragments of rules. Flame rules surrounded the liquid elemental metal, and flame rules shuttled through the liquid elemental metal, rising and destroying the remaining rules one by one. Chapter 1108 Operation failed. 10 days later. It's done. Emolan let out a long sigh. It took 10 days just to prepare the materials. But it's not right to say that it was prepared. The materials are ready in the warehouse of the Materials Association. It can be transferred in 10 minutes through the space channel. So to be precise, it took Emolan 10 days to prepare the materials. Smelt the metal to remove the residual influence of the rules, then analyze the properties of the element metal. Melt the alloy to eliminate the special influence, and create the element alloy with the highest stability, the strongest tolerance, and the worst characteristics. After the alloy is smelted, it is smelted again to remove the residual influence of its internal rules. After that, Every inch, every point, and every millimeter of the elemental metal is marked with a specific spell structure to create the basis of the rules. Then continue to smelt to remove the residual influence of its internal rules. This whole process is divided into several steps. And the step of smelting to remove the residual influence of the internal rules runs through the whole process and is interspersed in each different step until the end. The material is further processed and becomes a top-level material that can maintain constant rules. It must be said that, in the entire game world, among all the mages, there is no other person who can process materials at this level. This legendary elemental metal can be sold at a price comparable to that of divine elemental metal after being processed by Emolan. If divine elemental metal can still be mined in nature, then it is impossible to encounter materials in this state, and there is no other choice except Emolan. If they meet someone who needs this thing, they will be willing to spend more than divine elemental metal. Emolan couldn't help but take a few more glances at the liquid element metal stored in an isolated environment. Emolan was quite satisfied with this. After the materials were prepared, Emolan did not hesitate at all and took a step forward to appear in a residual space in the core of the planet. Although the structure of the Four Elements realm was incomplete and dead, there was still a space left in the Four Elements realm, because its remaining structure was as high as about 80%. Although it was dead, the structure itself still had a certain power. But this space is very small. Not only is it very small, it is also very broken. Besides, it is also very stuffy. There are not many elements. As an elemental world, there are not many elements in it. Emolan smiled. And with a thought, his mental power seemed to turn into a sledgehammer and directly hit the void. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang and a buzzing sound. In this elemental world, that is, in this fire elemental world, there were chains like divine chains of order in the sky, crisscrossing and covering the entire fire elemental world. This scene only lasted for a moment, and then it disappeared again. The crisscrossing divine chains of order were the embodiment of rules. A chain was a rule. The chains were woven into a network that covered the entire elemental world. The nodes and rules collided in the crisscrossing, and the rotation was the structure of the fire elemental world. Emolan once again made the rules of the elemental world emerge on the surface. After several times, the situation of the fire elemental world was also fully reflected in Emolan's mind. Emolan marked out the incomplete places one by one. Emolan's mental power was activated, and the terrifying computing power poured into his brain, calculating the questions raised by his brain. One structure after another was completed, one structure after another was specialized. Gradually, the repair structure of the elemental world had been deduced by Emolan. If it was necessary to repair it now, it would be enough to continue the structure, but Emolan did not start, but turned to the Earth elemental world, and used the same method to observe the incomplete structure of the Earth elemental world in detail at a close distance. Next came the Wind elemental realm, and finally the Water elemental realm. After seeing all four elemental realms, Emolan returned to the Fire elemental realm and began the overall postponement work. The elemental realms seemed to be independent, but Emolan was well aware of the four elemental realms strangling each other, and the world collapsed to god-level spells. So Emolan understood very well that the four elemental realms were actually one, but they were just divided into several parts. The elemental realms influenced and cooperated with each other, especially when absorbing the chaotic energy from the depths of the void and crushing it and converting it into elemental power, which required the four elemental realms to be highly coordinated at the level of rule structure. This is like a millstone. If there is a very large gap in the middle, even if some large items can be ground, there will be no small items. Even if the large items are ground, they cannot meet the expected requirements. It is very simple to repair the elemental world. As long as the repaired structure can be used, it is fine. However, if the ability to repair the entire planet to absorb chaotic energy from the depths of the void as growth resources is different, the overall situation must be considered. After a long time, Emolan finally decided on the repair method of the four elemental world structures in his mind. As long as Emolan repairs according to the plan, at least 50% of the planet's original ability to absorb the chaotic power from the depths of the void can be restored. And the 50% is mainly limited by the materials. The materials can't withstand higher pressure, and can only suppress their power to about 50%. After all, a good cook can't cook without rice. Emolan can cast spells without materials. But the constant structure, the magic array, really needs materials. The material level is not enough. The pressure resistance is not enough. And Emolan has no way. So 50% is only 50%. And it is at least 50%. If the situation is ideal, it can be repaired to 60%. Or around 70%. At that level, it is basically enough. At least it is better than the incomplete structure now, which makes the elemental world useless. Emolan immediately shook the fire elemental world. After the incomplete structure of the fire elemental world emerged, it was fixed by Emolan and no longer disappeared. Emolan immediately fixed the structure of the fire elemental world based on liquid element metal. The metal structure was one section after another. The metal chain crossed the air. Compared with the original regular chain, it was a bit abrupt, but it was somewhat harmonious when carefully perceived. After some effort, the structure of the fire elemental world was completed. Emolan did not rush to start the operation, but went to the next elemental world. As I said before, the 4 elemental worlds were originally one, and repairing one was only repairing 1/4. The second elemental world was the water elemental world. Emolan became more proficient, but it still took a while to complete the stability. The third was the earth elemental world, and the fourth was the wind elemental world. Then, all 4 elemental worlds were repaired. Finally repaired, Emolan smiled as he looked at the 4 elemental worlds. And with a thought, he activated the Qidong device hidden in the structure of the 4 elemental worlds. However, as time passed, the 4 elemental worlds did not change as they should. Failed? Chapter 1109 Operation. Failed. After confirming it many times, Emolan came to a positive conclusion. It was indeed a failure. But Emolan was not depressed or disappointed, because Emolan had long known that it would fail 99% of the time. It was just that it was here, and it was done. Just give it a try. If it really works, then I will be very happy. If it doesn't work, it doesn't matter. I didn't have any hope in the first place. Still can't get any feedback, Emolan said softly after trying a few more times. Emolan has been trying to activate the activity of the residual rules, trying to wake up these dormant rule chains. Rules have no life, and naturally there is no death. Although these rules have fallen into silence due to incompleteness, they are still here, and perhaps they can be activated. In Emolan's view, if the rules of the elemental world can be activated, then perhaps the network of rules on the planet can be gradually activated. And finally, the world membrane can be reshaped again. If the world membrane is reshaped again, then this planet can become a small world again. A small world with elemental power, the size of the moon, completely controlled by Emolan, and without the hidden dangers of enemies from other worlds. This value and significance are huge. Unfortunately, it failed. Fortunately, Emolan did not have any hope at the beginning. He did not expect something that he knew would fail. What Emolan really expected was the future. What Emolan really wanted to do was an attempt with a high chance of success. Once it succeeded, it would be of great significance to Emolan, the association, and civilization. No less than a small world. Emolan immediately stopped stimulating and activating the rule structure, and directly retrieved the remaining unused elemental metals to start refining something. The 4 elements of earth, fire, wind and water. After completing the repair of the rule structure of each elemental world, there is still a ball as big as a house left. The remaining amount of elemental metals of the 4 elements is the same. There is no difference. The elemental metals required to repair the 4 elemental world structures of earth, fire, wind and water can be precisely calculated. It is understandable to have a little more of the size of a fist, but it is impossible to have an extra ball as big as a house. Especially, the remaining amount of the 4 elemental metals is basically the same. This is certainly not a coincidence. In fact, this is the elemental metal that Emolan prepared in advance. He first calculated how much elemental metal was needed to repair the structure of the 4 elemental realms, and then left a large portion of each elemental metal. This portion was reserved for use in the current situation. As time went by, 4 balls of liquid metal as big as a house were directly made into a sphere the size of a football field by Emolan. The surface of the sphere was full of honeycomb-like holes, densely packed, but inside the holes was dark, and nothing could be seen. If you feel it carefully, you will find that there are unusual regular reactions and mental reactions inside these spheres, and the parts inside seem to be very precise and complicated. You can also feel the sound of mechanical rotation and electric current inside. These 4 spheres, which are as big as football fields, are suspended in the air after being released by Emolan. It is amazing. Looking up at these 4 huge spheres, Emolon thought, and an equally huge space channel slowly opened up. This is the water elemental world, this is the earth elemental world, and fire, wind. Emolon pushed them into their corresponding elemental worlds one by one. As soon as the sphere flew into them, it seemed to be activated. It flew to the core position of the elemental world structure, and it was suspended at a fixed point, making a buzzing sound, as if it was resonating with the surrounding structures, as if it was in contact. As time passed, the structures of the elemental worlds gradually vibrated and trembled. If you observe carefully, you will find that the trembling of the elemental world structure all started from the elemental metal structure that Emolon added. Obviously, in addition to the constant rule structure, Emolon also added some small things to these metal structures. At this moment, these small things began to play their role under the influence of these spheres. Emolon observed the resonance of the elemental world structure while activating the core sphere, updating and adjusting some of the data in real time. During the continuous adjustment, the frequency of the structure shaking was no longer visible to the naked eye, but the space around these structures could be seen to be slightly distorted, and a faint rule glow was emitted. Obviously, with Emolon's adjustment, the originally dormant rule structures of the 4 elemental realms have begun to reveal their wonderful nature. This is not to say that Emolon has successfully activated the rule structure of the elemental realm. If it can be activated, it would be great, but in fact, Emolon has always been observing the state of the rule structure. The rule structure of the elemental realm has not shown any signs of recovery. It is still dead silent. The rule brilliance emitted by the rule structure of the elemental realm is just the magic of the dead silence rule under the activation of the sphere core. This does not mean that it has revived, but only that it is still a rule structure. Although it is dead, it still maintains the specificity of the rules. It can draw out the power of the rules again under specific methods and techniques. The rule power drawn out in this way must always keep the core sphere running and the array in the metal part of the rule structure running normally. If the elemental world at this moment is compared to a pump, then the core of the sphere is the core component of the engine. The entire elemental world structure is the engine, and some arrays inside the elemental metal part are the transmission shaft connecting the core components of the engine and the external components. If there is a problem with the core components of the engine, then the entire engine will stop. No, it should be said that no matter which part has a problem, the entire engine will stop, and the entire pump will stop. But before there is a problem, it will continue to run. Emolon's mouth curled up slightly. He successfully made this broken, dead elemental world work again. No, maybe for the first time, Emolon can basically confirm the success, because Emolon can feel that a stream of dense power belonging to the elemental world is brewing, appearing little by little, growing little by little, and becoming stronger little by little. This is the sign of success. Of course, to confirm its success, it must wait until the 4 elemental worlds absorb the first ray of violent gray energy in the depths of the void and crush it into violent elemental power. However, there is still a little bit to achieve this step. Chapter 11:10. Spells, Flaws and Primers. Emolon smacked his lips. Just like the old hand-cranked wells, if you want to draw water, you have to pour some water in first. Only with this little water as primer can you draw the water out of the well. The situation is similar now. Although these 4 elemental realms have started to operate initially, they have been dry for too long, and dead for too long, and it is suspected that they have never produced elemental power, so they lack something. In addition, the real activation of the elemental world requires energy. Now it can only be regarded as a fire. To start it, energy needs to be invested. Once it is officially running, the 4 elemental worlds will continuously extract the violent energy from the depths of the void and crush it into violent elemental power, and then use the elemental power as the operating energy to achieve self-sufficiency. But it is not possible now. The 4 elemental worlds are now empty, without a trace of elemental breath. Not only that, even the elemental world is full of problems, small and broken. All these require a lot of energy to solve. It is simple. Nothing fancy. Just invest some elemental power. Emolon has already prepared the required elemental power. In the space channel behind him, boxes of mobile element pools are piled up in the void. Each mobile element pool contains semi-liquid and semi-solid elemental power compressed at a very high density. The density is very high. In addition, the space expansion array inside stretches the large space. It can be said that each mobile element pool box contains a huge amount of elemental power. Such mobile element pool boxes piled up behind Mo-Lan like a small mountain. The weight of the elements contained in them can only be described as horrifying. This is part of the elemental power needed to initially start and maintain the operation of the 4 elemental realms. There is a little more. Of course, this is also very easy to understand. Mo-Lan's god-level mages' 4 elemental realms strangled the elemental power that far exceeded that of ordinary god-level mages. And the operation of the real 4 elemental realms naturally consumed more elemental power. After all, although the space of these 4 elemental realms is not large at present, and they are small and broken, they are all 4 elemental realms of a small world. Their size and essence are extremely high. How can they be compared with the micro-elemental realms that Mo-Lan released himself and maintained by the magic structure? Thousands of times. Tens of thousands of times are not enough to describe the terrifying gap between them. Even the elemental power required to start is huge. These elemental powers are the Mage Association. Since the Mage Association created a mobile element pool, and the mobile element pool can be used as a variety of mechanical energy sources. A group of mages led by an anonymous president are worried that the Mage Association will be besieged one day. The magic array clusters that protect the Mage Association. Various firepower networks are insufficient due to the lack of elements. And then they frantically collect elemental power. Anyway, there is no cost to collect elemental power. The cost of moving the element pool is very low, and the cost of storage is not high either, so just store it, and it can be used as weapon energy anyway. Although a certain anonymous president has considered that with himself around, with the current strength of the Mage Association, the possibility of the Mage Association being besieged is estimated to be low, but it is not troublesome to store it. Since it has already started to store it, it is better to continue to store it. If it really doesn't work, you can take it to the battlefield to bombard the enemy with artillery fire. What if the firepower is insufficient? Not everywhere can directly use the fission furnace as an energy supply. The units that can use the fission furnace to supply energy are at least above the level of gods, and the elements are still used below. At most, they are high-level elements or heavy elements used by legendary elemental cannons or other weapons that have been tempered, refined, and compressed by various spells of mages. They still use elemental power. Therefore, the Mage Association has never stopped collecting and storing elemental power. How long will the elemental power stored in the association last? It is probably enough to destroy all the elemental cannons currently owned by the Mage Association. The firepower is now sufficient, but it is still stored. So Mo-Lan took some of it and used it. Otherwise, even Mo-Lan and the Mage Association would need a long time to prepare for such a large amount of elemental power. The amount was too large. Now that it was used, it was still useful to save it, so let's keep saving it. Mo-Lan's attention was mainly focused on the operation of the elemental world. The spherical core had just been made, and the tower spirit that presided over the magic circle and operated the magic circle was also a newly born tower spirit, and the program was also newly compiled. Mo-Lan himself didn't believe that there would be no problems, so he had to keep an eye on it. In addition, Mo-Lan also had to pay attention to the operation of the 4 elemental realms. Waiting for the progress. It should be almost done. Mo-Lan paid attention to the 4 elemental realms and said, with a thought, the mobile element pools piled up like mountains behind him poured into the 4 elemental realms. After entering the corresponding elemental realm, the lid on the mobile element pool was immediately opened, and the elemental power inside poured into it through the exposed interface of the elemental metal part, and poured into the overall frame along the structure of the elemental metal. The moment the elemental force touched the original frame, the frame shook, and a violent suction force emanated from the original frame. The metal frame had limited interfaces, and the speed of absorbing the elemental force could not meet the violent suction force of the original frame. Just a moment later, the violent suction force directly acted on the open mobile element pool, and all the elements inside were directly sucked into the frame. Mo-Lan saw this and had an idea. He opened the lids of all the mobile element pools directly. When all the elements were exposed to the outside, a terrifying suction force erupted from the elemental structure of the elemental world. The elemental power in the mobile element pool instantly soared into the sky. One tornado after another was like a pillar of light that stood tall and straight. The pillars of light soared into the sky and spread violently, forming a fierce elemental storm. Mo-Lan, who had left the elemental world, watched this scene with interest. The original framework actively absorbed the elemental power, which did not mean that it was revived, but only that the framework needed the elemental power. This was essentially a completed spell model that was absorbing the elemental power and preparing to release it. A huge amount of elemental power poured into the elemental world framework. The elemental power burned directly in the rule flames, and became the nourishment of the elemental world rule framework. As the elemental power was absorbed, the elemental world rule framework, this great spell, gradually showed its effect. With the support of the framework, the originally small and broken elemental world was quickly repaired. Chapter 1111 Mo Land's Mark. Buzz. The frame of the elemental world made a buzzing sound. With the supply of a large amount of elemental power, the frame of the elemental world played its role. The originally small and broken elemental world was quickly repaired, and it became complete in the blink of an eye. Mo Lan could clearly sense that even the space of the elemental world had become solid. This was a fusion. The effect of the revival of the elemental world frame acted on the elemental world itself. In this process, Mo Lan's mark directly flowed out from the elemental metal part of the frame, accompanied by the elemental power flowing into the original frame, and was imprinted in every corner of the deep layer of the elemental world together with the effect of the original frame. After the repair of the elemental world was completed, the elemental world framework continued to take effect. Each of the 4 elemental worlds expanded rapidly like a balloon, and the elemental world framework also disappeared into the void during this process. As the elemental world grew, and the elemental world framework was integrated into it, Mo Lan's marks fell continuously. When the elemental world was completely stabilized and formed, Mo Lan's marks also grew with the elemental world. During the repair of the elemental world framework, he was completely integrated into the elemental world and its framework, and could not be separated. At this point, unless the elemental world is completely shattered, it is impossible to remove Mo Lan's mark. No, even if it is shattered, every fragment will have Mo Lan's mark, unless the entire elemental world is completely wiped out and disappears directly from this world. This will never change. Even if Mo Lan is willing, he can use the framework to make the mark in the elemental world stamp his mark on every trace of elemental power born here. Wait, what a good idea. Mo Lan's eyes suddenly lit up, and he scanned the 4 elemental worlds. These 4 elemental worlds have basically taken shape. It can be expected that these elemental worlds will give birth to a large amount of elemental power, and these elemental forces will diffuse to every corner of the entire planet after being filtered, downgraded, and stabilized, permeating all matter, nourishing all matter, and providing for all matter. If all matter and energy in this world have the imprint of Mo Lan inside, then the imprint of Mo Lan will inevitably be born inside the origin of the world, which is unknown whether it exists, and will be completely controlled by Mo Lan's imprint. It is indeed a good idea to think about it this way. If this step is successfully completed, then this planet will be completely controlled by me, and no one can deprive it of it. Well, just wait for a while, and wait quietly for the elemental power generated by the elemental world to infect all the substances on this planet. In addition, I can completely control the origin of this planet, and completely control the power of this planet. In addition, this planet will also become my absolute home ground. When all the elemental power of this world has my mark, I can completely prevent my enemies from using any elemental power, even if they force it to use it. The efficiency will be extremely slow, and it cannot be directly called, and it is impossible to use it to cast spells. Or I can let them absorb, use, and directly activate these elemental powers according to my brand at the critical moment, and directly turn the tables and attack, or even directly use the elemental power to infect their bodies. Mo Lan was shocked, and then he paused. It's not impossible to do this, but these current brands are not good. These brands help me control the elemental world, and there is no problem with the framework of the elemental world. There is no problem helping me further control this world, and it can be done. My brand is definitely not bad, but if I want to use it directly in battle, it's still a little short of the flavor, a little short of concealment. Hiding in the world, the elemental world, within the framework. Others can't find it, but hiding it in the elemental power is still a little short of it. Any master-level wizard who analyzes the elemental power and uses the elemental basic particles to cast a spell can find my mark. I'd better develop a mark that can be hidden in the elemental basic particles, or even in smaller basic particles, and it's best if this mark doesn't have my breath, and it seems to have nothing to do with me on the surface, and it has nothing to do with me at ordinary times, or even half a relationship. But when it is needed, you can use a specific spell framework to activate, mobilize, and use it. This way, you can definitely hide it from countless people, or even everyone, Mo Lan thought. But then he came back to his senses, and looked at the 4 elemental realms. Emolan found that the 4 elemental realms had basically recovered and were ready. Immediately, Emolan thought, and a command was sent to the core of the sphere that also disappeared along with the elemental realm framework, and was still inside the core of the sphere at the core of the elemental realm framework. After receiving the order, the 4 elemental world cores immediately controlled the elemental world framework, thereby controlling the elemental world. The 4 elemental worlds worked together to directly take root in the depths of the void. Directly take root in the violent chaotic energy in the depths of the void. The violent chaotic energy directly bombarded the surface of the 4 elemental worlds with a terrifying power that could tear apart all matter and the energy assimilation force that could assimilate all matter. The original structure of the 4 elemental worlds did not change much, but the metal structure part made a whine. At this moment, Emolan's heart could not help but rise to his throat. Whether the elemental metal structure can hold up depends on this. If it holds up, then there will be no problem in refining the chaotic energy next time, which means that the elemental world structure has been successfully connected. If it can't hold up, then there is nothing to say, just stop and crush the metal structure by yourself to keep the original structure, wait for the next time to collect higher level, more suitable elemental metals to fight again. The energy in the depths of the void is extremely violent. One storm after another swept in the depths of the void, and even collided. In this environment, the violent chaotic energy is like a wave, impacting the 4 elemental worlds wave after wave, and each wave is higher than the other. At this moment, Emolan could sense that the speed at which the elemental world structure absorbed elemental power had almost doubled. Almost every basic particle in the elemental metal structure had the brilliance of the magic array flashing. The elemental metal, which had no loopholes at the basic particle level, emitted a faint light from the inside out. The pressure was directly transferred to the entire structure by its special structure, and the entire structure shared the burden. Boom! As Emolan watched, a violent wave of chaotic energy rushed to the surface of the 4 elemental worlds. The 4 elemental worlds trembled slightly, and then the 4 elemental worlds resonated, and a layer of chaotic film covered the surface of the 4 elemental worlds to block the chaotic energy wave. Then, the impact of the chaotic energy wave gradually weakened, and the center of the energy storm passed. Chapter 11-12 Planetary Fortress. Success. Emolan breathed a sigh of relief, and a smile gradually appeared on his face. Just now, his heart was really hanging. It was not necessary to try to revive it before. The attempt to revive the architecture itself did not have any expectations, and there would be no disappointment if it failed. But this time was different. This time, Emolan really had great expectations, and even derived a lot of ideas from it, and invested a lot of energy and resources, and was indeed worried about failure. In addition, although Emolan had done some calculations, he had also materialized some small worlds before. But the previous ones were all complete 4-element world structures, and their volumes were far less than this real 4-element world. And the impact they could withstand was completely different. Although he had calculated it, it should be possible in theory. But in theory, all theoretical statements will eventually be broken, which is not very reliable in itself. But fortunately, it succeeded. Emolan smiled slightly, and immediately issued a command to start extracting chaotic energy. The moment the command was issued and received by the 4 cores, powerful forces emerged one after another, and the 4 forces of the 4 elemental worlds directly extracted a violent chaotic energy into the middle of the 4 elemental worlds. At this moment, it was like a world millstone. A 4-color millstone directly crushed the violent chaos energy. The millstone crushed the violence of the chaos energy, and crushed the level of the chaos energy. What entered the millstone was the violent and high-level chaos energy, and what flowed out was indeed more stable, and lower-level initial elemental power. Of course, the stability and low level of these initial elemental powers are also relative. These are only compared with the chaos energy. They are more stable than the chaos energy, and lower level than the chaos energy. But compared with the mild elements in the outside world, they are equally high level, and equally violent. As the initial elemental power flowed out from the 4-color millstone, it entered the next millstone and was crushed. Crushed again and again, refined again and again, downgraded again and again. When these elemental powers began to penetrate through the membrane at the bottom of the 4-element world, these elemental powers were already very low level, very stable. It was indeed stable. Although it could not be compared with the outside world, it was at least barely bearable, unlike the chaotic energy in the outermost void. Bear? That was the energy that could kill the gods. Bear? Are you sure you are not kidding? Emolan looked at the first ray of elemental power, and the joy in his heart was almost indescribable. This first ray of elemental power was not much, but it meant that the four-element family had the ability to refine the chaotic energy into elemental power. This means that the four elemental realms can continuously refine the chaotic power into elemental power. And the speed is very fast, and the efficiency is very high. More importantly, although the process of the elemental realm extracting the chaotic energy and refining it into elemental power requires energy consumption, these energy elemental powers can supply them. And compared with the energy required to refine the chaotic energy, the energy required to supply its refining is much smaller. In other words, as long as the four elemental realms are given a little starting energy, the elemental realms will then refine the elemental power to supply their own operation. As long as the chaotic energy does not disappear, as long as there is no problem with the structure of the elemental realm, the four elemental realms can continue to operate until the end of time. It stands to reason that every world has this ability, which does not seem to be unusual. After all, every world grows in this way, and every world feeds the creatures in the world in this way. Normally, this is indeed the case. But when this small world is no longer a world, when this small world becomes a planet, Emolan suddenly has strange thoughts in his mind. When Emolan detected this small world before, he was worried that it was a planetary fortress of an alien civilization. At that time, he went to the Abyss continent to open the door to the other world. Before, Emolan confirmed that this was not a planetary fortress, nor a world. But when it fell into a world, Emolan had a bold idea in his mind. Before, he suspected that this was a planetary fortress. So could it be turned into a planetary fortress? With this idea, Emolan began to thinking whether it could be done, whether something can be done. The first aspect is whether it is worth doing. That is, what benefits can be obtained after doing it. So what benefits can be gained by building a planetary fortress? A war fortress for interstellar voyages. Let alone other benefits. This positioning alone makes Emolan excited. A war fortress for interstellar voyages. What does this mean? This means that if Emolan and his team need to fight a world war between two worlds, there is a fortress that can be driven over. How significant is this? This is equivalent to eliminating most of the enemy's local combat advantages. Go out to attack others, and directly drive a planet over to fight him face to face. I just want to ask you if you are afraid. At worst, at the last hurdle, you can directly use a planet to hit the other world. A small planet hits another world at a very high speed. This is no joke. How powerful is the high-speed impact of a moon-sized planet, with a very high mass hitting at a very high speed? The energy required to accelerate such a large mass object is an astronomical figure. However, as long as it is accelerated, it cannot be stopped by ordinary means, unless it is directly blown up. But what kind of strength can forcibly blow up a moon-sized planet at one time? The size of the planet is here, and it cannot be blown up at all. Similarly, the size of the planet is here, and it is basically equal to the size of the general world. What does it mean? The consciousness is that the world membrane of the world can completely release the attack received to all the matter in the world. So it basically forms an invincible defense, and no attack from the outside can tear it apart. But the impact of the planet is different. Even if the planet is smaller than the world, it is basically the same size. The impact of the same huge mass at an extremely high speed can completely shake the matter in the world, and can directly shake the world. Even if the world membrane cannot be torn apart, the world membrane can be used to release power to exterminate all creatures in the world in an instant. So Emolan thinks that a planetary fortress can be built, and it has great value. After thinking for a long time, Emolan feels that there are at least two big mountains in front of him to build a planetary fortress. The first mountain is the power system, and the second mountain is the energy system. What does it mean that the four elements are repaired? It means a terrifying energy system that is infinitely powerful, can support a world, and is basically equivalent to the size of a planet. Chapter 11:13 Energy System. Energy system. An energy system that does not need to be refueled, replenished, or anything else once it is running, and can continuously produce a large amount of elemental power with only maintenance. This performance, this output power, and this input-output ratio simply do not need to be said anymore. Right? As long as the chaotic energy in the depths of the void is not exhausted, then this can be regarded as a pseudo-perpetual motion machine, and the output power of this pseudo-perpetual motion machine is quite violent, directly at the level of the world's size. This is simply a dreamlike existence. Emolan was now looking at the elemental world that was continuously producing elemental power, and couldn't help but feel full of emotion. One of the two major problems currently facing the planetary fortress has been directly solved. It really feels a bit incredible, Emolan said softly, and then looked at the sky again. I wonder if the world wall membrane can be condensed again under the watering of the elemental world. If the world wall membrane can be condensed again, then it is equivalent to adding a relatively invincible, unbreakable top-level shield to this planetary fortress. Emolan narrowed his eyes slightly, and looked at the remains of the world wall membrane. At this moment, the remains did not react at all, but this was also within Emolan's expectations. Because according to Emolandu's preliminary observation, the world membrane seems to be woven by the network of rules inside this world. The network of rules covers everything in the world. So the world membrane can transfer all the power of the attack to everything in the world through the network of rules, thereby using this method to protect everything in the world. Now the elemental world has just revived. If we have to say which rules have been revived, then only the rules of the four elements of earth, fire, wind, and water have been revived. The elemental power generated by the four elemental worlds of earth, fire, wind, and water is still deposited inside the four elemental worlds and has not been transported to the outside. Without the elemental power, the rules cannot be revived at all. Of course, even if the rules are nourished by the power of elements, they may not be revived. However, without the power of elements, these rules will definitely not be revived. Therefore, it is still a long way from the revival of the network of rules, and even further from the appearance of the world membrane. However, what Emolan is worried about is that even if the network of rules is revived on a large scale with his efforts, the world membrane may not be able to reappear, because Emolan knows that many things actually only have one chance. And if you miss the opportunity, it is often impossible to complete it even if all the conditions are met again. Emolan had a feeling that the world wall membrane was just like this, because the world wall membrane seemed unusual to Emolan. It was quite special, and it would not be easy to appear again. But that was all for the future. Emolan thought for a moment, and shook his head slowly. Let's think about the world wall membrane slowly. Now let's think about how to develop this planetary fortress. Emolan thought softly and said, the most critical thing to make this huge planet into a planetary fortress is that the most difficult part can be roughly divided into two parts. The first is the energy system, and the second is the power system. The energy system has been solved now, but there is still no clue about the power system, which is even more troublesome and more difficult than the energy system. The energy system is completed by using the debris of the elemental world that the planet itself has. The efficiency of the elemental power produced by the four elemental worlds at the planet level is very terrifying. The energy output power is extremely high, and if necessary, the elemental world can directly output the initial elemental power that is second only to the chaotic violent energy. This energy system can be said to have both quality and quantity, which makes Emolan very satisfied. The output power of the engine and thruster that can make a huge planet move, and the problems that arise during the acceleration and deceleration of such a huge planet and its huge mass. All of these give Emolan a headache just thinking about it. As a planetary fortress, it is indeed not something that can be made by a certain person on a whim. A qualified planetary fortress is definitely the technological crystallization of a civilization, and it brings together the top technologies of this civilization. Of course, Emolan found some inspiration from the curvature engine drive method described in the novel Fortress. After all, he has mastered the space expansion spell, which is very similar to the curvature drive spell. Maybe he can work hard in this direction, and maybe he can reproduce the curvature drive method that does not need to consider inertia. Although this will directly lead to the fact that the method of rubbing the ball to break the world membrane or destroy the world that Emolan had initially thought of will lose its basis for use. But as long as this huge planet can be moved, as long as this planet can really become a terrifying killer weapon, like a planetary fortress, what else can you think about? It's a beautiful thought, but the problem is that can the engine that drives a car, and the engine that drives an aircraft carrier be generalized? Can the space telescopic technique that allows the winged sky beast to move forward with curvature, and the curvature drive relaxation that allows the Sex Star Fortress to move forward be the same? When the size of anything reaches a certain level, it will face huge problems. Just like building an elevator is very simple, but it is extremely difficult to build a space elevator. The same reason, so Emolan can only try in this direction, but in general, he still has no clue. Of course, although he has no clue, Emolan still plans to transform this huge planet into a planetary fortress. After all, the two most difficult systems have been completed, which is equivalent to 50% of the planetary fortress has been completed. You don't want a planetary fortress that has been completed 50%? Of course. When Emolan thought that the construction progress of the planetary fortress had reached 50%, he was immediately refreshed. It must be said that appropriate self-deception is good for physical and mental health. Gathering his mind, Emolan began to think. A planetary fortress is to use the huge size of the planet as the basis for defense and as a combat platform. First of all, the basis of defense is large size, so the living area and production area, and even weapons, functional units must be placed deep in the earth. It is best to place them directly at the center of the earth, so that any conventional attack cannot cause any harm to people or objects inside the planetary fortress. Even if a god-level mage like me charges his strongest attack on this planet. Emolan looked at this planet with a diameter of about 4,000 kilometers, and deduced it in his mind. Then the deduction result appeared in his mind. Looking at the result, Emolan immediately fell into deep thought. Can my attack reach a depth of 100 meters? 1,000 meters? Or 10,000 meters? Chapter 11:14 Tower Spirit. Listen to me, thank you. Let's put aside the facts. Oh no, let's put aside the strength of my spell attack, even if I can attack to a depth of 100 kilometers. So what? Isn't this just scraping? The attack power of ordinary gods is far inferior to mine. If I want to attack so deep, I have to make a posture in advance and try it in a dream, not to mention ordinary gods. Even the strength above the gods can't beat it down. So if this planetary fortress is really built successfully, then when facing the level of gods, when the level above gods attacks, I can let them attack for an hour first, and then I can use the weapon that has been charged for an hour to attack them? Emolan felt his heart beat instantly. This was no longer just a deer's fluttering. Emolan felt that there was a Tyrannosaurus Rex running rampant in his heart. Sure enough, big as justice. This is simply too foul. It's hard not to love it. Emolan smacked his lips. His fevered head gradually sobered up. It's a pity that the difficulty of manufacturing this thing is as ridiculous as its strength. Even if I successfully solve the difficulty of the power system, the time required to start the fortification transformation of this planet will be an astronomical figure. The diameter is about 4,000 kilometers. Emolan shook his head slightly. I don't know how many years it will take to dig the hole. Fortunately, this is the era of mages. With mages as an advanced productivity, no matter what we do, even digging holes is many times faster than before. If we send 1,800 tower spirits to dig, the mages don't have to move themselves, and the efficiency is even higher. If we use pure excavators that were not manufactured with magic technology before, pure machinery to dig, I may not be able to build this planetary fortress when I die. It's true. Emolan thought after thinking for a while. First of all, if we want to dig an underground city more than 1,000 kilometers deep on the moon with pure modern technology, then we have to face several problems first. First, the high temperature and high pressure underground will make the requirements for the drill bit very, very high, and the materials in reality are not up to standard. Second, if we want to excavate the moon, even if the materials are up to standard, they must be transported to the moon. With the current pitiful aerospace transportation capacity, it is unknown how long it will take to assemble an industrial chain that can produce excavation equipment on the moon. The aerospace technology is not up to standard. Third, the people used for excavation can be workers or artificial intelligence. But in reality, if they are workers, then genetic modification or space life support technology is not up to standard. After all, it is a vacuum operation. There will definitely be big problems with flesh and blood going up there. And if artificial intelligence is sent, then the artificial intelligence technology is not up to standard. Forget it. There is no need to think about it further. There are too many problems. Unless there is a breakthrough in technology, even if I die of old age, well, I can't dig out a hole big enough for an underground city even if I die of old age with my current lifespan. Emolan shook his head and didn't think about this problem. This premise is no longer valid. As for materials, there are elemental metals in reality. We can study them. No, even if we don't study them, we can use them directly to meet the excavation standards. We can get an elemental metal of the element of fire. The high temperature underground is not a problem. And the high pressure is not a problem with the strength of elemental metals. In terms of aerospace, open a portal and send as many as you want. As for people, it's even simpler. Send a few mages up, and they can act as computers to host the work, simple and clear. TSK, sure enough. The realization of this game world has brought huge changes to reality. Even bigger changes than nuclear fusion. So, I'd better consider how to deal with my own little planet. It's bigger than the moon. Emolan pondered. The underground space can be drawn from the association. A group of tower spirits, a group of machines can come and dig directly, keep digging, building, there's no rush. There is no rush for attack. The installation location of the attack weapon can also be input into the tower spirit's plan, and let the tower spirit dig together. Then the rest is to slowly develop, and slowly conceive, and install it after it is developed, so there is no rush. Then, there is defense. Planetary fortresses can generally be defended directly by volume. This thousands of kilometers thick land is the best defense layer. Well, you can consider letting the tower spirit compact the land, and then set up a passive magic array on it that does not require materials, and can be arranged by compacting the land, which only needs to consume a certain amount of elemental power to increase the hardness of the land. There is no cost. Just let the tower spirit slowly stabilize it. If this thousands of kilometers thick land is all fixed with this kind of magic array, even if it is the lowest level, it doesn't matter. The defense can still be multiplied several times. Emolan thought about it, and was suddenly stunned. Hey, how come all these things were done by the tower spirit? Emolan thought about it, and then nodded. Don't mages create tower spirits, so that they can let go and concentrate on research? This is the job of the tower spirit. There is no problem. Well, I'll think about what I need to do. Tower spirit, listen to me. Thank you. Emolan pondered for a long time, and suddenly found that the tower spirit can do almost everything. Or as long as he uses his brain, everything can be thrown to the tower spirit. If it doesn't work, then it must be that the programming for the tower spirit is not done well. Or the tools, magic arrays, and magic equipment prepared for the tower spirit are not ready. Otherwise it can work. Emolan thought about it for a while, and found that it was normal. The tower spirit itself has intelligence and supercomputing power. The combination of these two is artificial intelligence. For things that do not require creativity, the tower spirit itself can do it. The tower spirit can do what the mage can do. Then I will assign tasks to the tower spirit. This thing needs me to do. Emolan smiled. And when he looked up at the starry sky, he suddenly realized something. Something that really needed to be done. This planet is different from the world. The world has a world membrane. All elements released directly from the elemental world will not be lost in the natural environment. They are firmly locked in the world by the world membrane. But the planet is different. The planet does not have a world membrane, or even an atmosphere. If I release the restrictions of the elemental world and allow the elements to spread in the natural environment, then it is almost inevitable that the elements will be lost into the universe and the stars. And if this is lost, no matter how many elements there are, it will not be enough. It is not realistic to lock all elements in the elemental world. Releasing the elements to nourish the planet can not only produce corresponding resources, but also make the planet more suitable for professionals to survive. Therefore, I must create and arrange a magic array to cover the world, to prevent the loss of elements. Chapter 11:15, Tower Spirits Enter. Let's get started. Molan's mind moved, and the tower spirits evenly distributed in various parts of the planet instantly controlled a series of multifunctional magic machines to dig straight down, and the tower spirits were linked to each other, forming a tower spirit network. Molan was at the center, controlling the tower spirits' digging actions and plans. Each magic machine has a constant double-digit magic array, including but not limited to stone wall magic, space expansion magic, purple flame magic, freezing magic, and other magic arrays, and the power of each magic array is pushed to the peak of the 6th level by the effect of the magic machine itself. As for the energy installed on the magic machine, one magic machine is basically equivalent to 10 or 106th level mages. No, the magic machine is basically equivalent to a mobile magic tower. If it really needs to burst out at full power, the output rate can instantly kill 10 or 106th level mages, and the endurance can also kill them instantly. So under the control of the tower spirit, the magic machine is casting spells, throwing out stone wall spells one after another, and the soil on the surface shrinks rapidly, and instantly turns into pieces of dark and shiny rocks. Soil, rocks continue to fall, one after another. The 6th level stone wall spells, pieces of soil, rocks were compressed into a high-density posture. Emolan did nothing else when he saw that the tower spirit began to operate normally. Other work? Let's wait until the tower spirit compacts the planet 100 times before we talk about it. The smaller the planet is compacted, the better. While the mass remains unchanged, the higher the density, the stronger the defense of the planetary fortress will be. This simple and crude method has no way to crack it. If you want to break through this layer of defense, you must use powerful attacks to peel off these rocks layer by layer. Ahem. After compression, generally speaking, a rock layer with a thickness of 10 centimeters has a 6th level defense, which means it can withstand at least 2 or more 6-ring magic attacks. A rock layer with a thickness of 10 centimeters has this level of defense. Isn't it just doubled? This is a geometric increase in defense. 10 centimeters has reached this level. What about 10 meters? What about 10 kilometers? What about 1,000 kilometers? And this is only after the initial compression, but Emolan prepared not only compression, but also magic array. The next step after compression is to directly use the compressed high-density rock as the carrier of the constant magic array, a kind of the lowest level magic array, low level, low constant threshold. Directly using the compressed rock as the basis can be constant. The effect is also very simple, by consuming the corresponding elemental power to increase its physical strength. Consuming the earth element can increase the strength of the compressed stone slab. The effect is simple, but very obvious. It can make the already strong defense of the compressed stone slab reach a higher level. Of course, the main defense is provided by the compressed stone slab. And compression also requires a price, which is the reduction in volume. After a complete layer of compression on the surface of the planet, the volume cannot be so large. The overall defense is definitely increased. There is no doubt about it. But the volume will also shrink greatly. The 7th ring spell is already a spell that can clean up the ground. The powerful 7th ring spell can even reach the level of massacre. For a master level wizard, patiently preparing a few spells can even directly raise a city. Although the 6th ring spell is not as good as the 7th ring spell, it has also reached a higher level and represents the peak of a level. This level of spells also has a strong attack power. But a layer of rock 10 centimeters thick can block this level of attack. Why is this? This is because of compression. A hill of soil and rock is compressed into a rock 10 centimeters thick. This is the root of defense. The gap between a hill and 10 centimeters is too big. It is so big that once the planet is whole. No, it doesn't need to be whole. The rock density inside the planet is not bad under high pressure. It can reach this level with a little compression. However, the compression of the surface of the planet alone will make the entire planet thinner. This is the price. But this is not a problem. The power of the earth element is converted into mud. Rock is a common sense question for Emolan. Just have hands. If the size changes too much, Emolan will use the earth element to convert mud to supplement, compress and stack again, and supplement with mud fields again, until the size of the planet is restored to a state that Emolan is satisfied with. This is not difficult for Emolan. But the only problem to consider is that restoring the size is restoring the size, that is, you have to pay attention to the mass of the planet, must not exceed a certain critical point. If you accidentally exceed the critical point, it will be a lot of fun. However, the gap between the moon and that critical point is too big. So big that it is almost impossible to reach. So there is no need to downplay it. Black holes are not so easy to form. Lu Bin's retreat. At this moment, Lu Bin is retreating to prepare for a breakthrough to the godly level. But he did not retreat in the Mage Association to prepare for a breakthrough, but chose a place deep underground in the Abyss continent. Opened up an underground cave deep underground, and entered a retreat here. Black holes are not so easy to form, Lu Bin whispered softly, echoing in this underground cave. The space around Lu Bin's body seemed to be slightly distorted. A black hole is actually a star with huge mass and huge gravity. The gravity of this star is so huge that its escape velocity has exceeded the speed of light. So the speed of light cannot escape the attraction of the star, thus creating a scene where even light is swallowed up. In the face of this terrifying gravity, both time and space will be affected, and even distorted. This is a power that can directly shake time and space. If you can master this power and use it in battle, it will be very terrifying, Lu Bin thought. But the power of a black hole is not so easy to use. You still have to proceed step by step, step by step. After thinking for a long time, Lu Bin had the answer in his mind. Obviously, Lu Bin's breakthrough is in the near future, and he did not directly adopt Emolan's breakthrough method, but chosen an independent and special breakthrough method. This kind of breakthrough profession will be unique. Perhaps different from the mage. Perhaps completely different from the mage. But what is certain is that this profession will definitely be very powerful. And this profession will still be based on the mage. Perhaps this kind of profession can be called a guardian profession. Other professions are developed with the mage as the main trunk. But other professions are only used as a supplement to the combat power. The real core is still the mage profession. Chapter 11:16 The Second Small World. Use the guard profession as a supplement to their own combat power to ensure their own research. This is the core of these professions. And if they are carefully classified, whether it is Lin was pilot or the profession that Lin was about to develop, it will actually be just a research result of their work as mages. A research result used to protect themselves, but the external form of expression is a form of profession. Emolan did not pay attention to Lu Bin's breakthrough progress. It was just a breakthrough to the gods. Isn't it easy? Emolan broke through the gods. He just needed a hand. Linwa broke through the gods. He just needed a hand. So far, all those who broke through the gods have done so. 100% of the breakthroughs have been successful. And everyone said that they just needed a hand. For them, it was indeed a hand. So breaking through the gods is equivalent to having a hand. Yes, that's the truth. So what do you need to pay attention to if you just need a hand? Why don't you do experiments properly? Emolan was originally studying the magic array to isolate the elemental power, which was used to block the elemental power of the entire planet to prevent the large-scale outflow of elemental power after the restrictions of the elemental world were released in the future. But something unexpected happened in the process. There were no accidents with Emolan and the planet where Emolan was, nor with Linwa, Lu Bin, the Mage Association, etc. The accident happened to a projection of Emolan, a projection that was continuously running the gravitational wave detection spell. Although Emolan had already used the gravitational wave detection spell to detect this planet, he had gained a huge harvest and successfully made Emolan focus most of his energy on this planet. But this does not mean that Emolan will stop releasing the gravitational wave detection spell. On the contrary, it was precisely because Emolan used the gravitational wave detection spell that he was able to obtain the results of this planet. So Emolan would not give up this spell, and would continue to use it. What if he discovered another world? But that's what Emolan thought in his heart. While thinking, he let the projection mechanically release the gravitational wave detection spell. However, what people did not expect was that the mechanical release of the gravitational wave detection spell really brought Emolan another surprise. The gravitational wave detection spell once again discovered abnormal gravitational fluctuations in the starry sky. And after multiple gravitational wave detection spell tests, it can be seen that this gravitational source has been stationary. This should be the fluctuations emitted by a planet that distorts spacetime with mass. This is really a surprise. At the beginning, although Emolan had kept a projection to maintain the release of the gravitational wave detection spell, but Emolan just thought that it would not consume much energy anyway, so he kept it there. After all, it would be left there anyway, and it would not consume much energy, and it would not take up most of his energy, and what if he discovered other worlds? What if? What if? And then he really discovered it, at this moment. Emolan didn't know what to say, and the surprise was over. But this also made another possibility gradually emerge in Emolan's mind. That is, in the universe outside the game world, the existence of the world is not so sparse. Thinking of this possibility, Emolan's heart jumped slightly, and shook his head. It's unlikely. It doesn't conform to common sense. But Emolan continued after a moment of silence. We still have to confirm it before we talk about it. But even so, its actual density should not be too high. After all, the second abnormal reaction has only appeared now. If it is really high density, it should have appeared a long time ago. But I do hope there will be more worlds. More planets, and more worlds. For civilization, they are all more resources. This is not entirely a bad thing. Emolan grinned. But let me see what this abnormal fluctuation is first, Emolan thought. And a projection machine was formed next to him again, releasing a gravitational wave detection spell to detect gravitational waves. The main consciousness also released a gravitational wave detection spell to detect the direction of the abnormal gravitational wave fluctuation. Directional detection directly filters out the surrounding noise. This efficiency, the accuracy instantly rises to a higher level after more than 10 attempts. Emolan got a coordinate in his mind. As usual, Emolan's consciousness was directly invested in the bottom of the abyss continent, but this time he did not directly form a gate to the coordinate, but roughly calculated a coordinate next to it, then opened a gate to the other world based on the coordinate next to it. The gate to the other world was formed, and opposite was a dark space of the universe. Emolan was not surprised, because Emolan changed his strategy this time. If the other side is a world, it is certainly convenient to open a gate to another world directly. However, if you open a gate to another world directly, no matter how small the fluctuation is, there will be a certain fluctuation. If you are lucky enough to open it in the wilderness, it is okay. If it happens to be opened in a city, at the doorstep of a powerful person, or at the doorstep of a big force, no matter how small the energy fluctuation is, it will definitely be discovered. For example, if someone opens a gate to another world in the Mage Association or in front of Emolan, he will laugh. So Emolan has gained experience. Now he roughly calculates the coordinates and opens it outside the world first. The world membrane can completely isolate the fluctuations emitted by the gate to another world. After passing through, he can observe outside the world. It is relatively safe to roughly calculate a coordinate at a high altitude based on the distance, and then open the door to enter. It is much safer and more secure, and the chance of being discovered is much smaller. A projection of Emolan appeared in the starry sky. Looking around, it was still pitch black. Nothing could be seen. This was pure darkness. No, it could not be called darkness. This was just pure nothingness. It was not darkness, but the absence of light. Even though Emolan was very close to the abnormal coordinates at the moment, he could not see the existence of other things with his naked eyes. He also gained nothing by exploring with his mental power. However, Emolan was not surprised, because although the amplitude of his coordinate change was not large, it was also small in the astronomical unit. It was not possible to calculate normally, see, or sense it, which was also very normal. He just kept getting closer. As soon as the thought came to mind, a space gate appeared in front of Emolan. After Emolan crossed it, he still found nothing unusual, so he opened another space channel to shuttle. He crossed the space of small distances. And finally, after the 37th space crossing, a huge wall spanning the sky and the earth blocked his perception. Expanding his perception, the huge wall showed a little arc. This was a world. A complete world with a world membrane. Chapter 11:17 The upper limit of the world. World membrane? Emolan said softly, the size of this world can be roughly calculated by the curvature of the world membrane. When the result appeared in his mind, a sense of surprise could not help but linger in Emolan's heart. This is a world roughly equivalent to the size of 3 moons. Generally speaking, the world membrane is a sphere, a very standard sphere. At least the few world membranes that Emolan has come into contact with are like this. So Emolan's mental power certainly cannot cover the entire world membrane, but as long as the curvature of the world membrane is obtained within the range that his mental power can detect, the size of the spherical area covered by the entire world membrane can be calculated. Generally speaking, it is still quite accurate, because this sphere is relatively standard. Of course, this data is based on the fact that this world is indeed spherical. If it is not spherical, then there is nothing to say. After calculating the size, Emolan was filled with surprise. Generally speaking, the strength of a world is directly proportional to its size. A small world cannot breed a powerful enough god. As for researchers, unless they take the scientific route, it is difficult for the extraordinary researchers to break through the constraints of the world. It is possible to break through, but it is difficult. Because Emolan has reached the end of the game world by becoming a mage, Emolan feels that if he continues to study and practice within the game world, he can become stronger. But the extent of his strength is limited, and it is very difficult to make a qualitative change. At least it is very difficult to do it alone. Maybe he has to wait until there are many powerful people and researchers of his level in the whole civilization, then there may be some slim hope of breakthrough. This is not because Emolan has run out of ideas, but the world's upper limit is here. In other words, there are not many strong people who can be studied by Emolan in the game world, and who are one level stronger than Emolan. Looking around, basically, the level is lower than Emolan, and they are weaker than Emolan. In essence, there are almost no people who are stronger than Emolan in essence. This means that Emolan can no longer see the road to a higher level. And this means that Emolan can no longer see where the direction is, because there is no reference. Every step forward is a pioneering. Every step forward is an exploration. And every step will be extremely difficult. At this level, it is basically difficult for an individual to go very far. The correct way should be for a civilization to have strong people constantly try and make mistakes. Try and make mistakes. Explore half a step with the lives of 10, 100, or even more top strong people, so that future generations can determine the correct half a step. A civilization can only continue to open up the road if it is polished by time, pushed by time, and explored by countless top strong people. Single body, individual? I won't say it is impossible, but I will say it is basically impossible. Without direction, mistakes will definitely occur. Because there are many times when you don't know you are wrong as soon as you start. But you don't realize you are wrong until you have taken 10 or 100 steps. But at this time, there is no turning back. In fact, there is a more appropriate word, which is to work behind closed doors. In the following days, we entered the stage of working behind closed doors. Facing this problem, Emolan chose to go out after realizing it. The future of this world is unclear, and the creatures and environment in the world can no longer satisfy themselves. So go out. There is an extremely vast world outside. From the world level to the universe level, you can study the world there. Study everything in the universe. So, with reference objects, Emolan can completely enter the stage of rapid improvement again, and it is not impossible to make a qualitative change further. This is just like the planetary civilization and the starry sky civilization in the technological civilization. Being limited by the planet. Being able to step out of the planet to explore the starry sky is completely two different levels, and the resources that can be obtained and used will also be completely two different levels. So when a new world is discovered, there are roughly two most important factors to evaluate. First, the size of the world, which means the upper and lower limits of the gods and professionals in the world. The upper limit is very high, and the lower limit will also be very high. According to existing theories, a normal world with a large enough size will definitely not be weak. There must be powerful life forms in it. Even if there are no powerful professionals, there are powerful gods, gods directly bred by the rules of heaven and earth. Second, are there signs or traces of intelligent life activities around the world, and whether there are civilized creations outside the world membrane. This will determine whether the intelligent life inside the world has set foot in the starry sky. If the intelligent life inside has come to the starry sky, then no matter how small the world is, we must pay attention. A civilization that has the ability to explore the starry sky must at least reach the level of gods. Any civilization of this level should not be underestimated. Therefore, once traces of civilization are found in the starry sky, we must be very cautious. Of course, if no traces of civilization are found outside the world membrane of a small world, then this is really a surprise. After all, once a civilization sets foot in the starry sky, it will leave certain traces anyway, either active construction or passive traces. But it is more or less a small world where the top powerhouse is not strong. Even if there is civilization, the level of civilization is not high. A complete world? That is simply great. Emolan did not find any traces left by the civilization in this area, and a sense of surprise suddenly rose in his heart. But he did not take it lightly, but directly released a series of small planes. These planes came out of a space channel in a row, turned into a ray of light, and went away. Under the control of the established program, a space channel was formed in front of the plane. The plane directly escaped into it, and appeared in the distance. One space channel after another sent the plane to the distance. One space gate after another was like a node. One space channel after another was like a rope. The network formed by the nodes and ropes quickly spread with a small world as the center wrapping. And Emolan was waiting quietly on the spot. The space-jumping reconnaissance drones would collect the data he needed in a comprehensive manner. After they all returned, the data would naturally be summarized here by Emolan, who would evaluate it. So Emolan's projection was suspended in the spot and waiting quietly. Everything entered silence. Without the light of the starry sky, without Emolan sending any signal to the outside world, with the projection of Emolan being only the size of a normal person at this moment, Emolan seemed to have disappeared. Or in this case, with the breadth of the universe, unless someone knew in advance that there were people in this area, it would be basically impossible to find Emolan. Although no traces of civilization were found, Emolan was already prepared to face the enemy. Chapter 11:18. Gods from Another World. Hide. This is the attitude and caution that Emolan summed up when facing another world. This is the experience Emolan summed up after Lin would try to explore the world where the sun god from another world is located. The world where the sun god from another world is located looks like a multi-ethnic Western Middle Ages world, But who would have thought that behind this backward Middle Ages is indeed a powerful God-level civilization that has developed and covered all aspects of the world? If anyone thinks so at the beginning, then rushes out rashly as if he has won, then he will lose all opportunities in an instant, and it's okay to be on guard, but you may even be captured by the gods from another world, and the coordinates of your own world will be directly captured, and directly launch a reverse invasion. This is not impossible. If Emolan puts himself in the position of a god from another world, if he finds a reckless visitor from another world, the first thing he will do is not to capture or kill him, but to quietly find out his origins, pretend that he has not found anything, and then take advantage of the other party's negligence to communicate with his own world to find the coordinates of his own world and locate his own world. If the other world is strong, it's fine. Maybe he will just kill, expel, and be vigilant. But if the other world is not strong enough, isn't this just sending a courier? When exploring other worlds and other civilizations, carelessness may endanger not only your own life, but the survival of a civilization. No one can be careless. Therefore, even if Emolan thinks this is a small world, and that there is no civilization that has set foot in the starry sky, he will not be careless. Instead, he will quietly wait for the news of the detection aircraft. Before that, he will remain silent. It is worth mentioning that the space channels that Emolan opened before were all one way, and now they have disappeared without a trace, leaving no trace. And what remains here is just a thought and a projection. Even if this thought is gone, it will not be a problem at all. There is not even much memory in Emolan's thought, and there is no coordinate between the game world and reality. Rather than waiting for the information from the reconnaissance aircraft to come back, this thought and projection are placed here as a bait, waiting to see if anyone will take the bait. Of course, even if someone sees through all this, and sees clearly that this is just a thought and a projection of Emolan, it doesn't matter. The real Emolan is paying attention to this place with a cause and effect connection. And if there is a need, consciousness can descend to this body at any time through the cause and effect connection. In other words, if anyone thinks that he has seen through Emolan and thinks that this is just a projection controlled by a thought, then it will be miserable. You know, mages value consciousness, soul, mental power, and the body is only secondary, and in front of the soul, mental power is also secondary, and in front of consciousness, the soul is also secondary. When Emolan's consciousness can directly descend on the projection through the cause and effect connection, what body, what mental power, what soul are already secondary. Even if this method cannot burst out 100% of the combat power, cannot activate some trump cards in the body, mental power, and even the soul, the strength of the projection body under the control of consciousness is definitely still not to be underestimated. Emolan hid behind the cause and effect connection and watched his projection body, quietly waiting for the reconnaissance plane to return, and waiting for the possible enemy to take action. Of course, although Emolan has made a series of preparations, although Emolan can give a huge surprise to the enemy who attacks his projection at any time, but Emolan still hopes that all reconnaissance planes can return smoothly and bring back their reconnaissance information. Because this means that even if civilization is born in this small world, it has not involved the starry sky, and has not yet set foot in the starry sky. This means that for this small world, Emolan's advantage is absolutely huge, even if the gods here are all at the god level. Even if he has to fight wits and courage with the air, it is very worthwhile. Maybe Emolan's prayer is very effective. With the slow passage of time, the first reconnaissance plane returned. After the first one after another reconnaissance plane returned. No reconnaissance plane had any accidents, all the reconnaissance planes returned smoothly, without any damage, which made Emolan mutter in his heart for a while, feeling a little disappointed and a little happy, seemingly quite entangled. It is worth mentioning that, as a reconnaissance aircraft sent out from Emolan, there must be a causal relationship between it and Emolan. If any reconnaissance aircraft is damaged, then the damage to Emolan's reconnaissance aircraft will naturally establish a causal relationship with Emolan. And the connection is established. And it is a very hidden causal relationship. If this causal relationship is really established, the initiative will be completely transferred to Emolan in an instant. And Emolan will have the basis for whatever he wants to do. But unfortunately, this did not happen. As time slowly slipped away, when the last reconnaissance plane flew into Emolan's hands, all the data captured by the reconnaissance planes were collected in Emolan's mind, and a complete world model was directly pieced together. A space channel slowly took shape behind Emolan. If you look closely, You will find that behind the space channel is not the game world or the abyss continent, but a void. The two space channels exist side by side in the void, without interfering with each other, and by observing one of the space channels, you will find that there is still a void behind the space channel, and the number of times this kind of rotation in the void alone exceeds double digits. Each time means a springboard, to better hide the location of Mo-Land's real body. Of course, it may also be to set a trap. Smile. Mo-Land's consciousness controls the projected body. The overall detection model of the small world emerges in Mo-Land's mind. According to the external coordinates, Mo-Land deduces a space coordinate located inside the world. If nothing goes wrong, this space coordinate will be in a high altitude close to the wall membrane of the inner world. Mo-Land's mind moved, the space channel opened directly, took a deep breath, stepped into it, and Mo-Land appeared within the range of the small world. When Mo-Land first appeared in the world, his nerves were tense. He had already made all preparations. But Mo-Land's previous efforts were not in vain. Mo-Land stood in the sky, looking around, and found no suspicious traces. This made Mo-Land slightly relieved. However, at this moment, Mo-Land's eyes glanced at the sun in the sky, and after seeing it clearly, he opened his eyes, and his nerves tensed instantly. God? Chapter 11:19 A false alarm. God! A fiery red bird flapped its wings and flew towards Mo-Land. Its slender head scanned the surroundings. Its entire body was burning with blazing flames, making the bird look like it was made of flames. The flames on its body emitted infinite light and heat, illuminating the entire world. Did it find me? This was the first thought that popped up in Mo-Land's mind. This thought instantly made Mo-Land hide, erased the space channel, erased all breath, and directly brought his consciousness over in a causal way. After completing this series of actions, Mo-Land breathed a sigh of relief, cursing. Just now I was thankful that everything went smoothly, and I was not discovered. But I was discovered now. I opened a space channel, and happened to open it next to a god? It's amazing. How many gods are there in this world? Are they everywhere? Otherwise, how could I be so lucky? Mo-Land tried to struggle, not wanting to admit that he was unlucky. Unlucky? How could it be possible? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Thinking about it, Mo-Land looked at the big bird with the corner of his eye, and there was a dangerous light in his eyes. If it has been exposed, then we might as well go all out and kill this god-level bird and bring it back. It can be considered a trophy. After all, it is just a god-level bird. No. Wait. I seem to have only legendary strength now? Mo-Land suddenly reacted and was stunned. The strongest strength that could pass through the level just now could only be legendary. Although Mo-Land's consciousness has partially descended, it is still restricted. Mo-Land's current causal means are not high enough, or the network of rules is very sensitive to the sudden appearance of god-level things within the range. And the passive is to suppress, stabilize. So even if Mo-Land wanted to use the causal connection to bring down the divine consciousness, it did not come out. The causal connection is only a process, and the final result is the divine consciousness coming to this world. Obviously, as long as it is within the scope of this world, the consciousness is also covered by the network of rules. Mo-Land's means and attainments in the causal connection are still not enough to break through the interception of the network of rules and suppress and forcibly send the divine consciousness over. Therefore, Mo-Land's body, mental power, etc. are legendary, even if Mo-Land's own level is too high. With legendary material conditions and the knowledge of a mage, he can also leverage the power of the demigod here. But what does it matter? No matter how powerful the demigod is, he is an ant in front of the gods and has no ability to resist. So even if this god-level bird is an ant that Mo-Land can easily kill in the outside world, it can easily kill Mo-Land in this world. This feeling is so frustrating. Damn. Wouldn't the sun god of another world feel the same way? I am clearly an ant, but in the abyss continent I can be on par with him. Fortunately, he secretly inserted the concept of the sun into the abyss continent, which guarantees some of his strength. Otherwise, he might not be able to beat me, which would be even more frustrating. Mo-Land shook his head, helplessly looking at the god-level bird flying in this direction, his face showing a trace of helplessness. Have I been discovered like this? Forget it, I'll just destroy myself. This might be able to deceive this god-level bird. As long as it doesn't know that I'm from another world, it doesn't matter. Mo-Land shook his head helplessly. But it was obviously impossible. First of all, the aura emitted after the space channel was opened, and the aura of rules and elements on his body, as long as this god-level bird is not a fool, mentally retarded, blind. It can detect the aura left by Emolan and determine his identity. Hey, next time I come from the other side of the world, I don't believe that my luck will be so bad next time. I will be so unlucky. When Emolan was cursing and preparing to kill himself, he suddenly found something wrong. The moment he found the god-level bird, Emolan hid himself, and did not look at the god directly, but just observed it with the corner of his eyes. After all, the current Emolan is not the god-level mage Emolan, but only the legendary mage Emolan. The elder brother can look at it at will, and there are ways to cover it up. If he can't cover it up, he can force the other party not to find it. But now he is just a younger brother, and he can't play like this. The best way to be targeted is to look directly at the higher level from the lower level. The so-called way to be targeted is to actively let yourself be accurately targeted by the target laugh. So Emolan always uses the corner of his eyes to see, and he doesn't even dare to have much malice in his heart. After all, Emolan usually considers other gods based on himself, so when Emolan is hiding, he will try his best to consider various means to hide from himself, so at this time, he will not have any malice in his heart, and of course, he will not generate goodwill, but just the feeling of casually glancing at an insignificant passerby. This way of observation directly led to Emolan not observing very clearly, carefully, or specifically. After all, a legendary mage carefully observing a god-level bird. Is he looking for death? Or is he too proud of his life? Ordinary people can't do such a thing. But when the god-level bird was close enough, Emolan found something strange. Something wrong. Huh? Wait, this doesn't seem to be a god? Emolan was shocked, and immediately changed his current passive hidden observation method, and began to observe actively. Anyway, it has come to this point. They are all planning to destroy themselves. Emolan doesn't mind if the other party continues to lock onto him. What's the point of continuing to lock onto him? Could he chase him all the way to the universe? If he really chases him, he will laugh to death. I will laugh to death. How can there be such a delivery to your door? So Emolan doesn't mind now. With suspicion in his heart, he took a closer look and was stunned. Damn. It's really not a god. At most, it's a demigod. I killed myself half to death. No, I was almost scared to death by a demigod? Emolan was stunned. He immediately looked around. He breathed a sigh of relief when he found no living creatures. Luckily there was no one. Emolan was not so timid after he found out that this bird was not a god-level bird, but at most a demigod. He looked up and down at this demigod-level bird. At this time, he found something else, which made Emolan silent. This demigod-level bird didn't find me. So not only was I scared to death by a demigod-level bird, but I was scared to death by myself when the bird didn't find me. At this moment, Emolan was completely speechless. Chapter 1120. Is this the sun god? There is something wrong with this demigod-level bird. Emolan said after being silent for a long time. Yes, absolutely, it is definitely not my problem. How could I mistake a god for a demigod? How could I make such a stupid mistake? So there must be something wrong with this demigod-level bird, or this is actually a god-level bird, but because of some kind of willingness, it suppressed itself to the demigod level? I actually saw through the phenomenon and saw the essence at the beginning. I could tell at a glance that it was not an ordinary demigod-level bird, but a god-level bird. Yes, that must be it. Emolan looked at this god-level bird with ill intentions, but deceiving oneself is one thing, and looking at it in the true sense is another. No matter how Emolan looked at this god-level bird, it seemed to have some problems. It's a pity that I can't release my mental power to sense directly. Otherwise, I won't be able to see what's going on when my mental power passes through it. But it's obviously impossible to do this. After all, Emolan's mental power here is not the essence of the god level, but the mental power that has been forcibly ground down to the legendary level. It's stupid to use the legendary mental power to directly scan the god level, even if it's to scan the demigod level bird. No matter how powerful the skills are, they can change the essence of mental power to only the legendary level. Not only can he not use mental power to scan, Emolan doesn't even dare to derive his mental power outside his body. So Emolan can only use his naked eyes to observe, while passively accepting the fluctuations that spread around him. Fortunately, Emolan is still a legendary mage now. Legendary professionals can access the rules themselves. And as a legendary mage, he can easily perceive the rules. even with his naked eyes. He only needs to make slight changes, forming some structures in his eyes. Although the stronger this observation ability is, the easier it is to be discovered by the other party. And the stronger the sense of existence, it is much better than the blatant operation of mental scanning. And it is much more low-key. After Emolan hid himself, he quietly looked at this god-level bird. Now Emolan was basically sure that this god-level bird did not find him. It was originally going to fly in this direction, but he continued to fly on its flight path. That's all. As for whether it is a god level or a demigod level, Emolan shook his head slightly. This god level bird is indeed more and more strange. Could it be that I really deceived myself? I said it was a god level bird, and then I really believed it was? It really is. The more I look at this bird, the weirder it looks. No, it's not my psychological factors. There is something wrong with this bird. Emolan looked at it intently, looking at this bird, looking at its flying trajectory and posture. Emolan suddenly had an idea in his mind. Is it patrolling? Patrol? After Emolan had this idea in his mind, the more he thought about it, the more it fits. Looking at the flames on the bird, the light that are constantly radiating, at this moment Emolan couldn't help but think, is this the sun? Emolan looked around, and indeed did not find any celestial body similar to the sun, and this piece of sky, this vast area is indeed illuminated by the light emitted by this big bird. It illuminates a piece of sky. So this big bird is indeed a god? The sun god? Emolan was silent for a moment. So he is indeed only a demigod, but the concept and rules of the sun make me feel wrong. I feel like he is a god-level strongman? So this is actually a demigod, a demigod sun god? Emolan shook his head slightly. Thinking about it this way, it can all be explained, and it can all be explained. What I felt at the beginning was indeed correct. How could a demigod be the one who possesses the concept of the sun and carries the concept? This is naturally a god. Is it god level? I just didn't expect it. Emolan shook his head slightly. It is very easy to understand. The sun god in another world can be a level beyond the gods. So why can't the sun god in this other world be lower than the gods? Who stipulates that gods must be god level strength? Isn't the title of god level strength also a realm evaluated based on the most common, most god strength, and combat power? There is no problem if a small number of gods are not in this realm. Emolan looked around. And the god level strength that I and the game world use is only based on the general strength of the god level in the game world as a reference target. If the evaluation is conducted in this world, then the god level standard is probably equivalent to the demigod level in the game world. Therefore, the god level strength in this world will be the same level as the general strength of the gods. So the god level strength evaluation standard I call is only applicable in worlds of the same level and size as the game world. Emolan thought tightly. This is a problem of the world, not a problem of people. Moreover, as different worlds, it is normal for the methods of strength assessment and the names of strength levels to be different. After all, the language, writing, culture, concepts, etc. are all different. And it is normal for all of these to be different. After thinking about it, Emolan quietly looked at this god. This demigod level god bird. Or this demigod level sun god. Solemn and solemn. With flames all over its body. Emitting infinite light and heat. Shining and nourishing the world. Like a bright sun. This is the sun of this world. Before Emolan could say the word god, he heard a shrill bird cry. He saw the sun god who was just patrolling and shining on the earth swooping down directly, showing the powerful power of the demigod level and instantly capturing a legendary unicorn beast. There were flashes of lightning on the unicorn beast, but the sun god didn't care. The sun god directly carried the lightning bolts, and his bird beak pecked directly at the unicorn's forehead to kill it. Then he used his bird beak to break the unicorn's skin, and tore the most tender meat from the unicorn's body into long strips and ate it. It is worth mentioning that the flames surrounding the sun god did not burn the unicorn at all, but the meat torn off by the bird beak was roasted by the flames as soon as it was torn off. On this land, the sun god ate the most tender meat on the unicorn bit by bit, and the flames on his body did not shrink at all, still emitting endless light and heat. And the terrifying temperature directly destroyed everything nearby, and the earth turned into magma, and a huge boiling magma lake was formed with the sun god as the center. Chapter 11:21 Hunter and Prey. The sun god hunts the unicorn beast and pecks it. The word sun god is not suitable to be combined with hunting in this context. Emolan rubbed his eyebrows, feeling something is not right. The sun god hunts. This sentence is weird no matter how you look at it. Does the sun god need to hunt? It's like seeing the goddess and still having to poop, full of disobedience. But the goddess has to poop because it is a physiological need. It is inevitable. Could it be that the sun god's hunting is also a physiological need? Is it also inevitable? Emolan complained slightly in his heart, but at this moment, Emolan had an idea. Since the incident has already happened, it means that there is a rationality for its existence. Existence is reasonable. And there is a reason. Nothing will happen without a reason. What is the reason that prompted the sun god to hunt like a beast? Emolan fell into deep thought. Is it the hunger caused by physiological needs? It should not be shown. Although this sun god does not seem to have reached the level of a god, he also has the strength of a legendary semi-god level. At this strength, as long as there is elemental power in the environment, there is no need to eat anything for survival. After all, eating is just a process of replenishing energy for the body. To drive the body, walking, running, jumping, thinking, heartbeat, and even breathing, etc. all need energy to drive, like a precision machine. Just like refueling a car. It's just that the body can use the process of eating to take in food and convert it into energy to supply the normal operation of the biological equipment in the body. This is the essence of eating. But after reaching this level, you can fully use the elemental power in the environment to provide the body with what it needs for movement. You don't need to eat at all. And you have reached the standard of fasting. Eating clouds and drinking dew. Even if Emolan keeps the habit of eating, he only eats when he has time. One is that he likes to eat and taste delicious food. The other is a sense of ritual. He uses this sense of ritual to anchor himself as a person. An ordinary person. Although the consciousness is anchored by the half-plane, it is also a good thing to have more ways and more channels. The sun god definitely does not need it physiologically. And it is basically impossible to anchor something. The sun god definitely does not need to use hunting to anchor anything. It should be to improve strength? Emolan said softly, looking around. In a distant communication, a group of ant-sized insects holding a berry walked towards its nest. The surface of their bodies flashed with the aura of elements. And they bit, and the drops of saliva from the corners of their mouths, when attacking, corroded the branches of the trees into small holes one after another. Obviously, this group of ant-sized insects are not ordinary beasts, but a group of magical beasts with extraordinary powers. The metallic shining carapace, the hard and powerful claws, the saliva with amazing corrosive power, the tacit unity and assistance. Everything shows the extraordinary potential of this group of insects. These insects are very. While Emolan was thinking, a long-mouthed magical beast hidden next to the insects instantly spit out its tongue and caught a handful of insects, and put them into its mouth. Over and over again. Over and over again. It ate a group of insects in a blink of an eye. Along with the hissing of an insect, countless insects emerged from the soil and rushed towards the monster, instantly surrounding the monster and approaching to attack. However, the powerful claws of the insects could not break the hard scales on the monster, and the corrosive saliva only polished the scales of the monster. The monster walked in the kingdom of insects like a leisurely stroll, catching insects with its slender tongue. Emolan's thoughts were interrupted in an instant. When he was beginning to marvel at the big monster, a python suddenly wrapped around the big monster and strangled it. Snap, snap, snap. The insects could not tear it apart, and the corrosive scales could not support the python's huge strangling power. The scales were still not broken, but the body was directly crushed, and the bones inside the body were broken and shattered, making bursts of crisp sounds. Then the python opened its mouth and swallowed the big monster. The big monster was swallowed by the python, making a big bulge in the python's stomach. After eating, the python lazily swam away. At this time, a strong wind whistled down, blowing all the surrounding grass and bushes to the ground, and even the trees rustled. But the python seemed to have foreseen it and rushed forward instantly to avoid itself from the sky. But the python ate a big monster, and its stomach was bulging. Under normal circumstances, it only needed to rest for a while. With its strong digestive ability, it could completely digest the monster, and the energy obtained was enough to keep it alive, and it could stay dormant for a very long time. It is not difficult to eat one meal to last for a month. But the harvest that seemed to be worth celebrating at ordinary times became the last straw that led to death at this moment. The swollen belly caused slow movement, and the slow movement directly led to the inability to avoid the fatal blow from the sky. The attack that could be avoided at ordinary times could not be avoided. The four powerful claws of the two-headed flying dragon swooping down from the sky instantly grabbed the python 7 inches and the force point. The two heads bit the head and body of the python respectively, and tore it apart suddenly. After tearing it apart, the two heads feasted on it. But at this time, the surrounding vines twisted slightly under the stimulation of the bloody smell, and slowly spread to the two-headed flying dragon. The two-headed dragon, which was feasting on the food, was still on guard. But it did not notice the vines that were moving slowly and cautiously. When the network was completed, all the vines suddenly rose up and wrapped around the two-headed dragon. The two-headed dragon struggled violently, but the vines seemed to be made of divine gold, with great toughness, and there was no sign of breaking. Instead, blood marks were worn on the scales and body of the two-headed dragon. At the same time, the vines directly contacted the two-headed dragon and grew tiny roots. These tiny roots followed the wounds of the two-headed dragon and drilled into the gaps between the scales, took root, and penetrated into the flesh and blood of the two-headed dragon and quickly branched out, taking root, growing, and absorbing blood and energy. Under the entanglement of countless vines, the two-headed flying dragon's struggle gradually decreased. And then the four eyes of the two-legged flying dragon slowly closed, and fell into a deep sleep. In the dream, the two-legged flying dragon's body gradually became thinner and lost its blood color, and the surface of the vines faintly exuded a strange blood light. And it seemed that blood was flowing inside the vines. Gradually, the two-headed flying dragon lost its breath in its sleep. Chapter 1122 Wilderness. Dead. This two-legged flying dragon lost its life force while sleeping, and its body was only skin and flesh and bones, like a skeleton without a trace of blood. The original might of the two-headed flying dragon disappeared completely, and there seemed to be no pressure left on the entire body, as if all the essence of the two-headed flying dragon was absorbed by the vines, leaving only a few debris. The vines squirmed, and the debris without the essence was as fragile as dead leaves, and it broke directly, and after breaking, it was completely crushed by the vines and brought into the soil, and then the vines disappeared again among the plants. Emolan was slightly stunned when he saw this scene. If he had not seen it wrong, the two-headed flying dragon should be a master-level magic beast. Although it did not seem to have dragon blood, its strength was still not weak. Although Emolan was a god-level magician, he also came into contact with legendary, demigod and even god-level magicians everywhere. But this was only because Emolan came into contact with a high level. In fact, even the master-level magicians were very high in forces. In the past, master-level professionals could guard a country and existed as a strategic weapon to deter a hostile kingdom. Although the emergence of legendary, demigod and even god-level magicians has made master-level magicians look much weaker. This does not mean that they are weak. The threshold of the master-level professional is still blocking countless elite-level professionals. And once you advance to the master-level professional, it is equivalent to a qualitative change. And your strength will skyrocket instantly, becoming a master-level mage who can intimidate one side. Just now, a master-level monster died directly in front of Emolan. Not surrounded and killed by hostile masters, but strangled in a hunt. The death of a master-level monster is not surprising. But it is very strange when this master-level monster dies in a hunt. Even if it is a monster, the master level should be enlightened. Opening wisdom. That is, opening up wisdom. Some master-level monsters are even as smart as normal people. Monsters with this level of wisdom died directly from normal hunting. This is very outrageous. Unless Emolan was suddenly stunned, thought of something, looked around, and looked at the surrounding mountains and valleys. This is a vibrant world. A vibrant place where many monsters live. Monsters hunt or are hunted here. Emolan looked around and found that the scene he just saw was not an exception here. Monsters hunt or become prey here. This is like a wild area. The transformation of the identity of prey and hunter may be in a thought. Emolan took a deep breath, looked around, continued to look at the magic beasts, especially those at the master level and above the master level. It didn't take long for Emolan to have some guesses in his mind. This guess made Emolan turn his head again and look at the sun god who was being devoured, and whispered, "From the elite level magic beasts to the demigod level sun god. They are all like this, without intelligence." Emolan's eyes narrowed instantly when he thought of this. No intelligence. It's very easy to understand that the elite level magic beasts only have simple spirituality, but no intelligence. It's barely acceptable that the master level magic beasts don't have intelligence. But a legendary, or even a demigod level monster? No intelligence? Wisdom? How is it possible? Demigods don't have wisdom. Isn't this nonsense? God? No wisdom. Can these two be put together? Let alone being omniscient and omnipotent, but at least they can't be mentally retarded. Right? No, mentally retarded means having intellectual disabilities, not no intelligence. Without wisdom, can they be called gods? Even if they are just demigods. But the reason why demigods are called demigods is that they are close to gods, and close to gods don't have wisdom. This is too outrageous. Emolan frowned, looking around. Monsters don't have wisdom. Legendary, demigod-level monsters don't have wisdom. This is too outrageous. But this perfectly explains the current scene here. No wisdom. No wisdom, so all the monsters, no matter how strong they are completely dominated by animal nature. In this way, naturally, the strong will prey on the weak, and the wild scene of all kinds of creatures competing for freedom will be formed. It's understandable. Emolan smacked his lips and said softly. After saying that, Emolan himself was silent. It's understandable, all the monsters, no matter how strong they are, can cause the current scene. It's understandable, but how can all the monsters, no matter how strong they are, not open their wisdom? Emolan was puzzled. After thinking for a long time, he frowned and made a decision immediately. Forget it, just use your mental power to explore. If you are discovered, you are discovered. At worst, you can just use a projection body to come in. Without mental power, you can't see anything, and you can't understand anything. No matter. After Emolan finished speaking, he seemed to be a demigod-level sun god, and pondered for a moment. Forget it, you should still pay attention. After all, this projection body will also consume a lot of space elements to come in, and it's not good to waste it. Go farther away, and do it later. Emolan immediately moved his body little by little while keeping hidden, and when moving, Emolan's hiding was not as good as when he was stationary, so that in the process of moving, Emolan found that the demigod-level sun god stopped eating, and turned his head to look at him more than once. Obviously, although they have no wisdom, these opponents are absolutely powerful. Lack of wisdom does not affect their direct combat power. On the contrary, the direct combat power they have may be stronger than that of those with normal wisdom. Because when the animality is dominant, all battles are based on experience. Animality's instinctive reaction. And they are unscrupulous and even crazier. Of course, this refers to direct combat power. The combat power exerted after being cheated, deceived, and suppressed by IQ cannot be counted as direct combat power. Perception is part of direct combat power. The instinctive perception in the beast state is even stronger than when it has wisdom. So every time at this time, Emolan can only shrink and dare not move, hiding himself as much as possible, betting that this demigod-level sun god has not discovered him, or betting that this sun god dominated by beasts will not actively attack him when it is prey and is full. Emolan's bet was right. The sun god did not pay attention to him, but bit its prey on its own, and Emolan was able to stay away. Away from the demigod-level sun god. After being out of its perception range, Emolan took a long breath, looked around, and found that the monsters here were still the same as before, without wisdom. Emolan immediately probed out his mental power, but what he found just now shocked Emolan. Ah, this! Chapter 1123 Chaotic Rules. Ah, this! Emolan was shocked the moment he released his spiritual power. Emolan had thought of all kinds of situations, and guessed that it might be that there was a similar substance directly diffused inside the world, like the Abyss continent. The monsters contaminated by this substance would lose their wisdom, and be completely dominated by animal nature. It might also be that there was a rule called wisdom missing from the network of rules in this world. This world did not have the concept of wisdom at all. This kind of rule, and naturally, no intelligent body would be born. In addition to these two, Emolan didn't know how many guesses and assumptions he had made, each of which had a certain degree of feasibility. But now that he sensed this situation, Emolan was really shocked. Emolan really couldn't figure this out no matter how hard he tried. Are these rules all messed up? Emolan verified it several times in a row, and said in disbelief after confirming that there was no problem with his perception. Can this be called a web of rules? Let's just call it a tangled ball of rules. It's such a mess. The spiritual power of a legendary mage is enough to perceive the rules. And it is enough to peek into a corner of the web of rules. So the first thing Mo Lan's spiritual power extended to observe was the rules. But in the perspective of Mo Lan's spiritual power perception, all the rules are chaotic, and being chaotic is fine. But the more important thing is that these chaotic rules are very easy to touch, very easy to be contaminated, and the fragments of the rules are everywhere, even so simple that the bodies of professional level monsters are contaminated with fragments of rule information. Although the fragments of rule information contaminated in the bodies of professional level monsters are very small, like sand and dust, they do exist and do exist. What is even more outrageous is that Mo Lan discovered during a hunt between monsters that the rule information fragments in the monsters' bodies could be transferred through the devouring of the monsters. Generally speaking, there is a supernatural core in the body of a monster. This supernatural core does not specifically refer to the diamond-shaped thing in the body of the monster in the game world, but refers to the core in the body of all supernatural creatures, which can be but not limited to diamond-shaped supernatural cores, physical supernatural cores, energy state supernatural cores, etc., which are different in different worlds, but basically all of them exist. The magic beasts in this small world also have extraordinary cores, which are generally manifested as a group of energy containing strong soul consciousness. According to the magic beasts that Mo Lan just saw, the rule information fragments in their bodies are stored in the extraordinary core. When their extraordinary cores are devoured by other magic beasts, the rule information fragments will naturally flow into the other party's extraordinary core, and the devourer will directly have an extra part of the rule information fragments, and the power that can be mobilized will be instantly increased again. In other words, as long as a magic beast continuously devours other magic beasts, it can continuously master the rules information, and it will continue to become stronger. If it can even collect all the rule information fragments of a rule, it may even have a chance to directly master a complete rule, directly master the authority of this rule, and directly become a god. Wait, the sun god? Mo Lan was stunned. Isn't that Big Bird the sun god? It used to be just an ordinary magic beast, but it has collected all the rule information fragments of the concept of the sun, and directly became the sun god? But if you want to collect the concept of the sun bit by bit, you must hunt a lot of magic beasts. The rule information fragments of these magic beasts are definitely not just the concept of the sun. What about other concepts? Mo Lan thought for a moment, and then fell silent. All rule information fragments are stored in the extraordinary core, and the soul consciousness of the monster is also stored in the extraordinary core. There is no separation between the two. They are directly plugged together. The rule information fragments of multiple rules are directly in contact with the soul consciousness regardless of whether they are compatible or not, conflicting or not. If nothing unexpected happens, this rule information fragment is still completely integrated with the soul consciousness. Otherwise, even if the rule information fragment is stored in the extraordinary core, it is just a decoration. It must be connected with the soul consciousness to be used. That is to say, if a soul consciousness connects to multiple kinds of rules, it is unknown whether there will be conflicts. Wouldn't this person become a fool? Mo Lan just finished speaking and suddenly realized and reacted. The bird of the sun god was crazy. Oh no! It can't be said to be crazy. It can only be said that there is no intelligence at all. It is easy to understand. The disordered and chaotic rule information fragments are intertwined. There is no stable condition. There is no condition for generating wisdom. Hunting other monsters also makes sense. Hunting monsters to get extraordinary cores. Eating extraordinary cores can continue to increase the rule information fragments you master, and directly increase your own strength. Don't say that you have no wisdom for such a good thing. Even if you have wisdom, you may not be able to stop this temptation. You know, this can directly make you a god. Although it is said that this is to increase the difficulty of giving birth to wisdom. The number of rule information fragments absorbed is directly proportional to the wisdom of birth. But, even if there are intelligent people, they may not be able to resist the temptation and expect a group of unintelligent monsters to take over. Then this directly leads to the fact that all the lives encountered in the entire small world have not given birth to wisdom. The degree of confusion of the consciousness of these monsters depends on their strength. The stronger the strength, the higher the degree of confusion of their soul consciousness. Maybe only professional level monsters can avoid the influence of these rule information fragments and ensure a normal soul. But Mo Lan thought, professional level monsters themselves will not be born with wisdom, unless they are born with wisdom by chance. Otherwise they will only look spiritual. To truly give birth to wisdom, you must also look like an elite level monster. Normally, it is very simple to upgrade to an elite level monster. You only need to kill some monsters and devour them. But the problem with this matter originally came from the extraordinary core of the devouring monster, which definitely cannot be devoured. So that is to say, if the creatures in this small world want to give birth to wisdom, they cannot devour any magic beasts. Well, when the whole environment is devouring magic beasts, they can slowly cultivate themselves to the elite level without devouring any magic beasts. And all this must have a foundation, that is. One of the conditions for this magic beast to complete these is that this magic beast must be professional level, which means that no wisdom is born, only a little spiritual light. Chapter 1124 Sorting out the network of rules? Isn't this bullshit? Emolan shook his head helplessly. Forget it, this basically means that without external intervention, the network of rules in the environment is completely chaotic. If the network of rules is sorted out, stabilized, and returned to its proper position, then this small world can basically return to normal. And the monsters can also give birth to their wisdom normally. So it's all the fault of the chaotic rules, because the chaos of the rules directly caused this small world to become what it is now. Emolan was suddenly stunned. Wait, the network of rules is messy? That's not right. Emolan frowned and looked around. Gravity is functioning normally. The gravity rules are correct. Space is stable. The space rules are correct. Plants are growing normally. The growth rules are correct. Emolan counted the rules one by one. In Emolan's perception, the network of rules was messy. Like an adventure group played by 10 cats. It was a mess. And no one could straighten it out. But after Emolan checked them one by one, he found that many rules were still normal, disordered, and there seemed to be a basic rule structure network hidden deep in the messy network of rules. After some research, Emolan probably reacted. The rules are chaotic, but not completely chaotic. Yes, if it is completely chaotic, then this world cannot form a network of rules at all, cannot form a world membrane at all, this world cannot function normally at all, if it has not collapsed. It will have fallen into the end of the world. This kind of chaos. Emolan frowned slightly. It is not the chaos of the essence of the rules, but the chaos of the external manifestation of the rules. The roots are good and neat, but the branches spreading from above are all intertwined together, and in this process the rules become extremely superficial, even directly manifested as fragments of rule information, hidden in the extraordinary core of the professional level monster. Emolan thought quietly, he has not yet figured out the mechanism and principle of this, and does not know why this phenomenon occurs. This could be a proactive change of the world, a link that the world needs to go through when it reaches a certain stage? Or is there a problem in a certain link of the world that directly causes the entire network of rules to be completely messed up? Or is this just a coincidence, a natural disorder of rules? Just like an earthquake, a natural disaster like a volcanic eruption? Or is it that a certain enemy has messed up the entire network of rules of this world in some way, and what purpose does he want to achieve? Emolan shook his head slightly. There is too little information now, and I can't figure it out. But no matter what the reason is, one thing is very clear now, Emolan thought. Rule information fragments. The fragments containing all the rule information are combined into a complete rule information. And the complete rule information is a key. A world's authority key. Mastering this rule information can directly master the authority of the gods, and become a god in this small world. Even if it is just a pseudo-god limited to the world, it is still a god. And if all the violent demons in this small world are killed, can I piece together the rule information fragments of all the rules in the world? If all the rule information fragments are pieced together, can I use this to master the control authority of all the rules, and thus obtain the highest management authority of this small world? That is, directly control the entire world. Emolan's heart warmed up. After controlling the highest authority of a world in the Abyss continent, Emolan knew how much benefit and convenience such an authority could bring. Mastering the authority of the Abyss continent, let alone other things, during this period, at least the blood pool system and the world structure were studied thoroughly by Emolan. The structure and system of a world were studied thoroughly by Emolan. What does it mean? It means from the inside out, the world of the Abyss continent has no secrets in front of Emolan. Everything has been uncovered by Emolan, and the essence is seen. Originally, Emolan could not do this, but Emolan is a power dog. Emolan can even destroy the world in the Abyss continent, is the real highest authority. There is no constraint. Even the world itself cannot constrain Emolan. What could be more rigorous than the rigorousness of destroying the world? So for Emolan, Emolan would have no problem even if he wanted to enter the origin space of the Abyss continent for research. Entering a world where the most rigorous and most important rules are interwoven, where the origins converge, is like entering one's own home. You can research however you want, how long you want to research, and what damage the research may cause, it doesn't matter. Emolan has done a lot of experiments that may cause permanent damage. In the past, he was a little reluctant, but now it doesn't matter. Isn't this Abyss continent going to become the sun god soon? In the past, I would feel sad if my own things were damaged. Although they are still my own things now. As long as I think about it, I wonder if there is such a good thing as using other people's world to do my own experiments. So Emolan has studied it thoroughly. In addition, Emolan has even conducted some genetic research through demon worms, and may have even figured out the prototype of the Zerg. The gains from this are beyond estimation. The benefits of mastering the highest authority of a world are difficult to measure in terms of value. And there is hope here. Is there a way to master the highest authority of a small world? Although it is difficult, although it may take a lot of effort, although it may fail, but in any case, this is indeed a way to successfully master the highest authority of a world. This is crazy. As for the reasons or influences that cause the chaos of the network of rules, Emolan put them aside for the time being. It's not that he is not curious, nor that he doesn't want to study, but that, as long as he masters the highest authority of the world, then everything can be studied in front of Molan. Molan can even trace all the traces left in the world, check the complete framework of the world, and enter the origin of the world for research. Isn't this more convenient for research than having nothing now? However, there is still one problem that needs to be paid attention to. That is, if this is caused by the enemy, then Emolan's appearance must be a way to destroy the plan, or even intercept it, then it will be fun. However, Emolan thinks this possibility is not great, because if it is man-made, then in Emolan's opinion, this should have reached the stage of closing the net, but Emolan did not find any trace of closing the net. In addition, the more critical issue. Chapter 11:25 2 questions. This is the network of rules of a world, which can basically be said to be the foundation of a world. Even the world membrane, a defense system covering the entire world, is built by the network of rules, and the materials and organisms of the world itself. If the enemy really has the ability to disrupt the network of rules of the entire world, has the ability to make all the rules visible, condenses the fragments of rule information and integrates them into the bodies of each monster, then will there be a lack of worlds? It wouldn't take much effort for a person of this level to forcibly attack a world. Right? And there is no problem with the rule membrane, it is still operating normally, so this possibility cannot be said to be impossible. But it is definitely not big, or it can be said to be very, very small, so small that it can be ignored. Emolan thought quietly. Comparatively, it is more likely that this is a natural disaster or a major process in the evolution of the world. But no matter what the reason is, it should be clear after I completely master the authority of this world. Directly check the origin, the network of rules, all traces on the world structure, no matter what the reason is. Such a big disturbance of the network of rules will definitely leave corresponding traces on it. There are traces to be found, don't worry. As for now, let's think about how to collect all the rule information fragments. Emolan rubbed his eyebrows, having a headache. Based on the current findings, all monsters have it in their bodies, so there are only two problems to collect all the rule information fragments. First, kill all the monsters. Second, store and merge the rule information fragments, so as to control the highest authority in the world. The latter is not difficult at all. The rule information fragments can be stored as long as they are extraordinary, and controlling the highest authority in the world is even easier. Emolan has done this by using the mage's priesthood to create a staff called the God of Mage, and he succeeded. As long as he holds the God of Mage's staff, he can become a god. With this experience, Emolan doesn't even need to use his soul to merge the rule information. He can directly create a throne, and the Jade Seal can be done. He can take all the benefits of the world without taking any responsibility. TSK. This is the latter, but the former is a bit problematic. Emolan thought quietly. We have to kill all the monsters. Even if this small world is small, it is as big as the moon. In such a big world, there are traces of monsters living in the sky, the ocean, the land, and the underground. The number of monsters is countless. It is a very big problem to kill all the monsters without leaving any. This is a problem of quantity. Among these monsters, there must be more than just the sun god. There must be other demigod-level gods. There may even be stitched monsters that have reached the god level, and I am only at the legendary level. Gritting my teeth, it shouldn't be a problem to fight a demigod alone. Considering that these demigods are pure beasts, who have lost their minds, it is acceptable to have one more, but it is impossible to have more. After all, beasts are beasts, but without wisdom. Their instincts are really fierce. Demigod-level beast instincts, this is outrageous. Emolan rolled his eyes. But maybe Guangimo got excited when he heard it, after all. He is a melee mage. If he could create a demigod-level beast instinct, he would be crazy. Well, and Linhua would definitely need a spell like Beast Instinct. If the Beast Instinct could be added to the mecha, it would be absolutely fierce. Forget it, notify them, they can come if they want to. Emolan muttered, then shook his head. After notifying, he pulled his thoughts back. Demigod-level beasts can be cleaned up one by one, but for god-level beasts, the problem is quality. Emolan felt a headache. He is a god-level existence. Naturally, he knows very well how big the difference is between god-level and non-god level. In Emolan's view, no matter what profession a person has, it is an incredible qualitative change to reach the god level. This qualitative change is so fierce that in Emolan's view, no one can accomplish the non-god level counterattack against the god level. If there must be, then there must be the shadow of other gods behind this mortal who killed a god, or this mortal has already reached the god level standard in some aspects, and in a sense, he is already a god level, but he still looks like a mortal on the outside. There are only these two possibilities. There is no third possibility. So this possible divine beast is the biggest problem that bothers Emolan. The only thing to be thankful for is that I am also divine, and a very powerful divine, and I have no shortage of experience in dealing with divines. And in addition to the hard indicators of body, mental power, soul, consciousness, the knowledge I have is also divine. So now I should be called divine, so I can deal with possible divine beasts, right? Emolan fell into thought, and then sighed softly. Two problems, one is quantity, the other is quality. If it's god-level quality, I'll first try to get a few demigods, and then find a way to raise my power in this world to god level after getting the rules in the demigod supernatural core. With god level power, I can basically beat other god level beasts. But the premise is that I can find a way to use the rule information from the demigod supernatural core without being disturbed by the chaotic rule information fragments. After all, there are so many precedents here. If I really lose my mind, it will be a big problem. In Emolan's opinion, becoming stupid is too serious. Other negative states don't matter, as long as there is no problem with the brain. Emolan can find a way to solve it. The brain is bright, and there are many ways. But if there is a problem with the brain, then everything will be useless. Use your brain to find a solution? Sorry, my brain is not working well, I can't think of a solution. So Emolan will try to use the rule information from the demigod supernatural core, but it is impossible to merge it with himself. You can take any risk, but not this risk. The risk is too big. If there is really no way to use it, then we can only think of a solution from the magic circle, the god level? Emolan frowned and muttered to himself. If the mage uses the fulcrum to pry the power between heaven and earth to release the spell, then the magic circle is an enlarged version. To put it simply, it has changed from using the fulcrum to pry with a crowbar to driving a construction truck to pry. The crowbar is more flexible, but it is very wise. The construction truck has more power. Chapter 1126 Destroying the World. If I use a magic circle, I have never tried it at the god level. Emolan frowned slightly, lost in thought, and then spoke. But you can try. After all, although I look like a weak legendary chicken, I am actually a god. Of course, no matter how much power I can't bring in, it's nothing. But in terms of knowledge, I am still at the level of a god. If there is no other way, I will try it. Emolan pondered. The qualitative aspect can basically be solved, the quantitative aspect. The quantitative aspect should not be difficult in theory, after all. What is my profession? A mage in front of a mage. What does quantity mean? The most common magic spells a mage can cast are group attack spells. A planet of monsters sounds so scary, but in reality, in front of a mage, it's still quite scary. Emolan rolled his eyes after thinking for a moment. A planet of monsters is really scary. The sky, the ocean, the land, the underground, this is a whole circle, this is a three-dimensional space. The survival ability of monsters is strong. Some monsters can live in magma, deep in the sea trench, or even thousands of meters underground. Their combat effectiveness may be average, but their living environment is absolutely outrageous. So how to kill them is not a problem. The real problem should be how to find them. How to kill them all without missing. Emolan thought hard, and after a moment of silence, he gradually had an idea in his mind. This idea can better and more conveniently achieve the goal of killing all monsters. But this idea has a premise. The rule information fragments are stored in the extraordinary core. What if the extraordinary core is broken? Can it still be collected? Emolan did not hesitate, and directly caught a professional level monster. It is very simple to verify. Just do an experiment. Practice makes perfect. It is just a professional level monster. Emolan took out its extraordinary core as soon as he thought about it. The extraordinary core is just a ball of energy. There is no physical scientific research at all. Emolan directly used mental power to restrain it. There was a very obvious soul aura in this extraordinary core. Emolan looked at the core, and directly condensed a fireball in his hand, and threw it into the extraordinary core. The finger-sized fireball sank into the extraordinary core, and then suddenly exploded. The violent fire element directly and madly impacted the energy structure of the extraordinary core, breaking it. Although the extraordinary core is tough, it is not indestructible. This level of toughness is no different from tofu pudding in front of the legendary Emolan. It will break with one poke. After the extraordinary core collapsed, the first thing that was destroyed was the soul consciousness of the monster. As a professional monster, its consciousness strength was far from being able to exist independently without the carrier. So the soul consciousness of the monster also collapsed at the moment the extraordinary core collapsed. The rule information fragment belonging to this monster directly broke away when the soul consciousness of the monster collapsed, suspended in the air, and then flew directly towards Emolan, trying to fly into Emolan's eyebrows. Emolan immediately avoided it, and with a thought, he used the extraordinary core structure he had just spied on to condense two energy extraordinary cores. One of the extraordinary cores was left with a trace of Emolan's own breath, and at the same time, it also covered up all his breath. In this way, the way of locking the soul breath will lock this extraordinary core. This extraordinary core was thrown far away by Emolan, and wrapped up with soil driven by stone wall technique. The other energy extraordinary core is just an extraordinary core. No soul breath left, but the distance to the rule information fragment is very close, even intercepted in front of the rule information fragment. In addition, Emolan also caught a professional level monster floating in front of the rule information fragment. The distance is also very close. Then all we have to do is wait, and see where this rule information fragment will go. A moment later, Emolan showed a smile on his face, because the rule information fragment that lost the supernatural core appeared directly inside the energy supernatural core with his soul breath. Even if there were interference from other supernatural cores, even if it was wrapped in mud and rocks, it would not be blocked. Then let's test the distance problem next. Emolan opened the space channel one after another, and rushed to another part of the planet at the fastest speed, which was the farthest place from his current location. After some time, Emolan came to the other side of the planet, and the fireball he had set at the original location sank into an energy supercore. The violent fire element broke through the structure of the energy supercore, and the rule information fragment lost its support. A moment later, Emolan at the other side of the world found that there was another rule information fragment in the supercore with his soul breath. The newly added information fragment increased the energy fluctuation of the energy supercore a lot. But the two completely different rule information fragments also made its energy a lot more chaotic. This is when there is no conflict or confrontation between the two pieces of rule information. Emolan can hardly imagine how chaotic the energy core will be if there are conflicting and confrontational pieces of rule information. It will also cause confusion to the soul consciousness in it. It's impossible for wisdom to be born. Emolan muttered, shook his head, and looked at the extraordinary core with two pieces of rule information again. His mouth slightly opened, revealing a small smile on his face. That would be fun, but we still need to confirm it, Emolan muttered, and then released a series of microplanes. As soon as these planes left Emolan's space, they flew towards the distance according to the target set by Emolan. During the flight, they continuously shot out thin and long pillars towards the ground. Some of these pillars stood on the ground, and some of them liquefied the soil the moment they touched the ground, wrapping the pillars and sinking into the ground. One by one, the tiny body of the plane seemed to contain endless metal pillars, which were continuously released. The three-dimensional network composed of slender metal pillars is advancing at a very slow speed, covering the whole world. The world is very big, the progress of covering the whole world is very slow, but Emolan is not in a hurry, he has no shortage of time. While deducing the magic array he needs, a complex structure, a very large magic array. The slender metal pillars gradually spread across the entire planet in a three-dimensional form. When the metal pillars spread across the planet, a mental power fluctuation that all intelligent creatures can receive and understand is released and spread from the metal pillars, covering a radius of dozens of kilometers, and there is only one content. After 50 suns rise and set, the process of destroying the world will officially start. During this period, any intelligent life that touches the long metal pillars will stop. If there are intelligent life, please let me know your existence. Chapter 1127 Range Announcement. If there is no response, the world will be destroyed. A wave of extremely penetrating spiritual waves continuously reverberates in the world. Any creature with spiritual power can receive and understand it. Of course, understanding is based on wisdom. Only with wisdom can one understand the information after receiving it. And the extremely strong penetrating power of these spiritual waves allows them to penetrate buildings, penetrate the earth, and transmit these broadcast messages to every corner of the world. Theoretically, as long as there are intelligent creatures in this world, they can receive and understand this announcement. Moreover, Emolan's definition of intelligent creatures is very low. As long as they can walk to any metal pillar on the ground, touch the metal pillar and express their meaning. As long as they can complete these steps, Emolan will identify them as intelligent life, and thus temporarily delay their pace of destroying the world. What Emolan is going to do this time is still quite extreme. So Emolan thought a lot, although he still planned to do so in the end. But Emolan will do his best to reduce the harm caused by this matter. So although the current situation of the network of rules in this world basically means that there is no possibility of the birth of intelligent life, Emolan still decided to spend a lot of money and time to broadcast to the world, to thoroughly check whether there is intelligent life in this world. If there is intelligent life, then Emolan will definitely slow down the pace of destroying the world, or even give up the plan to destroy the world, and find other ways. As time slowly passed, the mental power fluctuation spread again and again, spreading this announcement to every corner of this world. During this process, from time to time, some monsters were attracted to the slender metal pillars by the spreading spiritual waves. The slender metal pillars with poor workmanship and low-quality materials were destroyed one after another. However, after the spiritual power waves spread out, these slender metal pillars basically completed their mission. Because the spiritual waves emitted by the slender metal pillars have referenced some properties and principles of thoughts. They are not just a simple spiritual power wave. Unlike ordinary waves, this spiritual power wave will reverberate continuously within the range once it is released. According to Emolan's calculations, these spiritual power waves can reverberate within the original range for at least 5 to 10 days without interference or destruction. What's more important is that this kind of mental power fluctuation can be used to destroy, but it requires certain skills. However, in front of a pure beast without reason or wisdom, you are talking about skills? Maybe in terms of fighting instinct and beast instinct, they are at the level of killing art. But forget it in front of this kind of skill. Without the birth of wisdom, it will be useless no matter what you do, unless you use pure power to completely destroy this area. But how difficult is that? So except for a few areas that attracted the attention of god-level beasts. Even if the metal pillars were destroyed in other areas, the mental fluctuations still echoed in the area, conveying the announcement issued by Emolan. As for how intelligent life would prove its existence after the slender metal pillars were destroyed, Emolan did not even think about it. As intelligent life, do they not even have the ability to make a little noise to prove the existence of intelligent life in this world? So after noticing that the mental fluctuations were reverberating normally, Emolan did not make any other adjustments. In addition, Emolan was trying to vibrate the chaotic rule net, trying to use the chaotic rule net to vibrate and broadcast, to avoid some people's cat virtues being too hidden, hiding in the corners where the mental fluctuations of the metal pillars could not spread at all. By using the rule network to transmit properties, as long as you are within the world, within the coverage of the rule network, as long as you have the ability to perceive the rules, you can successfully receive this rule network broadcast no matter what, and then give Emolan a response. After completing this step, Emolan quietly left, heading in the direction of a demigod-level deity that he had discovered before. Emolan's 50-day waiting time is time for him to confirm that there is indeed no intelligent life in this world, and it is also time for Emolan to prepare to achieve the effect that Mo-Lan wants later. It is far from enough to rely on Mo-Lan's legendary projection body to leverage a large enough force. The fulcrum must be hard enough, and the lever must be strong enough. Obviously, the legendary projection body is far from enough for the force that Mo-Lan wants to leverage. Even if it is to construct a magic array, it needs enough matching materials to build it. In Mo-Lan's view, the extraordinary core of the demigod beast is simply the best magic array material. First, as a demigod beast, its extraordinary core, as an energy source, must contain extremely powerful and huge energy. These high-quality energies can be directly used as the energy of the magic circle, leaving Mo-Lan with a lot of things to do. Secondly, as a demigod-level extraordinary core, it must have a complete rule information of this small world inside, and can directly mobilize this rule. The purpose of the magic circle is to pry the power of heaven and earth, when the magic circle already has an important component of the power of heaven and earth. And it is also the rules of heaven and earth that are equivalent to the authority of heaven and earth. Once the rules are added, the magic circle will really change its power in the case of Mo-Lan's preset, so as to achieve the effect that Mo-Lan wants. And in this way, the biggest weakness of these energy supercores can be avoided, and those chaotic and even conflicting rule information fragments can be avoided. When acting on the magic circle, Mo-Lan has a way to distinguish these chaotic rule information fragments from the complete rule information, and only drive the complete rule information that needs to be used, and directly ignore other rule information fragments. Mo-Lan can't do this with humans. And the most important thing is that Mo-Lan can beat the semi-god beast by himself, which makes everything have the basis for realization. Otherwise, you can say that the extraordinary core of a true god-level beast is more useful. It is indeed more useful. The effects in all aspects are definitely better. But you can't get it. So the most important thing is to be able to win. At this moment, Mo-Lan was standing in the void of the distant valley. After completing a series of preparations, his aura was no longer hidden, and he soared directly into the sky. The huge aura instantly caused the reaction of the demigods in this area. From the perspective of these demigod-level beasts, Mo-Lan wanted to seize this territory. Chapter 11:28 Demigod-level beast perception. Provocation? Seizing territory? Can you tolerate this? What is the biggest downside of a beast? Hunger? Injury? Enemy? No, none of them. The biggest downside of a beast is territory. No, to be precise, the biggest downside of a predator is territory. As a predator, it is destined to hunt, there are prey, and the prey must be a creature. And the reproduction and growth rate of this creature are very limited. The natural world is not a pig pen, the next litter is dozens of piglets, and each one can survive smoothly and grow into a pig. What is the nature like? In nature, a large number of animals are laid in a nest, but only one or two may survive in the end. Such a number is far from enough for a predator, so prey becomes a scarce and limited resource. In this case, predators will exclude other predators, or even attack other predators, which has long formed a fixed mindset in the minds of predators and imprinted it in their genes. Other predators are not allowed to touch their own territory. Originally, this has begun to change for the magical beasts that have already touched the extraordinary, turning from prey resources to another kind of resource. But in this small world, because the rule information fragments will merge in the process of swallowing, this makes hunting once again the meaning of territory. And in this case, Mo-Lan actually wants to fight for the territory, which will surely usher in the full-scale attack of the demigod-level beasts living and hunting here. But this is exactly what Mo-Lan wants. Mo-Lan is too lazy to find a demigod-level monster by himself. Who knows where it is hiding? And even if he finds it, it will be an encounter battle. For a mage, especially a mage whose hard power is far inferior to that of the enemy, giving up the positional battle that can be prepared in advance, and fighting an encounter battle is simply the stupidest decision. After guessing that this method could directly attract the direct attack of the demigod-level monster, Mo-Lan immediately arranged the battlefield. Mo-Lan released his breath, and stood there with a smile, watching the demigod-level monster approaching the battlefield he arranged. Everything was going smoothly, but just when the demigod-level monster was about to step into the battlefield prepared in advance, at that moment, the demigod-level monster stopped, and its eyes emitted a sharp cold light. Mo-Lan's smile died instantly when he saw this. He was sure that the battlefield he arranged was definitely very hidden, and he was sure that the battlefield he arranged was definitely not something that a mere demigod-level monster could find. You know, Although he is only the projection of a legendary wizard at the moment, his essence is still the essence of a god-level wizard. As a god-level wizard, it is absolutely not an exaggeration to say that a mere demigod-level monster is not an exaggeration. As a god-level wizard, it is not the first time that Emolan has seen a demigod-level monster. It is not that Emolan has not studied demigod-level monsters. Emolan knows very well, and knows very well what the perception of demigod-level monsters is, and knows very well how to arrange it, and to what extent the arrangement can reach a level that demigod-level monsters cannot perceive. Emolan was very sure that the battlefield he had set up was not something that a demigod-level monster could perceive. However, the fact was that this demigod-level monster with no intelligence and no wisdom stopped directly and accurately at the edge of the battlefield. Emolan didn't believe this was a coincidence. Damn beast instinct. Emolan cursed inwardly. Emolan understood instantly that this was probably because of the lack of intelligence and the pure beast instinct formed without the interference of wisdom. As the saying goes, when God closes a door for you, he will also open a window for you. After the door of wisdom of this monster was closed by God, the window of beast instinct perception that was opened was also very powerful. Beast intuition. There is no logic to it, no evidence is needed, it's just intuition. I don't need to find a trap here, I don't need to find any clues, I just need to feel that there is a trap here, then there is a trap here. Fuck. This is so unreasonable. Emolan's eyebrows twitched, and thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. No matter what, it is an indisputable fact that the trap has been discovered. So in this moment, the originally empty space suddenly appeared with extremely complex three-dimensional magic array patterns, one by one. The evidence seemed to turn this place into a magic array field. No matter how you look at it, you don't think this is still preparing for the other party's demigod. No matter how you look at it, you think it is prepared for the gods. Are those who haven't become gods worthy of such treatment? But this is exactly what Emolan gave to a demigod level. It can only be said that the mages who prepared for positional warfare in advance, especially the mages who have a little fear of insufficient firepower, are really crazy. However, what is even more crazy is that such a carefully prepared battlefield was discovered by the demigod level monsters with no intelligence before it was used. Gone! It can only be said that the gods are fighting, and they are fighting each other. At this moment, the terrifying magic array group all revived, one after another. The magic array turned around, and instantly blocked the range of the demigod-level monsters to dodge. Boom! In an instant, the entire space where the demigod-level monsters were located, a large area of space was covered by the terrifying magic array power. The demigod-level monster among them sensed something was wrong and turned around to flee. The extreme beast instinct allowed it to easily dodge the attacks of several magic arrays, with a few moves without looking back. But it was hit by the full coverage attack immediately. Emolan snorted coldly at this. Run? Hide? Run for me. Hide for me. Demigod level beast instinct? I can't hit you, but I can clean up all the places where you are. So what if the instinct can sense it? If it senses it but can't dodge it, I'll let you know how desperate it is. Emolan snorted coldly, controlling the magic array group to bombard again and again, not seeking accuracy, but only seeking full coverage. At the same time, Emolan also breathed a sigh of relief. He had a rough idea of the extent of the beast instinct of the demigod-level monster. It was indeed powerful, but it was far from being truly terrifying or unsolvable, because the beast instinct of this demigod-level monster only sensed through intuition that it would die once it entered the range of the magic circle. But it did not sense that the magic circle could continue to bombard if it turned around. If the instinct was truly terrifying, it would not enter the influence range and range of these magic circles at all, because it would sense fatal danger as soon as it entered. Emolan bombarded continuously, not seeking to kill, but to cover. Emolan wanted to make this demigod-level monster feel a constant sense of crisis. But he was helpless. Emolan was testing something. While testing, Emolan muttered in his heart, I hope there is no more terrifying beast instinct. Right? Chapter 1129 Cause and Effect or Predicting the Future? It ran away. Emolan's face was extremely bad. His face was as black as ink. After the demigod-level monster ran away, Emolan was silent. He was silent for a long time, and couldn't speak. The beast's intuition is so fucking ridiculous. It really ran away. It ran away even with the full map firepower coverage. Emolan felt a toothache. Just now, the demigod-level monster stopped at the edge of stepping into his trap. It ignored Emolan's provocation and made a retreat. At that time, Emolan was helpless. But he also made relevant preparations. He directly used the long-range attack of the magic circle and the blocking ability to encircle and suppress. Under the terrifying magic circle, this demigod-level monster was still in a rather awkward situation. The attack method of sweeping the whole map made it impossible for it to dodge the attack. But every time, this demigod-level monster could find the weakest point of attack strength at the fastest speed, so as to receive the lightest attack and the lightest damage. Emolan could also do this, as long as he used his mental power to observe the internal structure change process of the opponent's magic, and used extremely high computing power to complete the calculation in an instant. But this demigod-level monster has no wisdom, not even wisdom, let alone computing power. The so-called computing power is the ability to calculate. These monsters can't calculate, no brains. So what does it rely on to find the weakest point of large-scale attacks? Intuition. Or is it a fucking intuition? It relies on ridiculously accurate intuition to withstand powerful attacks again and again at the lowest cost, and uses the power of the attack to continuously accelerate away every time it is like this, which directly causes this monster to fall into the attack range of the magic circle without falling according to the calculated injury, and finally being killed. It can even be said that even if this demigod-level monster rushed out at the fastest speed without any delay, the firepower of these magic arrays combined with Emolan's book can kill this demigod-level monster alive. Emolan left enough margin for himself. But the problem is that the monster does not slow down when it takes the attack. It is still constantly using the impact of the attack to accelerate. As for the family's perspective, how is the appropriate range obtained? If it is calculated, it is still intuition. The demigod-level monster does not need to know the process. The result appears directly in the mind. Just do it. No, it's not that the result appeared in my mind, but that the body accepted it the moment it appeared, and did it, and then escaped in an extreme state. Even if the attack distance of the magic circle was 10 meters longer, the monster would die here. This intuition is so fucking outrageous. It's so outrageous. This damn monster has really kept the distance steady, just stuck outside my dead line. It's amazing, based on the situation just now. This monster will definitely die even if it moves forward one more step, and it will not be able to escape. The so-called dead line is the position that Emolan calculated when setting the trap, that if you cross it, you will not be able to escape, and you will definitely die. As long as the dead line is passed, Emolan is sure to kill it. If it is not passed, there is still a chance to kill it, although the chance is quite high, but the opponent still has a chance to escape. However, the closer to the dead line, the smaller the chance of the opponent's successful escape. And if it is crossed, it will definitely die. But this demigod-level monster is stuck in front of the dead line, and stops 1 or 2 meters in front of the dead line. If the dead line is pushed out 1 or 2 meters when setting up, then this demigod-level monster will definitely die. However, if I push the dead line out 1 meter, the place where this demigod-level monster stops will also be pushed back 1 meter. Right? This monster is not sensing a specific location, but intuitively sensing the crisis of death. Right? Perhaps this monster has already sensed the crisis when it entered the attack range, but did not feel the crisis of death, so it came over, but stopped the moment it sensed the crisis of death, and then ran away. So no matter where I place the magic circle, no matter how I do it, as long as it can definitely kill this kind of monster, I'm afraid it will run away. It won't even look back when running, and won't turn back to attack even once. This demigod-level monster is not sensing the traps set by others, but its own safety. If it feels safe intuitively, it doesn't matter. If it feels dangerous, it will run. Damn it. Emolan really felt speechless, sinking for a long time, because he found that he seemed to have no way to deal with these demigod-level beasts. This kind of intuition is not completely unmanageable. There is a way. After all, it is just a way to sense one's own safety, not anything else. Theoretically speaking, you only need to have overwhelming strength against this demigod-level monster, as long as it cannot resist no matter how it resists, and cannot escape no matter how it runs. Just like Emolan's real body. As long as Emolan's real body can enter this world, no matter how strong the intuition of this demigod-level monster is, it will be useless. The intuitive early perception of crisis will only make it crazy and desperate in advance, and it will be useless. But the problem is that Emolan's real body can't get in. Emolan only has this legendary wizard body. The strength that Emolan has at this moment is not enough to make this demigod-level monster completely despair. What's even more speechless is that this demigod-level monster is a pure beast, without even a trace of intelligence, which means that Emolan can't even deceive or provoke it, because it's a fool. No, not even a fool, you can't deceive it at all. Absolute. Emolan really has nothing to say at this moment. Nothing to say, really speechless. I can only say that the perception ability of such a monster is really outrageous. Without a brain, there will be no interference. Just like a blind person's hearing will always be more acute. People without a brain have an outrageous intuition. With a brain, even a little thinking ability will cause a great interference to this intuitive ability, making the intuitive feeling not so accurate. Absolute beast intuition requires absolute brainlessness. What is the principle of this beast intuition? Is it so outrageous? I saw a study before that showed that people's intuition generally comes from the subconscious. The subconscious observes many things that the main consciousness sees, but does not pay attention to. The subconscious conducts preliminary analysis to get the answer, and then responds to the main consciousness in an intuitive way. What about this group of beasts? Is it the same? It's impossible. The premise of this kind of intuition is that you can observe clues. It's just that I didn't notice it. From the perspective of the gods, the traps I set up are not a big problem. Even gods may not be able to find them. How can demigod-level monsters observe them? Damn it! Is it cause and effect? Or predicting the future? Chapter 1130 Slippery. Cause and effect? Or predicting the future? Emolan frowned, and calmed down to think about the problem. I have already come into contact with cause and effect, and predicting the future belongs to the category of time. I have not come into contact with any relevant knowledge and technology so far, even the absolute 0 degree in predicting the future, which are suspected to be time-related spells, have nothing to do with it. In reality, there is a theory that is closer to the current situation. Emolan thought. When you throw a ball into the air, the future of the ball is to fall from the air to the ground, and then bounce up again. This is because you have mastered some knowledge about gravity. So you can predict the future of the ball in a short period of time. If you can master some knowledge about force and elasticity, you can also accurately predict the angle at which the ball will bounce, and who it will hit in the future. If you master all the stones and sand information on the ground, the density of the air, the subsequent wind direction and wind speed, you can predict the specific landing point and direction of the ball in the future. If you calculate that the ball is hitting you, then you turn around and advance to avoid the ball. Then you have predicted the future and applied its results, avoiding being attacked by the ball. This method of calculating through knowledge and computing power can also be called predicting the future. Just like the saying of Laplace's demon. In theory, the more information you have, the higher the accuracy of predicting the future. If you master the dynamics and information of every atom in the universe, then you will achieve omniscience, and everything can be calculated and predicted. This is the closest way and method I have come into contact with to predict the future, and the most likely way to achieve prediction. Omniscience is impossible to achieve, but relative prediction can still be achieved with this principle. The combat algorithm is almost like this principle. If the combat algorithm is extended to the extreme, it may become predictive of the future, predicting the future in battle, and thus being invincible. Although after having this ability, it is used in battle. As a combat algorithm, it is the most wasteful, which is equivalent to holding a nuclear fusion generator to kill the enemy. If this is really the method of predicting the future, then it is normal that my god-level hiding ability is not enough to conceal it. However, this method of predicting the future requires a lot of computing power, which can even be said to be terrifying. In addition, it requires calculation formulas for the activity trajectories of microscopic particles, mechanics, gravity, and other related fields. The threshold is extremely high. This kind of magic can only be created by scientific research staff, because ordinary professionals do not have this ability, let alone creating it. Even if you teach them hand in hand after creating it, it is useless. They just can't learn it. This is true for ordinary professionals, not to mention those beasts that have no intelligence at all. Another source of spells for beasts is the deduction of spell models that come with natural breeding and promotion. But natural breeding also has to follow basic laws and basic conditions. This kind of spell that requires a lot of knowledge and a lot of computing power cannot be deduced by natural deduction at all. In fact, it is not something that can be created by a single individual. It can only be bred by a civilization with a complete knowledge system. So it is impossible for the beast to detect the future. At least it is impossible to detect the future in this way. What about cause and effect? I didn't sense any obvious cause and effect fluctuations at that time. Emolan thought hesitantly, but his attainments in cause and effect were far inferior to those in spells and mental power, and he had not studied them thoroughly. So Emolan did not dare to draw a definite conclusion for a while, and could only make guesses. But there was no need to make blind guesses. Just find another demigod-level monster to do an experiment. These warcraft should cooperate with experiments. Emolan hoped which warcraft would not cooperate with the experiment. Well, soon, Emolan found a semi-god class warcraft who was willing to cooperate. This semi-god class warcraft was at the beginning, then there was a dead end. I have to say, these no-wisdom warcraft is pure, run directly when you find that you can't fight, no hesitation at all, I won't pay attention to any face, what dignity. For the beast, weak meat and strong food, the concept of survival is not normal. No, this should not be a concept, but a rule. Why? Because if you don't follow the survival-first approach, the mortality rate is extremely high. Generation after generation. The remaining ones basically all put survival first. Emolan found several demigod-level monsters to test, and Emolan chased and killed each demigod-level monster for several rounds. It must be said that these monsters are still dedicated to their duties. At least they accompanied Emolan in so many experiments without any complaints. Their attitudes did not change in each experiment, and they tried their best to cooperate with Emolan every time. The experiment went smoothly, but the result was disappointing, because after many experiments, Emolan did not sense the fluctuation of cause and effect. In addition, it was verified that, facing these monsters with extremely high beast instincts, it is really impossible to kill them without overwhelming strength. Too fucking slippery. It is impossible to kill them. Of course, the main reason is that Emolan is now a legendary level, and most of his methods are restricted and cannot be used at all. Let Emolan's projection body in this small world rise to the demigod level. You dare to let them know what overwhelming strength is. Let them know that any fancy tricks are useless in the face of absolute strength. But Emolan understood one thing first. That is, all the fancy tricks, traps, and ambushes are useless in front of the absolute beast instinct. In the end, Emolan could only say a harsh word and then left in disgrace. Wait for me. I will come back when I become a demigod. After saying that, Emolan found an area without demigod-level monsters and began to prepare a magic circle. Prepare a magic circle that can allow Emolan to directly become a demigod in one step. As for the demigod-level monsters, wait until Emolan reaches the demigod level and then slowly deal with them. The same goes for the god-level monsters. Without wisdom, it is only powerful. Even if you can't kill them, they will not pose a big threat. You can just deal with them one by one. Although Emolan seriously doubts that these demigod-level monsters will gather together under the drive of the beast instinct to face the threat of death together. Chapter 1131 Boom. Fuck. Emolan felt really fucked at this moment, because he suddenly realized that he was not scaring himself, but it would really become a reality. Although this group of demigod-level monsters had no wisdom, it was their instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm. Everything was for survival. And their demigod-level instincts would definitely make them find that it was safer to be around other demigod-level monsters, and then gather step by step, and gather step by step. Emolan seriously suspected that in the end all the monsters above the demigod level would gather together. At that time, he will face a group of demigod-level monsters. Emolan began to feel a toothache. This feeling is really fucking annoying. And Emolan began to think about a very serious problem. Will it be possible that after I become a demigod, is it possible that just thinking about them in my head will make them feel deadly, and then they will start to form a group? Emolan frowned as he thought, and then shook his head. Impossible, unless it is the true metaphysical version of predicting the future, and it must be the kind of prediction that can be predicted as long as you want, and it must be completely passive prediction without any cost. Other ways of perception simply cannot perceive this step. Maybe the cause and effect connection can. I am thinking about killing it, and preparing to do it may indeed produce similar cause and effect, and the closer I am to the monster, the greater the threat I pose to the monster, the stronger its sense of crisis will be, and then it will run away. But if I don't get close, don't set up the magic circle, don't place the source of danger, or just set up some magic circles that are not dangerous, just for deceleration, restraint, sealing, it should be able to avoid the beast's intuitive perception. What Emolan said about avoiding the beast's intuitive perception is not to make these demigod-level monsters have no perception, but to say that this kind of magic circle is not a strong direct threat to their lives, so that even if the demigod-level monster sense it, it will only have a faint sense of crisis. This slight sense of crisis should not cause the demigod-level monster to flee directly. So in fact, if the operation is done properly, Emolan's control of the legendary mage's strength may not be able to kill the demigod-level monster. After all, it is still possible to boil the frog in warm water. But it is too troublesome, and it takes too much time and energy. And it requires a complete and precise plan. Once the plan is neglected, it is easy for the slippery demigod-level monster to escape. In comparison, it is more practical to directly promote to a demigod-level mage. As long as the power in this world is restored to the semigod level, Emolan can directly kill these semigod-level monsters with overwhelming strength. There are still 10 days. Emolan looked at the time, while continuing to study the magic array he needed, while continuing to waiting for the end of time. Waiting for news from intelligent life, or waiting for the passage of time. Theoretically speaking, it is impossible for intelligent life to appear in this world in its current situation, because the rules and environment are all chaotic, and the birth of intelligent life does not need to be very good, hiding a superior environment, but stability is definitely needed. However, even this simplest question cannot satisfy the question. So there is no soil for the birth of intelligent life here. Intelligent life cannot appear out of thin air, unless it is a visitor from another world. So this time the theory wins. It is correct. Theoretically, there will be no intelligent gods here. More than 10 days have passed in a flash. Emolan did not wait for any news of intelligent life. Even the visitors from another world did not wait, which made Emolan feel relieved. If another group of visitors from another world appeared, it would be either great sorrow or great joy. The appearance of alien visitors also means that Emolan may have intercepted the results of other worlds and other civilizations. If they really appear, Emolan will really have to doubt himself. Fortunately, he has no future. Waiting until the last minute, after confirming that there is no intelligent life, Emolan activated a huge altar under his feet. The altar can provide energy and also stabilize a large magic circle. A powerful semigod level offensive magic circle. Under Emolan's activation, the altar's surface lit up one after another, and a dense force gathered on the surface of the altar. Then a space channel opened up, revealing the wall membrane of the opposite world. The other side of the space channel is the wall membrane of this world, which is already the highest point in the world. To go any higher, one can only break through the world and reach the sky. After the space channel was formed, a large amount of earth elements gushed out from the altar, and directly followed the space channel to the sky, forming a high-density strip-shaped boulder that had been compressed many times. There are also lines inside this boulder, an area for storing earth elements, and a constant magic array inside this boulder. The powerful force gushing out of the altar's magic circle maintained its suspended posture. The endless earth elemental force continuously compressed it, continuously increasing its weight and caliber. Diameter. As time slowly passed, a huge monster appeared under the sky. The surface of this monster was dark and shiny, as if it was made of black fine steel. Its terrifying weight made the altar that maintained its suspended posture unable to support it, and it was about to collapse. However, the altar could not collapse now, as it would be used later. So the power that maintained the boulder's suspended posture was directly withdrawn. The boulder instantly fell into the embrace of Mother Earth under the attraction of gravity. In this process, the power of the magic circle in the altar quickly adjusted the angle with a thin metal column in the earth as a reference. This time is very short. The trajectory of the boulder must be corrected in a very short time. It must be corrected within this window period. After a while, when the speed of the boulder accelerates to a certain degree under gravity, the inertia brought by the terrifying mass will directly defeat all forces that try to influence it. In the blink of an eye, the window period for the boulder to adjust its direction has ended. A series of flames appeared on the periphery of the boulder. The terrifying mass acceleration compresses the air into an inverted cone during the descent, and the surface of the inverted cone has been covered by a layer of dazzling red light. Emolan looked up and squinted his eyes as he watched the boulder turn into a meteorite and accelerate continuously, falling down along the predetermined trajectory, and also watched the monsters at the meteorite landing point fleeing frantically, and the surging monsters instantly formed a beast tide, trying to escape the impact range of the meteorite. At this moment, no one could interfere with the meteorite's falling trajectory. At this moment, Even Emolan could only watch it fall. When the meteorite approached the ground, Emolan quickly calculated that its trajectory was slightly different from the previous calculation, and the landing point was roughly deviated by about 15 kilometers. This was normal. Emolan didn't care. This time it didn't deviate in his direction. It didn't matter. It didn't affect the effect. Then boom. Chapter 1132 Demigod. Boom. The moment the boulder touched the ground, the constant magic array inside it burst out brilliantly. The moment the magic array burst out, part of the force of the boulder colliding with the earth was transformed into a terrifying shock force. The high-frequency vibration penetrated the earth, vibrating the weak points and gaps in the rock layer. Earthquake spell. The constant spell on the boulder was a spell that Emolan had obtained earlier, a spell for architecture, earthquake spell. The moment the boulder collided with the ground, countless dust rose. A mushroom cloud slowly rose above it. The terrifying shock wave crushed all creatures in the low-altitude range, and the ground was like liquid under the terrifying shock wave. Like waves, layers of soil and rock waves slapped into the distance. This terrifying earth and rock wave tens of meters or hundreds of meters high squeezed, crushed all plants and creatures on the surface. Crushed everything into the wave. As the spell wave of the spell earthquake sank into the depths of the earth shook violently after just a moment. Waves of shock continued to pour out from the depths of the earth. Mountains fell. The earth collapsed, and all the underground caves within the scope of the terrifying earthquake collapsed and buried completely. All the creatures inside were like being in a meat grinder in the terrifying shock. All the bones and tendons of flesh and blood were completely crushed along with the flesh and blood, turning into a pool of meat paste. In just a moment, the sky, the ground, and everything underground in a huge area were completely destroyed. In the core area, it was basically impossible for anyone below the demigod level to survive, and even elemental life had no effect. The terrifying shock and the terrifying power had reached the point where the elemental body of an elemental life was completely crushed, obliterated, and wiped out everything. No creature below the demigod level can survive. And in the entire attack area, those with strength lower than the legendary level cannot survive, and everything will be destroyed. So in just a moment, everything here was destroyed. At this moment, even the place where Emolan was violently shaken. The terrifying shock wave turned into a strong gust of wind that whistled past, uprooting the big trees, crushing them into pieces. However, these are small scenes. Emolan doesn't care. This is much better than coordinates, trajectory calculation errors, meteorites falling beside or on top of the head. Of course, this is what Emolan calculated and deduced. It does not mean that Emolan had ever had a meteorite hit his head. It is even more impossible that a meteorite hit his teammate's head, and then his teammate described it to him. It is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Because Emolan could not make such a low-level mistake, nor such a serious mistake. It is impossible. In the strong wind, in the shaking of the earth, Emolan did not move. But the strong wind blowing past him instantly became gentle, brushing slowly, and from beginning to end, the ground left by Emolan did not vibrate at all. Emolan looked up and played. In the destroyed land, watching from the perspective of spiritual power, one after another rule information fragments soared into the sky, and then drew a beautiful arc and flew towards Emolan. One after another rule information fragments, a little bit of light. Each rule information fragment was like a star at this moment. Thousands of stars formed a galaxy flowing towards Emolan. At this moment, under the reflection of the terrifying number of rule information fragments, even the rule network was actively revealed, and the rules were passively vibrating. Emolan immediately took the initiative to hide all his aura, and then condensed an energy supercore, leaving a trace of his soul in the energy supercore. At this moment, the dazzling stars rushed towards the energy supercore. At this moment, the originally dim energy supercore instantly turned into a sun, illuminating the whole area in bright white. This is the light of the rules. Even a blind person can see this bright white light here. At this moment, Emolan, who was originally smiling, suddenly became serious. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. In previous attempts, Emolan found that as long as he continued to collect rule information fragments, he could continue to become stronger. In this process, he only needed to withstand the resistance, conflict, and confrontation of the rule information fragments to impact the soul consciousness. If he couldn't withstand it, he might die or become a vegetable because his soul consciousness was defeated. Or his soul consciousness might be invaded by chaotic rules, and he would become a big fool with a confused consciousness and act only on instinct. Although the price is already very high, it is still relatively easy. If you can become a strongman instantly by being a fool or taking the risk of death, then this strongman is too cheap. Moreover, as long as the operation is done properly, Emolan can even use this rule to mass-produce god-level puppets. But it is obviously not such a good thing. Emolan felt something was wrong before, but he never found it. But at this moment, Emolan understood it instantly. The last checkpoint is the conflict between rules. If at a low level, a small number of rule conflicts, the confusion will only cause confusion of consciousness, then when the number of rules reaches a certain level, or the level of rules reaches a certain degree, the conflict of rules will change. This level of rule conflict, the chaos is no longer just a chaotic effect, but will burst out with real power. The power of rules. It can directly tear apart the energy supercore, and even the terrifying power of the monster itself. Since the power of the rule information fragments comes from the rules, and the rule information fragments will give the monster as much power as it can, the power it can burst out in the energy supercore, and because of the conflict and collision of rules, the power that bursts out in the energy supercore will be even greater, and it will always be greater than the power you have. In addition, the power of the rule information fragments comes from the rules, so the power of the rules still exists. And there is no such thing as exhaustion. Therefore, if the conflicts between rule information fragments are not resolved, then what will be faced is endless rule conflicts. Conflicts with rule forces that are stronger than one's own power may be withstood for a short time, but will surely die over time. And rule information fragments cannot be suppressed all the time, or they cannot be suppressed at all. Only by completely resolving the conflicts can this problem be solved. And to solve this problem, in Emolan's view, the only way is architecture. Resolving the conflicts between rule information fragments in an architectural way can not only solve the problem, but also use the architectural way to exert 200% of the power of rule information fragments. While thinking, Emolan adjusted the massive rule information fragments that were in violent conflict in the energy supercore. As time passed, the rule conflicts gradually weakened, and a breath belonging to the demigod level emanated from the energy supercore. Chapter 1133 Relying on Luck. Demigod. As Emolan adjusted and smoothed out, one after another, the rule information fragments were combined into incomplete rules, and the incomplete rules were combined together in a mysterious structure. Little by little, the original conflict between the rules was eliminated silently, but the powerful rule power that erupted during the hedging was not wasted at all, but was transferred into the structure to flow. The power flows between the ghost eyes and the rules become coordinated, and the power contained becomes more powerful. As Emolan sorted out the rule information fragments in the energy supercore, the light emitted by the energy supercore gradually converged, soft, but the convergence of the light does not mean the weakening of its internal power. On the contrary, the convergence of light symbolizes the stability and controllability of its internal power. It is like a bottomless abyss. No one knows how much power is accumulated inside. No one knows whether it will burst out one day and shake the world. The power of rules is full of it, brewing. Under the powerful power of rules, the originally invisible and intangible energy core gradually turns into substance. Not long after, an almost absolutely transparent crystal ball appeared in front of Emolan. There were sparse dots in the middle of the transparent crystal ball, and occasionally a small section of light. And more of it is a framework composed of transparent segments. These light segments are sparsely filled in it. This structure is actually the structure of a world. When resolving conflicts between rules, Emolan directly chose to use these rule information fragments to try to build a world rule structure. In front of the world structure, all rules, all conflicts can be resolved, can be tolerated by the world, and become part of the world's power. It can be said that, except for the slightly higher difficulty, this is definitely one of the best ending methods. It can even be said to be a little, very extravagant, using the structure of a world, using the difficulty of the structure of the world rules to carry a demigod level power. It is like using a super freighter to load a grain of gold sand. It is not a question of whether it can be loaded, nor is it a question of whether the freighter can bear it. It is just that, the question of not loading it. But this also shows Emolan's ambition. He would not do this under normal circumstances, except when he is ready to use the gold sand to fill the super freighter. Emolan has a big heart. But this also fully shows Emolan's ability. Weaving, deducing the rule structure of the world is already commonplace for Emolan, it's not outrageous. But using only the semi-god level rule information fragments to support the rule structure of the entire world This is the real skill, this is the power. The invisible and intangible gaps that constrain the rule information fragments and guide the power of the rule information fragments are the real level. Emolan reached out to catch the basketball-sized crystal ball. The crystal ball was cold in his hand. It looked and felt no different from an ordinary crystal ball. But Emolan knew clearly that there was an essential difference between the two. The crystal ball was a substance. And this crystal ball looked and felt like real substance. But it was the stagnation, freezing and materialization of the power of rules. It was like freezing this space, which was the stagnation of rules. In order for the rules to stagnate, the freezing standard required extremely terrifying power of rules. And the substance of this crystal ball showed the terrifying power of rules contained in it. Emolan held the crystal ball in his hand, feeling it, and couldn't help but whisper. A very interesting power system. On the surface, it seems to be a simple power system that can only be used to kill monsters and become stronger. But what about it in reality? In fact, it is only easy on the surface. And it is only easy to obtain the fragments of rule information. The core technology of this power system is not to obtain the fragments of rule information, but to integrate and sort out the fragments of rule information. If it is just to obtain the fragments of rule information, then no matter how strong this monster is, it will be limited. It will not dare to reach a certain level, and it will not be able to obtain the fragments of rule information. Otherwise, it will die, unless it finds an opportunity to continue to break through. Even killing is the way to death. The more you kill, the faster you die. Emolan's mouth curled up slightly. It seems that I am lucky. I only need to face a group of demigods. I am also at the demigod level. They are also at the demigod level. And I fight at the same level. Emolan smiled. Now Emolan is basically sure that there is no god-level combat power in this small world. There must be none. Because there is no intelligent life in this world. For a world with intelligent life, this extraordinary system sounds interesting and has great potential. Because the professionals of this system have been studying structure and architecture from the beginning, forming structure with rule information fragments, and forming architecture with structure. Because the rule information fragments obtained by each professional are different, because there are no completely identical rule information fragments. No, it should not be said that. It should be said that rule information fragments cannot be repeated. Each fragment is part of the rule. How can it be repeated? Even if the fragments are within the same rule, there will be different situations. Even if the rule information fragments come from the same rule. Someone has developed a universal rule fragment structure with similar properties. In actual use, research must be conducted to make adjustments. This is also a research process. Emolan believes that the higher the proportion of research in the main business of professionals, the more the profession respects the power of knowledge, the stronger it will be, and the greater the potential will be. And the entry threshold is so low that you can just kill a monster. A profession that advocates research and advocates studying structure and architecture from the beginning, in Emolan's opinion, has great potential. Of course, while thinking that there is great potential, Emolan is more relaxed. The reason is very simple: research, knowledge accounts for such a huge system. You still need to worry about these brainless, unintelligent monsters becoming strong and achieving major success? How is it possible? Go to sleep, it's all in my dreams. In Emolan's opinion, in this extraordinary environment, it is impossible to become a strong man without wisdom. It is impossible. As for how those unintelligent beast demigods in this professional system were born, Emolan had some guesses in his mind, although there was not much evidence for one, and the other was very outrageous. Emolan felt that it was a guess based on the facts. These beast demigods rely on luck. Chapter 1134 The Impossible God. Luck. Yes, it is luck. Although the strength of these monsters has reached the level of demigods, Emolan still thinks that they have only relied on luck to improve. Theoretically speaking, it is impossible to rely on luck to improve to the level of demigods. Demigod? What is a demigod? Half of it is a god, an existence extremely close to a god. This level of existence cannot be borne by luck at all. But this is only in theory. And basically anything theoretical cannot be taken seriously. Theoretical theories are only based on the theories of the extraordinary system in Emolan's civilization. Obviously, the theories of this civilization cannot control the affairs of other civilizations. Things that are impossible in Emolan's civilization may have a basis for realization in this small world. Because this civilization is a civilization that can quickly improve its strength. The price it needs to pay, in addition to death, is the loss of wisdom. If there is no wisdom, then obviously, this negative effect is not a negative effect. In this case, as long as the monster can withstand it, it can continue to hunt wild beasts to become stronger quickly and improve its realm quickly. In this process, some monsters may encounter another negative effect. That is, death. Assuming that 1 out of 100 monsters can survive, then 100 out of 10,000 can survive. In this case, there is a very critical situation. But Emolan did not care about it before, which directly supports the probability of raising his strength to the semi-god level based on luck. That is, under a certain probability, the chaotic impact of the rule information fragments may form a stalemate. In this stalemate, the opposing rule forces may cancel each other out. So that in this case, the Warcraft may not need to do anything to stabilize the rule information fragments in the energy supercore. Of course, in this case, the Warcraft itself does not need to do anything. But as long as it does anything, it will almost inevitably collapse and die. But if you keep balance without moving, you may not die. This kind of situation directly lays the foundation for the possibility that a demigod level can be born without any operation in a random situation. With enough legendary monsters, there will always be a small number of lucky ones who can directly step into the demigod level and become one of the strongest in this small world. But why is the demigod called the strongest? Why can the demigod level be born randomly, but the god level cannot be born? Isn't it all about probability? Then this involves the question of how many rule information fragments are needed to be promoted to a god. There is not just one demigod monster. Each demigod monster occupies a part of the rule information fragment. Of course, although the demigod level monsters are not strong enough, they are equivalent to gods in this small world. Because each demigod level monster occupies a rule, the proportion of the rule network occupied is not large. But it is not small. Of course, the remaining rule information fragments are still enough for the demigod level monsters to be promoted to god level monsters. This is enough for now. With the passage of time, with more and more demigod level monsters, more and more rules are occupied, and the hope of demigod level monsters breaking through will become increasingly slim. It's not that the share of demigod level monsters will prevent them from being promoted to the god level, but it's just that this is random. So a large enough base is needed. If they are complete, you can easily piece together a rule combination that can achieve a balance. But if they are missing some arms and legs, if you carefully select them, you can also achieve a balance. But the probability of random appearance will be infinitely reduced. So if you want a demigod level monster to break through the god level by luck, you have to do it as soon as possible. Preferably when there are no demigods. But this kind of thing that only happens once in a million is difficult in itself. And you still want to hit the target with one shot. How is that possible? In terms of time. As long as the time span is long enough. As long as there is a probability of something happening, it will definitely happen. But when the probability of something that originally has a small probability of happening continues to decrease with the passage of time, this rule is completely inapplicable. When time cannot make the probability happen inevitably, this god will basically never be born. Unless this world solves various difficulties and gives birth to intelligent creatures. But obviously, there are none yet. Only a demigod. Emolan smiled. Now he was no longer panicking. He followed the previous breath and headed directly to the demigod level monster he met at the beginning. Emolan did not hide anything and rushed over at the fastest speed. Sure enough, when Emolan caught the breath of the demigod level monster, the demigod level monster was already in a state of running away frantically, and had already run a very long distance. Obviously, the demigod level monster had already sensed the crisis by intuition and immediately ran away. But it was able to run away before not only because it was slippery and fast, but also because Emolan's own strength was only legendary at that time. It was a legendary mage chasing an extremely slippery demigod, which led to Emolan only severely injuring it but not killing it. But now Emolan is at the level of demigod, and Emolan has the power of demigod. At this point, everything else is just a gimmick. Emolan can fight well in a cross-level battle, and can win a crushing victory, not to mention in the same level. So after only a short battle, a semi-substantial super energy core appeared in Emolan's hand. It's so chaotic. Emolan's first thought, when he looked at the super energy core, was that it was so chaotic. These demigods are indeed the children of destiny. They are not dead even after such a situation. It's amazing. Emolan couldn't help but admire it. Then he thought. A spark sank into the super energy core. And in just a moment, The super energy core exploded from the inside out. At this moment, a dazzling starlight emerged from the broken super energy core. Emolan raised the crystal ball in his hand, and the dazzling starlight sank directly into the crystal ball. The moment it entered the crystal ball, a conflict broke out. However, the starlight was completely defeated, revealing the strange stitching rules in it. Although Emolan did not have obsessive-compulsive disorder, he could not bear to watch it. He directly defeated it, turning it into a sky full of stars, turning it into the most basic rule information fragments. And then all of them were immersed in the invisible frame under the influence of attraction. Chapter 1135 The Lord of the World. It's still a demigod. Emolan muttered. The rule information fragments inside the energy supercore of a demigod were all integrated into the energy supercore of Emolan, which only made a few more light spots inside. And there was no change, as if the rule information fragments of the demigod level did not play any role, and fell into oblivion. But in fact, this is equivalent to the original general rule information fragments. The current situation is completely caused by the fact that the structure inside the crystal ball is too grand. It was so grand that the rule information fragments owned by the demigod level monster seemed extremely small in it. This was because the framework model prepared by Emolan was completely prepared to accommodate and structure the rule information fragments of the entire world. It is not enough to use the energy extraordinary core of the demigod level monster to arrange the forensic evidence. Let's take a shortcut, Emolan thought quietly. After a moment, Emolan began to arrange the magic circle again. It was exactly the same magic circle as before. The only difference was that the specifications of this magic circle were much higher. And unlike before, this time Emolan used a large number of elemental metals when constructing the magic array. The magic array constructed by Emolan before was only a one-time one, but now Emolan is indeed preparing a permanent type. Strictly speaking, it is not a permanent type. Emolan has calculated that according to this standard, it can probably cast about 10 meteorites of the previous standard. And if it is released with full force, and it is turned into a one-time magic array again, then the power of this spell can even double. And this is just the power of Emolan's simple presidency. If Emolan mobilizes the rules in it with the demigod level extraordinary core, and bursts out with the demigod level energy, the power of the spell can be burst out several times. That would be extremely terrifying. If the meteorite falling from the sky before was just a regional spell, then once this magic array is completed, if it is fully used, it will probably be a real world-impacting spell. What is world-impacting? A world-impacting spell is a spell that can truly affect the environment of a world when it falls, and will directly cause large-scale damage in the world. Emolan spent several days using elemental metals to stabilize this magic array. Looking at the magic array in front of him, which is as big as several football fields, he took a long breath, and the energy supercore suspended behind him appeared directly in the core of the magic array. Emolan's thoughts moved, and the solid energy core melted instantly, and the condensed rule power instantly poured into the magic circle. The moment the rule power surged, thousands of elemental forces resonated and responded. Every trace of rule drove tens of thousands of times the elements of heaven and earth. These elements of heaven and earth poured into the magic circle along with the rule power. This huge magic circle was directly activated, and along with the opening of the space channel that stood on the sky, a large amount of earth elements were instantly emptied and poured into it. A huge meteorite instantly took shape under the sky, and continued to pile up. Only a few hours had passed, and a huge boulder of extremely terrifying size was suspended in the air. This boulder was so huge that it looked like an asteroid. In order to support the terrifying weight of this asteroid, a constant magic array was set up inside the asteroid to reduce the gravity it received. When the magic array began to reverse, the originally reduced gravity suddenly increased, and the force that maintained its suspended posture was instantly released and acted downward. At this moment, Emolan did not pursue precision, and at this moment, Emolan did not make any adjustments to the boulder's descending trajectory. When the power is strong enough, accuracy is no longer important. Emolan only needs it to hit the ground. When it hits the ground, the outcome is completely determined. The full power of the magic circle acts on the boulder, plus the mass of the boulder itself. Amidst the terrifying whistling sound, the meteorite falls to the ground in an instant. Boom! The moment the boulder touches the ground, Emolan seriously suspects that the entire continent is shattered. The terrifying magma is accompanied by countless broken stones, and dust rises into the sky. It spreads all over the sky in an instant. At this moment, the sky is completely dark. in the terrifying shock. It is like the end of the world. In fact, it is true. At this moment, it is the end of the world. The terrifying shock wave, the shock spread out, and Molan, who was standing in another part of the world at this moment, found that the earth was shattered, countless magma sprayed out, and black smoke rose up, making this place look like the bottom of destruction. The earth shattered seems to be just a descriptive word, but these 4 words symbolize the extreme terror. In front of the terrifying power that can even shatter the earth, even the legendary life has a certain danger, and the master level does not have any qualification to survive. If it is at the core of the meteorite, even the gods can't bear it. Although the gods said, there are too many ways to avoid the attack brought by this method. At this moment, stars rose from the broken earth. Except for the rising rule information fragments, these monsters left almost no trace. Molan directly took out the energy supercore that was almost completely destroyed and hid his own breath. With countless rule information fragments pouring into the energy supercore, the energy supercore directly bloomed with extremely dazzling brilliance. But it gradually stabilized after Molan straightened out the rule information fragments inside the energy supercore and solidified the substantial rule power again. At this moment, a terrifying force belonging to the gods rose from the solid energy supercore. Gods! Molan's power at this moment has reached the level of gods. Although it is only the pseudo-god level within this world, it means that Molan is invincible in this world. Molan looked at the solid energy supercore suspended in his hand. Most of the structure has been filled, and its power has reached the level of gods. It must be said that as long as you have enough attainments in the rule structure, you can ignore everything in this rule structure system, and even turn from a mortal into a god in an instant. This is simply too suitable for the strong to rebuild. I have to say, this is simply perfect for being invaded. Molan blinked his eyes, and suddenly found that something seemed to be wrong. Suitable for being invaded? TSK, this doesn't seem to be a good thing. Molan shook his head with a smile, and held up the solid energy supercore with his hand. Molan did not set up the magic circle, but walked directly in the void, walking between heaven and earth, and the terrifying elemental storm, following his movement, continuously turned into meteorites and fell to the earth. Meteorites fell from the sky. Meteorites fell from the sky. Let's watch the meteor shower together. The romantic meteor shower washed the ground. Meteorites, which were far less in quality than before, but still powerful, hit the ground. Molan directly used the power of the rules of the gods to continuously extract the elemental power in the environment, and continuously turned it into meteorites and fell. Nearly 100 meteorites fell from the dome every minute and every second, plowing every inch of land they passed by. It must be said that although the false god is a waste when it leaves other worlds, it is still very powerful as long as it is in this world. Even more terrifying than the power of some true gods. Because this world is the main world of the false god after all. Within the main world, the false god can easily mobilize the power and rules of the world, which will greatly increase the power of the false god. At this moment, Molan simply made full use of this advantage, using the power of rules to drive the power of elements to turn into meteorites falling down. In this process, a steady stream of regular information fragments rose from the earth and sank into the energy supercore in Molan's hand, constantly improving the structure inside the energy supercore. At this time, Molan raised his eyebrows. Demigod level? Molan thought, stretched out one hand, and the elemental storm behind him surged. In an instant, a large elemental hand formed and grabbed towards the distance, with rules as the skeleton and elements as the flesh and blood. Molan instantly grabbed the demigod-level monster that wanted to escape, and with a fierce pinch, the demigod-level monster was instantly annihilated, and a fragment of demigod-level information rules directly sank into Molan's extraordinary energy core. At this moment, the auras of dozens of demigod-level monsters suddenly appeared, and they directly surrounded Molan. Obviously, Molan's previous guess was correct. Under the sense of crisis brought by Molan, these monsters, driven by their abnormal beast instincts, directly united to besiege Molan. Molan just didn't know how they dared to attack him. Maybe it was because no matter where they hid in the world, they were shrouded in the terrifying despair. These monsters were just monsters after all, although they were sometimes cowardly. In the face of death, Molan had no doubt that these monsters had the courage to fight back before death. However, Molan's mouth curled up slightly, and a smile appeared on his face. How could a mere demigod-level monster hide itself in front of Molan? Molan had already discovered them. But Emolan just wanted to play with them for a while. When they jumped out, Emolan lost his playfulness. He stretched out his hand and pinched them. A fiery red light spot appeared in Emolan's hand. As Emolan threw it, the light spot instantly expanded into a huge miniature fire elemental world and swallowed all the demigods. The next moment, 4 more light spots emerged and turned into 4 elemental worlds. The 4 elemental worlds directly combined into a miniature world that enveloped the miniature fire elemental world. A refining force directly covered the fire elemental world. The terrifying refining force directly acted on the demigod-level monster. Using a micro-world that can be regarded as the best among the divine magic to refine a mere demigod-level monster is simply a waste of talent. But it is indeed a waste of talent. But it must be said that it is very useful. Under the effect of this terrifying refining power, one demigod-level monster after another is directly transformed into a pure elemental force and a pure rule information fragment. The body and consciousness of the monster itself are directly wiped out of all characteristics in the terrifying refining power, and are directly disintegrated into a stream of elemental force and rule information fragments. The elemental power was directly transformed by Emolan into the power to drive the micro-world to refine, and the rule information fragments were directly integrated into his own energy supernatural core to fill in the gaps. The current rule structure can already be described as filling in the gaps, because this requires all the rules to be interwoven together, and the rule structure composed has been completed for the most part, and has been formed. But it is not yet complete. Otherwise, Emolan would not be able to master the power of the god level in this world. When the power mastered by Emolan reached the god level, and he could be called a god in this world, Emolan had a rough idea of how to achieve the god level in this professional system. In this small world, if you want to become a god, or to be more precise, a pseudo-god within the scope of this small world, there are roughly several prerequisites. First, at least master 2 to 3 digits of rules, and master them completely. Second, these 2 to 3 digits of rules must be able to match each other, combine with each other, and be able to be structured together, and interpret your authority in the form of a structure. You don't need to master the power of the rules of the entire world, nor do you need to replicate the network structure of the rules of the entire world. You only need to master 2 to 3 digits of rules, and use these rules to structure, and complete a complete small structure. And it can't just be so simple. You must also use this structure to interpret your authority. Only by completing this crucial step can one become a true god in this small world. This is some mysterious information that Emolan sensed, and he sensed it naturally. So Emolan is not actually a complete god in this small world at this moment, but he relies on his own god-level experience and knowledge, and directly mobilizes the power of rules between heaven and earth to fight. If he completes the last step and becomes a true god, then he should become stronger, and be able to better utilize his own rules and authority. But Emolan is not very clear about the details. He just has a vague feeling after reaching this step, but he is not sure about the details. But Emolan should be able to guess it. It is probably to compile these rules into a closed loop of rule domain, to be more efficient, to control these rules more firmly, to leave a deeper imprint on these rules, and to distort them in the way of their own structure rules, to reflect the structure of rules in this small world, and so on. Emolan does not intend to do a small one. If Emolan wants to do it, he will directly do a big one. Why should he become a god with a small part of the structure? Wouldn't it be better to become a god directly with all the rules to form a structure? Emolan continued to plow the land unremittingly. As a pseudo-god with the strength of a god, Emolan directly used meteorite strikes as his general attack method, and advanced bit by bit on the earth. The hugeness of the world lies in its huge volume, which can easily bear any known attack. Although the long-charged enhanced meteorite attack spread the power of vibration to the whole world, it caused a doomsday effect on the creatures on the earth. But it can only be said to be superficial for the world itself. The injury cannot be counted, and it can only be said that a little cuticle was lost. The enhanced version is like this. Not to mention that Emolan's general attack at this moment is a weakened meteor shower version. But with enough time, Emolan still plowed the whole world. When the last rule information fragment was immersed in the solid energy supercore, Emolan suddenly felt as if he had mastered the world. Chapter 1136 Highest Authority. World. Emolan whispered to himself. When holding this extraordinary energy core, Emolan felt that he was holding the whole world. The world's rules network, the world's weight, Mo-Lan's perception seemed to spread along the rules network to every corner of the world. The ground, the sky, the ground, the ocean, the seabed, the center of the earth, the elemental world, the origin space, the interlayer space. One space after another appeared in front of Imolan at this moment. They all appeared in Imolan's perception range at the same time. The whole world seemed to have entered Imolan's field of vision. The whole world seemed to be controlled by Imolan, as if Imolan was in control. No, not as if, at this moment. This world is already controlled by Imolan. Imolan controls the highest authority of this world. Imolan can control this world at will. Adjust this world. Even if Imolan wants to, it is easy to destroy the world. Immersed in a network of rules. Imolan suddenly froze after this thought came up in his mind. Huh? Wait, why should I destroy the world? This world is fine, there is no enemy mark, no footprints of creatures from other worlds, and it is completely controlled, with no hidden dangers. Why should I destroy it? Are you sick? Imolan was shocked, and then shook his head helplessly. It's become a habit, really. It's all the fault of that sun god. After Imolan's thoughts were interrupted, he immediately withdrew from the perception of the rule network, and turned to quietly look at this solid energy supercore. This element supercore is not just a supercore, to be more precise. It is a world core, the heart of rules, the heart of heaven and earth. It has condensed all the rule information of the entire small world, and has built a world-class architecture in it. Each rule information here means a rule, and all rule information means all rules. By mastering this world core, Imolan can directly master the rule network, and then master the origin of heaven and earth through the rule network, and master everything in heaven and earth, not to mention other things. Even the rule network itself can be modified by Imolan in the way of controlling the core. It is definitely not necessary to do whatever you want with the highest authority. But it is absolutely true that you have mastered the highest authority. In front of this level of authority, even if the world itself has a consciousness, it must be obedient and serve as an intelligent assistant. Otherwise, not to mention anything else, even the control of the world cannot be shaken in the slightest. This is the so-called highest authority. Imolan stood there quietly waiting for the extraordinary core to complete the final transformation, waiting for the lingering rhythm of the rules to settle. As the rule test inside the world core stabilized, Imolan smiled. And with a thought, a space channel instantly appeared in front of Imolan. The space channel at this moment was not constructed by Imolan using space magic, but more like a natural crack in the space to enter it. And this is naturally what Imolan did with the authority of the World Master, directly making the space in the world crack a space channel in front of Imolan. And the opposite side of the space channel is the core of this small world. The core, the most mysterious space, the origin space. All the rules of the world are gathered here. All the power of the world. And the rules are originated from here. This is the place where all rules intersect. This is the real core of the world. The origin. What you feel once you step into this place is completely different from the outside world. Every drop of the origin of the world here contains extremely terrifying and high-level power in Imolan's eyes. The number of the origin of the world here is also calculated by drops. There is not much stock, and the land is not large. But these are the origins of the entire world, supporting the existence and operation of the entire world. If there are no origins, even if there is a world, it will soon disappear. If there are these origins, even if there is no world in front of him, Imolan can directly materialize a world. Of course, the materialization process will still cause great losses, but it is definitely enough for Imolan to materialize a complete world. And the world origins here are completely different from the world origins of the Abyss continent. These world origins are pure, unpolluted, and have not been infected by any human rules, any human will, at least not now. As for the future? That's hard to say. It depends on Imolan's mood, and Imolan's plans. That is to say, there is no risk at all for Imolan to use these world origins to materialize the world. Of course, Imolan will not take these origins, let alone use them to materialize another world. There is no need for that. It is simply too wasteful. Imolan himself does not know what the utilization rate of the origin of heaven and earth is in the process of materializing the world. 5%? 10%? Or 20%? Imolan is not sure how much it is. The only thing Imolan can be sure of is that this ratio is not very high, or it is very low. So unless you have no choice, or the origin is not yours at all, there is no way if you have no choice, and when the origin is not yours, no matter how much it is lost, you will not feel bad. It is not yours anyway. Does it matter how much it is lost in the process of turning it into yours? Isn't it good enough if it becomes yours in the end? Imolan muttered, recovering from his senses, and looking at this ocean full of pure origin energy. The purity of the energy here, the concentration increases from the outside to the inside. The core position is the precious drops of the origin of heaven and earth. In addition, in this origin space, rules are running through one after another, and the density of the rules increases with the depth. The place where these rules intersect is the origin of heaven and earth. Emolan looked closely at this origin place, and deeply perceived the rules one after another. Each rule is very clear. If you comprehend the rules here, even a dog can break through. There is energy here, and there are rules here. It can be said that this is one of the best and top cultivation environments in the whole world. However, no one would squander the resources of heaven and earth and prepare to use the origin space to help some people practice. Emolan had no intention of practicing at this moment. At this moment, all of Emolan's attention was focused on the rules. On the surface, the rules here, the origin of heaven and earth. There was nothing unusual. Emolan thought so at first. The origin of heaven and earth, what could be wrong? Emolan did not find any problems. But when Emolan calmed down and looked carefully, he vaguely found something wrong. This rule, this origin is wrong. Chapter 1137 Sorting out the rules. On the surface, there seems to be no problem, but if you look closely, Emolan frowned slightly. He noticed something strange in the origin of heaven and earth and the intertwined rules. Is there a slight confusion in the structure and rules of the origin of heaven and earth? Is this because of the confusion of rules and information? Or is this a reflection of the problems in the rules of the world? The origin of the world is almost equivalent to the world. It is the most important thing in the world. The origin and the world are closely connected. Even a slight change in the origin will lead to changes in the entire world. Similarly, changes in the world will also be fed back to the origin of heaven and earth. They all affect each other. However, Emolan thought that it might be because there were some problems with the origin, which directly affected the network of rules. However, the specific reason was clear at a glance. Let me take a look, Emolan muttered to himself. And his thoughts directly captured a drop of the origin of heaven and earth, and began to look deeper. Each drop of the origin of heaven and earth is condensed from layer after layer of the power of the origin of heaven and earth. And the power of the origin of heaven and earth is the rules of heaven and earth. And the power of all things is condensed together. A tree produces a growth ring when it grows once a year. Professional botanists can even judge the growth environment of a tree from its growth rings. Sunlight, rain, fertility of the land, whether there are other trees competing, blocking, etc. This is because during the growth of a tree, the surrounding environment will naturally affect the wood that grows. The traces left behind are a kind of language, a language that belongs to trees. If someone who understands it reads it, then the growth rings record the story of the tree's life. This is the tree ring. There are similar rings in the origin of heaven and earth. The rings of the origin of heaven and earth are similar to the rings of planets. The soil accumulation of different eras on the planet also contains very rich and very specific information, which can effectively reflect one era after another, and the era divided according to the soil layer. The origin of heaven and earth is condensed from the power of the origin of heaven and earth bit by bit. The birth time of different origins of heaven and earth is also different. After each drop of the origin of heaven and earth is born, it will continue to be nourished by the rules of heaven and earth and the power of the origin of heaven and earth, and will continue to become stronger. The rules of heaven and earth. The power of the origin of heaven and earth connects everything in this world. The state of everything in heaven and earth is also reflected in the rules of heaven and earth through this connection. In the origin of heaven and earth, it will be recorded naturally in the process of nurturing the origin of heaven and earth, leading the language of the world. Perhaps the origin of heaven and earth born on the outside does not record for a long time. Just the situation from the birth of the origin to the present. But the core, the most central drop of the origin of heaven and earth must have been nurtured at the beginning of the birth of the world. And it continuously accepts the nourishment of the world. And it also supports the world itself. Therefore, that drop of the origin of heaven and earth must be engraved with the history of this small world from the beginning of its birth to the present. As long as you can understand the language of the world, as long as you can get in touch with the origin of heaven and earth, you can browse the history, browse the changes of heaven and earth, no matter how big or small. It is detailed and clear. Emolan pondered and suddenly had an idea. How come this is a bit like the long river of time? Emolan was instantly happy when he thought of this. Isn't that right? Interpreting the world's annual rings, and thus interpreting history? No. This is directly pulling the long river of time and browsing history. The picture appeared instantly. And people instantly rose from botanists and historians to super strong people who can browse time and places. Emolan smiled and focused his attention on the outermost source of heaven and earth, and immersed himself in it bit by bit, experiencing the source of heaven and earth, and listening to its language. Although the core origin of heaven and earth is the oldest, has the most annual rings, and has the most recorded history, the more time it records, the more complex and richer the information it contains. This is not advantageous in terms of interpretation, and it requires Emolan to spend many times more effort to do it. If there is no choice, then forget it. Now that Emolan can choose freely, he will naturally choose the youngest and easiest to interpret origin of heaven and earth to read. Anyway, no matter how young this origin of heaven and earth is, it will not be too young. The time recorded in it is still long. Maybe he can find what Emolan wants to find. And even if he can't find it, Emolan can continue to go deeper, which is not a problem. Perhaps because the world evolved naturally, rather than being created by humans. The way the origin of the world records information is actually similar. Therefore, Emolan, who had experience in interpretation, easily got started again here, interpreting this different river of time bit by bit, tracing back bit by bit, because Emolan wanted to find out the reason for the chaos of rules. And the events that could cause such a global impact must be very big. So Emolan didn't need to interpret it too carefully at this time. Just need to pay attention to whether there were any major events. This is indeed the case. Emolan soon found the scene that led to the accident at a time span of about 30,000 to 50,000 years ago. Ignoring small things and focusing only on big things saved Emolan a lot of time. After finding the corresponding traces, Emolan deduced the scene at that time based on the trace information. At this moment, Emolan's mind seemed to be immersed in 30,000 to 50,000 years ago. A world exists alone in the vacuum of the universe, absorbing the chaotic energy in the depths of the void bit by bit, transforming it into elemental power bit by bit, and transforming the elemental power into its own matter, using the power of matter and elements to feed plants, animals, and powerful monsters are born one after another in the world. Professional level monsters, elite level monsters, master level monsters, and legendary level monsters appear one after another. As time goes by, demigod level monsters also appear. These monsters that are only demigod level monsters in Emolan's eyes are indisputable gods in this small world. Demigod level gods appear one after another. Each god is a reinforcement of the rules themselves. Just existing is to sort out the rules. Just existing can make the rules stronger. Just existing will gradually increase the foundation of heaven and earth. One god after another lives in this world. The birth of gods, the death of gods, the interpretation of the twilight of the gods, the spectacle of the emergence of new gods, this small world interprets a glorious ancient history belonging to the gods. With the interpretation of time, the foundation of the world becomes more and more profound, the history of the world becomes more and more ancient, the world finally accumulates enough power, the critical moment comes. Chapter 1138 World Promotion. Failure. World Promotion. Small world, big world, main material world, small thousand world, middle thousand world, big thousand world, based on scale, size, or energy level, strength of the strongest? Although Emolan didn't know how the levels of the world were divided, but Emolan knew in his heart at this moment that the world was promoted at that moment. After experiencing the emergence of a divine civilization, glory, decline, glory again, decline again, this small world finally accumulated enough origin, enough power. Emolan noticed when observing the origin of heaven and earth that this node was very, very obvious, almost separating the past and the present. And it was truly an unprecedented change. Its actual influence was indeed so. As long as the world was promoted successfully, the promotion of the world level would definitely be unprecedented. And whether it would be unprecedented would depend on whether the world would be strong in the future. If the world was not strong, the last two words of unprecedented and unprecedented could also be achieved. At that time, this small world started to upgrade, and every rule was vibrating at that time. At that time, every creature in the world was excited from the bottom of their hearts. And at that time, the origin of the world was boiling. The rules of that day were all revealed. That day, the entire network of rules was trapped on the surface. That day was a carnival. The elements of the entire world were extremely active. The rules were extremely active. Whether it was a powerful god or a weak professional, it was a feast. The extraordinary people in the entire world were getting stronger. The extraordinary people in the entire world were being promoted. The world cultivated the extraordinary, but at the same time, the extraordinary also made the world. The promotion of the extraordinary in the world also became a boost to the promotion of the world. The final kick was kicked on the world. Then the promotion failed. The promotion failure was a bit abrupt, but it was also very, very normal. Promotion. At this point, every promotion means a qualitative change in strength. The difficulty of every promotion is extremely high, and the success rate of every promotion is very, very low, which is very normal. Although the small world has reached the critical point of breakthrough, although the small world has met many requirements for promotion, although everything before has been smooth. But failure is still natural, and it is natural. There is no need for anyone to intervene, no need for anyone to engage in conspiracy theories. Failure is normal. Emolan also checked. The reason for the failure is very normal. It is indeed the natural failure of the world. No trace of any external interference was found. It is indeed a normal failure. But the carnival in the world has begun. This is an extraordinary carnival. When all the creatures in the world are eagerly absorbing the active elemental power, when all the creatures in the world put down all their defenses to perceive the rules, failure occurred. When the terrifying rule shock directly surged out from the origin of heaven and earth and spread outward, all the matter in the world was affected. In just a moment, almost all the matter, all life was shattered by the rule storm, the element storm. In just a moment, the extraordinary, who was just reveling, was instantly annihilated. Theoretically, it is possible for a god-level strongman to survive this storm of rules. After all, it is okay for a legendary professional. Legendary professionals only use and distort the rules in a preliminary way, and may not be able to withstand this level of storm of rules. But the god level is completely different. The god level has already mastered the rules. Unlike legendary professionals use the rules. Distorting the rules may be very powerful at ordinary times. But when the rules themselves have problems, when the rules themselves riot, nothing can be used. Using the rules? The first one to be torn apart is the one who uses the rules. Legendary level uses rules. But God level controls rules. Even rules can only be manipulated. Who will be killed by something they control? If you control the rules, can the rules still kill you? So normally, a God level warrior may be seriously injured by the impact of such a storm of rules, or even endanger his life. But generally speaking, his life is not a problem. But the problem is that these God levels refer to the true God level. Pseudo-gods should not be counted among the gods. Pseudo-gods are very similar to the professional system of this small world. All their power comes from the rules. All the power of gods comes from the rules. If the rules riot, the fate of such gods will not be much better than that of legendary level. There is no way. The gods that Emolan mentioned are the masters and controllers of the rules. Not just the embodiment of the rules. The agents of the rules. So the group of false gods were also completely torn apart when the rules rioted. The only difference from other extraordinary gods was that these gods lasted a few more seconds. So the extraordinary civilization born in the entire world was completely destroyed in the moment when the small world failed to be promoted. In addition, the entire small world also entered a period of chaos in the network of rules, and the storm of rules swept wantonly. At the most serious and intense time, the terrifying storm of rules and the vibration of rules almost tore the framework of the entire world apart. Good guy. If the framework of the world is torn apart by the rules, then there is no need to play anything. The world will be torn apart directly, and the script of destroying the world will be entered directly. LOL. According to Emolan's observation and calculation, although the world was not directly destroyed this time, it was still very terrifying. The storm of rules it generated still swept the entire world, and it lasted for about 10,000 to 30,000 years before it slowly calmed down. And about 10,000 years later, that is, until recently, the deep rules of the world gradually stabilized. This small world barely had the foundation for the birth of life again, and it was not until this time that life was born. The remaining afterglow has not dissipated until now, and Emolan estimated that it took a short time for the small world to recover to its current state, at most a few years, about a few decades. And until now, the external rules and environment are still chaotic, and no intelligent life has been born. At this moment, Emolan couldn't help but sigh and shook his head. A failed promotion not only directly destroyed civilization, but also wiped out civilization. It even caused the world to have life again after tens of thousands of years. Its influence has not dissipated to this day. An intelligent life is still unable to be born. The consequences of the failure of the world's promotion are too serious. I don't know what the conditions for the world's promotion are. I don't know how long it will take for the game world and the real world to be promoted. Emolan thought. Chapter 1139 Civilization Catastrophe. World Promotion. Emolan said softly, thinking quietly in his heart, thinking about the serious consequences of the failure of this world promotion, the consequences that made Emolan feel lingering fear. World Promotion. Originally, this was an absolute carnival, the rules were revealed, the power of elements was active, 1 day of practice was equivalent to 1 year of normal practice, and it could allow countless ordinary people to enter the extraordinary realm. But the failure of promotion alone directly led to the extinction of the entire civilization. The change from great joy to great sorrow in this instant made people's hearts palpitate. This made Emolan couldn't help but think about his own civilization. If his civilization encountered such a situation, could it survive, support it? The raging of the rule storm? Emolan shook his head. Maybe I can support it myself, maybe other true God-level professionals can survive. But the entire civilization, those professionals below the God level can't resist it. Emolan couldn't help thinking if his civilization encountered such a situation. How to solve it? According to what he observed, this situation is bound to happen in the process of civilization development. Because as long as civilization develops, as the gods emerge, as the world rules stabilize and grow, the world will grow to the edge of promotion one day. And the civilizations in the world will always face world promotion. If the world promotion succeeds, it will be fine. And everyone will be happy. It will also be a carnival for civilization. But if it fails, what needs to be faced is the storm of rules that will appear from every corner of the world. Every creature. And every basic particle. Sweeping every corner and crushing all matter. Maybe the gods can withstand it. But Emolan can't imagine what kind of world it is if only gods survive. Emolan can't imagine whether a civilization with only a few gods can still be a civilization. Emolan can't even judge whether the civilization has continued or perished in such a situation. No, in this case, the civilization has already perished. The few remaining god-level professionals are just the remnants of civilization. Emolan cannot accept this outcome. Emolan cannot accept that a civilization is directly destroyed, with only a handful of god-level professionals left. This is a disaster that civilization will inevitably encounter in its development. It cannot be avoided. Of course, except for one situation, as long as the civilization perishes before the world is promoted. It will not encounter this catastrophe. Smile. For a normal and developing civilization, this is unavoidable and can only be faced. So Emolan couldn't help but thinking about how to survive this disaster, how to minimize the impact of this disaster. Of course, if the world promotion is directly successful, then everyone will be happy. But who can tell whether the promotion is a success or a failure? Who dares to pin their hopes on the success of the world promotion? Isn't that just waiting to die? Emolan pondered. There are ways to survive this disaster, but it is hard to think of a way to reduce losses, be safe, and even capture the benefits of the world promotion. If it were just a simple matter, then Emolan would only need to transfer all creatures and property in the world to another world before the world was promoted. After all, there are other worlds. And there is no inability to contact other worlds. Although this method is a little stupid and consumes a lot of energy, it is definitely effective. No matter how much this world is destroyed, it will not affect another world. After all, you only need to prepare a world to retreat in advance. Now it should be a long distance from the promotion of the game world or the real world. This distance is definitely enough to find a new world. Even if you can't find it, it is enough to directly materialize a new world. However, this method is only a last resort. Because once the world fails to be promoted, everything in the world will be destroyed. And everything that civilization has developed in the world will be destroyed. The losses involved, for a civilization, are so great that they are difficult to estimate. So compared to this passive avoidance method, Emolan prefers to find active ending methods. For example, helping the world to upgrade, improving the success rate of world promotion, directly increasing it to 100%. For example, waiting for promotion in the world. If the promotion is successful, everyone is happy. If the promotion fails, the consequences of the world's promotion failure will be directly erased, forcibly preserving civilization and materials. Emolan thought for a long time and shook his head, and once again set his sights on the origin of heaven and earth, or set his sights on the historical imprints inside the origin of heaven and earth, on the long river of history. As the saying goes, there is nothing new under the sun. If you want to predict the future situation, then just look at history. The history books tell the future of everything. Moreover, this small world has experienced the failure of world promotion and the destruction of civilization before, which has a very high reference value. Emolan may be able to obtain information including, but not limited to the conditions required for world promotion, the criteria for judging the upcoming promotion, the process of promotion, the consequences of failed promotion, the intensity of the rule storm, and the way it appears, so that Emolan can find a new way to overcome the tribulation that is suitable for the game world and can minimize the loss. Emolan had only glanced through it before, just to find this time node, so he didn't check the details. Now he had to check them again. In addition, Emolan also planned to copy the history of this world completely, from the beginning of its birth to the present. Every mark recorded in the origin of heaven and earth. Every piece of information Emolan planned to copy for study and research. The different growth details of different worlds. Just thinking about it is a very interesting topic. Emolan thought about it, and then compiled the way to read, identify, and decode the history and the origin of heaven and earth into a small program, and then threw it into the origin of heaven and earth after loading and running it on a projection. A sub-thought, just leave these things to the mechanical projection. It's just editing a mental power program, very simple. Your energy will be invested in more complex, more advanced research. And at this moment, Emolan is studying the rules of chaos. Molan wants to try to see if he can straighten out the rules of chaos in advance and weave them into a complete, neat network of rules again. The impact of chaotic rules on this world is simply too great. After all, it is very uncomfortable that chaotic rules cannot give birth to intelligent life. Even if people enter from the outside, they are likely to come into contact with chaotic rules if they practice inside. It is easy to cause oneself to be impacted by chaotic rules, which is not a good thing. Chapter 1140 The Role of the Gods. We have to find a way to straighten out the chaotic rules and the web of rules in this small world. Only after it is completely straightened out can it be considered a usable world. If it remains in this chaotic state, or if the world itself takes a long time to repair, if it is put into use, then no matter which of the two methods is used, it will become a thunder that may explode at any time. There is a thunder here. Who dares to use it? Emolan frowned, and then began to look through the records of the small world's failure to upgrade to the present. With the records inside the origin of heaven and earth, Emolan can observe the scene at that time very vividly and specifically, and can see in detail the various things that have happened in the past tens of thousands of years. Emolan evenly intercepted a dozen time nodes in this tens of thousands of years. These time nodes roughly divide the tens of thousands of years. After completing this step, Emolan immediately carefully sensed the specific situation of the time represented by these time nodes, the disorder of rules, and took out a reference value from them to quantify the steady progress of the disorder of rules in these time nodes. The disorder of rules information in dozens of time nodes, after the sorting progress is extracted, is integrated into a table instantly. It is clear which time period has the fastest recovery of disordered rules, and which time period has the slowest recovery of disordered rules. The slowest one was the first time node. During that time node, the rule storm was extremely terrifying. Not only did it not stabilize, it was even more violent after being sorted out. The fastest stage, or the time period when the rule sorting progress changed from slow to fast, was relatively late. From this time period, the progress of rule sorting continued to accelerate. Emolan immediately divided the information of this time span into dozens of even intervals, quantified it, and drew a table. After a while, Emolan once again selected the part with the fastest progress in rule sorting. Again and again, the traces that originally spanned tens of thousands of years were shortened by Emolan to a period of less than 10 years. This is a period of time in which the speed of combing the chaotic rules suddenly began to accelerate in these tens of thousands of years, the period of time with the fastest acceleration. Emolan has every reason to suspect that something happened during this period of time, and after this incident, the speed of combing the rules began to accelerate linearly. No, Emolan is basically sure of this. Something must have happened here to speed up the speed of combing the rules, so Emolan just needs to find it, find the key node, find the time when the event occurred, find the reason why the speed of combing the rules suddenly accelerated, and find a way to speed up the combing of the rules between heaven and earth. Now we only need to search within these 10 years. A span of 10 years, the information of the entire world, Moland's workload is actually quite large. There is no way, after extracting the time period to the level of 10 years, we can't search any further. The main reason is that the speed of sorting out the chaos rules is very, very slow. Although the speed suddenly increased linearly in these 10 years, this linear increase means that it is a huge improvement compared to the previous speed. It is a linear increase, and it does not mean that the speed has really increased to a very fast level. In this case, if the time span is too short, it is impossible to clearly distinguish the difference between the degree of disorder of the rules and the later ones. Even if it is barely distinguished, the error will be large. And Moland took these into consideration. So he set the time span to 10 years. This time span can just achieve the balance point between the requirements of small error and short time. And Moland immediately immersed his mind in the historical fragments cut out from the origin of heaven and earth, and first searched to see if there were any major events in the past 10 years. If something happens that speeds up the speed at which the entire world sorts out its chaotic rules, then this thing is likely to cause a very big stir. After all, it is an event that directly affects the entire world, and it is difficult to keep the stir small. So Moland first searched through what happened in the past 10 years. And if he didn't find anything, he would check it carefully. Moland thought he would have to look for a while, because at this moment even he didn't know what he was looking for. Maybe he would find it in the end, but it would take some time. But when Moland found it the second year, he suddenly realized that he might have found what he wanted. It was a god, or it was a demon beast that was madly slaughtering and devouring. And it was promoted to a god at that moment. The small world failed to upgrade, and the first god was born after the rules were chaotic. At the moment of being promoted to a god, Moland seemed to see that the rule represented by the god was frozen for a moment. Moland noticed that the chaos of the rule was reduced at that moment. And although this god has no intelligence, let alone wisdom, its mere existence can continuously stabilize the rule represented by the god. At this moment, Moland instantly understood, and immediately checked the subsequent time periods, when the speed of rule stabilization suddenly accelerated again and again. At a glance, there was one or even multiple monsters promoted to gods during these initial acceleration time periods. The moment the monsters were promoted to gods, they could stabilize a slightly chaotic rule. Then, the gods' mere existence would continuously accelerate and stabilize the rules they responded to. The gods stabilized the rules, Moland said softly, and nodded after a moment's silence. That's true. The purpose of the gods' duties is to run the entire world. If the world is compared to a machine, then the gods are the employees who control this huge machine, controlling one node after another, one function after another, and comparing the rules to these functions. The nodes do not seem to be abrupt, and are very appropriate. Moland pondered. Then in this case, the gods can sort out the rules, and their existence itself can continuously sort out the rules, strengthen the rules, and stabilize the rules, which is reasonable. Then to sum up, if you want to speed up the sorting of the rules of the world and adjust the network of rules, then you have to create a group of gods. The appearance and existence of gods can suppress, stabilize, and strengthen the corresponding rules of the world. If we extend it according to the theory of priesthood, when gods travel their own priesthood, will they stabilize and strengthen the rules again? Moland's heart moved slightly, and he began to think carefully about the possibility of this idea. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. In theory, rules can affect real matter, and similarly, real matter also affects rules. Chapter 1141 Recruiting Gods. The matter and rules in the world are intertwined and mutually influenced. Rules can give birth to matter, but rules can also be derived from matter. There is no higher or lower between rules and matter, nor is there any priority. Now I just need the stability and organization of the world's rules. And because the rules are chaotic, the world is chaotic. If nothing else, at least the sun occasionally shines in the sky, and it often hunts and devours. Therefore, the rising and setting of the small world depends entirely on the appetite of the sun god, stomach, and whether prey is found. If the frequency is high, the sun god can even rise and set 3 times a day, and if the frequency is low, the sun god can even set once every 10 days. As a result, the sun rises and sets randomly, without any regularity at all. The disorder of the rising and setting of the sun directly leads to the fact that the time of a day in the small world cannot be fixed at all. One day, the sun god's a day here is sometimes a few hours, and sometimes more than 10 days. Who can bear this? Apart from other things, at least the concept of day and daytime is definitely messed up. If the day is messed up, then the hours, minutes, and seconds definitely have no basis for existence. TSK. Emolan was really shocked. Are gods really beneficial to the rules? Why do I feel that it is very strange that the existence of the sun god does not cause the rules of the small world to become more chaotic? Are you sure it can help, rather than hinder? Emolan said softly. He was not sure what role the appearance and existence of gods would play in stabilizing and sorting out the rules of the small world. But Emolan was sure that the sun god's unpunctuality and undisciplined behavior would definitely lead to chaos in the rules and more serious consequences. This sun god will definitely be a drag to a certain extent, adding to the chaos of the rules of the small world. Is this the god who has lost his mind? My goodness, it feels more harmful than having no god at all if this god does not perform his duties. Emolan muttered. It feels that it is not easy for this small world to recover. It would have been fine if there were no gods before. It could only passively rely on its own recovery ability and self-regulation ability to recover. Then it was not easy to wait until the gods were born. I thought I would finally have an assistant. And finally, I thought the rule sorting project would enter the fast lane. However, the gods are all top-notch. Not only do they not help, but they also make things worse. Emolan's face became very strange. Wait, this world is recovering so slowly after the birth of gods. Isn't it because these gods not only don't help, but also make things worse? If this small world has consciousness, wouldn't it be angry to death? Raise these rebellious children with great effort? Emolan was happy, and then thought, if this is really the case, then does it mean that I only need to reasonably cultivate some gods, let these gods take good care of this world for me, perform their duties, and sort out the rules? Does this mean that I can sort out the rules of the small world at a relatively faster speed, and let the small world get back on track faster? An idea suddenly popped up in Emolan's mind. This idea is very interesting. The gods have their own duties. Heaven? The gods are appointed to guard the heaven and earth. The 6 departments of gods have their own duties. The thunder department is in charge of heavenly punishment. The gods of the thunder department obey orders. When Emolan thought of sorting out the rules with the help of gods, these contents came into his mind. He couldn't help but think of the list of gods. What is the purpose of the conferred god list? It is to make the gods work. If the world is compared to a piece of farmland, then the conferred god list is used for farming. It is that simple. It is just a world. Gods and gods. First there is the priesthood. Then there is the throne. And then there are gods. Priesthood, the profession of gods. The core of the so-called gods has never been controlling the rules to have powerful power, but using the rules to perform their duties. In the final analysis, the rules mastered by the gods are just the wrench in the hands of the auto mechanic, the sledgehammer in the hands of the blacksmith, although they seem to have lethality, which makes the gods a strong combat power, but in essence they are just tools. The truth is to use it as a tool, and to use it to properly repair and strengthen the world. Perhaps this is the true path of the gods? Most of them have actually taken the wrong path? Emolan thought for a moment, and then shook his head. Forget it. I don't care about them. They will be eliminated sooner or later. I will cut off the connection with the rules, and give up my identity as a god. If they still can't see the situation clearly by then, I will eliminate them all. Emolan has not had a good face towards gods since he deeply understood the gods, and he has long planned to eliminate all the gods in his living environment. Emolan couldn't bear that the land he stepped on was controlled by the gods. The sky he looked up at was controlled by the gods. The sunlight from the sun was controlled by the gods. The air he breathed was controlled by the gods. Everything in the world belonged to the gods. Everything people lived in this world was a gift from the gods. If the gods wanted, they could take away everything from humans. Emolan shuddered just thinking about it, and felt cold all over. This is unacceptable to anyone. But if these gods are not cleared, then this is reality. If this is the future of mankind, Emolan gets cold just thinking about it. So Emolan will not let go of any gods within the scope of human life. One by one, either he cuts off the connection and steps down from the throne, or Emolan helps him cut off the rule connection, and then he steps down from the throne while lying down. Emolan shook his head, and brought his thoughts back to the business at hand. Then how can I get a bunch of gods out? Directly guide the rules to breed Titan gods? It's possible. These Titan gods can be completely controlled by me. It's not a big problem. But it takes too long. Then use some more mature tower spirit control rules. Use rules? Emolan thought for a moment, and shook his head again. Tower spirits are still a little off, after all. They are artificially created. Arranging people, or arranging players may be a way. Players. Emolan fell into deep thought. Not long after, a question suddenly appeared on the task board of the Mage Association, and it was pinned when it appeared. When the association members saw the task pinned, they knew that it was the president or vice president who issued the task, so they didn't think about it, and clicked in directly. The tasks issued by the president, the vice president are usually good jobs. When the mages entered, they were stunned when they saw the content clearly. Recruitment God? Chapter 1142 Position. Sun God. Recruiting gods? When seeing these 4 words, everyone was suddenly a little confused. Recruiting gods? Is it the kind of gods they understand? Can they take this task? Are there other gods hidden in the Mage Association? No, are gods already common in the Mage Association? Does it need to recruit directly from outside? A little confused, a little at a loss, quickly looked at the detailed introduction of the task. Recruiting mages to serve as gods. The positions are limited. After registration, a separate interview will be held at an agreed time. Those who pass the interview can accept the task and serve as gods. Task reward none? What the hell? It's okay if it's unbearable, but this makes people even more confused. It's understandable that there is no reward. Emolan, Lu Bin Linhua, the 3 presidents, and the vice presidents often issue tasks without task rewards. And these tasks without task rewards mean that Emolan, Linhua and others feel that what can be obtained from the task itself is more precious than the so-called task reward. Often, such unpaid tasks are more likely to be snapped up by mages. This is much more cost-effective than those tasks with passwords. Rather than saying it is anything, it is better to say that it is an opportunity for oneself. So it is easy to understand that there is no reward. You can get a certain reward from the task. But this position God, there is also a position table below. River God, Plain God, Mountain God, Wind God, War God. Are these all positions? Some people fell into deep thought. An extremely bold idea came to their minds. If it is really what they think, then they will definitely go all out to pursue this task. Some people are different. They accept the task directly without any thought. After receiving the task, they slowly read the task details. What? Do you need to think about accepting the task of the president? Just grab it. What is the specific task after you grab it? Inside the small world, Emolan holds the solid heart of the world in his hand, sensing the rules in it. At this moment, he has successfully imprinted the origin of the world in the small world. The origin rules. Although the current heart of the world can still control all the rules. In fact, the authority is completely inferior to Emolan. In other words, we still control the highest authority of this world. But Emolan uses a more direct and more solid way to control this highest authority. The world authority can be controlled without the heart of the world. At this moment, the heart of the world is no longer so important in Emolan's hands. Emolan even has plans to separate it. The rule information of a rule is the key to mastering a rule. Which means that the rule information of a rule can create a god. At least we can create a group of people who hold power. Or create a group of artifacts that can control the rules and have god-level combat power. Theoretically, those who hold these artifacts can become gods in this small world and exercise the power of gods. So as long as we recruit a group of powerful enough mage players, they can definitely be qualified for the position of gods. Emolan thought while extracting the rule information from the heart of the world. And at the same time, he used the furnace to smelt the refined gold continuously, and molded the refined gold into a delicate seal the size of half a fist, and then entered the rule information into it. This is not simply using refined gold to store rule information, but really trying to integrate the two. Complete fusion is impossible, but the most basic fusion, reaching the step of rule information, is the fine gold seal. And the fine gold seal is the rule information. Is still possible, as long as this step is completed. Then holding the fine gold seal is equivalent to holding the rule information. And you can directly issue orders and control the rules, which is equivalent to a god. When the rule information merges with the small gold seal, the originally smooth surface of the small gold seal emerges with one rule pattern after another. The structure relief. And two divine characters slowly emerge at the bottom of the gold seal. Wind God. Emolan just extracted the information of the wind element rules. The formation of this wind god golden seal means that as long as you hold this golden seal, you can hold the power of the wind god. and you can become the wind god. Emolan held the wind god golden seal in his hand, experiencing the feeling of holding the wind element rules and the power, and then put it aside. This golden seal can realize all the requirements of Emolan's design. In addition, the priority of the power granted by this wind god golden seal is lower than the highest power controlled by Emolan, which means that as long as Emolan wants, he can deprive the power of the person who holds the power of the wind god by relying on the wind god golden seal at any time. Of course, the person who holds this golden seal cannot perceive this. For them, holding the golden seal of the wind god means truly holding the authority of the wind god. Emolan immediately began to prepare to create the next golden seal of the god. However, at this time, he thought of something, and immediately edited a task post and sent it out. It was similar to the previous one, but this time it was not posted on the internal task page of the association, but directly posted on the mage section of the forum, directly facing all eligible players in the game. Recruitment, Position 1, Sun God Education Requirements, PhD Major Requirements, Nuclear-related Major Paper Requirements, Impact Factor. Please send your resume to the official email address of the Mage Association. If you pass the initial screening, the Mage Association will send an interview notice and relevant requirements within 3 working days. Attachment 1, Position List. Attachment 2, Professional Classification Table. Recruitment God? The same reaction, the same shock, the same incredible. It can only be said that anyone's reaction in such an extremely shocked situation is similar. For example, fuck, fuck, awesome, fuck. Smart people have already submitted their resumes, only stupid people are still here. F*** king. Why don't you go? I'm stupid. Fuck ruthless person, I'm going. Hey, no, why haven't you gone yet? I don't have enough education. Hey, luckily I waited. I don't think I have enough either. A bunch of talents. Those who are still posting now probably don't meet the standards. So does one need a PhD to play games now? Hasn't it been a long time? Those top mages don't show their education very clearly, but do you think their education is low? They start with postgraduates. Postgraduates are all low, and they are a minority. Most of them are doctoral students, or do you think so? Fuck. Fuck. So do you think studying is useless? Do you think studying is useless after you become extraordinary? Do you think those who are good at studying are all nerds? To put it bluntly, people who are good at studying are better at playing games than you. Fuck, I'm broken. Chapter 11, 4300 Gods. Those who are better at studying than you may also be better at playing games than you. If you think that if you can revive your spiritual energy and become extraordinary, you will be better than them, then you are too naive. As soon as this sentence came out, a series of hack came out from downstairs. It was true, and everyone was completely broken. Because many people think so, unfortunately. The facts are often not satisfactory. Why can academic performance be used to evaluate the quality of a person's ability? Or why can the method of selecting talents through examinations be used for thousands of years? Why can examination results always be used as an important reference standard? In fact, the answer is very simple, that is, academic performance often only shows 2 points. First, learning ability. Second, perseverance in learning. Whether it is strong learning ability or high perseverance in learning. It does not mean that strong learning ability or high perseverance in learning will definitely lead to success. Strong ability or outstanding talent. It is not necessarily the case. People with strong learning ability may also have poor grades without perseverance. People with strong perseverance in learning will not be able to improve their grades without some ability. Therefore, people with good grades must have strong learning ability and a certain perseverance. Or people with extremely strong perseverance in learning and a certain learning ability. Such a person, who can study and has perseverance, will become a talent wherever he goes and stand out wherever he goes. Is it the grades that count when selecting people? No. It is the ability and perseverance behind the grades that count. The better the academic performance, the better the chance of receiving better resources, which means the higher the sum of his perseverance and ability. Such a person will not be weak even in playing games, or in transcendence. As long as he is willing to spend time and effort, he will definitely not be weak. Of course, this does not mean that people with poor academic performance are necessarily poor. They may also be strong, and they may have undergone great changes after leaving school. However, the changes that occur after leaving school mean that they cannot rely on learning to receive better and higher level resources. This is a huge loss, which means that they will always lose one growth opportunity compared to others with the same potential. Therefore, the proportion and probability of talents among people with low academic performance is definitely much higher than those with low academic performance. It is precisely because of this that the way of judging a person's future ability by academic performance has not become outdated and has never been eliminated in all the examinations for selecting talents. No matter what dynasty, no matter what era, no matter how it changes, its core has never changed. That is, judging a person's future ability and potential by academic performance. From the beginning to the end, only other things have changed. And only how to make this examination fairer. How to make students' learning content more effective and more practical. Such a cold, realistic threshold made all the players on the forum fall into deep thought. Everyone fell silent. Everyone had mixed feelings in their hearts. So, what does Molan mean by recruiting gods? First of all, we can rule out that Molan is recruiting gods to work for him. I guess this game should not be to the point where gods are everywhere and can be recruited at will. The above should be more confident. What should? There must be no. Then Molan can't possibly want to recruit people to be gods? Is there such a good thing? It's really such a good thing. My wife's girlfriend is a mage in the Mage Association. Molan has more positions in the association. And the threshold is lower. His sour, Molan has absolutely nothing to say about the mages in the association. Upstairs, Molan is really good to the mages in the association. As for the low threshold, upstairs. Do you think the threshold for joining the Mage Association is lower than a doctorate? Do you think they are less capable than a doctorate? I don't pay attention to these. These have little to do with me. I'm just thinking. How many god recruitment quotas did Molan give? 180 in the association, 20 for us. 100 god positions? 100 god positions. Awesome. Awesome. The atmosphere on the forum suddenly became lively again, no different from before. Obviously. Although the extremely realistic words of the previous player made them fall into deep thought. And they reflected a lot. That was it. After reflecting, what else can they do? At most, they can only sigh again. Oh, I only regret it in the past. 100 gods. Molan is awesome. Tell me, you guys are not up to the task. Molan has started to wholesale gods. And none of you have been promoted to gods. Which is shameful. You have been promoted? No. I was just thinking. Are the 100 gods distributed by Molan really 100 gods? Are the 100 gods I distributed really gods? Facing the questions of Linwa and Lubin, Molan smiled and said casually, no, they are just demigods. Demigods? Demigods. How dare you say they are gods? Linwa and Lubin breathed a sigh of relief. Demigods. Demigods are barely understandable. After all, gods and demigods seem to differ by only one word. Half a rank. But in reality, the difference is as great as the difference between heaven and earth. In front of a god, a mere 100 quasi-gods are not worth mentioning. That's right. They are indeed gods. When did I say they are not gods? Linwa and Lubin were stunned. You just said. You said it's not a god. If it's a god, where did you get 100 gods from? I just said it's a demigod. I didn't say it's not a god. Molan muttered. And didn't keep it a secret anymore. And spoke directly. I just discovered a new small world. And I sorted out 100 gods in it. I took an integer and took out 100 gods. And I made some gold seals with the materials. These gold seals are integrated with authority. You can regard them as similar to my magician's god staff. You can gain the power of the gods by holding them. Although the world is too small, the true strength of these gods may only be equivalent to our demigod level. But there is no difference except for the strength. And they can basically be regarded as gods. Then isn't this 100 gods? It's a small matter. After Molan finished speaking, Linwa and Lubin couldn't help but be silent. After a long silence, Linwa nodded. It's really not a big deal. But why did you recruit 100 people? President? Oh! Recruit some capable people who don't need to be hired. They will come to the door by themselves. And they don't need to be paid. Coolies? Oh no. Big boss. Then let them help me do some work. Linwa nodded and said nothing. And went offline. Molan turned his head to look at Lubin. And Lubin said a word and went offline. It's just average. Chapter 1144 ML World Number 1. It's just SOSO. Molan was immediately happy when he heard this, and then he closed the live broadcast room, and returned his thoughts to the small world. The small world had just been controlled by Molan, And now there were still a lot of unknown things in the small world, and a lot of valuable things that had not been mastered, and a lot of things worth studying. At this time, if the small world was not studied, it would be like a kitten scratching at Imolan's heart, and he felt itchy, and he couldn't help it at all, and he wanted to immediately put his mind into it. But there is no way, some things must be done, so I can only suppress my emotions, and deal with things first. Now that things are done, I will naturally plunge into research again. But before that, Molan also went to the asteroid, and confirmed that the tower spirit there was still working normally, and had not appeared, and then suspended the construction of the protective shield covering the entire planet. This protective shield was originally intended to be used for normal defense, isolating the flow of elements, and sensing spatial fluctuations. But after Molan took control of the small world, he checked the world wall membrane structure of the small world, and now he has a new grasp and understanding of the global coverage level shield. The harvest this time is quite huge, and it is different from the Abyss continent world. The Abyss continent is not directly suspended in the universe, but exists in an abyss. To be precise, it is the third layer Abyss continent world. So although Molan has also studied the world membrane of the Abyss continent world, the harvest is different from this time. The small world studied at this moment exists directly in the universe. Although it is not big, it is a real world membrane, and the harvest from studying it is naturally different. And the knowledge gained from modifying the array may modify the bottom layer, the most basic part. If one part is affected, the whole array will be modified. So Molan simply stopped the construction. If it is slow, it will be slow. If it cannot be defeated, all the elemental forces will be sealed in the elemental world. Anyway, the elemental world itself has the function of storing elemental forces, so it will not be a problem. After Molan's thoughts returned to the small world, he looked around and thought for a moment. Small world. Small world. This is called a small world, that is called a small planet. Fortunately, they are two different things. One is a world, the other is a planet. In the future, we will definitely continue to look for other worlds. What should we call them? Medium world? Big world? Big planet? A small world that is slightly larger than a small world. A small world that is slightly larger than a small world. Molan thought for a moment, and shook his head. Too rough, it doesn't reflect my artistic taste and artistic cells at all. It's time to give it a name. Since it's hard to distinguish without a name, then give it a name that is elegant but not vulgar. Give it a name. Molan thought for a moment, and the name slowly emerged from his mind. ML Planet Number 1. Molan slapped the table, and said the name in his mind. Yes, that's the taste, elegant but not vulgar. The name of the small planet is ML Planet Number 1, and the small world is called ML World Number 2. That's it, so no matter how many new worlds we discover in the future, we can easily and quickly name them, no matter how many there are. We don't have to worry about them. It doesn't matter if there are 100 or 1,000. They are all easy to name. Molan was happy, and he sent the naming rule directly to Lu Bin, Linhua, and the association's office. Even if the names were decided, the Mage Association would definitely use these two names. The Mage Association has too much influence, and Molan is the discoverer and even the owner of these two worlds. This means that both the official and other forces will continue to use Molan's name. These two names are destined to be in history books. Molan was happy as he thought about it. However, when Lu Bin and Linhua saw the message sent by Molan, they both recovered 6 points at the same time. Although they said so, they turned around and used the gravitational wave detection spell to find other worlds. Among them, Lu Bin also developed an improved version of the gravitational wave spell based on the gravitational wave spell and his attainments in space. The space wave detection spell, which has all the advantages of the gravitational wave detection spell while improving the detection progress and increasing the detection range. However, a new problem has been added. That is, the difficulty of casting this spell has increased again. The original spell was very difficult to cast, and now it is even more difficult to strengthen it again, without the strength of a god. Don't even think about it if you are not a god-level spellcasting profession. Molan glanced at their dynamics and smiled, then turned his attention back to the world rule structure projected in front of him, and then fell into thought. The rule structure supports the entire world, and also supports the world membrane. The world membrane links all the rules, and links all the matter in the world. If you want to break through the world membrane, you must use a huge force that can break the world rule structure. all the energy in the world, and all the matter at once. This way of releasing force is simply incomprehensible. What does this mean? It means that as long as there is force acting on the world membrane, it will be evenly divided and borne by the rules and materials of a world. No matter how strong the force is, it will lose its lethality after being infinitely divided. It is this mystery that makes Emolan unable to help but immerse himself in it. In Emolan's view, the function of such an excellent world membrane is definitely not just what the world membrane structure itself can do. A larger part of it is definitely the mutual cooperation with the world rule structure. Emolan recalled the world membrane he had studied in the Abyss continent before, and then looked at the world membrane of world number 2. Although both of them are world membranes, they both look like an opaque barrier on the outside, and they seem to be the same. But Emolan, who has studied their structures in depth, knows that this is just an appearance. They are just the same in appearance. They each have a unique and powerful structure. The structure of each world membrane is different. The structure of each world membrane depends on the rules of its world. If you want to study the world membrane, it is impossible to study the world membrane thoroughly if you only look at the world membrane and the structure of the world membrane. If you want to study the world membrane, if you want to get started, the minimum condition is to thoroughly study the world structure of the world. And then, there is a slight chance of getting started. At this moment, Emolan understood that the world membrane may seem like a thin barrier, but it is actually a world. Chapter 1145 The Return of the Gods. The world membrane is not just the little structure in front of us, but the whole world. Every part of the structure of the whole world is a part of the world membrane. Emolan muttered, shook his head, and turned off the projection of the world membrane structure. Now we can only study the overall structure of the world. As for the world membrane, we will talk about it later. Although Emolan wasted a lot of time on the world membrane, he now understands it, and it is not too late to react. Emolan pondered, and then began to study the individual and overall structures of the 4 elemental realms. Since Emolan's divine-level spells originated from the micro-elemental realm, almost all divine-level spells that Emolan currently possesses have the participation of the micro-elemental realm, or have the shadow of the micro-elemental realm. Now, a prototype of a divine-level spell system has been derived with the elemental realm as the core. Therefore, Emolan now has a somewhat different feeling about the structure of the elemental realm. In addition to being overly interested in the absolute defense of the world wall membrane, the rest is the elemental realm. Emolan likes to collect the rule structures of various elemental realms, because Emolan found that the structure of elemental realms in different worlds is also different. Different structures, similar functions, but different biases and different strengths. These different places can expand Emolan's vision, inspire Emolan's inspiration, and increase Emolan's accumulation. The latter is crucial, and if it can improve Emolan's research depth on the elemental realm, then the power and effect of Emolan's related spells can be increased, which almost directly improves Emolan's overall strength. In addition, the elemental world is also the foundation of a world. It is not an exaggeration to call it the foundation of the world, or the source of the world. If the elemental world can be studied more deeply, then apart from other things, there will be a significant improvement in the material world and even the creation of the world. Research. Time became the least valuable thing after Emolan entered the research state. In a blink of an eye, it may be just a thought or a verification of an idea, or a long time may have passed in the flow of an experiment. A few days passed quietly. Emolan quietly looked at the interview materials in front of him, selecting the final candidate for the god. He browsed the papers published by the interviewee bit by bit, browsed the interviewee's personal information and the video and audio recording of the interview. Emolan had high requirements for scientific research ability and learning ability when selecting candidates, but did not have high requirements for their own hard power. Research is enough. Strength? Strength can be supported by the gold seal. The god-level perception given by the gold seal to low-level professionals absolutely surpasses the legendary perception. As long as it is not used in combat, it is definitely much stronger than the perception of the legendary and demigod levels. However, it is worth mentioning that people with strong scientific research ability are not weak in themselves, and may even be stronger. After all, the fact that one is power is not only applicable to Emolan, but also to other places. Emolan took a last look at the list, and then packaged the list and sent it to the people in the association office. After receiving the list, the people in the association office edited the information immediately, notified the parties as soon as possible, and notified them to arrive at the Mage Association within 3 days to prepare for the next step. Emolan was immersed in his research again. A few days later, 100 people appeared in front of Emolan. These 100 people were roughly divided into 2 parts. One part had 20 people, and the other part had 80 people. However, the 2 parts were not obvious. They all mixed together to exchange some magic concepts and techniques. They were all mages, all technicians. There were no twists and turns between them, as long as they were strong enough. They could gain each other's respect, as long as you were strong enough. You could play happily together instantly. Guanmo, how are you doing recently? Emolan looked at Zhang Guanmo, who was in the lead, and asked. Zhang Guanmo also came for the task of recruiting gods this time. Not so good. Zhang Guanmo shook his head. I still don't have any idea about the god level of melee mage, so I want to find some inspiration. Then I'll give you a god of war? Zhang Guanmo nodded. And Emolan continued after a moment of silence. The god level of melee mage. Sometimes you don't need to deliberately pursue different things, you may get stuck in a dead end. Melee mages are also mages, but they are a specialization direction derived from normal mages, a fighting style. This does not mean that it is a brand new profession. Zhang Guanmo was stunned when he heard this, and then nodded. But I still want to try it. Well, it's good to try it. Emolan nodded and said nothing. He would not stop people in the association from trying various things. Now there is a blank in front of the mages. No one knows what is the right track for mages. What if Emolan is wrong? What if the right path has not been explored yet? This is not impossible. In this case, every exploration will be a valuable asset. In this situation, Emolan and the Mage Association will only support them in various ways, help them go further, and reserve a way for them to return after failure. After Emolan and Zhang Guanmo finished talking, they looked at everyone. Among these mages, there is no need to say much about the internal staff of the association. Emolan knows them all. Emolan also knows almost all the 20 recruited from outside the association. Even if he doesn't know them, they look familiar. It can only be said that the mages who can grab the 20 places from the outside are definitely the ones close to the top of the pyramid among mages. And there are not many mages in this group. Emolan doesn't know them. Even if he hasn't communicated with them, he still looks familiar. We are all acquaintances, so I won't say too many polite words. Thank you very much for your trust in me. This time, the mission is mainly because I want you to do me a favor. Of course, you can also gain a lot in the process of helping me. I think these gains should be enough to satisfy you, Emolan said with a smile. With a wave of his hand, 100 golden seals of gods flew out and landed in front of the mages one after another. Each mage accepted a different mission, and the professions and specializations required by different gods were different. So in fact, what golden seals of gods they used, and what gods they served were fixed. When all the golden seals of the gods flew into the hands of the mages, there was only one golden seal left, and there was still nothing in front of Zhang Guanmo. That was because Emolan had not yet made Zhang Guanmo's golden seal of the god of war. So he had to wait a while. A golden seal is a god position. If you hold the golden seal and communicate the rules, you can gain the power of the corresponding god and become the corresponding god. So now, Emolan shouted solemnly, Gods, return to your position. Chapter 1146 100 Gods Fight. All gods return. Emolan's words echoed throughout the world like a huge bell. As soon as the words fell, one after another, beams of light fell and enveloped the golden seal of the younger sister. The mages reached into the regular beams of light, but when they held the golden seal the size of an egg, they instantly felt that their souls had transcended their bodies, as if they were rising up in an instant, looking down at this world from a bird's eye view, looking down at this world. Then, consciousness fell at a very fast speed. Some fell into the sun, some fell into the land, some fell into the river, some fell into the strong wind, some fell into the ocean. Their souls, their consciousness roared with the strong wind, accompanied by the waves of the ocean, immersed in the scorching sun, emitting light and heat, carrying everything with the weight of the land. One after another, rules were wrapped around their hands, with the golden seal as the core. The power of the rules condensed, the power of the elements changed qualitatively, one after another. Divine bodies took shape and wrapped the mage inside. The divine body was very huge at first, and one had to look up at it. But as time went by, it gradually settled down and gradually returned to its original size. No matter what body it was, it also returned to its original appearance. However, The body has become a divine body, and they have mastered a rule, becoming a god in the second world, and possessing the power of a demigod. Before this, the strongest among them was only at the legendary level, and the vast majority of the rest were only masters. Many mages were curiously sensing their own status and the huge power they possessed at this moment. At this moment, they sincerely felt that this trip was really the right one. Not to mention that they didn't want money, they would rush to come even if they wanted money. Apart from anything else, just experiencing the feeling of the gods, and experiencing the power of the demigod level is a great opportunity for them, and they are all mages. Using the ability of mages to study the demigod level power, the gods, and the rule structure, this will directly help their future growth. And if they can research something, it is not impossible to directly advance to demigod. However, here, these mages sense the power of the rules. Recall the perspective they had just looked down, and realized that this was a god with only demigod level power. Their minds moved, and they immediately understood. This is probably a brand new world, and it is a world that Emolan discovered and mastered. And now they should be using the world as a whole test subject for research. Right? They were extremely shocked and envious just thinking about it. While they were still struggling with their small experiments, Emolan had already started using a world as a test subject and directly started to operate it. Sour. However, when they thought that they could participate in such a huge experiment, participating in such a huge experiment with the world as the experimental object, they couldn't help but feel excited in their hearts, and their hearts were throbbing. Everyone can experience this power a little bit. You can attack, you can fight, you can do whatever you want. This world is empty. There is no one else except us, and no other buildings. You can fight as you like. Just be careful not to kill anyone. It is not cheap to revive now. Well, 1 hour. Come back after 1 hour. I will tell you the mission requirements then. The moment Emolan finished speaking, there were cheers and boos from below, and then everyone dispersed. The highest among these people was only a legend, and the lower was even just a master mage. Although master-level mages are also big shots in the outside world. Using them here would only seem disrespectful, but it is indeed very low. Just master level. A group of legendary level. Master-level mages have mastered the power of gods and demigods. This sudden change in power makes them seem a little happy. Just now, they were a little worried and had to be reserved. But now that Emolan has spoken, they will start to have fun. Some of these mages, who have just turned into gods, ran directly to the foot of a high mountain and started to use spells. Some directly fought against each other, or had a chaotic group fight. In an instant, the terrifying god war broke out between heaven and earth. Everything between heaven and earth was annihilated in this god war. And even the rules themselves were broken under the god war. The gods here are not as powerful as the gods in the game world. The gods are only as powerful as the demigods in the game world. But similarly, the world here is not as solid as the game world. Relatively speaking, there is no difference. God war directly destroyed one area after another. At the same time, the collision of rules directly left indelible battlefields of gods between heaven and earth. There are too many residual rules in the battlefield of God's battles, and it is extremely difficult to dissipate. If you wait for it to dissipate naturally, it will take a lot of time before they naturally dissipate. These battlefields of gods will become restricted areas one after another. The restricted areas for life below the gods are almost life-restricted areas where death is inevitable. Now the world is broken. Zhang Guangmo came over and said he did not transform into a god, and naturally did not leave. And his status in the Mage Association is not low. He knows a lot of secrets, and naturally knows why the gods will disappear in the material world, and why the gods will sign the gods' contract. It is because the war of gods will have a long-term or even permanent impact on the world, and when it accumulates, it may even directly lead to the ruin and destruction of the world. Emolan waved his hand indifferently after hearing this. It doesn't matter. They will come to fix it later anyway. Zhang Guangmo was stunned for a moment, and then he smiled. It is not easy to extract the chaotic and entangled rules on the battlefield of the gods. The more fun it is now, the more painful it will be when the battlefield of the gods is removed. At this moment, Emolan was making the golden seal of the god of war, and Zhang was watching from the side. There is no technology to make the golden seal of the gods. You just need to smelt the refined gold and combine the rule information with the refined gold. But the simple steps do not mean that it is easy to make. Generally speaking, if the steps are difficult, there may be a chance to get started. This step has no chance to get started. The simpler, the harder it is. It is equivalent to integrating all the details into this step. In a blink of an eye, Mo Lan made the golden seal and threw it to Zhang Guanmo. Zhang Guanmo played with the golden seal, feeling the powerful power of rules from the sky blessing himself. He suppressed his impulse and did not join the battlefield. He knew how difficult it was to remove the chaotic rules of the battlefield of gods. So he decided not to fight. Aren't you going? Mo Lan was slightly stunned when he saw Zhang Guanmo didn't move. Zhang Guanmo, who could play the mage profession in close combat, didn't go to fight? Mo Lan figured out the reason in a flash, and then spoke out. Do you think that if you don't participate in the fight, you won't have to remove the god's battlefield later? Zhang Guanmo was stunned, and then he reacted and fell silent. Everyone is doing hard work, why don't you go? Two thoughts came to Zhang Guanmo's mind. Don't participate in the fight. Consider helping to remove the rules for the sake of being in the group. Have a good fight, and then remove the chaotic rules that I left behind. Whether I fight or not, I have to remove the chaotic rules of the god's battlefield. At this moment, Zhang Guanmo woke up instantly. Chapter 1147 Familiar with the Power. I'll go first. After the words fell, Zhang Guanmo immediately rushed forward with a roar, and as soon as he rushed forward, he subconsciously used the rules to condense a staff, and then he touched the back of a mage who was attacking others and hit him hard on the back of the head with a stick. Oh no, a stick, the stick of the staff. The mage was instantly split open, and was a little confused. Luckily, it was only the body of the god that was exposed, not the real body, so he didn't die after being split open, but he was still confused. Someone actually attacked by surprise? No morality. No martial ethics. Isn't this a competition? Isn't this a mastery of demigod level power? How could someone attack by surprise? But before he could react, Zhang Guanmo, who was attacking by surprise, once again carried his staff and touched the back of another mage, swung the staff, and smashed it hard. Pop! This was the crisp sound of a man opening a head, and Zhang Guanmo never stopped after opening it, directly holding the staff and turning to other gods. Pop! For some reason, he saw Zhang Guanmo's club opening a head with a strange sense of smoothness and wonderful striking, as if it was a bit fun. This mage's hands were a little itchy, the combination of rules in his hand spread out, and the shadow of a staff loomed. After thinking for a while, the mage thought of a very reasonable reason for himself. The shadow of the staff in his hand condensed instantly. And then, he quietly moved behind Zhang Guanmo, who was preparing to chop someone's head, and raised the staff high. Pop! The head of the mage, who had just condensed, was chopped again. Zhang Guanmo came to his senses, and wiped his nose with disdain. I may not be as good as you in other things, but you want to sneak attack me at close range? I'm afraid you haven't heard of my name as a melee mage, Zhang Guanmo? Aren't you insulting me? Zhang Guanmo smiled coldly, and turned around before the whistling sound behind him, and his reaction ability, which was faster than thinking, allowed him to directly pierce the head of the person who was attacking from behind. Open the head. TSK. At this moment, Zhang Guanmo didn't say anything, but Zhang Guanmo also said everything at this moment. The other mages only said one thing. It was this bastard who hit us with a club, and just now, he hit our only girl's head with a club. Fuck him. Hit him with a club. When the words came out, everyone couldn't help but turn their heads to look over when they heard Zhang Guanmo's TSK. Everyone immediately understood. This can't be settled peacefully. In an instant, all the mages gathered a staff and rushed forward, but the next moment, they flew backwards at a faster speed under Zhang Guanmo's counterattack. Number? Melee mages are also mages. Numbers have no meaning in front of mages. And the same is true in front of melee mages. General. Instantly, a fire surged in everyone's heart. The next moment, no one rushed over, and then came the spells. They finally remembered that they were mages. Even if they mastered the power of demigods, they could not change this. And as a mage, using melee to attack others is a very stupid thing. And using melee to attack a melee mage is even more stupid. In addition, important things should be said 3 times. The staff is used to cast spells. The staff is used to cast spells. Cast spells. One after another. Spells were released by them. Zhang Guanmo, who was in the middle, chuckled. That's more like it. In that case, then the warm-up is over, and the main show begins. Before he finished speaking, Lu Bin's spell was blocked and blew directly on his face. Boom! Zhang Guanmo was stunned. Zhang Guanmo was blown away. Zhang Guangmo was anxious. Slap in the face, slap in the face? You actually slapped me in the face? Just wait. Zhang Guangmo rushed up again in an instant, and rushed directly into the crowd, immediately causing a lot of commotion, and continuous voices rang out. You guys be careful, put away all your group spells, put away all your group spells. Damn, who used a group spell? It didn't hit him, it landed on my head. How did you cast the spell? Can't you aim? Didn't I just tell you not to use it? The mage who cast the group spell was about to say something, when he saw Zhang Guangmo turn around and shake his head slightly. TSK. At this moment, the anger in the mage's chest seemed to burst out, beat him and make him scream. This was the thought that remained in the mage's mind, but Zhang Guangmo was too slippery. The single target spell couldn't hit him at all, and the lock spell definitely couldn't lock on Zhang Guangmo. A ranged spell was thrown out. The mage regretted it as soon as the spell left his hand. It would not have hit anyone. But Zhang Guangmo smiled slyly and rushed into the crowd. Oh! Whoops. Just as Zhang Guangmo smiled slyly, the mage dispelled the spell himself and looked at Zhang Guangmo quietly. Others also looked at Zhang Guangmo quietly. The smile on Zhang Guangmo's face gradually disappeared. Emolan watched happily beside him. From the beginning, he used melee attacks on Zhang Guangmo to get familiar with the power brought by the golden seal of the gods. Now he has adapted to the power of the gods to release spells and explored suitable spells to attack Zhang Guangmo. It can be said that Zhang Guangmo played a great role in helping other mages master the power of demigods. Now these mages, regardless of how proficient they are, have at least walked on the right path and in the right direction. And now they are still improving their proficiency because of Zhang Guangmo's outstanding contribution. However, this also directly led to a straight increase in the degree of damage in this area. Obviously, Zhang Guangmo had completely forgotten about withdrawing from the chaotic rules and repairing the space in the fierce battle. So what? How good it is now, how good it will be later. At this time, a space channel opened beside Emolan. Linwa came over, or to be more precise, it should be the projection of Linwa who came over. As soon as Linwa came in, his attention was attracted by the fight. It is not quite appropriate to say it is a fight, because all the mages were beating Zhang Guangmo, not doing anything else. What happened to Zhang Guangmo? Why did I see Zhang Guangmo being beaten as soon as I came in? Emolan smiled and said, I opened the heads of several mages, and they are being beaten. Are these the 100 gods? Linwa looked at the gods in the melee curiously and nodded. They are indeed gods. They have the smell and rules of gods. But their strength is only that of a demigod. It's interesting. Linwa didn't wait for Emolan to reply. He just looked at it and observed the world. He was quite curious. It's really weak. It's not a little worse than the game world. So our game world is not the lowest level world? I thought ours was just the lowest level. After all, it has just been condensed and materialized. It should be the weakest level. Chapter 1148 Sorting Out the Rules. The game world has a foundation. It must rely on the game system. It is normal to be stronger. Emolan said lightly, it was fine before, but when Emolan's strength reached his level, Emolan actually knew a lot of secrets. It's like the magic of the game system, unknown, mysterious, so powerful that it can't be grasped. Emolan is not sure about the details of the game system. But now it's different. Although Emolan still doesn't know the details of the game system, but Emolan can basically be sure of one thing: the game system is not something that can be created by today's technological civilization. Even if the power of manifestation of all human beings in the world is added, it is impossible. This power of manifestation of all human beings may be able to manifest the world, but it is absolutely impossible to manifest items at the level of the game system. What level is the game system? The game system can cut off the causal connection at will. The game system can maintain consciousness connection across the world. These 2 points alone are enough to show that the level of the game system is higher than everything Emolan knows so far. Emolan currently knows that there is no item except the ink cartridge, and the level of life can be higher than the game system. Even in Emolan's opinion, even the level of the world itself may be lower than the game system. No, it must be lower than the game system, because in front of the game system, the world seems to have no resistance. It can be effective in any world. It can maintain the connection between the player and the main body in any world, even if it is killed by the gods. It can guarantee the life of the player. Even the gods, the true gods, are just a little brother in front of the game system. At least what the game system can do, Emolan can't do. whether it is directly severing the cause and effect connection, or maintaining the cross-world consciousness connection, Emolon can't do it. In comparison, the ink cartridge looks more ordinary. In addition to providing some computing power, it also has the function of a constant magic array. Emolon has been upgraded several times in a row. Emolon also has these two functions. Through the Tower Spirit, the constant magic array can also be realized. And a simple version similar to the ink cartridge can also be made. So Emolon uses the ink cartridge less now. Generally speaking, he doesn't even carry it with him. He doesn't use it. He just uses it to carry the mage's priesthood. When he has enough ability, he will spend a little world to upgrade its rank. But the game system, Emolon could not see through it from beginning to end. In the past, Emolon thought that it was created by the game officials. After all, the game officials were so mysterious, powerful, unpredictable. But as Emolon gradually became stronger, as Emolon got to know the game officials more and more, Emolon suddenly realized that although the game officials had completely mastered the game system, and were still updating and modifying it, the game system really didn't seem like something they could create. They shouldn't have this ability. This is not that Emolon looks down on them, it is just a very objective evaluation. The official game research progress is indeed very fast, but at present, at most, it has gone a long way in the divine level, and it should not have reached the point of surpassing the divine level. This strength can be said to be very strong, because according to Emolon's understanding of the official game, as long as the official game reaches this level, it will definitely not be just one field, but will be strong in all aspects. From this perspective, it can leave Emolon behind by more than 10 streets. After all, there are more people. Is it a system? It is only left behind by more than 10 streets in width, but not much difference in depth, which is enough for Emolon to be proud of. But the same thing, it is powerful, but it can never create miracles of the level of the game system. The game officials probably picked up a finished or semi-finished product from somewhere, perfected it, put on a shell, and embarked on the road of studying the extraordinary. This is much easier to understand, and in this case, it is normal for the game system to be slightly stronger and higher in level. After all, the game world is based on the game system. I guess it's like this, it starts high, and it's large in size, so once it's formed, it's stronger and bigger than the average small world. Emolon nodded, stretched out his hand, and a little light sank into Linwa's brow. Well, this is the left side of the origin space of this world and some permissions. You can study it yourself. I have to make some arrangements here. Okay. Linwa nodded, took a step forward, and disappeared on the spot. And Emolon looked at the hundreds of gods, who were still fighting just now. These hundreds of gods had stopped fighting at this moment, and walked over refreshed. Obviously, they were quite satisfied with this experience, the power of the semi-god level gods, and the refreshing battle just now. Zhang Guangmo, who had just been playing with them, is now playing with them, and is exchanging some experiences on the use of the power of the divine rules. Each of them is an extremely powerful magician, and each of them has a very deep understanding of magicians, spells, energy, and rules. More importantly, they all have very strong learning abilities. In a short period of time after obtaining the power of the gods, they quickly crossed the melee, the process of releasing spells, and quickly grasped the essence of the rules through various means. At first, it is the simplest use at close range. Just use the power of the divine rules to condense a melee weapon for attack. Then mobilize the power of the rules to release spells. If releasing spells is a lever, then this method of casting spells is to use the power of rules as a fulcrum, to pry the destructive power of rules. This method is relatively feasible. When players cannot master more advanced methods for a while, they can use this method. The power released by this method far exceeds the power of using melee methods, and can also exceed the generally used spells. At this time, you can continue to study while using it. The higher level of using the power of divine rules is to perfectly utilize the characteristics of divine rules. No longer release spells, and directly use the method of leveraging rules to burst out the power. Before, the power of spells was always leveraged by rules. But once it reaches this step, the attack released is no longer a spell attack, but a total rule attack. The power and effect are extremely terrifying. Of course, it is also very difficult to reach this step, and it also requires a lot of thought. But at this moment, in front of many mages, among these 100 gods, they completely mastered the first two parts after just a chaotic battle, and directly entered the field of using the power of rules. Ah, this is difficult? Just like this? In a moment, thousands of thoughts flowed in Imolan's mind. And in a blink of an eye, Imolan withdrew his thoughts and quietly looked at the 100 mages who came over. That is, the 100 gods. They approached in the communication. And Zhang Guanmo mixed in and laughed with everyone, discussing together. And when he inadvertently made eye contact with Imolan, he suddenly realized something. And the smile on his face gradually disappeared. Everyone. Imolan clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. And then spoke. I think everyone has a certain grasp of their own divine power now, and can almost exert this power to a certain extent. Right? Imolan smiled. And the mages also listened with a smile. Everyone was smiling. Except Zhang Guanmo's smile, which seemed a little forced and a little stiff. Zhang Guanmo looked at the happy mages one after another, and the smile on his face became more and more stiff. You can still laugh? Do you know what you are going to face next? Everyone's progress is good, a little faster than I expected. I can only say that they are all elites with high strength, strong learning ability, and strong acceptance ability. Imolan did not hesitate to praise himself, making everyone laugh, until... But, when these two words came out, many more sensitive mages felt a jolt in their hearts, and a sense of foreboding came to their minds. Only Zhang Guanmo showed a look of as expected. But my mission is very demanding, and the standard is very high. It requires everyone to have a high level of control and familiarity with this divine power. It is not enough to just have this level of control proficiency. Nowadays, everyone still cannot directly and fully exert the power of rules, right? So before officially starting my mission, we still need to make the final preparations, or the final training. I will conduct a training for you, to help you master the power of rules. This training will be very difficult, and I hope you are ready. As soon as Imolan finished speaking, not only did they not get scared, but they became excited. Training organized by Imolan himself? High difficulty. Doesn't that mean high rewards? Completing a task is such a good thing? Everyone got excited in an instant, except Zhang Guanmo. Imolan looked at everyone's expressions and smiled. Since everyone is ready, let's get started. No need to waste time. First step. Imolan pointed to the direction where the 100 mages came from and said, Everyone, look at the back. The battle between gods is a collision between rules. No matter which world it is in, the battle between gods will leave permanent rule breaks, residual rule interweaving and other problems. These problems interweave together to form a very terrifying life-forbidden zone, a life-forbidden zone where gods are almost certain to die. This life-forbidden zone is called the battlefield of gods. This battlefield of gods is a destruction of the world, a scar on the world. And once the battlefield of gods appears, it often takes thousands of years for it to disappear on its own, so it takes thousands of years for the wounds of this world to heal. Although 1 or 2 battlefields of gods have no impact. But when accumulated, the battlefields of gods are likely to directly drag down a world. Of course, these have nothing to do with pre-mission training. What is really related to pre-mission training? It is the difficulty, and the training opportunities hidden in it. Imolan said lightly. There is a very special thing about the battlefield of gods. That is, even if the gods who caused this battlefield of gods go to repair it, it is very difficult. But it is not difficult for real gods to repair it. If you, a novice like you, try to clear it, it will be a nightmare. To clear it, first of all, the intertwined rules are tightly embedded in the other party's rules. Or rather, they are embedded in each other. This kind of mutual embedding in the subtle fields will make the rules extremely difficult to control. It's okay for real gods, but it's really difficult to remove the gods who rely on the golden seal. This is just the battlefield of gods left behind by the battle between 2 gods and 2 rules. The battlefield of rules. And the battlefield of gods left by the hundreds of gods and hundreds of rules you left behind. Forget it. Let's not talk about it for now. It just so happens that this battlefield is roughly in one place. The outer periphery is generally the remains of the battlefield of gods left behind by individual experiments. As long as you go there, it is easier to remove them. And basically the more you go in, the more gods will participate in the battle. When it turns into a complete melee later, they basically gather in the center of the battlefield. So you can think of this as a level-breaking game. The difficulty goes from easy to difficult. As long as you pass the battlefield of gods where hundreds of gods fight in a melee, then it can be said that your control over the power of gods has basically reached the point of freedom and satisfaction. There is no need to be deliberate in controlling the power of the divine rules. Once you think about it, it is like your own power. It is as if you have become a divine being. At that time, The training is basically over, and you can enter the real mission stage. Emolan described it very clearly. Many mages became solemn when they heard it. When they heard about the battlefield of the hundreds of gods. The faces of the gods led by Zhang Guangma seemed to turn green. Emolan smiled when he saw this. Don't be afraid of difficulties. When we sort out the rules and remove the influence of the battlefield of gods. If we encounter any problems, we can summarize them and hold a symposium regularly. When the time comes, we will all sit together to talk about our understanding and our own methods. This is also a good communication platform. If we can communicate and verify with the battlefield of gods, by the end, I think everyone will definitely gain precious growth and progress. After Emolan said this, many people's hearts suddenly moved. A meeting of hundreds of outstanding mages, a meeting for practicing and communicating at the same time? Will Emolan also participate? This is hard to refuse. Emolan smiled. Everyone can first find the traces they left behind and try to clear them. Not only clear the rules they left behind to imprint, but also take the initiative to repair the damaged rules between heaven and earth. Although they will be repaired in a relatively short time, trying to repair them is a kind of learning in itself. Especially when they repair themselves, isn't that a ready-made repair drill? Isn't that the reference answer after you finish your homework? How great is that? Emolan said, for these people, he really tried hard to persuade them, but there was nothing he could do. What Emolan wanted to do was too demanding on people. It was useless for gods, who only relied on the golden seal to achieve success, and they didn't even have the qualifications to participate without going through this round. Chapter 1149 The difference between the rules and environment. This is a necessary investment. But if you think about it carefully, Emolan didn't invest anything. The golden seal of the gods, and its rules, and divine power, will be taken back in the end. In addition, the battlefield of the gods was created by the 100 mages themselves, and they were repaired by themselves in the end. The only thing Emolan paid was some time, energy and knowledge. Although standing at his height, time, energy, and knowledge are all very precious, but the former, a clone projection, the time and energy of a thought. Emolan can still afford it. As for knowledge, although it is valuable, it can be doubled, tripled, 10, or even 100 copies as long as it is spoken out. Emolan is not stingy in spreading knowledge. In return, Emolan has 100 excellent mages who listen to his lectures, work hard to help him, and finally feel grateful to him. Because even if Emolan takes away the golden seal of the gods, even if he takes away their rules and divine power, they have already gained more valuable wealth, knowledge, experience, and the growth of their own abilities. Everyone is satisfied. This is a win-win situation. Among the last 100 mages, 80 are from the Mage Association. As for the remaining 20, after this long experiment, Emolan is also 80% confident that he can lure most of them to the Mage Association and continue to work for them. So Emolan has won this time. When Emolan thought about it, he answered these mages and became more enthusiastic in solving their puzzles. When answering, he was willing to spend a little more time and effort, breaking down some profound knowledge bit by bit to teach them. During this process, Emolan still guaranteed his research work. Anyway, Emolan asked them to come to him with questions at a fixed time, and he would not disturb him at other times. All the problems were concentrated in a fixed time, and everyone's problems were solved together. A group of master-level and legendary mages. How could Emolan, a god-level mage, not be able to solve the problems? If he couldn't solve this, Emolan might as well bang his head against a pillar and die. What kind of god-level mage is he? With Emolan's thinking speed and computing ability, if he could think for more than 10 seconds about a common question raised by these masters and legends, he would lose. Even if difficult questions were raised occasionally, it would not take Emolan much time to solve them. It was simply overwhelming for a high-level mage to answer the questions of a low-level mage. In this way, as time passed, the scope of the 100 gods battlefield was digested bit by bit. The chaotic rules were extracted bit by bit, and the heaven and earth were naturally repaired. During this process, many mages were very excited. Every day felt like they were back in school. Every day was like a dry sponge absorbing knowledge quickly. This feeling of having a full brain makes people extremely obsessed. Learning makes people happy. Every minute and every second of their learning turned into their accumulated foundation, making them feel that they have become extremely powerful. Of course, when facing the remaining ruins of the battlefield of the gods every day, they calmed down instantly. Only a few thoughts echoed in their brains. Am I a waste? What is the meaning of human existence? Why live? This mentality was particularly strong when they were clearing the battlefield of the 100 gods. They regretted every moment, regretted why they fought so fiercely, regretted why they didn't restrain themselves. How much effort could they save if they restrained themselves at that time? All emotions were suppressed until the moment when the battlefield of the gods was completely eliminated. The suppressed emotions burst out, and everyone cheered. Zhang Guangmo condensed a spell and raised it high. Let's set off some fireworks to celebrate. Woohoo! The spell in his hand, which was formed by directly blooming the power of the divine rules by using the rules, fully demonstrated their gains during this period. At this moment, they can already be called a qualified god, a qualified demigod-level god. Even if they lose the golden seal of the gods one day, lost this power, the way of using this power, the way of using the rules can greatly increase their strength, and greatly increase their possibility of being promoted to legend, greatly increase their possibility of being promoted to demigod. This will be one of the biggest gains of their mission this time. But at this moment, the other mages felt not excitement, joy, surprise, but shock and despair. No! It was a spell that had reached the power of a demigod, which was able to destroy the rules of the world again, and leave us small ruins of the battlefield of gods. Although the ruins of the battlefield of gods were small, they had enough ability to see them clearly. But they did not plan to see any ruins of the battlefield of gods in the near future, let alone contact them. Going crazy! In the eyes of countless despair, Emolan stretched out a hand and directly extinguished the spell. Without breaking any rules, without leaving even a trace in the world, Emolan stepped out and appeared in front of everyone, waved his hand casually, and spoke out. Okay, Guangmo, stop playing around. Otherwise I doubt you will see the sun tomorrow morning. Zhang Guangmo felt the dangerous gazes around him, and laughed. Hee hee. Don't be nervous. Don't be nervous. I'm in control. Even if the president couldn't come, I would have taken the initiative to put it out. I definitely wouldn't joke like that. Right. Besides, you can't hit me. You probably don't want to clean up a larger area of the 100 gods battlefield. Right? Emolan pressed his forehead helplessly, shook his head slightly, and said lightly, the rules of the main material world are too solid and too stable. So the battlefield left by the god war here is very difficult to clean up, and it will cause damage to the rules. But in other worlds, such as the elemental world, the outer world and other worlds, the rules are not as solid as the material world, and their rules are more active. So although the god war in the world like the elemental world will leave behind the battlefield of the gods, it is easier to repair, and the battlefield of the gods left behind will not cause much damage to the world, and it is within an acceptable range. Due to the activeness of the rules, the battlefield of rules left over in this environment will not be very stubborn, and it will not take much time to repair it. This is also within an acceptable range, and we don't need to repair it. This is why the gods' contract signed in the game world only restricts the gods from entering the main material world of the game world, and does not restrict the gods from entering other worlds. This is the reason. Because as long as the War of Gods is not started in the main material world with stable rules, there will be no big problem, Emolan said with a smile. Chapter 1150 Tempting. President, we are family members. You can't sell out your own people. Zhang Guangmo felt a slight chill on his back. He seemed to feel many eyes on his back. Emolan smiled when he heard this. We are all family members. Zhang Guangmo looked at the surrounding mages and laughed dryly. We are brothers. Right? Yes. Yes. A mage walked up to Zhang Guangmo and patted his shoulder, looking at him, nodding affirmatively. Yes. Another mage walked up to Zhang Guangmo and patted his shoulder before speaking. Yes. Yes. One mage after another patted Zhang Guangmo's shoulder gently. The kind eyes made Zhang Guangmo feel cold in his heart. He couldn't help but look at Emolan for help. But Emolan was talking and laughing with a mage, as if he didn't see anything and didn't even look at him. And at this time, a mage suddenly caught the point. Wait, President. How do you know the content of the god's contract? I participated in the signing of the god's contract, Emolan said casually, looking at the mage strangely. What? Didn't I tell you about this? When Emolan finished speaking, the crowd couldn't help but become quiet. Emolan's words brought back their memories. They suddenly recalled the time when Titans walked between worlds, the dark period when hundreds of millions of players died, and their accounts were deleted. They recalled that Emolan was the only god among the players at that time. It was Emolan who protected a piece of pure land for the players under the pressure of many titans. They recalled that it was during the period when all the gods left the world, and the players once again became the dominant force in the game world. At that time, they learned about the existence of the Gods' Covenant. At that time, they learned about the Covenant stipulation that gods could not enter the main material world. They even knew that Emolan was a god, and that Emolan was also involved. But before that, Emolan was just a symbol, even for the members of the association. Emolan stayed in the laboratory or other worlds all year round, and spent very little time in the Mage Association, and even fewer activities attended in person. Generally speaking, there were only 2 vice presidents, Lu Bin and Linhua. Emolan was just an extremely powerful spiritual leader, who suppressed the Mage Association and led the entire Mage Association. He was also more like a symbol. When I heard about these things at that time, it was not so shocking. No matter how powerful a symbol is, it is certainly surprising, but it has no impact. It is like knowing that Shuang Ma is very rich, a lot of money, but in fact, that is all. But when you hear the people around you say how awesome he is, that sense of shock, that sense of difference in an instant is simply a blow to the soul. Emolan is awesome. Really awesome. Fuck, really awesome. This is a thought that comes directly from the depths of many people's hearts, but they did not say it out loud under the restraint, but the shock in their eyes cannot be concealed or suppressed. Oh, I guess I didn't say that. Anyway, I and the god signed this contract under the organization of the God King. That is, I took advantage of that time to find the gods to sign a contract and create a contract spell. Then I took the divine contract from the contract spell I just created and signed the dragon hiring spell with the dragon god, which is the dragon summoning spell. Thunders burst out from Emolan's mouth one after another. Emolan's voice was obviously not loud, but it was like a deafening sound in the ears of many mages. Someone here should have learned it. Right? When I signed the contract with the dragon god, I left my aura behind. The concept of the Mage Association. Any member of the association can use this spell to hire a dragon. The highest level should be able to hire a demigod dragon. While Emolan was speaking, several mages from the association and non-association mages next to him whispered, I have learned it. This spell is very powerful. As long as it can be released, it can summon a dragon of the same level. The highest level can be summoned. Right? I heard that it seems that several elders pooled their money to summon it once. Then they spent a huge sum of money to ask the demigod dragon to buy a batch of demigod dragon scales. Then they used the demigod dragon scales to build several mechas. You don't know, the highest level mecha is directly up to the demigod level. I was fortunate to participate in the test group at that time. TSK, the magic resistance, physical resistance, and energy conductivity of the dragon scales of the demigod dragon are simply amazing. The mecha that perfectly integrates the demigod dragon scales is extremely excellent among the same level mechas. Master the summoning spell that can summon the highest demigod dragon. Summon the demigod dragon to buy dragon scales. Use dragon scales to make demigod mechas. Participate in the testing of demigod mechas. These wonderful things that seem to be the plots in fantasy stories or vernacular stories are actually the personal experiences of the mages around me. The mage looked at the mage who was talking non-stop next to him, and there was an inexplicable emotion in his eyes. It was not that he looked down on this mage, but that his ability was definitely stronger than this mage, and his energy was beyond his imagination. Listening to his words, the mage could not help but ask, what do you use to summon the dragon? Money and treasures? Buy scales from the demigod dragon? Will it sell? What if it is angered? Won't it turn hostile? After all, it is a demigod dragon. Use treasures. Why doesn't it sell? Why doesn't it sell if the price is high enough? As for the matter of turning hostile, the source of this spell is the President and the Dragon God. It is a summoning spell created by the President and the Dragon God together. Why would it dare to break the contract? If it dares to break the contract, let alone the Dragon God and the President, the heavenly punishment for breaking the contract can kill it alive. Let me tell you, this dragon summoning spell is really interesting, not only for fighting. If you are interested, you can also spend a small amount of money to summon some baby dragons to play with. You know baby dragons, right? They are the size of calves, soft and cute. They are cheap and cute. People often summon baby dragons to cheat on girls. Pa. The mage next to him couldn't help but open his mouth when he heard this. What he heard was something he had never heard of before. It was the first time he knew that this game actually had such a development. Are they really playing the same game? It's a pity that you are not a member of the association. You have nothing to do with the concept of the Mage Association. You can't release this spell even if you learn it, and you can't summon a dragon even if you release it. Otherwise, you can try it. Summoning baby dragons is really cheap. As long as you make sure that these baby dragons are well fed, you may not even need to pay for summoning baby dragons in the future. You can just summon them. There is a rich girl in our association who likes to feed baby dragons with all kinds of delicious food. Now she doesn't need any resources or treasures to summon baby dragons. As long as she summons them, the baby dragons will scramble to be summoned by her. TSK, I will also summon one regularly when I have time, the mage of the association said casually, not caring that his companion's eyes were already red. This spell is good in every way, but it is easy to make people jealous. TSK.